Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Chapter 1, Unspoken Tensions. Oh man, I can't wait for tomorrow morning. Why can't they just take the test now? The impatient voice belonged to Takato Matsuki, a 16-year-old sitting with his 3 friends in a private room of a cozy restaurant. Takato was a young man with light skin, light brown hair, and light red eyes. He wore a blue hooded shirt over a white t-shirt, paired with long gray shorts, yellow wristbands, and green Converse sneakers. Resting on his forehead were a pair of yellow goggles, a cherished gift from his father. Unlike his friends, Takato came from a humble background. His parents owned a bakery, and while he loved his family and their simple life, his friends hailed from far more influential lineages. Takato, stop whining before Rika slaps your head off, Henry Wong commented with a chuckle. Even though Henry was usually composed, he was just as excited about the grand event awaiting them the next day. Henry was a half-Chinese, half-Japanese teenager with tan skin, short blue hair, and gray eyes. He wore a sleeveless orange vest over a black t-shirt, brown pants, and gray and yellow shoes. His white wristbands completed his casual yet practical look. Normally the peacemaker of the group, Henry preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble or fights. However, the anticipation of tomorrow's test had him feeling just as lively as Takato, even if he wouldn't openly admit it. Coming from a privileged family, Henry had always been exposed to Digimon. His parents worked at the prestigious Digimon Research and Development Corporation, and his 2 older brothers were seasoned tamers who had trained him extensively. Though he had no doubts about his qualifications, the test was a mandatory step, even for someone with his background. Henry's words earned a cold glance from the only girl in the room, Rika Nanaka. Her piercing gaze sent an involuntary shiver down Henry's spine, making him avert his eyes. Rika was a striking young woman with fair skin, vibrant purple eyes, and ginger hair tied into a ponytail with a blue hair tie. She wore a white turtleneck, black shorts, and red sneaker-saw no-nonsense look that matched her tomboyish personality. Rika was calm, collected, and unapologetically direct, traits ingrained by her upbringing in a traditional family. Her parents led a prestigious Digimon guild specializing in beast types, and her disciplined nature was a reflection of her clan's influence. Don't speak unless you have the courage to back up your words, she said, her voice cool and measured, as she sipped her cola. Her sharp comment prompted the 4th member of the group to speak. No need to be so harsh, Rika, were those words meant for me? Naruto Uzumaki turned away from the window, where he had been quietly observing the falling snow, lost in thought. Naruto was a young man with light skin, spiky blonde hair, and vivid blue eyes. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded an aura of wisdom and experience that belied his age. His orange jacket, white shirt, black jeans, and glasses hanging from his shirt collar gave him a laid-back yet confident look. Naruto was the undisputed leader of the group, not just because of his charisma but also due to his remarkable lineage. His parents served in the Digimon police, and his grandfather was a revered guild leader. But Naruto's legacy extended far beyond this world. In a past life, he had been Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage. His ultimate sacrifice during his battle against his Heike at Satsuki had cost him everything. To secure victory, he had pushed the limits of his Baryon mode, burning away all his chakra and his bond with Kurama. Though he had saved his world, the price was his own life. What should have been the end became a new beginning. Naruto awoke in this world, a world where humans and Digimon coexisted, shaped by an era of struggle and renewal. It should have been the end, a heroic finale carved into the annals of history. Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage, had given everything in his final battle against his Heike at Satsuki. Drained of chakra, having sacrificed Kurama and himself through the ultimate gambit of Baryon mode, he had saved his world at the cost of his life. Yet when Naruto's eyes opened, he was no longer in Konoha. He had awakened in a new world, vastly different and yet equally troubled. This was the world of digital monsters, a realm where humanity and strange, powerful creatures known as Digimon coexisted. But this union had not been born peacefully. A century before Naruto's arrival, the fabric of reality had been torn. The digital and physical worlds collided in an unprecedented event, their fusion reshaping life as it was known. At first, Digimon emerged in small numbers, fascinating humanity with their diverse forms and intelligence. People welcomed them, curious and charmed by their presence. That tentative peace shattered when the skies opened, and terror poured through. A massive wormhole appeared over New York City, and from it descended a monstrous Digimon, a towering giant dwarfing even the city's skyscrapers. With a single earth-shaking roar, the beast unleashed devastation, wiping New York off the map in an instant. This cataclysmic event was only the beginning. More colossal Digimon followed, clashing with each other in battles that obliterated entire cities. Humanity's awe turned to dread as millions perished, entire nations crumbled, and the planet's population was halved in a matter of years. Amidst this chaos, a savior emerged. Takuya Kanbara, the leader of the ancients, stepped forward with a team of extraordinary tamers. These young heroes bonded with their Digimon partners in ways never seen before. Using an ancient power, Takuya fused with his partner to become Aldemon, the strongest Digimon ever to walk the earth. Together with his team, Takuya fought tirelessly, defeating the colossal threats and restoring a fragile peace. Their victory marked the dawn of a new age. Organizations rose to manage the coexistence between humans and Digimon, ensuring that history would not repeat itself. In this new world, Digimon became an integral part of life. The organizations established a system where young people aged 16 could register as tamers, undergoing rigorous tests to determine their compatibility with Digimon. This ensured that only those deemed responsible could form bonds with the powerful creatures. The Digimon police emerged to monitor crimes involving Digimon, while guilds delved into the digital world, exploring its depths and participating in tournaments. Battles between Digimon partners became popular spectacles, captivating audiences worldwide. However, not all wounds healed. Some people bore scars from the past and harbored hatred toward Digimon, distrusting them and their human partners. Despite the semblance of normalcy, the world was far from perfect. Crime persisted, and the inclusion of Digimon only added complexity to an already flawed society. For Naruto Uzumaki, this world presented a new challenge and a chance to start over. Reborn into a family of powerful individuals, he found himself surrounded by allies like Takato, Henry, and Rika. Together, they had reached the age of 16 and decided to take the test to become tamers. Though Naruto carried the memories and experiences of his past life, he knew this was a different battle. Here, in the world of digital monsters, the stakes were just as high, and the bonds he formed with his friends and his future Digimon partner might be the key to protecting this world from its lingering shadows. Rika rolled her eyes, but her gaze lingered on Naruto's soft smile. That smile, the one that made her heart skip a beat, always seemed to disarm her, even when she tried to hold on to her irritation. Deep down, she hated how easily he could break through her walls. They were closer than mere friends. Everyone in their group knew that, but Naruto's reluctance to act on their unspoken connection left her simmering with frustration. I meant in general, Rika said, her tone sharp, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of vulnerability. If you think it applies to you, then you might as well keep your words. Her challenging stare locked onto Naruto, daring him to respond. Takato and Henry exchanged uneasy glances. The tension in the room was palpable, and both boys had witnessed Rika's fiery temper enough times to know when to tread carefully. Her anger, when pushed to its limits, was no small thing. Lately, it seemed to erupt more frequently, with Naruto often at the center of the storm. Rika's recent outbursts had included words that neither Takato nor Henry could believe came from her. She was known for her cold, composed demeanor, yet she'd been caught muttering curses under her breath directed at Naruto, no less. Words like faggot, eunuch, and micropenis weren't just shocking, they were downright scandalous. For a girl from a prestigious family like hers, such language was unthinkable. If her parents or the elders of her clan found out, they would surely lock her away in disgrace. But the root of her frustration wasn't hard to discern. Naruto treated her with the same gentle patience he extended to everyone, almost as though she were a child. To Rika, that was the ultimate insult. She wanted more from him, but his refusal to take their relationship to the next level made her feel weak, unsure, and jealous. She feared that he would eventually choose someone else, perhaps an older woman, leaving her with nothing but unfulfilled dreams. What confounded her friends the most was why Naruto held back. His family wasn't conservative, his parents were supportive and open-minded, and his grandfather was notorious for his carefree approach to life. There were no external barriers preventing him from reciprocating Rika's feelings, and yet he remained distant. The truth was far more complicated. Naruto, in his second life, carried the weight of over 50 years of experiences. He saw Rika as a talented, spirited young woman, but in his heart, she was still just that, a young woman. While he appreciated her tenacity and cared deeply for her, he couldn't ignore the vast difference in their life experiences. It wasn't that he didn't value her feelings, he simply couldn't view her in the same way she viewed him. He had hoped her feelings would fade with time, but they hadn't. If anything, they had only grown stronger. Her admiration for his maturity and wisdom seemed to fuel her attachment, drawing her closer when he tried to keep a respectful distance. Adding to his predicament, Rika's family had begun taking an interest in him. Whether it was due to his family's influence or his own reputation as a skilled tamer, Naruto couldn't say, but their watchful eyes made the situation even more precarious. Trouble always seems to find me, Naruto thought with a sigh, turning back to the snow falling softly outside the window. He could feel Rika's gaze still on him, a mixture of longing and defiance, and he knew this was a storm he couldn't outrun forever. Chapter 2 The Quiet Resolve. The situation was more delicate than Naruto had anticipated. Rika's feelings were not as patient or composed as he had assumed. Over the years, her innocent admiration for him had transformed into a deep-seated love and desire for something more. It was no longer a fleeting infatuation but a fierce determination that fueled her actions and thoughts. Naruto found himself conflicted. He understood her feelings. He'd been in that place before, yearning for someone while doubting their feelings in return. But despite his empathy, his heart remained untouched by romantic inclinations. Naruto's free-spirited nature and focus on other aspects of life kept him from entertaining such relationships. Yet Rika's rapid emotional growth had forced him to confront an issue he had hoped would fade over time. Naruto's long-standing connection with Rika and Henry began in childhood, facilitated by their influential families. While Henry's family took a passive approach to their relationship, Rika's parents had actively pursued the idea of Naruto becoming their daughter's future husband. Their interest stemmed from his unparalleled talents and potential. From a young age, Naruto had demonstrated abilities that far exceeded his peers, earning him renown as a martial artist and strategist. Rika's parents, recognizing the benefits of a union with such a prodigy, subtly encouraged Rika's affection for Naruto. They believed their strong-willed daughter was the perfect match for someone of his caliber. Their hope added another layer of pressure to the already tense situation. Naruto's fame was not limited to his close circle. His strength, intelligence, and charisma made him a prominent figure in the Digimon world. As the heir to a powerful clan, Naruto attracted attention from all corners. His physique and skills placed him leagues ahead of other tamers even without a bonded Digimon. His body was a marvel, his physical attributes bordering on superhuman due to his heritage and rigorous training. In the current era, children of tamer families were genetically enhanced, their stats rivaling those of fictional heroes like Captain America or Spider-Man. Once partnered with a Digimon, these individuals gained access to extraordinary powers and skills. Strict regulations required all potential tamers to pass a series of tests before forming a bond, a precaution born from past chaos caused by unregulated contracts. Despite not yet having a Digimon partner, Naruto's unbonded stats already surpassed many partnered tamers, further cementing his status as a prodigy. Naruto's reputation led to offers from prestigious organizations, including the elite DG Destined Guild. This guild boasted a roster of powerful members, many of whom had mega-level Digimon. Despite the honor of their invitation, Naruto declined, staying true to a promise he made with his friends to start their own guild. It was this loyalty that endeared him to Rika, though it also exposed him to her insecurities. One relationship, in particular, ignited Rika's jealousy. Carrie, the sister of DG Destined Guild leader Taichi. Carrie, beautiful and kind, was Naruto's peer and had shown genuine interest in him. Their friendship, strengthened by shared adventures with Takeru and Yamato in the snowy mountains, added to Rika's fears. To Naruto, it was an innocent outing among friends, but to Rika, it was a potential threat to her position in his life. Rika's frustration boiled over during Naruto's absence, compounded by the thought of him being surrounded by other women. Her usual confidence faltered under the weight of doubt. Naruto had tried reasoning with her, reassuring her of her importance, but it seemed his efforts had fallen short. Her jealousy and insecurity had taken root, and Naruto realized that simply brushing off the issue was no longer an option. The delicate balance of their relationship teetered on the edge. Naruto, caught between his desire to maintain peace and Rika's growing determination, knew that the path forward would require more than his usual carefree attitude. For Rika, this wasn't just about love, it was a battle for her place in his world. And for Naruto, it was another challenge in a life that seemed destined to attract complications. As Naruto led Rika away from the group, the weight of the situation was clear. The room had fallen into an unusual silence, and the others could feel the tension that hung between their friends. Rika's quiet submission to Naruto's gesture of leading her away was enough to tell them that something important was happening. Her eyes, usually so sharp and confident, were filled with a kind of anticipation that her friends hadn't seen before. The shift in her demeanor was striking. Takato and Henry exchanged glances, both unsure of what to expect from the conversation that was unfolding. Despite their curiosity, they remained quiet, respecting their friend's privacy as they walked out. But the moment Naruto and Rika were out of sight, Takato couldn't help himself. "Do you think they're gonna kiss?" he whispered to Henry, his voice barely audible as if the question itself might break some unspoken rule. His eyes were wide, a little mischievous, but there was genuine concern in his voice too. Henry sighed, watching the door through which they had just exited. "I certainly hope they can just come to an agreement of sorts," he muttered under his breath. He stood, looking out the window, still lost in thought about the awkwardness of the situation. It's uncomfortable watching Rika act like that. She's always been so composed, so sure of herself. Seeing her like this, it's different. Takato nodded, the surprise evident in his voice. "No kidding, no one saw that coming." Cold Rika, turning into that, out of nowhere. His tone was laced with disbelief as he turned to look out the window too, his gaze tracking the empty street where Naruto and Rika had just disappeared. They both stood in silence, lost in their own thoughts about the shift in their friends' dynamic. The two of them tried to distract themselves with the only thing that had consistently brought them joy, their shared love of Digimon. But even the discussion about the latest developments in the digital world couldn't completely lift the heavy air of uncertainty that had settled over them. Both of them had known Rika and Naruto for years. They had been a unit for as long as they could remember, and now, to see them in such a delicate and unsure situation, it was unsettling. Think they'll figure it out? Takato asked, trying to bring the conversation back to lighter ground. Henry shrugged, his thoughts still on the pair outside. I don't know, but I really hope so. He knew they all had different paths, different desires, but Rika's need for clarity in her relationship with Naruto felt like a crossroads, one that could either bind them closer together or break the fragile peace they had built. The uncertainty was hard to ignore. They were silent again, both trying to read into the unfolding situation in their own way, but the quietness only made it worse. The sound of the snow falling outside seemed too loud, as if it was echoing the questions they couldn't answer. The resolution to all of this felt distant, like a storm that was still brewing, but no one knew when it would break. Naruto watched Rika carefully, noting the way her hand tightened around his. His words hung heavy in the cold air as he tried to think of the right thing to say, but he knew this conversation could either strengthen their bond or shatter it entirely. His mind raced with conflicting thoughts as they walked silently away from the restaurant. The weight of Rika's feelings, so raw and exposed, pressed against him. He could see her intensity, the way she was trying to assert herself in the relationship. She had been confident, driven, and disciplined in every other aspect of her life, but when it came to this, she was uncertain. And that uncertainty, her vulnerability, was something that Naruto couldn't ignore. As they moved further from the others, Naruto's mind shifted to the larger picture. The stress and pressure of their roles as young Tamers was immense, and he couldn't help but think of how Rika's fixation on him might evolve into a mental burden. He feared that it might lead her into a state of constant worry and emotional distress, maybe even causing her to develop an inferiority complex. Rika was strong, yes, but she wasn't invulnerable. Naruto had always thought of Rika as a resilient individual, someone who could weather any storm. Yet as he looked at her now, something told him that he had underestimated her emotions. There were so many forces at play, and he couldn't help but wonder if the desire to be with him would consume her. She was driven by pride, and the idea of appearing weak or desperate could do serious harm to her self-image. The last thing Naruto wanted was for Rika to lose herself over something that might not even be real. This wasn't just about love, it was about their futures, the kind of people they would grow into. He couldn't allow her to be ruled by insecurities. Finally, they reached a secluded bench in the park, the snow swirling gently around them. As they sat, Naruto cleared the snow from the seat, not wanting the cold to take away from the seriousness of the moment. Rika sat next to him, her face expressionless, though her eyes betrayed a simmering storm inside her. She was clearly waiting for him to speak. Naruto took a deep breath and met her gaze, the weight of his words hanging heavily in the air. He knew the power that his response would carry. He had known Rika for years, admired her strength and independence, but her feelings had always been clear. She had never wavered, but he had. The gap between their emotions was vast, and it felt like an unbridgeable chasm at times. Still, Naruto couldn't lie to her. He couldn't compromise. Rika, I will not compromise with my emotions, Naruto said quietly but firmly, his hand resting gently on her chin, guiding her face so their eyes locked. He could feel the tremor of anticipation in her grip. I will only allow a true relationship. You know that I don't love you in the way that you do. And, right now, I don't really love anyone. I've never really felt that kind of attraction. He paused, searching her face for any signs of anger or disappointment, but found only determination. Rika's brow furrowed slightly at his words, but she didn't look away. Naruto continued, the words leaving his mouth with certainty. However, he continued, I know that you're my type. So maybe I could fall for you. But that means you're going to have to fight for it. I want you to prove that you can make me fall in love with you. He let out a small sigh, feeling the weight of his words settle between them. Isn't that what you want? To make me fall for you? Isn't that a better way to go than this? Desperation. Rika remained silent for a moment, processing his words. Naruto knew this was a lot to ask. He was asking her to fight against her instincts and show him her strength in a way she had never had to before. Naruto's words came from a place of experience, his deep-seated reluctance to compromise with his emotions rooted in the painful lessons of his past life. He had compromised once before, and it had cost him dearly. He regretted the compromises that had led to his downfall, to a life filled with missed opportunities and fractured relationships. He wasn't going to make the same mistakes again, not with Rika, not with anyone. But even as he spoke, he couldn't ignore the feeling deep inside him, the nagging sense that he was being drawn toward something, someone. It wasn't just Rika, it was a pattern he had noticed with other women, strong women with potential. The reincarnated being within him seemed to want him to create a powerful legacy, one born from strong, capable women. But that wasn't something Naruto could just accept blindly. He needed to take control of his own life, his own choices. He couldn't be pushed into something because it was expected of him. Naruto waited, holding his breath as he studied Rika's reaction. She had never been one to shy away from challenges. Would this be her breaking point? Would she accept this challenge, or would it tear her apart? Rika's heart pounded in her chest as she looked at Naruto, her confusion and frustration evident in her eyes. Her voice trembled with a mix of hurt and curiosity. Why? Why are you like this? She wasn't sure why his lack of response towards her was so difficult to accept. She had always known he was different special, even but it still stung that he couldn't return the feelings she had for him. Her words hung in the cold night air as Naruto remained calm, his expression serious but understanding. When he finally spoke, his voice was measured, no longer teasing or nonchalant. I don't know. Love isn't something you can control, it just happens. You should understand, Rika. I don't think you wished yourself to love me, it just happened one day, and it grew over time. Isn't that so? The sincerity in his words caused Rika to pause. She had expected to be met with more resistance, or perhaps some kind of playful dismissal, but instead, Naruto had given her a glimpse of the deeper complexity of his feelings. It wasn't the answer she had wanted, but it was honest. Still, there was a part of her that couldn't quite grasp why it hadn't happened for him yet, why she couldn't be the one to make him fall for her. Rika's expression softened slightly, but her pride still kept her strong. You're such a know-it-all, she muttered, crossing her arms. You should at least speak less about this topic since you haven't even fallen in love yourself. The bitterness in her voice was unmistakable, but there was no anger. Rather, it was the frustration of being on the outside of something she so desperately wanted. Naruto raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by her sharp retort. I like reading, so it's just something I read in a book, he said nonchalantly, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. His casual response lightened the atmosphere, allowing Rika to breathe more easily. She exhaled deeply, attempting to calm the storm of emotions inside her. Her gaze shifted from frustration to determination, her lips forming a thin line. Slowly, she turned to face him fully, locking eyes with him in a silent challenge. Fine, Rika said, her voice resolute. I accept your words, but don't think for a second that I've given up. I will make you fall for me, and no one will come between us. I am not sharing you with anyone. Don't even imagine it. Her tone was fierce, her confidence palpable as she reached up and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him closer as she delivered her declaration. Her eyes were intense, unwavering in their intent, as if she were ready to fight the entire world to make him see her in the way she wished. It was a side of Rika that Naruto had seen before, strong, determined, and unrelenting. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at her forceful attitude, the sound genuine and warm. Ha ha ha, I like that. Let me see what you can do, he said with a smile, his voice light but encouraging. He pulled her into a hug, his arms wrapping around her as he chuckled, enjoying the rare glimpse of her vulnerability mixed with her usual fierceness. Rika didn't resist, and for a moment, her anger melted away, replaced by a sense of relief. She had made her feelings clear, and despite everything, Naruto hadn't rejected her outright. That was enough for now. The warmth of his embrace was comforting, and as she relaxed in his arms, the tension from earlier began to dissipate. Naruto had always been someone who could disarm her with a simple touch, his presence calming the storm within her. The moment stretched on, peaceful and quiet, as the world outside continued its slow turn. Despite the complexities of their emotions, the team had somehow averted their first major crisis. For now, they were still standing, together, and that was enough. The rest could wait. As the night wore on, the conversation turned lighter. Naruto and Rika fell into an easy rhythm, talking about everything and nothing. The awkwardness had passed, and for the first time in a while, Rika allowed herself to relax, knowing that this wasn't the end, just the beginning of something new. The night ended peacefully, the team reunited, and their bond strengthened by the shared experience. Chapter 3 Bonds Beyond Duty. As Naruto cruised down the quiet streets on his Harley-Davidson Virad, the wind tousling his hair, he couldn't help but smile to himself. He had just dropped Rika off at her place, and the whole night was still fresh in his mind. Rika, with her mischievous smile, had insisted on a kiss on the cheek right in front of her gate. It was an intentional show for her parents, no doubt to send a clear message that she wasn't going to let him off easy. The way she played the game, with calculated precision, amused him more than it irritated him. She was relentless in her pursuit, and that made it interesting. Naruto chuckled to himself as he leaned into the bike, enjoying the sound of the engine purring beneath him. He couldn't help but think of how this would have played out if things had been different, if Hinata hadn't become so distant after everything they had been through, or if Hanabi had ever been interested in him when they were younger. There was a time when everything felt simpler, but he had a responsibility now, one that stretched far beyond personal desires. Still, it didn't stop him from feeling that twinge of excitement at what the future held. As the city lights blurred around him, he reflected on the strange turn of events. His life was about to change again. For years, he had patiently waited, knowing he was qualified to enter the digital world, yet bound by the rules that prevented him from taking that step until he was officially cleared. That moment was almost here. The digital world was a place he had heard much about, a place where adventure awaited and where the next chapter of his journey would unfold. He had seen the power that Digimon and their tamers wielded, and he knew that his potential there could be limitless. Naruto had kept himself grounded in the human world until now. He was careful not to stir trouble, though that didn't mean he hadn't stepped in to help when needed. He had avoided conflict with the more powerful gangs and organizations, choosing instead to focus on his training and personal growth. The life he lived wasn't all that different from how it had been when he was younger, only now, it felt like a quiet pause before something much bigger came his way. As a tamer in training, he knew the process well. The Tamer's program was structured, designed to prepare young people for their eventual partnerships with Digimon, teaching them how to capture and care for these digital creatures, and how to face the challenges of their world. For some, the training was just a formality, a way to follow the rules. For Naruto, it was the first step toward the adventure he had been waiting for. But tonight, as he sped through the streets, the world around him felt calm. The promise of what was to come, the sense of something more out there, made him feel alive in a way that only adventure could. He could already feel the weight of responsibility and the thrill of it in his chest. A new chapter was on the horizon, and this time, it wasn't just about survival or fighting. It was about shaping the future alongside a team that would help him grow and perhaps even discover more about himself in the process. The ride home was peaceful, with the city streets almost completely devoid of traffic. The snow, gently falling in the quiet night, seemed to soften the usual buzz of city life, giving the world an almost surreal tranquility. The neon glow from the countless holograms and drones that adorned the skyline flickered in the distance, casting a soft glow over the city. It was a stark contrast to the traditional design of the Uzumaki household, which remained rooted in its ancestral Japanese style despite the rapid technological advancements in the outside world. Naruto's thoughts wandered as he maneuvered the Harley-Davidson V-Rod through the calm streets. The city had changed so much over the years. Futuristic skyscrapers, flying vehicles, and advanced AI systems were the norm now. But his home, the Uzumaki clan estate, was a place out of time, an oasis of tradition amidst the overwhelming modernity of the world. It was a sprawling estate, complete with lush gardens, koi ponds, and meticulously designed houses that held echoes of ancient craftsmanship. The clan's wealth was no secret. Their involvement in the digital development companies, the ownership of a top-tier tournament team, publishing businesses, hospitals, and pharmaceutical companies placed them at the pinnacle of the world's power structures. The clan's dojo, where both martial arts and Digimon training took place, stood as a testament to the balanced nature of the Uzumaki legacy. They were a family that upheld both traditional values and cutting-edge technology, blending them seamlessly to maintain their position as one of the wealthiest and most influential in the world. Naruto, as the heir, had spent most of his life surrounded by the elite. He had met many of the world's most powerful and influential people, but he wasn't interested in wealth for wealth's sake. His interest lay elsewhere, in mastering his abilities, protecting those he cared about, and now, preparing for the unknown adventure that lay ahead. Pulling into the garage, Naruto parked the bike beside his other vehicles, including a sleek silver sports car and a couple of older models he liked to tinker with. As he got off the bike and walked toward the entrance, he was greeted by Hilda, one of the clan's maids. She was a striking figure, a beautiful young woman with glossy blonde hair and forest green eyes. Her hair was tied up in a neat bun, though strands fell to one side of her face, framing her delicate features. She wore a fashionable, knee-length made outfit that was both elegant and practical, fitting her status as one of the more prominent members of the Uzumaki household. "Welcome back, Naruto-sama. I hope you had a good outing today," Hilda said, her voice calm and respectful. She reached for his jacket and helmet, expertly taking them and placing them where they belonged. "I'm back, Hilda. Everything was good on my outing. How about the residents? Anything I should know about?" Naruto replied, pausing for a moment as he stopped at the entrance. Hilda's gaze softened as she responded, her tone still respectful but tinged with something else, something that spoke of her unique nature. "All is well. The residence is quiet. No issues at all. The clan is preparing for the upcoming events. You're expected for a meeting tomorrow morning with Uncle Darui." Naruto nodded as he made his way inside, acknowledging Hilda's words. As the young maid followed him, there was an underlying tension between them, though it wasn't overt. Hilda wasn't just any ordinary maid, she was part of the Uzumaki clan's elite circle. She was a new type, a hybrid between a human and a dark Digimon. As a result, Hilda was far more powerful than most Tamers or mutants, thanks to her origins. Hilda, along with other members of the clan, had been found by Naruto's Uncle Darui after their parents had perished. They had been taken in by the Uzumaki clan and raised with the utmost care and respect. They were more than just maids, they were highly trained and loyal Tamers with extraordinary abilities. Their powers, however, were carefully controlled, regulated by suppressors, either collars, bracelets, or rings. This was to prevent their overwhelming abilities from causing unnecessary harm or drawing unwanted attention before they were registered and cleared by the system. Naruto was no stranger to the unique status of the new types. His own lineage as a mutant, one of the advanced humans, meant that his abilities were also far beyond ordinary human limits. Mutants shared some similarities with new types in terms of their enhanced physical abilities, but there was a key difference. New types, as children of Digimon, had the potential to reach champion-level powers and more, whereas mutants like Naruto, though powerful, were still less than fully equipped to handle the true strength of a Digimon partner without further bonding. He knew that Hilda, Ruri, Morrigan, and even Roberta the head maid were all Tamers of incredible skill, capable of holding their own against the best. Their powers were nothing to be taken lightly, and their loyalty to the Uzumaki clan was unshakable. In many ways, they were like family to Naruto, and he was grateful for their presence in his life. Hilda stood quietly behind Naruto as he walked up the stairs, her green eyes following his every movement. There was a look of calm contemplation on her face, a reflection of the years she had spent in the Uzumaki household, dutifully serving Naruto and his family. She had always known that there was something unique about him, even when he was just a young child. The bond between them had formed so naturally at first as a caretaker, but eventually, it had evolved into something deeper. She remembered the first time she had made the decision to follow him. She was only 7 years old at the time, yet she had felt an inexplicable pull toward Naruto. Even back then, when he was just a baby, she knew there was something extraordinary about him. He was more than just a child of the Uzumaki clan. His potential was limitless, and his kindness, wisdom, and determination made him a rare person in a world that often twisted such qualities into something darker. Over the years, Hilda had grown with him, watching as he became not only the heir to the Uzumaki clan but also a formidable tamer in his own right. She had trained rigorously, honing her skills and earning the respect of the world as one of the most powerful tamers. Yet, despite her own accomplishments, she remained humble, content in her role as Naruto's maid. She had found a sense of peace and purpose in serving him, taking care of him, and being a quiet presence in his life. But as the years had passed, something had shifted. The adoration she had once felt as a child began to deepen into something far more complex. When Naruto had grown into a young man, strong, wise, and undeniably attractive, Hilda began to see him not just as her young master but as someone she had fallen for. She had always admired his strength and intelligence, but now, there was something else, a warmth that bloomed in her chest whenever their paths crossed. The connection they shared was unspoken but undeniable. He was kind, fiercely protective of those he cared about, and always treated her with respect, never demeaning her for her status or her past. However, Hilda knew where her place was, and she would not overstep. She had chosen this life of service, and it brought her contentment, even if it meant keeping her feelings hidden. To express her love for him would be too much. She respected him too much to burden him with her emotions, and she knew that he was focused on other things. His heart was not hers to claim, not in the way she wished, and she was at peace with that. At least, she told herself she was. In truth, though, she often found herself imagining what it would be like if he ever noticed her in that way, if he ever saw her as more than just the maid who had been by his side for so long. But she couldn't bring herself to ask for more, not when she already had so much. Serving him, watching him grow and achieve his potential, was more than enough for her. She was content in her role, even if it meant loving him from afar, silently supporting him in everything he did. And though she may never voice her feelings, she would always be there, in the background, quietly watching over him, ready to support him through whatever challenges lay ahead. Naruto made his way toward the hallway that led to his room, his boots clicking lightly against the polished floor of the grand house. His mind was still on the recent information Hilda had shared. Menma, his older brother by 2 years, had always been a source of both amusement and worry for Naruto. Menma, despite his strikingly similar appearance, black hair, red eyes, was much more of a wild card in their family. He had a tendency to throw himself into dangerous situations without much thought for the consequences, something Naruto had learned to accept, even if it frustrated him at times. Naruto's thoughts were briefly interrupted as Hilda's voice carried from behind him. Master Menma seemed to have come across the Bagra army on his mission and escaped with the help of the phantom thieves. He was just talking about owing a favor to Joker before realizing that the thieves had swiped his treasures. He is in the gym venting his rage fighting against Ruri. Naruto chuckled at the mental picture Hilda's words painted. Menma's tendency to get himself into sticky situations was almost legendary in the family, and it seemed he had gotten himself caught up in something dangerous again. The Bagra army was one of the most ruthless forces in the digital world. Known for their violent disdain for humans, they sought to dominate every corner of the digital and human worlds alike. However, the mention of the Phantom Thieves caught Naruto's attention, and his thoughts momentarily shifted. The Phantom Thieves were a notorious dark guild, a group of individuals who specialized in stealing from the rich and powerful. Their methods were daring, and their ability to elude capture was nothing short of remarkable. Most assumed they operated solely within the digital world, but their presence in the human world had become undeniable. The rumor mill buzzed with tales of their mysterious hacker who kept them out of the system's sight, making them nearly impossible to track. For the Digimon Association and many in the human world, the Phantom Thieves were a constant thorn in their side, though none could catch them. Naruto paused just outside his room, glancing back toward Hilda as he asked, he wasn't in real danger, was he? His voice held a slight edge of concern, something that wasn't typical for Naruto, but with Menma, he couldn't always help it. The thought of his brother in real peril, especially in the hands of the Bagra army, unsettled him. According to the master, he could have escaped with some trouble since it was just a scout group and the commanding officer was not in sight, Hilda replied, her voice even and calm, though there was a subtle trace of concern in her tone. Naruto let out a relieved sigh, the tension easing from his shoulders. Menma was strong, there was no doubt about that, but the Bagra army was no joke. They had a particular hatred for humans, and even the most capable of fighters could find themselves overwhelmed by their forces. The fact that Menma had escaped without much trouble made Naruto feel better. That's good, Naruto muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. I'd have been worried if he had actually gotten himself into a real dangerous situation. The Bagra army's animosity toward humans was well known, and Naruto knew firsthand how brutal their forces could be. He had seen enough of their destruction in the digital world to understand the true extent of their power. Hilda watched him quietly, her eyes softening as she noticed his concern. Despite his outwardly calm demeanor, she had learned over the years that Naruto had a deeply protective side, especially when it came to his family. She could feel the connection between them, the bond forged over the years of loyalty and service. Changing the subject slightly to give him a chance to relax, Naruto asked, "That's good to hear. Have you eaten, Hilda?" He glanced over his shoulder, the words casual, but his tone held a quiet sincerity. It was rare that Hilda didn't wait for him to return before eating, and he knew that she often sacrificed her own time just to ensure his comfort. Hilda's lips curled into a soft smile, though her eyes remained focused. Fufufu, was young master interested in eating together? Her voice took on a teasing note, but it was clear that her amusement was genuine. She placed a hand delicately over her mouth to hide her smile. "Apologies, I had a meal together with my sisters." Naruto raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk forming on his face. "Yes, I was thinking of accompanying you for dinner." He gave her a small nod of acknowledgement, a hint of warmth in his words. He had always appreciated her thoughtfulness, and while he was used to her quiet mannerisms, it was moments like these that made him grateful for her presence in his life. Hilda's smile deepened, and she straightened her posture, her face lighting up slightly at his response. "Then, I can make some space for the young master." Her voice was respectful as always, but there was a clear sense of affection in her words. Naruto nodded, his gaze softening. "Good, let me take a shower, and I'll meet you in the dining room." He turned back toward his room, his tall frame casting a long shadow in the hallway. As he passed by, he could feel Hilda's eyes on him, but it didn't make him uncomfortable. He had long since become accustomed to her unwavering loyalty. He paused just outside his room and glanced back over his shoulder at Hilda, who stood a few steps away. At 1.9 meters tall, Naruto had grown into his full height, towering above most of his family members, including Hilda, who stood shorter than him. He was the tallest in the household, with only Roberta and Darui surpassing him in stature. "Thanks, Hilda," Naruto added with a quiet sincerity before disappearing into his room. Chapter 4, The Tamer's Trial. The night at the Uzumaki estate was serene, blanketed by the soft glow of moonlight and the quiet whispers of the wind brushing through the gardens. After finishing dinner with Hilda, Naruto returned to his quarters, where the comfortable solitude of his room awaited him. However, it wasn't long before he was joined by two familiar figures, Morrigan and Ruri, who slipped in silently with playful smiles. Morrigan, with her fiery hair and sharp wit, had an air of mischief that was hard to miss. Ruri, on the other hand, was quieter, her presence soft and soothing, though no less commanding when she wished to be. Both women had been part of the Uzumaki household for years, their unwavering loyalty and camaraderie deeply woven into the family's fabric. The three shared laughter and light-hearted conversations, reminiscing about past adventures and exchanging stories from their day. The bond between them was evident. It wasn't just a relationship of service or obligation but one of genuine respect and affection. Naruto, ever the observant and thoughtful soul, knew the dynamics of his family and clan were delicate. As the most admired and skilled member of the Uzumaki clan, he was often regarded as the ideal candidate for leadership. People spoke of his wisdom, strength, and fairness, envisioning him as the perfect head of the family. But Naruto had no desire for such a role. He had worn the mantle of leadership before, bearing the weight of nations on his shoulders. This time, he sought freedom and a life unbound by duty. Stepping into that role would also disrupt the life of Menma, his elder brother and the rightful heir to the clan's leadership. Naruto understood Menma's journey. While Menma had been groomed from birth to take over the family's responsibilities, the shadow cast by Naruto's brilliance had loomed large. In another world, under different circumstances, such a dynamic could have bred resentment and strife. However, Naruto had been proactive in nurturing their relationship. He had worked tirelessly to assure Menma of his support, training him, sparring with him, and treating him not as a rival but as a brother and friend. These efforts had borne fruit, and today, Menma looked up to Naruto not with envy but with admiration and trust. The bond between them was unshakable, built on years of shared struggles and mutual respect. Menma was no slouch. He had grown strong under Naruto's guidance, honing his skills to the point where he could stand tall as a leader in his own right. Naruto's presence, rather than overshadowing Menma, had become his greatest asset, a constant source of support and inspiration. Naruto's nightly routine often involved sparring with family members, including Menma and his younger sister, Rias. These sessions weren't just about maintaining his own edge but also about ensuring the strength of the clan. "Never let peace dull your blade," he had once told Menma during a particularly grueling sparring match. "Complacency is the first step toward failure." These words resonated deeply within the family, and Naruto's actions served as a constant reminder of their truth. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the Uzumaki household stirred to life once more, a family united by ties of blood, trust, and shared purpose. For Naruto, the night had been a quiet reminder of what mattered most: family, loyalty, and the unyielding pursuit of excellence. The morning at the Uzumaki estate began with its usual rhythm of discipline and vigor. Naruto woke up at 5, as was his custom, feeling refreshed after a mere 3 hours of sleep. Though capable of functioning at full capacity with just 30 minutes of rest, Naruto appreciated the luxury of sleep and indulged in it when he could. After a light snack, Naruto commenced his day with a high-speed run around the compound, his form a blur as he raced against the crisp morning wind. His pace was unmatched, nearing the speed of sound without any chakra augmentation. The guards and family members joined in this ritual, creating a dynamic and united start to the day. In the gym, Naruto pushed his body to its limits, utilizing equipment designed for high-level tamers. His strength and endurance were unparalleled. He could lift 100 tons effortlessly and surpass mutants in physical capability without even accessing chakra. To others, these feats were extraordinary, but to Naruto, they were simply routine. He had built his strength through relentless effort and discipline, and he viewed these abilities as a natural result of his dedication. Following his physical workout, Naruto shifted his focus to chakra training. Despite his current reserves being at a Chunin level due to his circumstances, his mastery of chakra control made him incredibly effective. With techniques such as the gentle fist, the 8 gates, chakra scalpel, genjutsu, and elemental manipulation at his disposal, Naruto's skill far exceeded his peers. Moreover, he maintained his proficiency in techniques like the strength of 100 seal, which allowed him to release bursts of power far beyond his usual limits. Despite his lowered chakra levels, Naruto remained a formidable force, earning him the rank of D-level tamer even without a Digimon partner, a testament to his unique potential. The morning training concluded with sparring sessions. Naruto bested every opponent, demonstrating his superiority in combat while teaching his family and guards valuable lessons. Afterward, he cleaned up and joined the household for breakfast, enjoying a warm and hearty meal in the company of his loved ones. Naruto's educational journey had been unconventional. As a child of the Uzumaki clan, he had been homeschooled alongside other clan members to maximize his potential. However, he recognized the value of social interaction and mental well-being, advocating for group learning sessions. His efforts led to a more collaborative training environment, benefiting not only his siblings Menma and Rias but also friends like Rika, Henry, and Takato. Once breakfast was over, Naruto prepared to leave the estate. He donned his signature leather jacket, swung a leg over his Harley-Davidson V-Rod, and started the engine. His mates and family members gathered at the entrance, offering their blessings and well wishes. There was no fanfare or dramatic farewell. Everyone knew that this was only the beginning of a much-anticipated journey. The true celebration would come later, once Naruto's Digimon partner was revealed. With a confident nod and a smile, Naruto revved the engine and sped away, the morning sun casting a golden glow over his path. His heart raced with excitement, not just for the new adventure ahead but also for the endless possibilities it promised. The grand entrance to the Digimon Association loomed before them, an architectural marvel that blended futuristic design with elements of ancient tradition. The sprawling grounds were a testament to humanity's collaboration with Digimon over the decades. Towering statues of the 10 heroes, also known as the Ancients, flanked the main gates. Each figure was carved with exquisite detail, embodying the power and determination that had defined their legendary battle a century ago. The Ancients were revered as humanity's greatest protectors, their might having secured a place for humans in a world once ruled solely by Digimon. Naruto stood at the forefront, his usual calm demeanor masking the subtle excitement bubbling within. His sharp gaze swept over his team Takato, Henry, and Rika, each of them carrying a unique mix of anticipation and determination. "Are you guys ready?" Naruto asked, his voice steady but laced with a quiet energy. Takato practically vibrated with excitement, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "Oh, I am ready. Let's go, I'm so pumped," he exclaimed, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Naruto chuckled softly. Among the team, Takato was the least experienced in terms of lineage and background. His parents were humble bakers with no significant reputation in the tamer world. Yet, Takato's raw talent and relentless dedication had earned him a place among this elite group. His optimism and energy were contagious, even on the most challenging days. Henry, the group's strategist, normally played the role of peacemaker, balancing Takato's exuberance with calm logic. Today, however, he was unusually quiet, the weight of the occasion evident in his contemplative expression. Rika, on the other hand, stood slightly apart, her fiery personality subdued by the tension of the moment. She usually had a sharp word or two for Takato's antics, but now she simply crossed her arms, her violet eyes betraying a flicker of the same excitement she refused to show openly. Naruto smiled at the scene. It was a snapshot of their dynamic, each member contributing a unique strength to the team. The sight stirred a nostalgic warmth in him, reminding him of his own early adventures and the camaraderie that had shaped him. "Let's go," Naruto said, his tone light but firm, before Takato runs wild from the anticipation. He reached out and took Rika's hand in a gentle but reassuring gesture. She glanced at him, a faint blush dusting her cheeks, but she didn't pull away. Together, the group stepped through the gates and into the heart of the Digimon Association. The building's interior was even more impressive, with towering holograms of Digimon projected above and a bustling crowd of tamers and officials moving with purpose. The atmosphere was electric, a blend of technology and tradition that symbolized humanity's evolving relationship with Digimon. As they made their way toward the registration desk, Naruto's mind wandered briefly to the legends of the Ancients. Their presence had been instrumental in shaping the balance between humanity and Digimon, and Naruto couldn't help but feel a deep respect for their contributions. At the same time, his warrior's spirit itched at the thought of testing himself against such formidable opponents someday. But for now, his focus was on the journey ahead, the Hypnos system, the trials that awaited, and the bonds that would soon be forged with their Digimon partners. Naruto tightened his grip on Rika's hand, his resolve as strong as ever. Today wasn't just a step forward for them as Tamer, it was the beginning of something far greater. As Naruto stepped inside the sterile, white room, a sense of calm washed over him. Despite the featureless surroundings, he could feel the weight of the challenge ahead. The Digimon Association had always been meticulous in their selection process, ensuring that only the most capable tamers advanced. The AI's voice chimed softly, breaking the silence. "Welcome, candidate. Initiating compatibility and strategy assessment. Please prepare for the first scenario." Before Naruto could respond, the room shifted. The air around him grew dense as the blank canvas transformed into a sprawling, mountainous landscape. He appeared to float above it, an observer to a titanic clash unfolding below. Two enormous Digimon were locked in combat. On one side stood Wargreymon, the ultimate evolution of the Agumon line, radiating fiery determination with its Terra Force ready to unleash. On the other, Black Metal Garurumon, the ultimate evolution of the Gabumon line corrupted by darkness, its sleek body brimming with destructive energy. The AI posed its question. Identify the Digimon and their evolution lines. Predict the winner based on the scenario. Naruto didn't hesitate. The Digimon on the left is Wargreymon, the ultimate evolution of the Agumon line, Botamon Koromon Agumon Greymon Metal Greymon Wargreymon. The one on the right is Black Metal Garurumon, the ultimate evolution of the Gabumon line corrupted by darkness, Punamon Tsunomon Gabumon Garurumon Black Wargarurumon Black Metal Garurumon. Based on attributes and terrain, Wargreymon has the upper hand due to its close combat prowess and its brave shield for defense against ranged attacks. However, if Black Metal Garurumon maintains distance and leverages its precision attacks, it could exploit Wargreymon's gaps in speed. Overall, I predict Wargreymon will emerge victorious due to its experience and adaptability in close combat. The AI acknowledged the response and moved seamlessly to the next scenario. Naruto found himself in various challenging situations, each testing a different aspect of his knowledge and strategic thinking. Capture a rogue Digimon. Naruto was asked to subdue an enraged Tyrannomon without harming it. His solution involved luring it with food and utilizing a tranquilizer device combined with speed to avoid its aggressive strikes. Diagnose a Digimon's issue. The scenario showed a visibly distressed Digimon exhibiting unusual lethargy. Naruto identified the problem as corrupted data from an unstable environment and suggested using a restoration program along with energy-boosting food. Evolution pathways. Naruto flawlessly mapped out complex evolution trees for Digimon like Patamon into Seraphimon and Gatomon into Ophanimon, including alternate paths based on choices and external factors. Battle tactics. He was placed in a simulated battle with an aggressive Metal Tyrannomon. Naruto crafted a strategy to exploit its slower speed and high energy consumption, opting to outmaneuver and target weak points. Terrain challenges. In a volcanic environment, he chose heat-resistant equipment and a Digimon capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, such as Meramon. Personal motivations. Finally, the AI inquired, "What is your goal as a tamer?" Naruto's voice carried quiet confidence as he replied, "To protect my friends and family, to bridge the gap between humans and Digimon, and to grow stronger so I can stand against any threat that comes our way." When the tests concluded, the room dissolved into its original blank state. Naruto stepped out into a waiting area, a small break granted before the next phase. He leaned against the wall, running a hand through his hair, his mind reflecting on the challenges he had just faced. The next phase would be even more critical. He was ready. Chapter 5, Mutant Among Mutants. As Naruto waited for his combat test, the upper echelon of the Digimon Association convened in a high-tech observation room. Mitsuo Yamaki, the stern and methodical head of the association, stood at the forefront, his cold gaze fixed on the large screen displaying Naruto. Beside him stood his wife and secretary, Rika, a composed woman whose calm demeanor often softened Mitsuo's rigid nature. Ordinarily, Tamer trainees were monitored by mid-level personnel such as Na-So-Ri and Yu-Suk-Young. However, Naruto's group was exceptional, warranting the attention of the top brass. The unusual circumstances had been communicated beforehand by Kim Mi-young, the team leader overseeing the test. She understood the significance of Naruto's trial and its potential to impact the association's strategy moving forward. The stakes were high. Depending on the Digimon a tamer bonded with, the association provided varying levels of support and protection. A strong tamer with an exceptional partner could become a prime target for criminal organizations in both the human and digital worlds. Safeguarding such talent was a priority. Mitsuo's voice broke the silence. How was his health checkup? His tone was calm but carried an edge of authority. Clad in a sharp black suit, his imposing presence commanded respect. Despite his harsh reputation, Mitsuo was fair and held himself and others to the highest standards. Rika, holding a tablet with the results, glanced at her husband. Better than expected. His stats exceed all prior records. Na-So-Ri, a blonde woman from Korea with an air of pride about her, couldn't hide her incredulity as she reviewed the data. "Sir, is he even human?" she blurted, her polished demeanor momentarily slipping. This was her first time seeing Naruto's test results, as Young typically handled his reports. Naruto's data painted a picture that defied logic. His strength, speed, and endurance far exceeded the norm for even the most advanced new-type rookies. The sheer magnitude of his capabilities left her stunned. Kim Mi-young, a seasoned official who had followed Naruto's progress since his first assessment, grinned at the reaction. "He's a mutant among mutants," she said, clearly enjoying the shock on Na-So-Ri's face. Mi-young had always been fascinated by Naruto's potential, and her enthusiasm for his growth hadn't waned. Mitsuo nodded thoughtfully, his sharp eyes never leaving the screen. "Indeed, we're witnessing the evolution of a new breed of tamers. What we see in him today could become the standard for future generations. We must study this carefully." Naruto's mutation was an anomaly. There had been no unusual phenomena at his birth, no Digimon battles nearby, no digital aurora, no interference from high-level entities like the Royal Knights. Despite this, Naruto had achieved unprecedented growth, baffling even the most seasoned researchers. "Update his rating," Mitsuo said, his voice firm. "Change it to C rank." The room fell silent. Mitsuo's words carried significant weight. A C rank designation was unheard of for someone who hadn't even bonded with a Digimon yet. After a moment, the gravity of the decision sank in, and the staff quickly began updating Naruto's profile. On the screen, Naruto's sparring session played out, showcasing his precision, power, and strategy. His opponents, a set of well-trained Digimon and simulated adversaries, were utterly outmatched. The match was so one-sided that some of the observers felt sympathy for the defeated Digimon. Rika finally spoke, her voice soft yet tinged with admiration. "He's not just talented. He's extraordinary." Mitsuo folded his arms, his cold expression softening just slightly. "Extraordinary or not, talent must be nurtured. Keep a close watch. We cannot afford to lose him to outside forces." In the room, the significance of Naruto's presence was clear. He wasn't just a promising tamer, he was a glimpse into the future of humanity's relationship with Digimon. Naruto stepped into the new room, which shimmered with digital energy before stabilizing into a lush grassland with a river cutting through the terrain. The sky above was a soft gradient of oranges and blues, creating an almost serene atmosphere, an ironic backdrop for the fierce battle about to unfold. The space was a pocket dimension in the digital world, tailored specifically for combat tests. Unlike the standard evaluation, which usually involved rookie-level Digimon, Naruto's test pitted him against a champion-level opponent. The evaluators deemed a weaker foe pointless for someone of his caliber. Standing across the battlefield was Leomon, a tall, muscular lion-like Digimon clad in light armor and wielding a dagger. Known for his skill and honor in combat, Leomon's reputation as a mid-tier champion Digimon was well-earned. His mere presence exuded strength and confidence. Naruto, in contrast, wore a sleek, futuristic gray armor that enveloped his entire body. Lightweight yet durable, it offered protection without hindering movement. Along with his armor, he had an arsenal of tools at his disposal: smoke bombs, poison bombs, grenades, time bombs, an electric whip, an electric spear, and a plasma gun. Despite the advanced weaponry, Naruto chose to face his opponent unarmed initially, confident in his abilities. Leomon locked eyes with Naruto, his instincts flaring. The tension was palpable as the test began. Without hesitation, Leomon charged at supersonic speed, his dagger glinting as he aimed for Naruto's neck. For most, the attack would have been a blur impossible to counter. Yet, Naruto saw the movement as though it were in slow motion. His chakra-enhanced body reacted instantly. With a swift punch, Naruto struck Leomon's hand, the force of the impact breaking the champion's fingers and sending the dagger clattering to the ground. Leomon roared in pain, retreating a step, but Naruto followed up with a spinning kick aimed at his abdomen. Sensing the danger, Leomon leaped back, his feet skidding on the grass. A powerful roar erupted from his throat, channeling his energy into a stunning sonic attack. The sound waves rippled through the air, aimed at immobilizing Naruto. Naruto responded calmly, his hands weaving a light wind manipulation technique. The sound attack dissipated harmlessly, leaving him unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, he picked up Leomon's discarded dagger, infused it with chakra, and hurled it with precision. The dagger became a blur of deadly intent. Leomon, sensing the danger, roared again and unleashed his fist of the Beast King, sending a lion-shaped energy blast to intercept the dagger. The two attacks collided mid-air and neutralized each other, the resulting shockwave rustling the grass. "Don't act so shocked," Naruto said, smirking. "That was nothing special." Closing the distance in an instant, Naruto delivered a powerful punch to Leomon's abdomen. The impact sent the Digimon flying into the nearby river, the force fracturing his ribs. Leomon rose from the water, battered but undeterred. His golden eyes burned with determination as he clenched his fists. The humiliation of being outmatched so easily fueled his desperation. With a deep roar, he activated his ultimate move. Fist of the Beast King Baraji. A relentless flurry of lion-shaped energy blasts erupted from his fists, each one radiating destructive power. The attacks raced toward Naruto in rapid succession, leaving no room for error. Naruto remained calm. He tossed a kunai into the sky, substituted his position mid-air, and flung another kunai directly at Leomon. The blade, enhanced with explosive tags and time bombs, cut through the air faster than sound. The kunai embedded itself in Lamon's skull, but the Digimon's tough hide prevented it from piercing through. For a moment, the battlefield seemed to freeze. Naruto landed gracefully, his smile faint but ominous. Such a thick skull, but I'd be careful if I were you. The time bombs detonated. A deafening explosion ripped through the grassland, the shockwave shaking the terrain. Smoke and dust filled the air as the blast subsided, revealing Lamon's prone form. The once proud warrior lay on the ground, his injuries severe. Blood trickled from his fractured skull, and his melted eyes emitted pained growls of anguish. Naruto approached the fallen Digimon, his steps measured. I really don't like doing this, he muttered, his voice tinged with regret. Reaching Lamon's side, he placed his hand gently on the Digimon's chest, directly over the heart. With a precise application of chakra, Naruto caused Lamon's heart to rupture. The champion let out a final, quiet gasp before going still. The battle was over. The pocket dimension dissolved, returning Naruto to the sterile, white testing room. His armor bore light scuffs, but Naruto himself appeared untouched. He exhaled deeply, his expression neutral but his mind reflective. Despite the victory, the weight of taking a life even in a test was not lost on him. The evaluators watching through the monitors were stunned into silence. Mitsuo Yamake, ever the composed leader, broke the quiet. Change his rating to C rank, he ordered, his voice resolute. Naruto had once again proven that he was not just a prodigy, he was a force of nature. Chapter 6, Trials of Precision and Power, Rika and Takato's Test. As Naruto engaged in his battle, the others were facing their own challenges. Rika moved with a sense of focused calmness as she entered the forested region for her test. Dressed in her combat armor, she carried an array of support weapons, including a handgun, ready for whatever lay ahead. Unlike Naruto, Rika wasn't one to rush into a fight with brute force. She was strategic and deliberate in her actions. The test assigned her a rookie-level Digimon, a standard opponent for most candidates, though the test parameters had been adjusted higher for Rika's advanced skill set. Rookie Digimons were typically not much of a threat to those equipped and prepared. While Rika was prepared for the usual level of challenge, the association had chosen to push her a bit further, increasing the strength of the Digimon to see how she would perform against a more powerful foe. As Rika surveyed her surroundings, her heightened senses went to work. Her mind honed in on every minute detail, every vibration in the air and ground. She had cultivated her danger sense over the years, allowing her to anticipate threats before they materialized. In the distance, she could feel the subtle disturbance of something moving fast. But she couldn't see Ike yet. Rika remained still, waiting, patient, and observant. Out of nowhere, a loud explosion shattered the stillness. A metal ball slammed into a nearby tree, leaving a hole through its trunk. Rika's reflexes kicked in immediately, and she rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the impact. The danger sense flared in her mind, and she quickly locked on to the position of the creature responsible for the attack. Through the forest, a purple flash darted through the trees, its form moving erratically as it fired more metal balls in her direction. It was too fast to track easily. But Rika was prepared. She raised her gun and fired. The bullets weren't ordinary. Rika could manipulate them mid-flight, altering their trajectory as they made their way toward the target. The creature was quick, weaving through the trees with impressive agility. Despite Rika's best efforts, she lost sight of it as the surrounding foliage exploded in a burst of force. The trees fell apart in chaos, blocking her view of the enemy. But Rika wasn't about to let it get away. Using her special abilities, she activated a flash and smoke bomb. The sudden eruption of light and smoke created an overwhelming distraction. With her visor activated, Rika was unaffected by the light but saw everything clearly through the smoke. She felt the vibrations in the air, tracking the enemy's movements. The creature, now disoriented, fell from above, its speed and precision faltering for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Rika deployed the metal wires hidden in her armor. These wires moved with a mind of their own, weaving together to form a trap. They coiled around the creature, locking it in place. It was Turbulent, a beast-like Digimon with purple fur, a large vulpine tail, and small black wings. A triangular red gem rested on its brow, and it growled in defiance as the wires wrapped around its body. Just as Rika was about to secure her victory, she felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Her danger sense flared once again, and she swiftly jumped backward. An energy wave exploded from Turbulent, shattering the wires and sending debris flying in all directions. The Digimon's rage was palpable as it let out an aggressive growl and launched another barrage of metal balls toward her. Rika wasn't deterred. She swapped her handgun for a shotgun, unleashing a series of powerful explosive shots. The shots curved through the barrage of metal balls, each explosion creating a stunning visual as they tore through the air. One after another, the shots hit their mark, pushing Turbulent back. Boom, boom. The explosions rocked the area, and the beast finally crumpled to the ground, incapacitated. Without hesitation, Rika charged forward, drawing her short sword. She closed the distance and with one swift motion, slashed through Turbulent's neck, finishing the test in a clean, decisive strike. The battle was over, and Rika's test came to a close. She stood over her downed opponent, her breath steady and controlled, as the room around her shifted back to normal. As Takato stood on the beach, his feet sinking into the warm sand, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. The bright red and blue armor he wore stood out against the clear blue sky and the golden sands around him. Despite the nerves he had felt earlier, Takato was determined to make the most of this moment. The world of Digimon was full of potential and challenges, and he was ready to face them head-on. His passion for Digimon had always been a driving force in his life. From a young age, he had spent hours playing with his parents Greymon and Golemon, bonding with them and dreaming of the day he would have his own partner. He never resented his humble beginnings or felt jealousy toward his more well-off friends. His focus was always on self-improvement, and he felt nothing but gratitude for the help his friends had given his family, allowing his parents' bakery business to thrive. Takato's ultimate dream was to meet the Royal Knights, the legendary figures who inspired him in countless ways. He wanted to learn from them, understand what made them so great, and perhaps even draw them up close as he always imagined. To do that, however, he needed to prove himself worthy. He knew that only by working hard, improving his own abilities, and showing his true potential could he ever earn the chance to interact with such esteemed beings. Today was another step in that journey. As he walked along the beach, his mind focused on the future and what lay ahead. This test was a challenge, but it was one he was ready for. His determination fueled him as he prepared to face whatever came next, with the dream of one day standing among the greats in the Royal Knights ranks. Takato casually walked along the beach, his footsteps leaving imprints in the soft sand, his mind sharp and focused. He showed no sign of concern for the test ahead, taking in the scenery around him as he prepared for his opponent. With his electric baton in one hand and a pistol in the other, Takato felt confident in his abilities. He specialized in close combat, making him one of the strongest offensive fighters in the group, alongside Naruto. Rika focused on speed and traps, while Henry handled the intellectual strategies. Takato's role was simple, to overwhelm with raw power and precision. A casual whistle left his lips as he scanned the area, and then, with a swift motion, he fired the pistol into the air, the sound of the gunshots shattering the tranquility of the beach. The noise caused his hidden foe to react immediately, sending 3 water bullets his way. Takato dodged each attack effortlessly, his body moving without conscious thought thanks to his unique ability, a barrier surrounding him that allowed him to react to anything that touched it. It was a product of intense training, his body now instinctively aware of threats around him. His eyes locked onto the creature hiding just beneath the water's surface. It was Gomamon, the rookie-level sea lion Digimon. Takato knew it would stay hidden in the water, where it had the advantage, but that didn't faze him. He gave a quick command to his armor, launching an electric bomb towards the water near the Digimon. Gomamon, however, was no novice. With a swift flick of its tail, it caused a massive wave to crash over the beach, carrying Takato's bomb along with it. The explosion rocked the surroundings, but Takato was quick to avoid it, moving with agility. Takato paused for a moment, taking a few steps back to reassess his approach. His foe had the field advantage with the water, but he was confident it wouldn't be enough. Gomamon might be a strong rookie, but Takato was more than capable. "Should I play with you the hard way or the easy way?" Takato murmured to himself with a grin. He considered diving into the water for a close-quarters fight or using his range to keep the advantage. With a smirk, Takato decided on a different route. He switched his pistol for a flash bomb, throwing it toward the water. But Gomamon, ever the tactician, dived into the sea before the flash could disorient it. Takato raised an eyebrow, amused. He knew the Digimon wasn't the real threat, he was part of the program created for their training, an opponent designed to test their skills. Takato doubted the real Gomamon would ever be so aggressive. This one had been made to fight. He wasn't about to make the test easy for it, though. Takato quickly reached for the grenades on his armor and, with the precision of a seasoned baseball player, threw them expertly into the water. Boom! The explosion sent ripples through the sea, disturbing the surface. After the noise and chaos subsided, Takato moved closer to the water, his baton spinning in his hand as he prepared for the next phase. He was determined to find his opponent, whether it wanted to fight or not. As he waded deeper into the water, a sudden pull on his leg startled him. A massive sea creature, an octopus, had reached out and tried to drag him in. Takato reacted in an instant, using the small explosive balls that slipped out of his armor to create confusion. In the brief moment of chaos, Takato leaped into the water, locking onto his target. With swift precision, he threw a hook and reeled Gomamon back to the surface, where he wasted no time in delivering a crushing blow with his baton. The hit landed squarely on Gomamon's head, and the force was enough to crack its skull, ending the battle decisively. Takato stood over the fallen Digimon, his breathing steady despite the intensity of the fight. The test had ended, and Takato had proven once again why he was considered one of the strongest in the group. 7. Chapter 7 Digital Forge, Henry's Trial. Henry entered the factory, the clanging sounds of machinery and the sharp scent of oil hitting him immediately. The environment was loud, chaotic, and had an industrial feel to it. Everything about the factory screamed efficiency and power. The walls vibrated from the constant activity, and the air was thick with the hum of various machines hard at work. This was a place where machine-type Digimon were commonly found, and Henry knew that the challenges here would test his skills in more ways than one. He was calm, his expression neutral but focused, as he took in the surroundings. His armor, though standard, fit him well, blending with his calm demeanor. In his right hand, he held a spear, a weapon that, though not his preferred tool, served its purpose for the task at hand. His strength lay in his ability to analyze and manipulate the data around him, not in brute force. His mind raced with the possibilities of digital manipulation as he walked deeper into the factory, each step bringing him closer to his test. Unlike the others in his team, Henry was known for his intellect. He had a background in martial arts, yes, but his true talent lay in technology. As a scientist and the tech expert of the group, he specialized in digital manipulation and super-perception, an ability that allowed him to perceive the flow of data around him with extraordinary clarity. It was this skill that set him apart. He could read the digital signatures of any machine or Digimon, deciphering their movements and analyzing their weaknesses before they even had a chance to act. His teammates Rika, Takato, and Naruto had their own unique strengths, but they all relied on Henry's tech expertise when it came to digital devices and the tools that helped them on their missions. He was their scientist, constantly tinkering with new inventions and improving the technology they used. Naruto was their leader, the strongest among them, but it was Henry's inventions that often made their missions smoother. They respected and admired him for his knowledge and the way he contributed to the team, but they also made him feel the desire to push himself further. He wasn't the strongest, but he always aimed to catch up to Naruto in his own way. Henry had his own motivations too. Despite his intelligence and technical prowess, he had never been drawn to fighting. It wasn't that he was afraid of combat, but he always felt more at home in a lab or workshop, surrounded by the potential of new creations. His true dream was to become a renowned creator of digital weapons and technology, someone whose innovations would shape the future of the digital world. To Henry, there was nothing more satisfying than taking the raw data from the digital world and transforming it into something tangible, something that could be used in battle or to improve the lives of others. But he also knew that his journey was one of constant learning. He couldn't afford to stay in the shadows of his teammates. As much as he loved working behind the scenes, he understood that he had to grow alongside them. There was always more to discover, more to learn, and he intended to do just that. His focus sharpened as he approached the center of the factory. He could feel the presence of something else, an energy signature that wasn't quite like the others. It was digital, but with a strange anomaly attached to it. His mind immediately went to work, calculating the best way to deal with whatever Digimon or machine was about to appear. For Henry, this wasn't just a test of strength. It was an opportunity to demonstrate his expertise, to show that even in a world dominated by power, intelligence and creativity had their place. The factory was filled with the constant hum of machines, their vibrations resonating through the ground. Henry, standing at the center of it all, was calm and focused, his sharp eyes scanning the environment as his mind worked through possible strategies. He could feel the digital signals around him, but it wasn't until he activated his sonar that he pinpointed the presence of his foe. The signal spiked as the enemy launched its first attack, a lightning strike that shot towards him. Without hesitation, Henry extended his spear, the tip of the weapon catching the electric surge. The lightning crackled around the spear, momentarily charging it with energy. He allowed the electricity to flow through the weapon, his armor absorbing the charge. As the lightning coursed through, Henry adjusted the setting on his spear, changing its attributes. He could feel the heat as he added the flame attribute, making his weapon even more dangerous. From the darkness of the factory's shadows, a figure appeared, soaring through the air with incredible speed. The air seemed to tremble as it broke the sound barrier. It was Kokuwaman, a robotic Digimon with 4 arms, 2 of which were equipped with clamp-like chela. Its head was shaped like a taser, sparking with electrical energy, and its body bristled with metallic plugs. 2 metal wings extended from its back, aiding its speed as it zoomed toward Henry. Henry had anticipated a machine-type Digimon, and though Kokuwaman was fast, its attack didn't surprise him. His super perception kicked in, his mind and body synchronizing with the flow of digital data around him. He could track the movements of his opponent with ease, predicting its next move. As Kokuwaman charged at him, head lowered to ram into his chest, Henry was already prepared. He had his spear positioned perfectly to intercept the incoming assault. With a swift motion, he leaned into the attack, thrusting his spear into Kokuwaman's chest. The impact triggered an explosive burst of flames that sent the robotic Digimon flying into the air. Before Kokuwaman could regain control, Henry had already activated a series of floating bombs, strategically placed in the air around the Digimon. The explosions went off one after another, the fiery blasts engulfing Kokuwaman in a storm of flames. The mechanical beast retaliated by releasing a powerful discharge of electricity, but Henry was ready. Using his whip, he caught the surge of lightning and redirected it, pulling Kokuwaman closer to the ground with tremendous force. With the Digimon disoriented, Henry closed the gap in an instant. He pulled out a bomb, positioning it carefully on Kokuwaman's chest as the beast struggled to move. The bomb's timer began to tick down, and Henry jumped back, activating his shield and holding it in front of him. The explosion was deafening, a blinding flash of light followed by a shockwave that rattled the entire factory. When the dust settled, Kokuwaman lay motionless on the ground, defeated. Henry took a deep breath, his mind already shifting to the next task. In the digital world, his abilities and his understanding of technology made him a formidable opponent. Though Rika's speed and Takato's strength were powerful in their own right, it was Henry's technical expertise and his ability to manipulate the environment around him that made him just as dangerous. He knew that, among his team, the battles could go either way, depending on the circumstances. But in the realm of digital warfare, Henry's intellect and adaptability gave him an edge that none of them could ignore. Chapter 8 The Bond Ignites, Azure's Awakening. Naruto stepped out of the room, the hum of the bustling Digimon Association headquarters in Japan fading into the background. He was greeted by the familiar face of Yusuke, someone who had become a close acquaintance over the past 3 years. She had been assigned to work with him when she first joined the association, and their bond had developed beyond that of colleagues. Despite the professional distance that usually came with their roles, there was a warmth in her demeanor that made their interactions feel more like a friendship. Yang was a striking woman, her long brown hair cascading down her back in soft waves, and her brown eyes exuding both kindness and determination. Her athletic build was a testament to her dedication and hard work, and her official red and brown dress fit her perfectly, adding a touch of elegance to her appearance. She was known for her warmth and humility, traits that made her well liked by her peers. People admired her, not only for her beauty but also for the way she treated others, always willing to lend a helping hand or offer support when needed. As she approached Naruto, her face lit up with excitement. She had always been enthusiastic about his progress, and today was no different. "You've improved again," she said, her voice filled with genuine joy. She was genuinely happy for him and the growth she had witnessed. Naruto, ever calm and composed, offered a smile in response. "I got excited about the journey and pushed harder." "How was the result?" He made his way to a nearby seat and accepted the juice she offered, his demeanor relaxed despite the achievements of the day. He hadn't expended much energy during the task, but it would be impolite to refuse her gesture of kindness. Yang couldn't contain her excitement as she delivered the news. "You got upgraded to C rank," she exclaimed, her voice bubbling with happiness. In her elation, she hugged him impulsively. Naruto, though often indifferent to formalities and rankings, found himself swept up in her enthusiasm. The warmth of her embrace felt genuine, and despite the professional distance he usually maintained, he couldn't help but smile. It was rare for him to feel such moments of happiness and connection, but Yang had a way of making those moments seem natural. As she pulled back, Naruto's thoughts wandered briefly. He was nearing the final step of his journey, with the C rank opening up more opportunities and freedoms. "Maybe I'll check back home once I get a powerful Digimon with dimensional travel," he mused internally. A flicker of curiosity about his world, the one he left behind, crossed his mind. He wondered how things had unfolded after his departure, but the thought quickly faded. There was too much to do here, and his current path demanded his attention. Yang, lost in her own excitement, found herself still in his arms, a little caught off guard by the closeness. She felt the comfort of the moment, but a sense of professionalism quickly washed over her. "No, I shouldn't do this," she thought, even as her heart hesitated. She could feel the desire to stay in that embrace, but she knew it was a line that couldn't be crossed. She was a tamer too, but her strength wasn't at Naruto's level, and she would need to summon her partner to break free if necessary. Noticing her hesitation, Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and realized the position they were in. "Sorry, got lost in thought for a moment," he said, his usual calm tone breaking the awkwardness of the moment. He released her gently, his expression apologetic, though his actions remained unaffected by the brief lapse in attention. Yang, though slightly flustered, nodded in understanding. "I can understand," she muttered, brushing off the incident as if it had never happened. She straightened herself up, standing before him once more. Shifting the topic, Naruto leaned back slightly in his seat, his posture relaxed as ever. "Now what? Will Mr. Mitsuo talk with me or something?" he asked, his voice filled with a mild curiosity. He wasn't entirely sure what the next step in his journey would entail. He had made progress, but with his next rank, there were new responsibilities and decisions to be made. Yang studied Naruto for a moment, taking in his easygoing demeanor. There was something about him, his ability to stay calm and unruffled no matter the circumstances, that had a calming effect on those around him. People often followed his lead without even realizing it, his confidence unspoken yet undeniable. The room they were in had once been filled with the leaders' discussions, and while the final decision had been postponed, she could sense that the weight of it was still on her mind. "The decision was postponed," Yang said, her tone a little more serious now. "Until the final step, nothing is set in stone. But there's a good chance that we'll move forward soon." Naruto nodded thoughtfully, his mind already moving to the next challenge, as it always did. He was on a journey that was far from over, and as always, he would continue to walk his path with confidence and purpose. Naruto stood still, feeling the hum of the machinery surrounding him. The sterile environment and the soft blue glow of the pulsating lights created an atmosphere that was both otherworldly and ominous. He could sense the weight of the situation, the significance of the moment pressing against him. This was the culmination of years of training, trials, and growth. Now, his partner would be chosen, his Digimon, his companion on the path forward. He glanced over at Yang, who stood quietly by the door. She had guided him here, but now, it was time for him to face the system alone. She had given him a reassuring smile, but Naruto knew she, too, was curious about what would unfold. She had been with him through many stages of his journey, but this one was different. This was about his potential, and his partners. "You will need to go alone," Yang said softly, her tone carrying a mixture of anticipation and respect. She knew how important this moment was, not just for Naruto, but for the world at large. Her job was to help guide him, but the bond he would form with his Digimon was his alone to forge. Naruto gave a firm nod. There was no need for further words. He had always been prepared to face whatever came his way, and this was no different. Without hesitation, he walked into the room, the door closing softly behind him. The moment the door clicked shut, the atmosphere seemed to shift, the air thick with tension. The machines around him began to hum more intensely, their lights flashing as they analyzed him. He could feel the data flowing around him, searching his body, understanding his essence, before moving to the deeper parts of his being. The lights above him shifted, scanning his entire structure, and Naruto stood motionless, allowing the process to complete. There was no need to rush. He was used to waiting, used to the moments before something life-changing happened. But this was different. This wasn't just about him anymore, this was about the Digimon that would join him on his journey, a partner that would be his equal, and together, they would protect not just Japan, but the world. As the scans continued, Naruto's mind drifted briefly to the thoughts that had been in the back of his mind since Yang had spoken earlier. The system was supposed to create the perfect partner for him, something beyond the ordinary. Tamers usually received rookie-level Digimon that were unformed, raw, and in need of training. They started as nothing more than a blank slate, with only the most basic knowledge. The real challenge lay in the bond, the connection forged through time, effort, and experience. He thought back to the stories he had heard about wild Digimon. Those that had evolved in the digital world, untouched by human influence, were often far more mature and capable than those created by the system. But for a warrior like him, time was a luxury he couldn't afford. The system had to work fast, and in return, it would provide a Digimon that was strong enough to hold its own, but still in need of a tamer's guidance. Lights swirled around him, and the hum of the machinery reached a crescendo. Something was taking shape in front of him, slowly at first, but then with increasing clarity. He could feel the energy coalescing, data folding in on itself until it formed a solid shape. And then, Naruto saw Ithy's partner. A silhouette emerged from the swirling lights, gradually solidifying into a form he could recognize. It was a Digimon, but it didn't look like the usual rookie-level Digimon he had seen before. This one was different. Its shape was sleek, athletic, with a predatory grace. It stood on two legs, its body covered in streamlined armor that gleamed under the lights. A powerful aura radiated from it, and Naruto felt a spark of recognition. The Digimon's eyes, glowing with an intelligent light, met his gaze. It was as if they were sizing each other up, understanding that this was the start of something important. Naruto's pulse quickened for a moment, but he remained calm. He had trained for this moment his entire life. This was the partner that would fight beside him, the one who would help him protect this world from the chaos that threatened it. Naruto could see the outline of the Digimon's abilities, a mix of strength and agility, with a sharp, focused mind behind its eyes. The bond between them hadn't formed yet, but Naruto knew that would come in time. For now, they were both just taking measure of each other. The system continued to work, fine-tuning its data, adjusting the Digimon's abilities to suit Naruto's potential. He could sense the latent power within the creature, waiting to be unleashed. It was clear that this was no ordinary Digimon, it was a reflection of him, shaped by his abilities and his resolve. The lights dimmed slightly as the process came to a close, and the Digimon stood before him, waiting for its tamer to make the first move. It wasn't a mere tool or weapon, it was a partner, a teammate, and Naruto could already feel the bond beginning to form, slowly but surely. "Are you ready?" Yang's voice echoed through the door. She had been waiting, as always, but she knew that this moment was Naruto's alone. She didn't need to be there to witness it, she already understood the magnitude of what was happening. Naruto didn't answer her right away. He simply stood, observing his new partner. The shape of Naruto's new partner emerged fully from the glowing lights, dropping to the floor in front of him with a soft thud. As the flickering flame atop its head danced in the dim light, it revealed itself to be a Candelemon, standing at just over a meter tall. Its body was a strange mix of wax and flame, a unique fusion that made it both delicate and potent in its own way. The lower half of its body rested inside a golden container, which seemed to serve as its base, while its upper half resembled a candle with two arms made of wax, as though it were still in the process of being formed. The most striking feature, however, was the flame on its head. It burned with intensity, not just as a simple source of heat but with life, eyes, and a mouth of its own. It was clear that this flame was the true essence of the Digimon, with the candle form merely a decoy to protect its core. Naruto stood in front of his new partner, his expression calm as he surveyed the scene. As the Digimon looked up at him with its bright red eyes, Naruto knew that the bond between them was not yet formed. It was only a beginning. The flame that burned atop Candleman's head flickered slightly as it gazed at him, its small body still stiff from being born into existence. Without speaking, Naruto turned his attention to the screen that hovered in front of him, displaying the information about his Digimon. The system had gone through countless upgrades, its technology now more advanced than anything the world had ever seen. It was precise and effective, with no room for error. The results appeared in front of him, revealing his partner's potential. Gankumen. The name resonated deeply with Naruto. His mind immediately connected the dots: the potential of his partner, the power it could possess. Gankumen was no ordinary Digimon. It was a holy knight, a figure of immense strength and honor within the digital world. Known for its discipline and raw power, Gankumen was the embodiment of toughness, a fatherly figure who demanded respect and exerted influence wherever it went. It was a protector, one who would fight for justice, often stepping in to prevent chaos from spreading. Naruto knew that Gankumen wasn't just a powerful figure in the digital world, it was also a symbol of perseverance, someone who didn't shy away from hard work and sacrifice. The story of Gankumen's encounter with Hackmon and its rigorous training of the next royal knight was a tale of mentorship, one that Naruto found deeply inspiring. It was rare to see a royal knight who wasn't just a cold, calculating warrior, but someone who cared for others and was willing to fight for what was right. Naruto nodded to himself as he absorbed this information. He had always known that his partner would be strong. His abilities and data had already shaped this moment. There was no way the system would allow him to have a weak Digimon. He couldn't help but be reminded of his old partner, Kurama, and the powerful bond they had shared. But this new connection would be different. It was a new path, a new partnership, but it held just as much promise. As the system processed the data, the screen continued to flash with information, showcasing Gankumen's attributes: its resilience, its ability to adapt, and its overwhelming strength. However, Naruto understood that this power was only potential for now. In order for Gankumen's evolution to take place, his partner would need to acknowledge him as a worthy tamer. That was the challenge. It wouldn't be easy, but Naruto had never shied away from a challenge before. He turned his attention to Ken Lemon, who stood before him, its large, flame-like eyes still fixed on him. The Digimon seemed to be reflecting on what it had learned from the system, aware of its own potential but not yet fully capable of expressing any strong emotion. It was a newborn in many ways, its mind still forming, its personality yet to be shaped. "Master, what is my name?" Candleman's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, calm and collected. Though born only moments ago, the Digimon seemed to grasp the concept of names, identity, and purpose. It was as though the name was an essential part of its awakening, a milestone in the formation of its bond with Naruto. Naruto studied the Digimon before him for a moment. He knew that names held power, that the name he gave his partner would carry weight in their journey together. After a brief pause, he spoke with certainty. "I will name you Azure. Do you like it?" Azure didn't respond with the enthusiasm one might expect from a newly born creature. Instead, it simply nodded, its eyes flickering with what seemed to be acceptance. "Thank you for the name, Master." Its voice was calm, its tone serious, almost as if it were already aware of the path it would walk alongside Naruto. Naruto smiled at the response, pleased with the name he had chosen. He had named it Azure for its strength, for the fire that burned within Ito warrior spirit, one that would grow and evolve alongside him. The bond between them was faint, a thread that would strengthen over time, but it was there. Azure's body seemed to soften as Naruto approached, instinctively trusting him despite the newness of their relationship. Reaching out, Naruto placed his hand on Azure's head. The flame didn't burn him. Azure had control over its fire, a gift that Naruto appreciated. It was a sign of their future partnership, a connection that would only deepen as they fought together. "Let's get to work, Azure. We have a lot to learn, and we'll do it together." Azure stood still for a moment, then nodded again, more resolute this time. There was no need for further words. They both understood the path that lay ahead. It wasn't just about strength. It was about the journey, the bond they would forge, and the challenges they would face together. Naruto and Azure stood in the room, the flickering flame of the Digimon's head casting long shadows on the walls as the first steps of their journey began. Naruto stepped forward, following the glowing path of instructions displayed on the room's screen. As he approached the pedestal at the far end, he saw the object waiting for him, a Digivice. This was no ordinary tool. It was the lifeline of any tamer, the cornerstone of the bond between human and Digimon. Without it, even the strongest tamer would find themselves powerless. The Digivice was sleek and modern in design, shaped like a high-end smartphone but with a unique twist. Its body was a combination of gold and black, exuding an aura of authority and sophistication. The Uzumaki spiral etched on its back made it unmistakably Naruto's, a nod to his heritage and a symbol of his strength. A small slot on the side allowed for the insertion of digital cards, a critical feature for combat and strategy. Naruto picked up the device, feeling its weight in his hand. Despite its small size, it was a treasure of immeasurable value, crafted with the combined efforts of the digital sovereigns and the celestial Digimon factions that had long stood as the guardians and creators of balance between the human and digital worlds. The Digivice was far more than a simple gadget. It was a multifunctional tool that enhanced every aspect of a tamer's life. Scanning and analysis, it could identify and analyze digital beings, offering crucial information during battles or encounters. Data transmission from healing items to tactical commands, the Digivice allowed Naruto to transmit data directly to Azure. Bond monitoring, it displayed the emotional state of his Digimon, helping Naruto build a deeper, more harmonious connection. Healing and storage, acting as a portable sanctuary, it healed Digimon over time and stored them safely when not in use. Sonar system. The device could detect the presence of Digimon, distinguishing between friend and foe with pinpoint accuracy. Gate locator. Essential for travel, it could locate portals between the digital world and the human world. Evolution and protection. Through emotional energy, the Digivice could trigger temporary evolutions. It also provided Naruto with a protective barrier during battles, ensuring his safety while allowing him to fight alongside Azure. Light emission and weapon creation. A built-in feature allowed the Digivice to emit destructive light to fend off enemies and generate weapons, giving Tamers a fighting chance even without their Digimon. Card usage. By using specially crafted digital cards, Naruto could temporarily upgrade Azure's abilities, granting him an edge in battle. DNA Digivolution. Perhaps its most powerful feature, the Digivice enabled the merging of multiple Digimon into a singular, immensely powerful being. This process had been pivotal in the creation of the super ultimate Digimon used by the leaders of the ancients. Naruto looked at the Digivice in his hand, marveling at the sheer brilliance of its design. It was a masterpiece of technology and magic, a gift that represented the trust and hope of two worlds. Let's go and meet your new friends, Naruto said, glancing at Azure, who stood silently by his side. The small canned lemon tilted its head, its flame flickering in curiosity. With the Digivice in hand, Naruto felt a surge of confidence. This was the beginning of a new chapter, a new adventure. He and Azure had a long journey ahead, filled with challenges and growth, but they were ready to face it together. Sliding the Digivice into his pocket, Naruto turned toward the exit. The world outside was waiting, and with Azure by his side, he was ready to step into it. Chapter 9, The Queen's Ambition. While Naruto was meeting his partner, the rest of the team engaged in the same process, as the system allowed for multiple connections simultaneously. Rika strode into her designated room with a composed demeanor, though her restrained excitement was betrayed by the sparkle in her eyes and the buoyancy in her steps. As the strongest member of her clan and one of Japan's top emerging talents, she carried an air of confidence that matched her ambition. For Rika, this moment was crucial. Her partner could not be weak. She intended to set a new standard for her clan, one that others would strive to surpass for generations. Yet, as proud as she was of her abilities, Rika couldn't ignore the slight sting of irritation when she thought of Carrie. The younger girl, with her innate ability to tame Digimon since birth, held a rating that eclipsed even Rika's. Carrie was born with extraordinary potential, surpassing even her Broth-era feat that frustrated Rika to no end. The rivalry between the two was palpable despite their stark differences. Rika's fiery and often combative nature clashed with Carrie's gentle and serene demeanor, but it was precisely this contrast that fueled their unspoken competition. For Rika, her dreams extended far beyond rivalry. Long before Naruto entered her life, she had envisioned becoming the Digital Queen, a title reserved for the strongest female tamer. Now, with Naruto as a potential partner, her aspirations seemed even more attainable. She believed he had the potential to claim the title of Digital Emperor, surpassing the current holder. The reigning emperor was a formidable figure, partnered with Emperor Greymon, a Digimon of immense power. By his side stood another iconic figure, the Tamer of Magnagarurumon. Both were legendary, and their influence cast long shadows over the digital world. In this elite circle stood two women who Rika admired and aspired to surpass. The current empress, Izumi Orimotok, known to many as Zoe, was an icon of strength and beauty. Her elegant demeanor and partnership with Jet Sylphimon made her a symbol of excellence among female tamers. With her stylish blonde hair and commanding presence, Zoe embodied everything Rika wished to achieve. The second notable woman, Amara Aquila, commonly referred to as Magma, was another remarkable figure. Known for her fiery resolve and her fierce determination, Amara represented the pinnacle of power and skill. Rika couldn't help but feel a rush of determination as she thought of these women. They were her benchmarks, her inspiration, and her competition. She knew that surpassing them would take everything she had, but she was more than ready for the challenge. With her partner by her side, she was determined to carve her name into the annals of history and solidify her place as the undisputed Digital Queen. Rika stood still, her sharp eyes scanning her surroundings as the room shimmered with an interplay of radiant lights that danced across her poised form. The atmosphere hummed with energy, heightening her anticipation. After several tense minutes, a figure began to materialize in front of her, stepping gracefully into view. Renamon. The Digimon that appeared before Rika was a bipedal, fox-like creature, exuding an aura of elegance and strength. Its yellow fur covered most of its lean and athletic body, contrasted by the white tuft of fur that adorned its chest like a regal mane. The tips of its tail and ears, along with its underbelly and limbs, were colored differently, adding depth to its appearance. Purple Cancer symbols marked its thighs, signifying its identity and uniqueness. Renamon's forearms were covered with purple sleeves featuring yin-yang symbols on the back of its clawed hands, a detail that highlighted its balance of power and grace. The creature's black eyes, with indigo pupils, seemed to pierce into Rika's soul as though appraising its tamer. Renamon's reputation preceded it as a ninja-like Digimon, known for its exceptional speed and combat skills. It was an ideal match for Rika, complementing her aggressive, tactical style. Though others with similar personalities could also be paired with Renamon, the strength and potential of any Digimon depended heavily on the bond and aptitude of its tamer. Rika knew that the true potential of her Digimon would be determined by their synergy. As one of Japan's brightest new tamers, she was confident that Rinamon's power would surpass that of others in its rookie form. Rinamon bowed low, going down on one knee in deference to its new partner. Its voice was calm and respectful. "I am here to serve. Please honor me with a name, Master." Rika stepped closer, her gaze unwavering as she studied her partner. The connection she felt was instant and undeniable. "Luna," she said, her lips curving into a rare, small smile. "Your name will be Luna from now on, and together, we'll rise to the top." Placing her hands on Luna's shoulders, Rika guided her partner to stand. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, they both saw the possibilities of Luna's ultimate evolution. Sakyaman. The vision of Luna's potential was breathtaking. Sakyaman was a tall, humanoid Digimon, radiating power and elegance. Its form was clad in black, skin-tight fabric, accentuated with intricate yellow and purple armor. Knee-high boots and gauntlets bore the Inyang symbol, a testament to its mastery over balance and spiritual power. A traditional kitsune-style half-mask concealed its human-like face, while ankle-length silver hair, tied into twin pigtails, flowed with an almost ethereal quality. Sakyaman wielded a long, golden staff adorned with rings known as the Kongu Shakujawa, weapon as ceremonial as it was devastating in battle. Sakyaman was a shaman Digimon, a divine emissary of Yggdrasil's will. Its abilities were as versatile as they were potent. It could summon 4 Kyutajitsun spirits imbued with the elements of fire, water, wind, and thunder housed within pipes on its belt. These spirits were its companions in combat, capable of attacking, gathering intelligence, and performing rituals. Beyond its elemental prowess, Sakyaman was a master of seals, illusions, and barriers. It could summon immense power, excel in close-quarters combat, and scout with unparalleled efficiency. What set Sakyaman apart was the presence of the Zero Unit, a divine symbol of its connection to King Drazel. This insignia bestowed immense power and elevated its status to that of a unique Digimon, standing in the shadow of the Royal Knights. While not as physically strong as the Knights, Sakyaman's resourcefulness and wide array of abilities made it a force to be reckoned with. Its beauty was legendary, rivaling the likes of Angewoman, Aphaniman, and even Venusmon. Among Digimon, Aphaniman was a revered celestial savior, Rafflesimon a fleeting yet mythical beauty, and Venusmon a radiant member of the Olympus 12, equal in power to the Royal Knights. Rika's vision of Luna's ultimate form filled her with determination. Rika's gaze remained firm, her violet eyes locked onto Luna's. Her voice carried the weight of her ambition, cutting through the air like a blade. "You see that? That's what the system says you're capable of, Sakyaman. But I want more than this. We'll go beyond it." Luna, standing tall at 1.7 meters, straightened her posture as she absorbed Rika's words. Logical and disciplined, the fox-like Digimon processed the statement, her analytical mind struggling to grasp the concept of going beyond a predefined limit. The system had set her ultimate stage as Sakyaman, a pinnacle form by any standard. Yet here was her tamer, daring to dream beyond the boundaries of what was known. Though the idea confused her, Luna's instincts were clear: obey her tamer. "Your wish is my command," she replied with a small nod, her calm voice unwavering. Rika chuckled at Luna's confusion, finding it both endearing and a reminder of their journey ahead. Her excitement had momentarily made her forget that her partner lacked the same fiery drive that consumed her. Reaching out, Rika placed a reassuring hand on Luna's shoulder. "Don't worry. You'll learn what I mean soon enough." With that, Rika turned her attention to her Digivis. The sleek device was a combination of white and blue, fitting perfectly in her hand. The Inyang symbol etched on its back seemed to glow faintly, as if mirroring the balance she sought to achieve between ambition and discipline, power and control. Satisfied with the pairing and the potential ahead, Rika allowed her thoughts to return to Naruto. Despite their rivalry, he had a way of inspiring her, pushing her to strive for even greater heights. With Luna silently following, Rika exited the room, her mind racing with plans for their future. The path to becoming the digital queen was steep, but she was more than ready to walk it, no, to conquer it. And with Luna by her side, she knew the impossible was within reach. Chapter 10, Partners in Potential. Takato walked into the room, his excitement practically radiating from him. His steps were light and bouncy, unable to contain the thrill that surged through him. It felt as though his entire life had been leading up to this moment, the chance to finally meet his dream partner. The thought of it made him want to shout out in joy, but he restrained himself, trying to stay composed, though his smile was as wide as ever. Among the team, Takato was known for his innocence and childlike nature. His background was nothing like the others. He came from a laid-back family, and it showed in the way he approached life. While the others were all part of top-tier families with high expectations, Takato had always maintained a sense of ease and a love for fun. His determination was clear, but he never allowed the weight of responsibility to dampen his spirit. As a child, Takato had been incredibly shy, reserved even, but things changed when he met Naruto. With Naruto's guidance, Takato blossomed into a social butterfly. He opened up, and his confidence grew exponentially. To Takato, Naruto wasn't just a friend, he was a big brother figure, someone he deeply respected and admired. Naruto had become the person Takato looked up to the most, someone he trusted with his thoughts and feelings. While Henry was his best friend among the boys, Takato's bond with Naruto went beyond mere friendship. It was a bond built on mutual trust, admiration, and respect. Outside of their close-knit group, Takato had a circle of friends from his region, though only a few had met the trio. What truly stood out about Takato was his long-standing relationship with Yuri Katu. Since the age of 12, Takato had been dating Yuri, having confessed his feelings to her after Naruto encouraged him to do so. Their relationship had grown over the years, and Takato couldn't imagine his life without her by his side. Now, as he stood in the room, waiting for the moment he had dreamed of, his thoughts were filled with nothing but excitement and anticipation for the journey ahead with his new partner. Takato couldn't contain his excitement as he bounced on his feet, his impatience growing with each passing second. Come on, he muttered under his breath, his heart racing with anticipation. He had dreamed of this moment for so long, and now it was finally coming true. With one last eager step forward, the air around him shimmered, and a shape began to form in front of him. Takato's eyes widened as the creature took shape before him, and his face broke into an uncontrollable grin. There, standing in front of him, was his partner, the first one to appear in this new world. Gilman. Gilman was a bipedal dinosaur-like creature, its red scales glistening as the light caught them. The Digimon's body was muscular, yet youthful, reminiscent of a young dinosaur. It had a fierce, yet somehow innocent look in its bright yellow eyes, the kind of gaze that could make anyone feel like they were looking into the heart of a warrior. Its hands and feet were adorned with 3 claws on each hand, 2 claws on the front of each foot, and a single claw on the back of each. The claws had an almost predatory air to them, as if ready to strike, a reminder of Gilman's ferocious potential. On its head, wing-like appendages sprouted, adding to the overall intimidating but curious appearance. The white scales on Gilman's belly contrasted with the deeper red of its body, and the symbol of the digital hazard mark that indicated immense power was emblazoned across its abdomen. The black horizontal lines running along its arms, legs, neck, back, and tail only added to its fierce, battle-ready appearance. 2 black marks rested just below its eyes, giving it an air of strength, while a triangle-shaped mark adorned each shoulder. Despite its imposing features, there was an undeniable sense of youthfulness to Gilman, a sense that it hadn't yet fully matured into the beast it could become. And yet, the digital hazard on its belly spoke volumes about its potential for destruction and the responsibility that came with that power. The inverted 0 unit on its snout, alongside the incomplete 0 units on its hands and feet, were marks of immense potential that had yet to be fully realized. Gilman was a reptile Digimon, a creature with the appearance of a dinosaur that was still in its rookie stage. Its true strength, however, lay not just in its physical prowess, but in its innate nature as a combat species. Though it appeared youthful and playful, it harbored a ferocious personality, one that could easily turn into a carnivorous beast if pushed too far. The digital hazard mark spoke of its potential to cause massive damage, yet it was not a mark of evil. Instead, it represented a Digimon who, if guided properly, could become a protector of the digital world. Takato stared at his new partner in awe, feeling a mix of admiration and excitement flood through him. He could already sense the bond forming between them, the unspoken understanding that they were about to embark on an incredible journey together. Takato couldn't keep his emotions in check any longer. With a burst of excitement, he jumped towards Gilman, throwing his arms around the dinosaur-like Digimon in a tight hug. "Yeah!" he shouted with uncontainable joy, his voice echoing in the room. His excitement was so overwhelming that even Gilman, who was initially caught off guard by the sudden affection, soon responded with a childlike energy of his own. Takato, why are we dancing?" Gilman asked, his voice filled with innocent confusion as Takato spun him around, holding his claws like they were dancing partners. "Because you are awesome," Takato replied, his face lighting up in a wide grin. The two of them twirled together, their movements carefree and filled with the kind of pure joy that only came from the bond they shared. "I am awesome, yay!" Gilman cheered in delight, his wide, yellow eyes shining with innocence. Both of them were caught in the moment, sharing the joy of their newfound partnership. But their antics came to a sudden halt when a new presence appeared before them. The room shimmered as a hologram materialized in the air, causing Takato and Gilman to stop in their tracks, their expressions instantly shifting to one of reverence. The figure before them was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Gallantmon. The royal knight stood tall in its immaculate, armor-clad form. The creature's body was encased in gleaming white armor, with red accents on the pauldrons, polines, vambraces, and sabaton ankles, all adorned with gold trimming that shimmered in the light. A massive, flowing red cape billowed behind it, adding to its regal appearance. Its helmet, designed to evoke the face of Gilman, was a striking feature that made the knight even more formidable. In its hands, Gallantmon wielded 2 mighty weapons, the circular shield known as the Aegis and the towering lance, Gram. The symbol of the digital hazard was etched into the armor, while the 0 unit appeared across various parts of its battle-worn body. Gallantmon's presence was nothing short of overwhelming. The royal knight, though a virus attribute Digimon, was known as a guardian deity of the net, and its very existence held contradictions. But that only added to its mystique and power. This was the Digimon that would one day evolve from Gilman, a dream made real, even if only in this moment of connection. "Arthur, you are awesome." Takato exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for the figure before him. His excitement soared to new heights as he picked up Gilman, who now embodied the form of Gallantmon, and spun him around as though he were carrying a baby. The thrill of seeing his partner's potential take shape before him was more than Takato could handle. Is Gilman Arthur? Gallantmon, now fully embodied by the form of the Royal Knight, questioned in confusion, unsure of the situation. Takato beamed brightly, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Yes, and you will be the king of knights, he declared, his voice filled with pride and determination. Takato's vision was clear: his bond with Gilman, and their future together, was destined for greatness. With a gleam in his eyes, Takato gently put Gallantmon down before pulling out his Digivice. The device was red and white, sleek and fitted perfectly in his hand. The digital hazard symbol graced the back of it, signifying the immense potential and danger that lay within his partner. Takato felt a surge of excitement as he held it, knowing this was just the beginning. With Gallantmon by his side, the road ahead was filled with endless possibilities, and Takato was ready to rise to the challenge. Henry stepped into the room, his calm demeanor betraying the excitement bubbling within him. His eyes scanned the space with quiet curiosity, taking in the high-tech equipment around him, the pulsating data streams, and the hum of the systems that surrounded him. He was about to meet his partner, but what made this moment even more significant was that he was standing so close to the heart of the Hypnos system. The supercomputer before him was no ordinary creation. It harnessed the power of data to form Digimon and bring about what many considered miraculous feats. It was one of humanity's most incredible achievements, a symbol of their advancement in both technology and understanding of the digital world. Henry couldn't help but marvel at the significance of it all. The Hypnos system had revolutionized the way people interacted with the digital world. It solved the daunting task of finding a compatible Digimon partner. The digital world was vast, its endless reaches making the universe itself seem small in comparison. Without the system, it would have been an impossible challenge to connect with the perfect Digimon, a task that was not only time-consuming but also dangerous. Now, with the power of the Hypnos system, the world had advanced in ways previously unimaginable. It had reduced crime, enhanced safety, and streamlined the way humanity interacted with the digital world. Henry couldn't help but feel like he was standing at the precipice of something momentous. To him, it felt like coming so close to the holy grail of technology. Despite the awe he felt, Henry knew the nature of the Hypnos system was shrouded in mystery. All information related to it was highly confidential. Not even the creator was known. It was a secret that only a few individuals, if anyone, truly understood. The system's vast influence stretched across the globe, and it had fundamentally altered the course of history. As his thoughts wandered, Henry couldn't help but wonder if Digimon themselves had something to do with the Hypnos system. He speculated that perhaps even Yggdrasil's world tree that governed the digital multiverse might be involved in some capacity. Yggdrasil was an enigmatic and powerful being, ruling over countless digital worlds and commanding legions of powerful forces, including the Royal Knights and the Olympus 12. Yggdrasil was cold, calculating, and emotionless, with its singular focus being the survival and protection of the digital world. Its actions, often ruthless and merciless, had led to multiple genocides in the digital world's history, and no one could ever predict when it would strike next. The nature of Yggdrasil's desires remained an enigma. Why did it need to protect the digital world when it stood at the pinnacle of power? The answers remained elusive, and no one had the strength or influence to pry the truth from its implacable grasp. Still, as Henry stood there, so close to the Hypnos system, he couldn't help but feel the weight of all that knowledge pressing down on him. There was a powerful force at work here, one that could shape the fate of both the digital and real worlds. He didn't know what lay ahead, but one thing was certain: this was just the beginning. Henry stood still, his disciplined nature keeping him grounded despite the excitement and temptation to act impulsively. It was a rare quality he possessed, a sense of restraint that most would find difficult to maintain when faced with something as exhilarating as the Digivice and the vast potential it promised. His mind was focused, his eyes sharp as they scanned the surroundings. When he wasn't working or spending time with his friends, Henry found joy in the simple moments with his little sister. He loved being a protective older brother, and their quiet times together were his solace. Today, however, was different. Today, he was on the verge of receiving his own Digivice, an instrument that would not only validate all his hard work but would also elevate his role in the team. He could finally contribute in ways beyond his usual tasks, like crafting specialized equipment and cards for their Digimon partners. While most teams relied on standardized cards and equipment, Henry's genius and unique ability set him apart. He could forge powerful, customized tools tailored to each Digimon's needs. His mutant ability to interact with the data directly gave him a distinct advantage over others who had to use external devices to manipulate it. Henry's role as a support member would become even more integral with his new partner by his side. The moment came when Henry's attention was pulled toward a familiar, yet strikingly new, shape that began to form before him. His heart skipped a beat as he watched his partner take shape in front of him. Terriermon appeared in all its adorable glory. The bipedal canine-like Digimon had white fur with green stripes around its collarbone, paws, and the tips of its ears. Its large, frayed ears flopped playfully as it bounded forward, and the solitary horn on its forehead added an endearing touch to its already charming features. The Digimon's black toes and paw pads were reminiscent of a puppy, and its calm yet sturdy demeanor exuded an inner strength. Terriermon's gentle personality belied the power it could unleash in battle. Despite its cute appearance, Henry knew that this was a rookie Digimon with a vast potential for growth. Terriermon shared a twin-like bond with Lopman, but where Lopman was more timid and emotional, Terriermon was calm and collected traits that made it a great balance to Henry's own character. Henry's heart swelled with pride as he watched Terriermon approach, knowing that this Digimon was the perfect match for him. Their bond would be one of intellect, calm determination, and an unspoken understanding. He knew that together, they would rise above any challenge. As Terriermon stood before him, its green-striped fur ruffling slightly in the digital wind, Henry smiled a small, but sincere gesture of gratitude. Henry smiled warmly as he looked down at his partner, Tesla, who had settled comfortably in his arms. Despite its small size, the Terriermon exuded a calm yet perceptive presence, an aura of maturity that contrasted sharply with its youthful, innocent appearance. Tesla's golden eyes sparkled with intelligence, yet there was a childish curiosity behind them, as if he were still exploring and learning about the world. It was a perfect balance for Henry, a partner that understood his own calm, collected nature, yet still possessed the playful spirit of a young soul. Your name is Tesla. Let's work together from now on, partner, Henry said softly, kneeling down to bring himself eye level with the little Digimon. His tone was gentle and reassuring, and it made Tesla's eyes shine even brighter with approval. Terriermon, unlike other Digimon, was especially sensitive to the emotions and actions of their tamers, and Tesla appreciated Henry's quiet respect. Tesla nodded eagerly, his frayed ears flapping lightly. Yes, please take care of me, he responded, his voice sweet and filled with genuine affection. Without warning, Tesla leaped into Henry's chest, his small body pressing against his tamer in a gesture of trust and affection. Henry caught him effortlessly, a soft laugh escaping his lips. Tesla was a bundle of energy and innocence just like Henry's little sister Anne. In that moment, Henry felt an overwhelming sense of protection for his partner. Of course, I'll take care of you, Henry whispered, his heart swelling with warmth. As Henry gently cradled Tesla, his gaze shifted, and his eyes landed on the towering figure that stood before him, the one he had been expecting. It was an awe-inspiring sight. Megagargomon. The colossal Digimon, standing with the presence of a massive mechanical beast, had a canine motif. It was a mecha-like creation, its entire body a labyrinth of weapons, missiles, lasers, flamethrowers, and miniguns. It looked unstoppable, a true force of destruction. Its robotic body, coupled with its dog-like face and spiked helmet, gave it an intimidating aura. But despite its sheer power, there was something about it that made Henry feel it lacked the finesse he was aiming for. Megagargomon was undoubtedly a powerful evolution, no one would deny that. Its arsenal alone was formidable, and in battle, it would be near unstoppable. But Henry, ever the perfectionist, knew that this was just the beginning. The final form, for all its destructive potential, came with its own drawbacks, its slow speed, its bulky appearance, and its lack of flexibility in battle. It wasn't the evolution Henry envisioned for his partner. Looking at Tesla, who was gazing up at the form with distaste, Henry grinned. Tesla, unlike the others, was unafraid to voice his opinion. This form is too bulky and slow, Tesla said bluntly, his small face scrunching in disapproval. We'll get taken out in the wild, and it looks ugly. Henry chuckled softly at his partner's honesty. He knew that Tesla was right. Megagargomon's appearance, though impressive, didn't fit what he had in mind for them. It was a relic of raw power but lacked the agility and beauty that Henry sought. He would have to make adjustments. With a determined glint in his eyes, Henry walked toward his Digivice. It was a sleek, green and white model, with the 0 unit insignia boldly displayed on the back, an intricate red triangle with smaller triangles surrounding it. This was more than just a tool, it was the key to unlocking the evolution and potential of his partner. I will give it different form, speed, attack, and defense, Henry murmured, more to himself than to Tesla. His voice was filled with quiet resolve. We won't be stuck with just this. I'll make sure we're ready for whatever comes our way. Tesla nodded in agreement, his ears flicking up with interest. Sounds like a plan, he said, his tone filled with confidence. I trust you, Henry. With a determined smile, Henry began to work, his mind already racing with possibilities. Together with Tesla, they would redefine what was possible, creating a partnership built not only on strength but on innovation and adaptability. This was only the beginning. Chapter 11 The Road Ahead, Bonds, Challenges, and Intrigue. Once all of them were finished with their respective activities, the team gathered in the meeting room, their anticipation building as they came face to face with Mitsuo. The atmosphere was tense, but there was a sense of camaraderie among the group. They had just experienced something extraordinary, and the results of their hard work were becoming clearer. The team congratulated each other, especially as the reality of winning the lottery began to sink in. Despite the excitement, one thing stood out: Naruto's partner, Canned Lemon, wasn't seen as the strongest among them. Canned Lemon, being a relatively weak and common Digimon, was seen as less impressive compared to the others, but no one doubted Naruto's judgment. None of them questioned his luck, and they didn't ask Naruto to prove the differences in power, recognizing that each partner had their own unique strengths. When they compared the stats of each Digimon, it was clear that Azure was the strongest of them all except in speed. Luna, another of the team's Digimon, surpassed everyone in that department. However, what set Azure apart was more than just raw power. Azure wasn't a typical canned lemon, he had become something unique, a powerful mutation. His body was bulkier, his control over wax more refined, and the wax itself was far stronger than any normal canned lemon could produce. It seemed that Azure's bond with Naruto had altered him, incorporating Naruto's techniques and battle style into his very being. The system had recognized this transformation and updated Azure's status as a new variant, labeled as Canned Lemon Uzumaki variant. This wasn't just a change in appearance or strength. Azure had developed new abilities that no other canned lemon possessed. He now had sealing capabilities and could utilize Fuinjutsu seals, a power that Naruto had mastered over time. On top of that, Azure had developed a sensing ability, further amplifying his unique traits. He could even form smaller clones using wax, a rare and powerful skill that set him apart. Azure was undeniably the strongest of the group, followed closely by Arthur. Their final forms, though distinct in their own ways, were nearly equal in power. This revelation was a shock to everyone, especially since Takato's partner, a Digimon who had started out as a weak creature, had shown the potential to stand on equal footing with Naruto's partner. It was a surprising moment, but a reminder of how far both the team and their Digimons had come. Yet, even with these impressive revelations, there remained a crucial fact to consider. While their Digimons might reach the same final level of power, there was always a stat and skill difference between equal-level Digimons. That gap was something that couldn't be ignored, and it would require additional work to truly equalize the potential of each team member's bond with their Digimons. It was a reminder that even in a world where power could be cultivated and evolved, challenges still lay ahead. The group finished up their brief conversation, their discussions about their Digimons and the recent developments fading into the background as they took their seats. The room grew quiet, and all eyes turned toward the front where Mitsuo stood, his presence commanding the space. His expression was as cold and unreadable as ever, leaving everyone wondering what he was thinking or feeling. Mitsuo, despite his age being in his 40s, appeared much younger, his features suggesting he was in his early 30s. He was married, but there was little to no information about children in his life, something that piqued the curiosity of the team. He seemed to have a natural affinity for kids, always interacting with them in a way that suggested genuine care, so it was odd to think that he didn't have a child of his own. Speculations arose within the group that there might be something within his family preventing it, though no one dared to bring it up. Mitsuo wasn't the kind of person to discuss personal matters openly, and his stoic demeanor kept others at a distance. What was certain, however, was that Mitsuo was a man of discipline. He took his role as a tamer and protector of humanity seriously, and he would do whatever it took to ensure their survival. His unwavering commitment to his duty was evident, and he was well respected for his skills and determination. However, he wasn't a man bound by rigid ideals. While he adhered to rules and regulations, he was also capable of bending them when the situation demanded it. His flexibility in interpreting situations was what made him such a capable leader, but it also gave him an edge of unpredictability. Mitsuo wasn't a person of absolutes, he was someone who existed in the gray area. His actions were often dictated by circumstance rather than moral certainties. There were times when his deeds could be considered good, and other times when they leaned into the darker side of things. His decisions were never black or white, but always shaped by the reality of the situation and the need for survival. At his side, his partner, Reapermon, stood Riedyen, embodiment of Mitsuo's own duality. Reapermon was a mid-level mega-level Digimon, which made it incredibly powerful, capable of taking on nearly any challenge that came its way. Specializing in hunting down and eliminating threats, Reapermon had earned a reputation as a formidable force. Its abilities were honed for precision and destruction, much like Mitsuo himself. The partnership between the two was a reflection of their shared focus on survival and strength, both in the physical and moral realms. The team could feel the weight of Mitsuo's presence as he stood there, waiting to address them. They knew that, despite his cold exterior, Mitsuo was someone they could rely on when it truly mattered. The room felt charged with the unspoken tension that had been building ever since they had all gathered. Mitsuo stood before the group, his gaze sweeping over them as he took in the potential they represented. Though his expression remained stoic, inwardly, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of satisfaction. This team, with their combined talents and newfound strength, held the promise of an undeniable increase in humanity's power. It had been far too long since there had been a group of individuals capable of taking on the most formidable threats in the digital world. The number of mega-level Digimon on the human side was still small, and the monstrous, nightmarish beings at the top of the digital world hierarchy were simply too strong. Most mega-level Digimons found themselves outclassed by these creatures, often being reduced to little more than fodder. The only Digimon capable of standing up to such power were those at a similar level. Right now, there were 4 individuals, 2 Royal Knights and 2 close to the Zero unit, nearly on par with the Royal Knights. While this was a hopeful development for humanity, Mitsuo was a realist, and his instincts told him that the road ahead would be far more complicated than it appeared. He began his speech with calm formality. "Good morning. I congratulate you all on the great fortune you've received, and I hope that you all have an excellent future ahead of you," he said, his voice steady. The team responded with gratitude, and Mitsuo continued. I can see that you're all united as one team and that each of you has a clear goal in mind. That's good. Ambition is important. Never forget to strive for growth, or else your partner will stagnate. The bond between a tamer and their Digimon can be both a blessing and a curse. It can cause the Digimon to lose its way, but it can also help it grow. You must be mindful of this delicate balance. Remember, it's my duty to remind you of this, Mitsuo said, scanning the group. They were bright and capable, but he knew from experience that some tamers, despite their intelligence, forgot such foundational lessons along the way. A small mistake could cost them dearly. You are now officially tamers, Mitsuo continued, his tone shifting slightly, and with that comes responsibility. You are free to take on missions, and we will provide you with the necessary data based on your rank. Assistance will also be available when needed. As official tamers, you are free to choose your path except when it comes to breaking the rules. You are not obligated to take missions, but it's generally better to do so, unless you wish to venture freely into the digital world without any guidance. He paused for a moment, letting the weight of his next words sink in. However, there is one exception. In the event of an emergency, you are obligated to help. Failure to do so will result in severe consequences. Depending on the situation and the severity of the crime, the punishment can be as harsh as a death sentence. The room fell into a heavier silence as the reality of Mitsuo's warning set in. Not every tamer embraced their duty. There were always those who would run from responsibility, refusing to help when society needed them the most. Mitsuo's thoughts briefly drifted to the past when Emperor Greymon had been forced to make an example of those who had failed to act in an emergency. The images of those scum, burned to ash alongside their Digimons, reminded him of the harsh realities of human nature. He had no tolerance for selfishness, especially when it threatened the survival of others. His voice grew colder as he continued. You've all seen your potential. None can deny it. You're on track to become S-rank tamers, and we want to help you achieve that. This information will remain classified, but the nature of your Digimons is telling. People will notice, and they will target you. The group exchanged looks of understanding, their initial excitement tempered by the gravity of Mitsuo's words. For your safety, your team has been granted a place within this base. You will also be assigned a personal assistant and a guard. Yoon Suk-young has been taking care of you thus far, and from now on, she will handle only your team's needs. For your protection, we've assigned one of our top tamers to accompany you, Mai Shiranui. Mitsuo's tone grew more serious as he spoke about Mai. She is from a clan of shinobi, a beautiful and powerful woman with a skill set suited for espionage and assassination. Her partner is Hanzaman. She will be your guard, and though you may not appreciate it, her role is necessary. There are human threats out there as dangerous as any Digimon. Gangs, criminals, and others who would see you harmed for their own gain. He paused to let the weight of his words land. The team had the backing of powerful families and organizations, but the human element was still a dangerous force to reckon with. You needn't worry that Mai's presence will hinder your adventures. She is an expert at remaining silent and invisible. But I want you to understand that your lives will be in constant danger. We can't protect you from everything, and I'm not doing this out of convenience. I have a personal interest in your growth. You are capable, but you must be prepared to face the challenges ahead. If necessary, I will give you reasons to struggle and fight for power, reasons that will push you beyond your limits. The silence that followed Mitsuo's words was heavy, filled with both the weight of responsibility and the unspoken understanding that their lives were about to change irrevocably. Mitsuo's cold gaze never wavered as he watched the group, knowing full well that their journey would be one of both triumph and danger. The question now was whether they would rise to the challenge. As the group pondered Mitsuo's words, a subtle disturbance in the air made them all pause. A presence materialized beside Mitsuo, and the room seemed to shift in energy. A woman stood there, her eyes gleaming with amusement. She had fair skin, and her long brown hair was tied into a tight, high top-knot style, the waist-length ponytail swinging with a certain grace. Her amber eyes shone with an almost teasing light, and her attire was nothing short of striking. She wore a red kunoichi dress that was sleeveless, revealing her toned arms. The dress was fitted to her form, and two red and white tassels hung at her back, each holding orbs of contrasting colors. Circular ropes adorned her shoulders, adding a unique touch to her appearance. Black two-toed shoes with red linings completed her ensemble, a mixture of elegance and danger. Her long, shapely legs were covered by the tight ninja suit, and every movement she made seemed calculated to draw attention. As she stood there, the air seemed to hum with the subtle influence of her presence. The Shiranui clan, known for their mastery of seduction both for Digimons and humans, was apparent in the way she carried herself. The result was immediate. Every male, except for Naruto and Mitsuo, found themselves unable to look away, captivated by her beauty and the aura she exuded. Rika, her protective instincts kicking in, shot a glare at the woman beside Mitsuo. Her grip tightened around Naruto's hand as she could feel the woman's gaze on him, the subtle challenge in her eyes. Rika hated when women like her focused on Naruto, and this was no exception. Naruto, however, remained unimpressed. His eyes narrowed slightly as he realized she had evaded his senses entirely. Despite his senses not being at full power, he was still capable of noticing such subtle shifts. This woman, it seemed, was skilled in ways beyond his expectations. But Naruto, though appreciative of her beauty and skill, was the last person to be affected by such displays. He had a deep love for his wife and wasn't swayed by appearances or charm, even if she was undeniably beautiful. He had witnessed the blooming beauty of his wife, Rika, and others, and his attention was firmly rooted in his relationships, not in idle distractions. Mai, noticing Naruto's unflinching demeanor, raised an eyebrow. She had never encountered anyone who could remain so calm, especially when she employed her full arsenal of charm. Even men who were not interested in women usually found themselves affected by her allure. But Naruto's gaze remained clear, unmarred by any hint of desire or distraction. Mitsuo, who had known Mai for many years, remained unfazed, his expression unchanged as always. But it was clear from Mai's subtle movements that she had hoped for a different reaction from Naruto, a challenge that had gone unfulfilled. How was that? Mai asked, her voice sweet and suggestive. She took a step closer, her eyes locked on Naruto, yet her tone held an almost playful edge. With me around, you won't even feel it. I'll only take care of the human problems. This is a short contract, one that will last only a year or two. Naruto, never one to indulge in distractions, responded with a calm, measured tone. Thank you for the offer, but you're too distracting. His words, though polite, were firm in their rejection. Mai, unfazed by his response, smiled slyly, sensing that she had at least caught his attention with her talents. Her gaze flickered briefly to Rika, whose glare was unmistakable. She couldn't resist provoking her just a little. Really? You won't have me? Mai's voice dropped to a whisper, her body subtly pushing up her bust as she hugged her sides in a coquettish manner. It was a move calculated to intensify the temptation. Naruto didn't flinch. No, really, he replied, his gaze unwavering. You're just too much of a distraction. Mai's smile only deepened as she sensed his lack of interest. She was used to men scrambling for her attention, but Naruto had proven to be a challenge. Still, she wasn't one to easily give up. She muttered under her breath, seemingly adjusting her approach. I can be accommodating. The transformation was subtle but noticeable. Her previously revealing outfit now became a full suit, covering her body entirely, leaving only her eyes visible. The change was immediate, and with it, her seductive aura was restrained, but still, there was an undeniable sharpness in her gaze. Rika, who had been silently fuming, muttered coldly, we will go with his maids. We know them, and we trust them. Mai gave Rika a pointed look but ultimately turned her attention back to Naruto for a final answer. He glanced at her and then, with a nod, spoke his decision. She's right, he said calmly. I'm impressed by your skills, and I'd love to have a spar with you later. Maybe you can join us in the future, but not now. Mai didn't make a scene. She knew better than to ruin her carefully crafted image. Instead, she simply gave a knowing smile, one that suggested this wasn't over. She knew she would find another way to get closer to him. Mitsuo, ever the pragmatic man, had already moved on and said nothing to discourage her attempts. Thank you for considering my advice, Mitsuo said, his voice devoid of emotion, his calm demeanor unchanged. And one final recommendation, take the time to get to know your partner for at least a week before entering the digital world. I look forward to seeing your bright future. With that, Mitsuo turned and left the room, leaving behind only Naruto's team and Young. The weight of the moment settled in as the group realized that their journey was truly beginning, with new challenges ahead, including Mai's subtle but undeniable presence in their lives. Chapter 12, Crossroads of the Heart. With her superiors leaving, Young stood at the forefront of the team, her gaze shifting between her new responsibilities and the group she was now fully dedicated to. As their personal assistant, she no longer had to manage any other teams or tamers. This position, once a distant dream, was now her reality. Every decision, every move made by this team would shape her future, and she knew that the success of this group could elevate her reputation to new heights. It was an honor, one that had come to her seemingly by chance. Young reflected on how she had ended up in this role. She hadn't done anything extraordinary, she simply did her job with dedication and efficiency. Her efforts, while always steady, had gradually brought her closer to Naruto, the team's leader. Her relationship with him had grown naturally, without any forced interactions. It was through those ordinary connections that she found herself chosen. However, she couldn't ignore the bitterness that lingered in the air. Na-So-Ri, her colleague, had also aspired to this position when the opportunity arose. Yet, despite her ambition, So-Ri had been rejected in favor of Young. The rejection had been hard on her, and Young could feel the simmering frustration in her colleague's eyes. Young suspected So-Ri felt this was unfair, especially considering she had been more vocal and proactive in her pursuit of the position. Young's thoughts on the matter were simple. She hoped So-Ri wouldn't hold a grudge, as that would only make things difficult in the long run. This role, as personal assistant to such a talented team, felt like a dream come true. Young could already envision the incredible transformations the team would go through as they matured. She was not just watching them from the sidelines, she was directly involved in their journey. The thought of seeing Naruto's growth firsthand filled her with excitement. She had complete confidence in his ability. Ashe was a person who would never stagnate or waste time. She had no doubt that he would rise to meet every challenge, and in doing so, would elevate everyone around him. For Yang, this also opened up the possibility of breaking through her own limitations. Though she had progressed to the champion level with her partner, Apemon, Yang felt that she had hit a bottleneck. Both she and Apemon were calm and easygoing by nature, which made their relationship harmonious but stagnant. While many tamers sought adventure and challenges, Yang had chosen a more stable path, one that involved less risk. She wasn't particularly fond of fighting or putting herself in dangerous situations, a preference that had, unfortunately, slowed her progress as a tamer. But now, with the team's growth unfolding before her eyes, Yang saw a potential way forward. Perhaps she could send Apemon with Naruto and the team on their missions, allowing her partner to experience the adventure she had avoided. She could monitor their progress from the comfort of her desk, learning and growing through the team's experiences while keeping herself out of harm's way. This could be the breakthrough she had been waiting for, the opportunity to advance without stepping into the dangerous fray. If the team thrived, she would thrive with them, indirectly becoming a part of their success. The thought was both comforting and exhilarating. "Congratulations, Guardians," Yang began, her voice steady but laced with pride. "You have been announced as S-rank potentials in the top circles. While there are drawbacks, there are also many benefits to this recognition. You'll gain the attention of very important people, and you'll have the opportunity to build connections with them." She paused, allowing her words to settle in. Most of the top rankers go out of their way to network so they can work together when serious situations arise. Yang took a deep breath before continuing, her role now more significant than ever. "It is crucial that you remain social and avoid instigating fights with other tamers outside of official arenas like the Colosseum." She glanced around at the team, now fully aware of how much responsibility rested on her shoulders. "My name is Yang, and while I am a humble tamer, I will do my best to support you and ensure your success." She took a step forward, gathering her thoughts as she spoke. Naruto, always the light-hearted leader, smiled warmly. "Yang, you can relax. We're all friends here. No need to be so formal. And honestly, we're happy to work with you." He stood and waved his hand, gesturing to her stiff posture. "Loosen up, you look tense." "Nice to meet you, Miss Yang," Takato said, rising from his seat. He adjusted his digivice and gave a reassuring pat to Arthur, his partner. "We all look forward to working with you. Do you have any advice for me?" Yang nodded thoughtfully, her eyes flicking to the digivice and then to Takato. "Thank you. As for advice, Gilman is a combat species. It's important to let him fight regularly to satisfy his hunger for battle and encourage his growth. However, do remember, Gilman is very sensitive to his tamer. Never let anger or hate cloud your thoughts, as that could affect your bond with him." She turned her gaze toward Arthur, her voice softening. "Arthur, too, will grow best in a positive environment. If he's exposed to negativity, he could become a violent, out-of-control beast. For now, the Colosseum will be the ideal place for both of you to train, and you can teach him new fighting techniques. It will help him evolve towards Gallantmon." Her advice, while helpful, was basic knowledge that most of them had already learned in their journey. Yang's true role was not to impart training tips but to serve as a guide and support system for the team. She would manage their missions, find important information, set up meetings, and assist with any other logistical needs. She was, essentially, their secretary, a role she was more than prepared for. "Thanks, Miss Yang," Takato said, his smile wide. "Could you gather information on Gilman's evolution line and send it over to me?" "Of course," Yang replied with confidence. "I'll have the data ready by tonight." Rika, sitting across from them, raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed with the rush to get everything done. "No need to hurry," she said, her voice tinged with sarcasm. "Take your time, Yang. We can wait a few days. Just make sure it's something useful." Yang, accustomed to Rika's bluntness, nodded. "Understood." Naruto, ever the optimist, leaned back in his chair and smiled. "Work is important, but let's not forget to enjoy this moment. Today is a special day, Yang. You're officially part of the team now. We're going to celebrate, so please, join us." It was a rare sentiment from Naruto, who had always prioritized work over leisure in his past life. But now, he had learned the value of balance. "We've already planned a day of celebration, showing the new partners around the city before joining the official gathering at the Uzumaki clan. It's a bit more formal, but we'll make sure to enjoy ourselves." Yang's gaze drifted to Naruto and Rika, who stood hand in hand. She couldn't help but notice the natural chemistry between them. Rika, with her silky hair and athletic form, seemed to complement Naruto perfectly. She was strong, noble, and undeniably beautiful. Yang, though she prided herself on her own looks, couldn't help but feel that Rika surpassed her in that regard. Their bond was obvious, and Yang had witnessed it grow over time. She had shared lunches and coffee with Naruto after work, conversations that had deepened their friendship. Despite the professional relationship, she considered him her best friend. Their connection had gone beyond mere work, and that was why she was so committed to supporting the team. Yang smiled warmly at Naruto and Rika. "Yes, I'll join you," she said, her tone gentle but sincere. "It's my duty to stay close to the team, and as a friend, it would be rude to decline." Her decision was clear. She wasn't just working for them, she was now part of the family. With that, the team left the association and climbed into a self-driving Land Rover that had arrived promptly, waiting for them once the order was given. Naruto took the wheel with a smile, his hands eagerly gripping the steering wheel. He loved driving, especially at high speeds, and it was a passion that Rika shared with him. The two of them enjoyed racing through the streets, whether it was on bikes or in cars, with the thrill of speed coursing through their veins. Street racing was legal in this world, thanks to the advancements in technology and the presence of Digimon. Accidents were rare, and fatalities were almost non-existent due to the safety measures in place. The streets were lined with designated racing areas where people could go wild without any consequences. Digimon, some specially bred for racing, often participated, making the events even more exciting. The races were streamed through the cameras set up around the city, and fans could watch either live or through their Tamer's Digimon, who were always ready to jump in for a good race. As they drove through the city, the team let their Digimon out of their storage devices. The day was meant to be a fun outing, and they had the perfect opportunity to show their partners a bit of the human world. Their first stop was a massive shopping mall, where they picked out new accessories and treats for their Digimon. Snacks and drinks were gathered as well, ensuring that everyone had a little something to enjoy. From there, the group made their way to a bowling alley, where they had a blast. The Digimon were just as clueless about the game as they were, but that only added to the fun as they watched their partners try to figure out the mechanics. It was a completely new experience for them, and the excitement was contagious as the Digimon got involved for the first time. For lunch, the group decided to grab a bite at a nearby diner before heading to the cinema for a special treat. They had tickets to a new virtual reality-style horror movie that promised a fully immersive experience. The safety system in place would prevent any harm, as it would automatically reject users and revive them if necessary. The team was eager for a laugh, especially with their Digimon in tow. As the movie began, things quickly got amusing. Tesla, with his always confident demeanor, was the first to crack. Despite his tough exterior, he found himself genuinely terrified by the horror scenes. His eyes widened with every jump scare, and his claws dug into his seat as he tried to shake off his fear. Azure, ever the stoic warrior, grumbled under his breath, muttering about ways to fight off the terrifying ghost-like entities on screen. However, his powers of destruction had no effect on the virtual horrors. They existed beyond the realm of physical force. Renamon, ever calm and collected, simply enjoyed the experience as a good story. She wasn't fazed by the terror on screen, it was just a movie to her. But Gilman, whose violent instincts were always close to the surface, had a much harder time. As the terrifying figures appeared on screen, his primal side kicked in, and his fists clenched in agitation. The team had to calm him down quickly, as his violent tendencies threatened to go into overdrive. He couldn't handle the horror either and needed to be soothed before he got too worked up. It was a hilarious experience, watching the Digimon react to something they had never encountered before. The day was full of laughter, excitement, and new experiences as they all bonded further. Though it wasn't the typical mission or training session, it was exactly what the team needed: a break, a bit of fun, and a chance to enjoy life together. As the team outing drew to a close, Rika, with a mischievous smile, dragged Naruto away from the others to spend some time alone. The two walked through a peaceful park, their Digimon happily trotting alongside them. The air was calm, and for once, the world around them seemed to fade into the background as they engaged in a casual, almost normal conversation. It was a rare moment of peace and simplicity, one that Naruto cherished. However, Rika seemed intent on making things a little more interesting. She held tightly to Naruto's hand, not letting go for even a moment, and every so often, she would slip in a teasing, challenging word, keeping him on his toes. Her usual stoic demeanor had melted away, revealing a playful side that Naruto hadn't seen in quite this way before. As they continued their stroll, Rika suddenly jumped onto his back, making him carry her around the park with a grin. Naruto, always up for the challenge, laughed and easily complied, carrying her on his back as they made their way through the park. It was during these moments that Naruto saw a side of Rika he hadn't expected: someone who was no longer held back by her fears. She was fully embracing life, using her past struggles as fuel to move forward, her confidence and boldness radiating through every action. Naruto couldn't help but admire her for that. It was a stark contrast to the woman he had once known. Rika, in her unique way, had shed the weight of doubt and fear and had stepped into her own strength. As he carried her, Naruto reflected on the woman she was becoming, and it struck him Rika was someone he could have easily fallen in love with in his past life. He had always been drawn to women with a gentle, selfless heart, like Hinata. Hinata, with her quiet strength, had been someone who loved him for who he was, not for the deeds he had done. She was the only one who had loved him for Naruto, not the title he had gained. Even Sakura, despite their bond, had always admired him more for what he had accomplished than for who he truly was at his core. Naruto, with his empathic ability, felt the warmth of Hinata's love, vast, pure, and unwavering. It had always enveloped him, making him feel safe and complete. In her, he found peace, someone who could love him without question, no matter what. He could have spent his life with her, but life had a different path in store for him. Rika, on the other hand, was not like Hinata. She wasn't the self-sacrificial type. She wasn't someone who would easily let go of him for his happiness. She was assertive, fiery, and had no intention of letting him slip away. Rika would fight for him, and she would fight for herself. She wouldn't just sit back and let things happen. She would make sure he chose her, and that fierce determination was something that Naruto found both captivating and reassuring. He respected it, even admired it. In another life, he might have been content with Hineda's devotion and sacrifice, but now, with Rika, he found himself more in tune with her strength and resolve. He didn't have to choose one path over the other. He didn't have to compromise or sacrifice his happiness. Naruto's heart still wrestled with the unknown future, especially given Rika's youth and his own uncertainties. He knew he wasn't the only one facing internal struggles, and sometimes, the weight of that decision felt heavy. But as he held Rika on his back and looked into her eyes, he knew that their bond was something real, something worth exploring. Whatever the future held, he wasn't ready to give up on it just yet. As the sun began to set and the peaceful atmosphere of the park slowly gave way to the excitement of the evening ahead, Naruto and Rika made their way to the party. It was time to join their families and friends, but for now, the world was just the two of them facing forward, with no regrets. Chapter 13, Paths Unfolding, Bonds of Family and Fate. The duo arrived at the Uzumaki Garden, a peaceful and picturesque venue, bathed in the golden hues of the late afternoon sun. The expansive lawn stretched out before them, lush and vibrant, with a small pond glistening at the far end. The pond was home to a collection of koi fish that swam lazily through the water, and all around the garden, colorful flowers bloomed, their sweet fragrance wafting through the air. The atmosphere was serene and inviting, a perfect backdrop for the celebration ahead. As Rika and Naruto made their entrance, there was an immediate buzz among the guests. Whispers spread through the crowd as they observed the pair, their connection clear to anyone who cared to look. Many assumed that Rika had already captured Naruto's heart, judging by the closeness between them and the easy camaraderie that flowed between them. The family members, particularly the women, were visibly pleased to see Rika walking confidently toward the girls, while Naruto greeted the men with his characteristic warmth and ease. Rika's father, Steven, was among those waiting to greet the guests. A tall, athletic man with blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, Steven had the kind of presence that commanded attention. His height surpassed Naruto's by a good 10 centimeters, and he stood with an air of quiet authority. Despite his imposing stature, there was no mistaking the pride and affection in his gaze when he saw Rika. He was an American businessman who had married into Rumiko's prestigious family, and though his career had brought him success, it was clear that family mattered most to him. When Naruto approached him, there was no hint of intimidation. Naruto held his ground, offering a firm handshake and a polite greeting, but Steven's response was immediate and somewhat unexpected. With a broad grin, Steven pulled Naruto into a hearty hug, his words laced with an undercurrent of warning. "That means you are my son from now on, aren't you?" Steven's tone carried an almost playful threat, one that Naruto picked up on instantly. Naruto, ever composed, did not flinch. He knew the weight behind those words all too well. The unspoken message was clear: mess with his daughter, and there would be dire consequences. But Naruto, with his usual calm demeanor, didn't back down. "No, I declined her confession," Naruto responded smoothly, his voice steady. "However, I don't have anyone that I like. So, I told her that she could win my heart if she so desired and had the patience." Steven chuckled, his expression softening as he stepped back, clearly respecting Naruto's straightforwardness. "I see. I expected as much from you. You're a traditional guy, aren't you? Not one to rush into love, waiting until you're older. We always thought you'd take your time. This just confirms it." There was no anger in Steven's voice. In fact, his words conveyed understanding, as though he respected Naruto's maturity and the path he had chosen. The family wasn't one to pamper their children or rush them into decisions, far from it. Steven knew that allowing Rika to grow and mature on her own terms was the best way to prepare her for the challenges that life would throw at her. "You are right," Naruto replied with a smile, keeping his tone respectful. "I'm waiting until I'm older. Thank you for not getting angry, uncle. Please enjoy yourself while I excuse myself." With a final, respectful nod, Naruto turned away, his calm resolve unwavering as he made his way toward the others. Steven watched him for a moment, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. It was clear to him that Naruto was no ordinary man, and Rika was lucky to have his attention, even if the road ahead was still uncertain. After leaving Steven, Naruto was met by his father, Minato, who appeared exactly as he remembered him: strong, calm, and composed, despite being 40 years old. Minato's appearance was unchanged from Naruto's previous world, and his personality remained the same as well. He was a kind man, soft-spoken for the most part, but capable of becoming harsh when necessary. His loyalty to his family and his diligence were qualities that Naruto admired deeply. Minato was not only a loving husband but also a powerful figure in his own right, with immense potential. His Digimon partners, Jazeritman and Black Rapidman, were both on the cusp of evolving into their mega forms, a testament to Minato's growth and strength. The moment they locked eyes, Minato's gaze held a gentle, almost paternal rebuke as he stepped forward and embraced his son. There was a warmth in his actions, mixed with a subtle sense of pride. He had always known that this day would come, the day when Naruto would stand on his own, making choices and decisions that could alter the course of both their lives. As Naruto pulled back, Minato gave him a look of quiet expectation. Minato's love for both of his sons, Menma and Naruto, was clear. Though Menma, the eldest, was known for his prideful and harsh nature, Minato never favored one over the other. However, Naruto's calm and thoughtful personality had always resonated more with him, and so there was an unspoken favor toward his younger son. "Are you sure about this?" Minato asked, his voice calm but tinged with concern. His question wasn't about the relationship itself, it was about the gravity of it. This wasn't just a simple romance, this had the potential to impact both families, and Minato was aware of the stakes. Naruto, steady as ever, met his father's gaze. "I am sure. I talked with Rika, and we agreed to it," he responded, understanding that questions like these were inevitable once he had made his decision. His calmness reassured Minato, who had always trusted his son's judgment, even if the circumstances were unusual. Minato nodded, his eyes searching for any signs of hesitation in Naruto's expression, but finding none. He then shifted topics, his voice softening slightly as he inquired further, "What about Hikari and Yurine?" These were two other girls with whom Naruto had close ties, particularly Hikari, the sister of the leader of the DG Destined, and Yurine, his older cousin, whose interest in Naruto had been clear from the start. Minato was fine with Naruto's choices, as long as Naruto was true to himself. However, there was one thing Minato was adamant about: he didn't want his son to follow the example set by his grandfather, Jiraiya. Minato's disdain for Jiraiya's behavior was clear. The old man had a reputation for indulging in one-night stands and casual flings, writing about his escapades for others to enjoy. Tsunade, Jiraiya's wife, had long given up trying to control him, knowing that his need for physical pleasure was insatiable. Minato, on the other hand, was a firm believer in monogamy, and while he respected the occasional polygamous relationship, it was clear to him that only those truly capable of maintaining it should pursue such a path. He didn't want his children, especially Naruto, to fall into a pattern of casual, meaningless relationships. "I like both of them, but maybe we will stay as friends," Naruto replied honestly, his tone thoughtful. "I still don't know where my heart will settle." He was still figuring out his feelings, and he appreciated his father's patience in letting him work it out at his own pace. The two of them exchanged a meaningful glance, the bond between father and son as unspoken as it was strong. Minato's eyes held a silent plea for Naruto to stay true to himself, to take his relationship seriously, and not to repeat the mistakes of the past. "Don't disappoint me," Minato said, his voice firm but full of love. "I won't. I am very serious about bonds," Naruto answered with unwavering sincerity. He meant every word. The connections he formed with others were sacred to him, and he would protect them at all costs. Minato gave a satisfied nod, his face breaking into a smile. "Good. What about your partner? Will you join the task force for some time, or move to the digital world?" He was looking for clarity in Naruto's plans, hoping to understand where his son's path would take him. Minato had no illusions about what Naruto was capable of, and he knew that his son would make the right decision, no matter where his journey took him. "I'll train with Azure personally and then move out to the digital world," Naruto replied, his expression resolute. "I like the people at the task force, but I'm not interested in staying there. I want to focus on growing stronger and understanding the digital world more deeply." Minato chuckled, a light-hearted sound that reflected his understanding of Naruto's nature. "Heh, I don't mind, so just enjoy," he said, giving Naruto's shoulder a firm pat. He then turned and made his way back to Steven, leaving his son with one last piece of advice: enjoy the journey, Naruto. Just don't lose yourself along the way. As Naruto watched his father walk towards Steven, he took a moment to reflect on their conversation. His Digivice, which held his partner Azure, was safely tucked away. Azure, still a young Digimon, was sealed in his Digivice for now. Naruto knew that exposing him to the outside world could lead to unnecessary influences, and so he had taken precautions to let Azure rest and grow in peace. For now, Naruto would focus on his own growth, knowing that the journey ahead would require all of his strength, wisdom, and heart. "Congratulations for getting such partners, you finally did it." Menma's arm draped around Naruto's neck, and the two brothers shared a brief, affectionate hug. They were both the same height, their appearances almost identical except for Menma's black hair and red eyes, which gave him a more intense, fiery look compared to Naruto's usual calm demeanor. "Thanks, what about you?" Naruto asked as he returned the hug, genuinely proud of his older brother. Menma had always been a powerful figure in his own right. His 3 champion-level Digimon were an impressive sight, and his starter Digimon was rapidly approaching ultimate evolution, a clear sign of Menma's hard work and aggressive approach to training. "Heh, your older brother is doing fine," Menma said with a smirk. "I'll soon get engaged to Elsa, and then we'll get married. My life is simple, walking straight, no complications." Menma's words held a note of caution as he looked at Naruto, who still hadn't quite settled down. "Don't move hither or you'll end up with too much on your plate." Naruto chuckled at the advice, understanding the concern in Menma's words. He was the more reserved of the two, often caught between various interests, but Menma had found stability early on. Elsa, his fiancée, was Russian, and they had met in the frozen lands of the digital world. Their relationship had flourished quickly, something Menma was proud of. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Naruto reassured his older brother. While he didn't have all the answers yet, he was confident in his ability to navigate the complexities of relationships and life ahead. Menma nodded, though his gaze remained serious. I'm just giving advice. So, do you want to join us in the digital world from now on? He asked, clearly curious if Naruto had changed his mind about his future plans. Not now, but later for sure, Naruto answered confidently. He wasn't ready to fully immerse himself in the digital world just yet, but he knew it was a goal he would reach in time. He needed more time to grow and figure out what his next steps would be. Don't act like a stranger. Join us soon, okay? Menma bumped his shoulder playfully against Naruto's before flashing him a smile and walking off. There was no sign of jealousy or rivalry between the brothers. Menma had always been supportive, even as Naruto's potential as a future royal knight began to surface. He wasn't threatened in the slightest. With his own heavy Leomon nearing its mega form, Menma was poised to become one of the strongest members of the Uzumaki family. His plan was clear: he would use his Digimon to rise to the top and eventually become the most powerful clan head, a position that would give him authority and influence within their family. Naruto watched his brother leave, feeling a sense of pride in Menma's determination and stability. But he knew his own path was different. His journey was still unfolding, and he wasn't in a rush to follow a predefined timeline. As he turned away, he spotted Taichi and Hikari arriving. They were both close friends and allies in their shared adventures. Naruto smiled and walked over to greet them, eager to catch up and enjoy the evening with more of his trusted companions. Chapter 14, Turbulent Hearts and Silent Bonds. Tai and Hikari were a powerful duo, embodying the spirit of leadership and teamwork. Tai, now 25 years old, stood tall with spiky brown hair and warm brown eyes, but still a few inches shorter than Naruto. He was dressed in his usual style: a dark blue long-sleeve shirt under a blue button-up short-sleeved shirt adorned with yellow stars on the sleeves and a pocket on the left breast. His black pants and shoes completed the look, which suited his approachable yet confident demeanor. Tai had grown into a natural leader over the years, a role he embraced with kindness and bravery. He was the leader of the DG Destined, a group renowned for its strength, with each member having the potential to evolve their Digimon into powerful mega-level forms. Tai himself was no exception, with his trusted partner, Agumon, having already reached the formidable Wargreymon form. However, there were whispers of a higher potential. Some speculated that Agumon could reach even greater heights through a matrix evolution, a powerful and rare transformation where a Tamer and their Digimon combine to unlock a new, superior form. There was also talk of the Hyper Spirit evolution, a fusion evolution that drew on the strength of multiple Digimon and their Tamer, forming an unstoppable new creature, such as the legendary Emperor Greymon. Tai's strength lay not only in his Digimon's power but in his leadership and selflessness. He would sacrifice anything for the safety of his loved ones, and he treated his team like family, never resorting to harsh tactics unless absolutely necessary. His bond with Agumon and his team was undeniable, and his loyalty was unwavering. At his side was his younger sister, Hikari, known affectionately as Kari. She was a beautiful girl with long brown hair and gentle brown eyes, but it was her deep affection for her brother that truly stood out. A self-proclaimed Brokon, Kari was Tai's biggest fan and supported him no matter what. She wore a pink top with black pants and carried a whistle, just like Tai carried his iconic goggles around his neck. Both items held sentimental value to them, representing their shared history and commitment to their roles as protectors of the digital world. Kari was gentle, kind, and soft-spoken, a stark contrast to Rika in many ways, yet she was no stranger to bravery. She often found herself fearless when it counted, and when she wasn't, she knew Tai would always be there to support her. Recently, Kari had become a Tamer, receiving her partner, Salomon, just a week ago. The potential of her partner was immense, with Salomon showing signs of being able to evolve into the powerful Ophanimon. This had stirred some rivalry with Rika, especially since the two girls knew each other well from their shared neighborhood. Though soft in demeanor, Kari possessed powerful abilities, such as the ability to communicate with Digimon on a deep emotional level, understanding their thoughts and feelings. She radiated a calming aura that not only charmed wild Digimon but could even soothe those outside of her immediate circle. Her healing powers were legendary, a skill that had earned her the respect of her peers and the admiration of those around her. Along with her brother, Kari had joined the DG Destined and quickly became a central figure alongside Takeru, whose partner, Seraphimon, was a formidable ally. With Kari and Takeru leading the charge, the DG Destined had seen a significant boost in their strength, and they were quickly gaining a reputation as one of the most formidable groups in Asia. Their collective potential was immense, and many expected them to rise to the top, becoming the strongest group in the region. "Hey, I heard and came right away. Congratulations for getting such a powerful partner. I am jealous," Tai said with his usual relaxed demeanor, giving Naruto a casual handshake and a one-armed hug. His easygoing nature made him approachable, unlike his right-hand man, Yamato, who was more serious and reserved. Naruto chuckled and pulled back from the hug, smiling warmly. "Thanks, I hope I can build as strong a bond with my partner as you have with Ryu." Tai grinned, his eyes sparkling with pride as he spoke of his partner. "Haha, just treat them like family, and they'll treat you like family. Now, you kids chill while I go meet the others," he said with a wink, patting Naruto's shoulder before walking off. Naruto couldn't help but appreciate Tai's genuine nature. The two had bonded over their shared experiences in the digital world, and Tai had always been a figure Naruto looked up to. He admired the bond Tai shared with Ryu, his partner, who had grown alongside him into something more than just a tamer-pet relationship. They were family, brothers in arms. It wasn't lost on Naruto that Tai's sister, Hikari, had shown a distinct interest in him. He had noticed it before, though he hadn't made much of it. For now, he simply appreciated their friendship, knowing how important it was to them. "I'm happy for you, and I wish that things will only get better for you," Hikari spoke in a soft, gentle tone as she embraced him in a hug. Her touch lingered longer than usual, and there was something about the way she held onto him that sent a subtle message. Naruto, being perceptive himself, noticed the sign but chose not to comment on it immediately. Hikari had always been sweet and kind, with an aura that naturally drew people in. It was no surprise that others would fall for her charms, though Naruto was not easily swayed. "Thanks, I wish the same for you," Naruto replied, giving her a warm smile. "Come on, let's grab something to drink and eat." He gestured toward the food tables, ready to move away from the heavy emotions that had started to settle in. "You look different today. It feels like you've let off some weight from your shoulders," Carrie observed, her eyes sharp as she took in his expression. Carrie, like him, had a special ability to sense emotions, making her particularly perceptive. It was clear she could tell something had shifted in him. Naruto nodded, understanding what she meant. He had been carrying a lot of internal weight, but he had finally let go of much of it. The emotional release had been gradual, but the presence of the people around him, like Tai and Carrie, had allowed him to drop his usual guard. "Yeah, I guess I've been a bit restrained for a while. It's good to let it go." Just as he was about to continue the conversation, Rika, who had been talking to some of the women around her, noticed him and decided to walk over. She had been watching Naruto from a distance, seemingly intrigued by the interaction between him and Hikari. As she approached, she couldn't help but overhear Naruto's words and couldn't resist making her presence known. "Of course, he carried me around gently today so all the trouble melted away," Rika said, her voice cool but carrying an underlying edge of playfulness as she joined the conversation. The slight smirk on her lips suggested she had something to say but was keeping it lighthearted for the moment. The rivalry between Rika and Hikari had been brewing for a while, but now, with Rika stepping in, the dynamic between them was about to shift. Hikari's expression faltered as she processed Rika's words. She stared at Naruto, her mind racing with implications. The way Rika had phrased it left little room for misinterpretation, and a knot formed in her stomach. She had never been one to jump to conclusions, but her mind couldn't help but wonder. Did they go further? Had things become physical between them? Her heart sank as she watched Naruto's calm demeanor, as though nothing had changed. Hikari had known him since they were both 5 years old. He had always been the pillar of strength and warmth in her life, intelligent, patient, and unfailingly kind. He was the person who made her feel safe and special, who treated her like family despite all the differences that might have existed between them. But now, Hikari couldn't shake the feeling that something was slipping out of her grasp. Rika had planted a seed of doubt, and it was hard not to let it grow. As Hikari observed Naruto, she realized that, despite the fact that he was so similar to her brother Tai, Naruto possessed a different depth of gentleness that Tai didn't have. It wasn't just that he was kind, there was something soothing in his presence, something that made Hikari feel cherished and cared for. She had loved him more than anyone else, but now, seeing the subtle exchange between him and Rika, she couldn't help but feel an uncomfortable twinge of jealousy. Hikari had always been conservative in her approach. She had never been as open or forward as Rika, who had a way of effortlessly drawing attention. Rika had a confidence and boldness that Hikari sometimes found hard to compete with, and that made her feel inadequate. In many ways, Hikari had always admired Rika, but she also saw her as a rival. Rika and Naruto had a closeness that Hikari couldn't help but envy. Even though she was a talented tamer, Hikari had always struggled in combat against Rika. It wasn't just a matter of skill, it was the natural advantage of Rinamon's combat-ready nature versus her own Salomon. Hikari knew she wasn't ready to face Rika, at least not yet. But the difference in combat power was only one part of the rivalry. The deeper feeling, the one that had remained with her since childhood, was the growing sense of competition for Naruto's affections. Hikari had always believed that, despite the challenges and differences, she and Naruto would end up together. She thought he was someone who desired true love, someone who wouldn't just jump into a relationship for the sake of it. She had seen others come and go, but Naruto had never shown the same lustful desires as many others. He had always appeared pure in his intentions, untainted by fleeting attractions. His focus had always seemed to be on forming meaningful connections, not on physical gratification. But now, after hearing Rika's words, Hikari couldn't believe her ears. She had always thought that Naruto was waiting for the right person, someone who shared his ideals and his values. That person, in Hikari's mind, was supposed to be her. But now, seeing how Rika interacted with him, Hikari couldn't ignore the doubt that had crept in. Rika was the one who had caught Naruto's attention, and it made Hikari wonder if she had misunderstood him all along. Despite the rush of emotions, Hikari still cared for Rika. They were both part of the same team, working toward the same goals. Hikari knew that if Naruto was happy, then she would be happy too. But this situation was different. Rika wasn't just a friend now, she was a contender for something deeper, and that made Hikari question her place in Naruto's life. As much as Hikari tried to stay composed, the weight of the situation pressed down on her. She had always been the supportive one, the one who cheered Tai on from the sidelines, the one who never let her feelings get in the way of the bigger picture. But now, with Naruto's unexpected responses and Rika's boldness, Hikari found herself on unsure ground. She had seen Rika try and fail to get close to him, and part of her had felt relieved. But now that Rika seemed to have succeeded or at least made some progress, Hikari couldn't help but feel unsettled. In her heart, Hikari still wanted to be the one for Naruto, but this was an unexpected turn. She hadn't anticipated that Rika would become such a threat to her own feelings. She wasn't sure how to move forward, but one thing was clear, she would have to face this reality sooner or later. With a quiet sigh, Hikari pushed her emotions aside, determined to focus on the task at hand. She still wanted to invite Naruto to join the DG Destined. She believed that together, they could all grow stronger. The world outside was unforgiving, and she knew that their bond could be the key to surviving whatever challenges lay ahead. But even as she spoke, her heart couldn't help but yearn for something more, for Naruto to see her as more than just a friend, as someone who had always stood by his side. Naruto felt the tension in the air as he turned to look at Rika, her smug smile practically screaming that she had won. He could see the way Hikari was silently going through a whirlwind of emotions, her body language betraying a mix of confusion, frustration, and something deeper that Naruto couldn't quite pinpoint. He stepped forward and pinched Rika's arm lightly, getting her attention before pulling her into a hug, hoping to reassure Hikari and diffuse the situation. "Don't think too much about it, Hikari. I literally carried her around, nothing more," he said with a warm smile, trying to convey the simplicity of the situation. But as soon as he said those words, he felt Rika's mischievous energy, the way her teasing had sparked something in Hikari. Hikari was silent, but Naruto could see the change in her expression, the brief flicker of realization and hurt in her eyes. He knew that this conversation would not be easy, especially with how things had escalated so quickly. Naruto turned back to Rika, his tone becoming more serious. "It's a good tactic, but don't use it. I don't want others to think I sleep around. And I don't want people to see you as someone who would share such delicate details," he said with a warning edge to his voice. Rika's eyes softened slightly, her playful smile replaced with a more thoughtful expression. "I won't do it," she replied, her voice sincere, as if the gravity of Naruto's words had finally hit her. She didn't want to lose his trust. Naruto pinched her cheek gently, his expression softening, but still carrying that quiet intensity. "Good," he said simply, as if sealing an unspoken promise between them. Hikari watched all of this unfold, her emotions shifting with each passing moment. She could feel the tension between Naruto and Rika had changed. Rika was acting differently, more girly, more vulnerable in front of others, and Hikari could tell that something had shifted between them. It was clear that this wasn't just playful banter anymore. Something deeper had developed, but how? Her eyes narrowed, unable to hold back the question that had been building up inside her. She wanted answers, but she also wanted to understand, even if it was painful to hear. "Do you love each other? Is this your answer?" Hikari asked, her voice steady but with an undercurrent of frustration. The question hung in the air, heavier than any of the others she had asked before. Rika didn't hesitate. She smiled smugly, clearly enjoying the discomfort she had caused. "I love him, and he will love me with time." "So, you did confess. I thought you didn't have the courage to act. Are you going to try stealing him now, or will you step down like you always do?" Her words dripped with victory, her confidence shining through as she looked down at Hikari with a teasing smirk. Hikari's eyes flashed with determination as she stepped forward, her lip biting down hard to suppress the anger rising in her chest. She wouldn't let Rika provoke her, but it was hard not to feel the sting of the challenge in her words. "I don't know what you mean. I've never been a coward. As for you, what you're doing now is definitely cowardly," she shot back, her voice firm and unwavering. The two girls stood inches apart now, their gazes locked in a silent battle. Hikari's eyes never wavered, and her chest brushed against Rika's, sending an electric jolt through both of them. Sparks flew in the air as the tension became palpable. Hikari's heart raced in her chest, her emotions swirling like a storm she could barely contain. Naruto, ever the peacemaker, anticipated the situation. He lightly slapped Rika's bum, causing her to yelp in surprise, her expression turning into one of mock indignation. But before she could protest, Naruto pulled her toward him by the waist, calming her with a gentle touch. Rika fell quiet, leaning into his embrace but not forgetting to give Hikari one last smug look. "Kari, Rika hasn't done anything," Naruto said, his voice steady and calm, though it carried the weight of authority. "I gave her the same answer I gave you. I'm open to anyone trying to win my heart. But you need to ask yourselves, do you have the patience to continue down this path? It's not guaranteed that I will ever return your affections. I want both of you to think about it carefully." His words were measured, and it was clear that he wanted both girls to consider what they were getting into. He wasn't willing to let things spiral into a rivalry that would damage their relationships. The serious tone in Naruto's voice caught both girls off guard. It was a shift in their dynamic, a moment of clarity. He wasn't playing games. His heart wasn't something to be won through manipulation or challenge. It was something that had to be earned, and he wasn't willing to let anyone push his boundaries. Rika's gaze turned sharp as she looked at Naruto, her mind racing. Are you really doing this? Really, asking her while I'm still here? Her eyes spoke volumes, challenging him silently, as if daring him to go through with it. A flash of jealousy sparked within her, but she couldn't deny the connection she had with him. Naruto sensed the intensity in her gaze, but he only patted her head lightly, soothing her as he always did when she got worked up. Relax, little hellion, he muttered with a soft chuckle, hoping to calm her. Hikari stood there, watching everything unfold, trying to make sense of the complicated feelings swirling inside her. She had always seen Naruto as someone pure, someone who had never been interested in love games. But now, with Rika's words, it seemed that the balance was shifting. The lines between friendship and affection were becoming blurred, and Hikari wasn't sure where she fit anymore. The stakes were higher now. She would have to decide what role she wanted to play in Naruto's life, whether she would remain as the supportive friend, or step up and make her own feelings known. Hikari stood in silence, absorbing Naruto's words and the atmosphere around her. The tension had built up between her and Rika, but as she watched Naruto interact with both of them, she realized how clouded her thoughts had been. Her jealousy had flared, but now she saw things more clearly. She had let her frustration with the situation and Rika's teasing cloud her judgment. With a soft sigh, Hikari blinked and smiled, her expression shifting to something more resolute. She was determined, and Naruto's words, though a little unexpected, had helped her realize that she couldn't afford to be discouraged. Her heart had already chosen its path. She was ready to move forward, to fight for what she wanted, just like she had done for years as Tachi's sister. Thank you for the clarification and the warning, but I have chosen to pursue this path, she said, her voice steady, but filled with confidence. If I wanted to tread the easy path, I wouldn't be Tachi's sister, nor would I join him on this journey to the unknown. From a young age, I've fought and faced the dangers in our world. Do you think I will step back because of some risk of heartbreak? Don't look down on me, just because I am soft-spoken. My heart can handle everything, and nothing can break my spirit. You just have to wait and see, my affections will break that ice. You and me, we are meant to be. Hikari's words were fierce, a declaration of her resolve, and in that moment, she wasn't just the kind-hearted, soft-spoken girl, she was a woman who knew exactly what she wanted and was prepared to fight for it. She had no intentions of backing down. Turning to Rika, Hikari gave a small smile, but there was no hiding the challenge in her eyes. Fortunately, I am an empathy just like you. Our emotions will reach a crescendo once we connect. Rika rolled her eyes with a playful smirk, clearly amused. You're such a show-off, Hikari. Can't you speak normal? We will reach a crescendo. What a corny line. The jab was just enough to make Hikari blush, and the air between the two girls grew charged once again. The playful banter, however, only deepened the rivalry, and for a moment, it looked like they might clash. Naruto, sensing the brewing tension between them, stepped in with his usual calming presence. He didn't want things to escalate any further. He caught both girls in a hug, pulling them close and lowering his voice. I know the feeling, he began, speaking to both of them in a tone that brooked no argument. Your offer is attractive, but we will have to wait and see. I'm not sure if you're both ready for it. You girls may need to wait for another 2 years or so before my interest develops. The seriousness in his words made Hikari pause, but at the same time, she felt a strange sense of comfort. She knew Naruto didn't just say things for no reason. There was depth to his words, a weight that carried his true feelings. It isn't a long time, she said, her voice soft but confident. I am willing to spend years to develop this bond and continue our path together. Hikari had never seen Naruto as a mere end goal. She wasn't fixated on him as the final prize. To her, the journey they were on, the growth they could all experience, was what mattered most. Naruto was a part of that journey, not just the destination. Rika, however, had a different outlook. Her competitive nature kicked in as she grinned slyly at Naruto. I will take that as a challenge and make you confess before 2 years are finished. Her voice was teasing but filled with determination. Naruto chuckled softly, his gaze softening as he looked at both of them. I look forward to this surprise, he said, clearly amused by Rika's challenge. Now, act like good girls and stop making trouble for others. The tension between the two girls wasn't gone, but it had shifted. Both of them were now more focused on the challenge ahead of them. Naruto's words had done their job. He had set the stage for the future. The road ahead was uncertain, but there was no turning back now. They all knew that whatever happened, they would have to face it together. As they stood there, the air between them shifted. It wasn't just about rivalry anymore. It was about growth, about understanding their feelings, and about finding a path forward that they could walk together. The next 2 years would be filled with trials, but Naruto knew that if anyone could navigate those challenges, it was them. For now, the girls would hold their ground, but they would also have to reflect on their own paths and what they truly wanted. As for Naruto, his heart was still his to protect, but there was no doubt in his mind that, in the end, they would all find their way. 15, Chapter 15. Leaving the girls to their conversation, Naruto wandered towards Steve Rogers, the head of the Digimon task force in the USA. Steve had always been a figure of respect in the Digimon world. Despite his youthful appearance, he was in his 60s, though his strong build and charismatic presence made him look decades younger. He had a deep sense of duty and a heart full of wisdom, qualities that had allowed him to lead the USA task force with unwavering resolve. The region, home to the strongest tamers in the world, had faced its fair share of challenges. Violent tendencies ran high in the area, and it was a region known for its danger, but Steve had maintained peace against all odds. The USA had survived the initial invasion of Digimon and was one of the first regions to rebuild. In fact, the region had become a breeding ground for powerful mutations, some of which were a direct result of the fierce battles fought on its soil. Though China shared a similar level of power, it seemed that the USA had been lucky with its tamers, who had been forged through years of conflict. However, the country also had a reputation for harboring some of the most perverted people in the world. This led to the emergence of the so-called new types tamers and Digimon with abilities beyond the normal scope who appeared there before anywhere else in the world. It was unexpected to see Steve here at the celebration. He had been in the city for a meeting with the local task force commander, and when the invitation had come through, he had decided to join the event. Naruto had met Steve during a past conflict, and their battle had solidified a mutual respect between the two. Steve, being familiar with Naruto's background, had even invited him to join the task force in the USA at one point. "Congratulations, Naruto," Steve said warmly as he approached the younger man. "I knew you had a great future ahead of you, but this is a bit of a surprise. I didn't come prepared with a proper gift, but I hope this will do." Steve gave Naruto a firm handshake, followed by a friendly hug. His smile was genuine, and there was a twinkle of pride in his eyes as he spoke. Naruto had always felt an affinity for older people in this world. Perhaps it was because, in many ways, they had the same maturity level as he did, and he appreciated their wisdom. Steve was no exception. In fact, Naruto found Steve's approach to leadership and life in general to be refreshing, and they had become close during their interactions. Even Minato, Naruto's father, got along well with Steve, and their bond had been forged through mutual respect and admiration. With a chuckle, Steve reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out his red and blue Digivice, the one with a star emblazoned on the back. Naruto, always carrying his own Digivice, took it out and was about to say something when Steve pressed a button on his device, sending a data transfer. As soon as Naruto received the information, his heart skipped a beat. He had seen many valuable items in both of his lives, but what Steve had just sent him was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was a piece of gold chrome Digizoid. The metal was legendary, known to be the strongest material in the digital world. It was nearly indestructible and was derived from Huanglong ore, a rare and powerful substance. The Uzumaki clan, despite their vast wealth and influence, didn't even possess anything like it. This kind of material was highly sought after, and there were many in the world who would kill for even the smallest fragment. The thought of receiving such a gift from Steve left Naruto speechless, the weight of the gesture settling heavily on him. "Steve, I can't accept this," Naruto said, his voice tight with gratitude and disbelief. "It's too precious. You should use it for your partner, not for me." The temptation to keep it was there, but Naruto couldn't bring himself to accept something of such value. It was too important, too rare for someone like him to hold on to. He was aware that Steve's partner would benefit far more from this treasure than he would. Steve, however, only smiled softly. "You've earned it, Naruto. In fact, this is my way of showing respect for everything you've done. You've come a long way, and I believe you'll do great things with this." His tone was kind, but there was a knowing glint in his eyes. "You don't need to have everything figured out right now. Sometimes, you just need to take a step forward and trust the journey ahead." Naruto stared at the gold chrome Digizoid, still unsure whether he should take it. But as he looked into Steve's eyes, he understood the depth of the gift. This wasn't just a token of material wealth, it was an acknowledgement of his strength, his potential, and his future. Huanglong ore was a virtual ore unlike any other, known for its rarity and its almost impossible to measure hardness. Found only deep underground, its unique properties made it virtually indestructible. The ore could only be scratched by other pieces of Huanglong ore, rendering it incomparable to other metals and minerals. Its absolute hardness could not be gauged using traditional methods, making it a substance of mystery and awe. Despite its formidable strength, Huanglong ore was too heavy for most practical applications, especially when it came to weapons or armor. However, it had one major characteristic that made it truly extraordinary: it could merge with living beings, an ability that had yet to be fully understood. This merging process took far longer than the Age of Myth, and as a result, only one Digimon had ever been known to unify with Huanglong or Huanglongman. Yet, while Huanglongman represented the epitome of a being bonded with this rare ore, there were also Digimon like Ground Ramon, which was known to dwell within veins of Huanglong ore. The ore was found embedded in its scales, giving it a unique and powerful nature, though it was not quite as integrated as the fully unified Huanglongman. Despite these abilities, Huanglong ore had its limitations, which led to the creation of a new, improved metal, Chrondigizoid. This material was a hybrid between the properties of Huanglong ore and living tissue, a revolutionary step in Digimon metallurgy. Chrondigizoid, or CHO alloy as it was formerly known, was an intermediate substance that combined the immense hardness of Huanglong ore with the flexibility and smoothness of living tissue. This allowed for the creation of armor and weapons that were not only incredibly durable but also capable of integrating with their user's body, becoming part of them. Armor made from chronodigizoid would deflect virtually any attack, making it one of the most coveted materials in the digital world. However, even chronodigizoid was surpassed by its refined form, chrome digizoid. This virtual supermetal was the strongest known material in the digital world. Chrome digizoid was so resilient that it could only be damaged by the most powerful attacks or by other objects made from the same metal. As such, it became the benchmark for measuring hardness, and lower purity forms of chrome digizoid were still remarkably tough. Despite its strength, the metal was flexible enough to be used in various forms, from armor to weaponry, and even in the construction of wings. The rare and high-purity chrome digizoid was a substance of tremendous value, often leading to violent conflicts over its possession. Mines of chrome digizoid were scarce, and the regions where it was found were fiercely protected by powerful factions. Adventurers who ventured into these dangerous territories in search of the metal often found themselves meeting an untimely demise. Chrome digizoid's value and rarity were unmatched, and it was considered one of the most precious resources in the digital world. There were 5 distinct chromatic variations of chrome digizoid, each with unique abilities. The strongest and most coveted of these was the gold variant, a substance of unmatched power. This particular form of chrome digizoid was highly sought after for its extraordinary abilities and its capacity to amplify the strength of the Digimon or objects it was grafted onto. Even a small piece, about the size of a tennis ball, could fetch a phenomenal price. The value of such an item was incalculable, and its possession was a mark of power and status in the digital world. Whether used for forging weapons, armor, or even grafted into a Digimon's body, the gold variant of chrome digizoid was a treasure worth fighting for, and Naruto had just received a piece of it. Steve chuckled, watching Naruto's genuine refusal of the chrome digizoid. He had expected nothing less. In a world filled with ambition and greed, Naruto stood out. His humility was a rare treasure, even among the strongest tamers, and Steve respected that immensely. It was rare to find someone who didn't simply pretend to be humble in order to secure a gift, but Naruto was different. The sincerity in his words wasn't just an act, it was who he was. Naruto was more than just a young tamer. He was a symbol of what humanity could achieve when unclouded by personal desire. Even with something as valuable as gold chrome digizoid right in front of him, he showed no signs of wanting it for himself. That was the kind of strength that would shape the future. Steve, who had spent years leading the Digimon task force, wasn't surprised by the kid's reaction. He'd seen many come and go, each one seeking power or fame, but Naruto was different. He had the potential to surpass them all. It was that potential that made Steve want to keep an eye on him, to guide him. But for now, Steve would respect his decision. The offer would remain open, waiting for when the time was right. You sure? My partner's already fully upgraded, Steve said, giving Naruto a knowing smile. I was thinking you could use it for some gauntlets or armor for your partners. It's too good a piece of metal to waste. He knew full well that Naruto would decline again, but it was a way to test his resolve. Naruto thought for a moment, mulling over Steve's suggestion. He had considered the same thing but quickly dismissed the idea. I'm sure, he replied, shaking his head. I don't need it right now. My partners aren't ready for it either. The thought of putting that kind of power in the hands of his Digimon, still developing and growing, seemed reckless. It could draw unwanted attention from those who would exploit the power, or worse, those who would seek to take it from him. Steve's eyes twinkled as he listened to Naruto's words. He had expected this kind of response, but what really struck him was the absence of hesitation. Many would have taken the offer, even if only to secure it for later. But Naruto was not like the others. He didn't need to collect power just for the sake of it. Good choice, Steve said, nodding. But I'm not going to let it go that easily. When the time comes and you're ready, just give me a call. I'll send it to you. Naruto wasn't entirely sure what to say, but he could see that Steve was determined to insist on it. Still, the gift was too much for him at this stage. You're giving me too much favor, Naruto said, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. I'll look for something for you when the time comes. Or if you ever need me, call on me. I'll be there. It was clear that Steve was attached to this gesture, wanting Naruto to have the best equipment, to be prepared for the challenges ahead. But Naruto could see the underlying meaning. Steve wasn't just offering him a powerful piece of metal, he was offering him a bond, a connection that would endure and strengthen over time. I'll call you when the time is right, Steve said with a grin. Until then, no more complaining. If you do, I'll have Wanda convince you. He chuckled at his own joke, knowing full well how much Naruto dreaded the idea of Wanda's abilities. The Scarlet Witch, with her powers over chaos and mind control, was a force to be reckoned with. Even Steve, despite being the leader, knew when to tread lightly around her. Wanda was an essential member of the task force, and although she might have been stronger than Steve in raw power, Steve's skills as a leader were unrivaled. No need for that, Naruto replied quickly, a slight smirk forming on his face. I'm happy with that arrangement. The idea of Wanda getting into his mind was something Naruto would prefer to avoid at all costs. There were far too many dangers in the world already, and he wasn't keen on adding another one. The two shared a brief moment of understanding, an unspoken bond forming between them. Steve saw in Naruto not just a potential ally but a friend, someone who could stand beside him when the time came to face the greatest threats the world had ever known. And Naruto, in turn, understood that Steve wasn't just offering him a gift, that was offering him the chance to be part of something greater than himself. Steve Rogers had always been the kind of leader who shouldered the burdens of his country and his team with resilience. But there was a heaviness in his voice when he shared the news with Naruto. The task force had been managing threats from criminal organizations, and the weight of it all was starting to take its toll. The Brotherhood, Hellfire Club, White Tiger Gang, SUC, and even Ouroboros had all set their sights on the United States, each one with its own agenda and motives, creating chaos in their wake. The presence of so many dangerous groups in the same territory was a serious cause for concern. "We're spread thin, Naruto," Steve said, his voice laced with exhaustion. "The X-Men have been helping out, but it feels like there's always another group lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. And the worst part is, we don't know who's pulling the strings." Naruto listened carefully, his mind already piecing together the various threats. The digital world always had its own set of dangers, but this felt different. There was something far more sinister brewing in the real world, something far beyond the usual criminal syndicates. He could sense the anxiety in Steve's voice, and that in itself was unsettling. Steve's trust in Naruto was clear after all, he'd already shared more than most leaders would have with someone outside their own team. But there was something about Naruto's insight and ability to think outside the box that made Steve open up. And Naruto didn't hesitate to offer his perspective. "I'm not surprised," Naruto said, his expression serious. "You've got treasure showing up in the digital world connected to the USA. Something big is on the horizon. But there's more, isn't there? A unique Digimon, one that's tied directly to the territory you're talking about." Steve raised an eyebrow at Naruto's insight. He had already considered the appearance of rare treasures, but the unique Digimon was something he hadn't fully connected yet. Naruto continued, his tone growing darker. "The final thing you should worry about is the balance of power. These groups aren't just trying to take control of your country. They're aiming to topple the government, disrupt the balance of the entire world, and make sure they don't have to hide anymore like they're some kind of shadow." Steve froze, the gravity of Naruto's words sinking in. The shock was clear on his face, as he hadn't considered that the situation was this dire. He'd been so focused on the local issues with the various criminal organizations that the bigger picture had eluded him. That's huge," Steve muttered, his mind racing. "I knew something wasn't right, but I never thought it could go this far." He took a deep breath, trying to regain composure, but the enormity of the situation was overwhelming. He immediately excused himself and motioned for the key members of the task force to follow him. There was no time to waste. The news that Naruto had given him was too critical to ignore. "We need to pull all the important personnel and start preparing for something far bigger than we've ever faced," Steve said to his team as he left, leaving Naruto behind. The air in the room felt charged with tension as everyone followed Steve's lead, knowing the scale of what they were about to face was unlike anything they had prepared for. As the meeting took a more urgent turn, Minato and Kushina excused themselves to join the discussion, given the gravity of the situation and Naruto's last suggestion, which had become the central point of focus. Naruto stood alone for a moment, reflecting on everything that had just transpired. Life had a way of throwing chaos his way, but this time, it felt different. He wasn't just fighting for his own future or that of his partners. The balance of the entire world was in jeopardy, and he had a part to play in that. The weight of the responsibility felt heavy on his shoulders, but it was something he had to bear. Life could never be completely peaceful, not for him. He had accepted that long ago. What mattered was how he walked the path ahead. He couldn't afford to falter, to stray from his mission. This time, he would not fall off the cliff. Chapter 16. After the festivities had ended and the last of the guests departed, the house grew quiet, but the energy in the air still felt electric. It had been a night filled with joy, gifts, and reunions, all of them making memories that would last a lifetime. Most of the Tamers had returned to their rooms, heading off to bed, knowing that tomorrow would be another day of responsibilities and training. But for Naruto, this was no ordinary night. He could feel something in the air, something unusual and energy that he couldn't ignore. The world outside was quiet, but his mind was restless, eager for the rare event he had been anticipating. While the others slept, Naruto slipped away from the warm embrace of the celebration and made his way to his room. Inside, Morrigan awaited him, her figure illuminated by the soft moonlight that filtered in through the window. She was as captivating as ever, her sea-green hair flowing like a stream, her outfit as mesmerizing as her presence. Her black bustier clung to her body, adorned with delicate white feathers and a heart-shaped cutout. The purple nylons with bat patterns drew attention to her graceful legs, while the black boots completed her alluring look. But it was her wings, bat-like and powerful, that drew the most attention. The wings were capable of changing shape, transforming into weapons or shields at will. She could even break them apart and summon a horde of bats to fight by her side. Though she had the appearance of a seductress, Morrigan's personality was layered. She was a playful, confident woman who was open about her desires, yet she didn't cause harm to those who came close to her. Instead, she was caring, protective, and fiercely loyal to those she loved, especially the Uzumaki family. Her connection to Lilithmon, the demon lord of lust, was clear in her playful nature, but Morrigan was much more than just a manifestation of her dark heritage. Despite her carefree and sometimes unpredictable demeanor, Morrigan was one of the strongest figures within the Uzumaki family. Her partners, Lady Divimon and Dumon, were both powerful ultimate-level Digimon. She had the potential to reach even greater heights, possibly even becoming Mervamon, one of the revered Olympus 12. But despite her immense strength, Morrigan had always taken a laid-back approach, not pushing herself as a tamer. She could have been the strongest if she wished, but for now, she was content with her life, helping Naruto and his family in any way she could. Her story, though, was a darker one. She had been found in the dark area, a place teeming with vile creatures, both human and Digimon. Morrigan had no memory of her past life before entering the Uzumaki family. The trauma she had endured there had left deep scars, ones that she carried quietly within her. But despite the darkness she had faced, she was always calm, collected, and carefree on the surface. It was a mystery to those around her how she could hold such a vibrant energy despite the haunting memories hidden away in her mind. Naruto knew of her past, and he respected her strength and resilience. He could feel her presence even now, her warm energy radiating in the stillness of the night. He had learned over the years to read the subtle shifts in her emotions, and tonight, he could sense something different. Morrigan, sensing his gaze, turned to him with a smirk on her lips. "What's on your mind, Naruto?" she asked playfully, her voice teasing yet warm. "You've been looking at me like you want to ask something." Naruto chuckled lightly, settling himself on the bed, his eyes fixed on her. "Just thinking about how lucky I am to have you around, Morrigan. You're stronger than you think." Morrigan rolled her eyes, but the soft smile tugging at the corner of her lips told another story. "I could do without your compliments, but I guess you're right. But tonight's not about me. You're the one who's going to face the storm. Don't worry, I'll be ready for whatever comes." There was a playful tone to her words, but the underlying seriousness of the conversation wasn't lost on either of them. Naruto knew that Morrigan, despite her flippant nature, was always there when it mattered most. She approached him, sitting beside him on the bed, her wings folding behind her as she leaned in closer. "So, what's this thing that's been keeping you up all night?" she asked, her voice a little softer now. Naruto sighed deeply, his thoughts drifting to the strange occurrences surrounding him. "Something's coming, something big. I can feel it. This is more than just a celebration tonight. There's a change in the air, something I can't quite put into words, but I know it's going to affect everything." Morrigan raised an eyebrow but didn't push further. "Well, you know I'm always here when you need me," she said. "Just don't get too caught up in your head. We'll face it together, like always." Naruto smiled, feeling the weight on his shoulders ease slightly with her words. The world might be changing, but he knew that with his family, his friends, and Morrigan by his side, he would face whatever came his way. He wasn't alone in this. "I'm glad you're here," Naruto murmured, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Morrigan's playful smile returned. "I know you are," she said teasingly, before adding with a wink, "but remember, I don't just do this out of the kindness of my heart. There's always a price." The moonlight filtered softly through the window, casting a pale glow on the room where Naruto and Morrigan stood. The air between them was charged with a peculiar intensity, one that had been building for days, though neither had openly acknowledged it until now. Morrigan, with her sea-green hair flowing around her shoulders and her striking bat-like wings curled gracefully at her back, stood before him with an almost predatory grace. But there was more to her than just that, a deeper, more complex hunger hidden behind her playful exterior. "Is this why you called for me?" Naruto asked, his voice calm but heavy with the weight of the moment. He hadn't expected Morrigan to confront him like this, especially not after their light-hearted interactions earlier. He had always thought of her as family, someone whose mischievous tendencies he could overlook, but tonight it felt different. Her features were sharp with desire, an intensity that made even the confident Naruto pause for a moment. "Sorry, master," Morrigan purred, her voice laced with both frustration and longing. "But you look so delicious. I have always found you charming, and your life force, it was already intense, so I had some expectations. Now seeing it up close." She stepped closer, her eyes locking with his, a mixture of admiration and desperation in them. "Your life force has broken anything I could have imagined." Naruto felt a pang of sympathy. He knew Morrigan well enough to understand that her words, though seductive, were driven by something deeper, a craving for power, but also for connection. He had seen her struggle with her nature before, the need for indulgence that came with her powers. "I know you don't like what I do," she continued, her voice dropping to a soft, vulnerable tone. "But I have no choice. It is my very nature, and I can't go without it. People call me lazy, but my powers won't grow without indulging in extreme relationships. You know I like it, but it gets boring after a while. I want to experience real love, Naruto. Most people, they can't ever match my power." Naruto's brow furrowed as he processed her words. He knew that Morrigan was a creature of intense desires, a being shaped by her unique abilities. But hearing her admit her yearning for more than just fleeting pleasures, for something genuine, stirred something in him. He couldn't imagine the weight of such a curse. Still, he remained composed. What about Thor, Sentry, or Hulk? Naruto asked, his tone gentle but firm, trying to steer the conversation in a different direction. Morrigan smirked, shaking her head slightly. Not my types. One is a mental wreck, one is a berserker, and the other, well, he's a muscle brain. You, Naruto, you're my type. You have the looks, the mind. You've caught my interest in ways no one else ever has. Please, master, allow me to serve you. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Her words were not a plea for a lover, but a subtle request for his acceptance, an invitation to allow her to be close to him in a way that surpassed the normal boundaries of their relationship. She didn't ask for anything beyond that, believing that perhaps, in time, she could work her way into his heart if only she could win his approval. Naruto stood still for a long moment, his gaze never leaving Morrigan's. He could feel the weight of her desire pressing on him, but he also knew the gravity of what she was asking. He wasn't unaware of her beauty, her allure, nor of the intense chemistry that hung between them. It wasn't that he found her unattractive, quite the opposite. In fact, Morrigan was everything a man could desire. But Naruto wasn't the type to act on impulse, especially not when it came to something as complicated as this. Morrigan could sense his hesitation, her eyes flickering with hope, and she watched him intently, waiting for a response. Naruto sighed, his thoughts swirling. He couldn't deny that he felt a deep empathy for her, understanding her internal battle. But he also couldn't ignore his own feelings and boundaries. Morrigan was family, and no matter how much he cared for her, he knew they weren't compatible in the way she desired. Let me try something, Naruto said quietly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He took her hand gently, his energy flowing into her in an attempt to connect on a deeper level, to give her something she craved without compromising his own principles. But as he sent his energy into her, he quickly realized that it wouldn't work. Morrigan's body, bound by the nature of her powers, couldn't accept such an exchange. It wasn't the kind of bond she needed. Master, Morrigan said softly, her voice filled with both disappointment and acceptance. There is no other way. My body won't accept energy like that. It has to go through the exchange of bodily fluids. Her eyes were wide with anticipation, filled with hope that he might relent. Naruto's heart ached at the sight of her vulnerability. He could feel the warmth in her gaze, the hunger for connection that mirrored his own in a way. He wasn't oblivious to how Morrigan felt. The woman was powerful, but her desires were simply to be loved, to experience something real. He understood that. And yet, despite the pull he felt towards her, he couldn't bring himself to cross that line. You should try finding someone else to love, Naruto said, his voice steady but filled with regret. I'm sorry, but we are not compatible. However, I will help you until then. He took her chin gently in his hand, his touch soft but firm. Then, to his own surprise, he leaned in and kissed her a long, lingering kiss that spoke volumes of the affection he held for her. It wasn't a kiss born out of passion, but one of comfort, of understanding. It was a kiss that conveyed both the warmth of their bond and the limits that still existed between them. Morrigan, caught off guard by the intensity of the kiss, felt her breath leave her in a rush. When they finally broke apart, her heart raced, her body alight with energy she hadn't expected from something so simple. She was left breathless, her mind whirling. It was more than she had hoped for, yet it only seemed to deepen her longing for him. Master, thank you so much, she murmured, her voice shaky with emotion. But, I don't want to change my target. I will definitely make you take me one day. I don't mind changing for it. She hugged him tightly, her wings trembling slightly. She knew Naruto wasn't ready, but she also knew that she would keep fighting for a place in his heart. And one day, she believed, he would see her not just as family, but as something more. As she disappeared into the night, Naruto stood there, watching her leave with a mix of emotions: pity, regret, and a strange sense of nostalgia. He couldn't help but wonder what had gone wrong with the women around him. Why couldn't they just back away when he said no? If I were younger, he thought with a wry smile, maybe I would have enjoyed this kind of attention more. But that was the past. Now, he had to focus on the future, on what lay ahead, knowing that the bonds he formed would shape everything to come. 17, Chapter 17. The morning sun shone through the windows of Naruto's room, casting a warm, golden hue over the room. Yet for Naruto, it wasn't just the sunlight that made the day feel different, it was the absence of the chains that had bound his power for so long. For the first time in decades, Naruto felt truly free. The weight that had burdened him, keeping his chakra from fully blossoming, was gone. The night before had been spent meditating, awakening the dormant chakra within his body, and now, with his power no longer restrained, he felt a vitality he hadn't experienced in years. As he sat up, stretching and feeling the energy surge through him, a thought crossed his mind. The power he had unlocked, the freedom, was only part of the shift. It was not just his chakra that was awakening; his mind, body, and spirit felt reinvigorated. It was a new beginning for him. But, as with all things in Naruto's life, peace never lasted long. The night before had been interrupted by the appearance of Lady Digimon, Morrigan's partner, who had revealed a side of herself that Naruto hadn't expected. Eve, as Morrigan called her, was not just any succubus; she was a fallen angel, a creature of dark desires who thrived on control and submission. Her blood-red eyes and pale skin made her hauntingly beautiful, and her dark, living presence seemed to wrap itself around her like a cloak. She had chains at her side, symbols of both her combat style and her nature, and like her counterpart Morrigan, she had an undeniable allure. But unlike Morrigan, Eve embraced sadistic tendencies. She reveled in breaking others, turning them into slaves to their own desires. When Eve encountered Naruto, it wasn't just a meeting of two powerful beings, it became a battle of wills. The purity of Naruto's life force had been too much for her to resist, and in a moment of reckless abandon, she had tried to seduce him. The life force Naruto exuded wasn't enough to fuel Eve, but it was intoxicating, and the taste of it had sent her into a frenzy. She'd tried to push further, attempting to use her powers to break him down. But Naruto was no fool, and he wasn't going to let anyone, no matter how alluring, control him. Their struggle had been intense. Eve had thrown everything she had at him, but Naruto's strength far outmatched hers. His combat experience and immense power easily overpowered her, sending her crashing to the ground. But even in defeat, Eve had not been upset. She had been awakened by the encounter, her desires shifting into a new obsession. Despite the struggle, Naruto had helped her up, warning her sternly that if she didn't stop, he would be forced to take more extreme measures. His message had been clear: this was not something he would tolerate. However, it seemed that Eve hadn't learned her lesson. When Naruto woke the next morning, he found the two succubi Morrigan and Eve sleeping in his bed, their presence an unmistakable reminder of the events that had transpired. His warning had clearly not deterred them. As he sighed in frustration, he knew the day wouldn't be simple. His words hadn't reached their hearts the way he had hoped. Getting out of bed quietly, Naruto went to prepare for the day. He needed to clear his mind and focus, so he made his way to the bath, hoping that a relaxing soak would help him center himself. As he stepped into the warm water, Morrigan and Eve followed him, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Naruto had known these two for years, so their presence didn't surprise him. It wasn't the first time they had joined him in the bath to help him relax, but today, there was an unspoken tension in the air. Morrigan, ever the attentive maid, was the first to speak, her playful tone softening the atmosphere. "Let me help you relax, master. You've had quite the night, haven't you?" Naruto gave a small, tired smile as he sank deeper into the water, letting its warmth seep into his muscles. "You could say that," he replied, feeling the weight of the previous night's event still lingering in the back of his mind. "It seems like no matter how much I try to keep things calm, they always find a way to get complicated." Eve, who had been silent until now, looked at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Oh, don't pretend you didn't enjoy it," she teased, her voice dripping with confidence. "You know you're tempting. Even someone like me can't resist a taste of what you have to offer." Naruto's expression darkened, though he wasn't surprised by her words. He'd known Eve's nature well enough by now. "I've told you both before," he said firmly, his voice carrying a seriousness that cut through the playful banter. "I won't give in to temptation, no matter how tempting it is. There are boundaries, and I expect you both to respect them." Morrigan, sensing the shift in tone, quickly stepped in. "Forgive Eve, master," she said with a soft laugh, though there was a hint of unease in her voice. "She gets a bit carried away sometimes." Naruto remained silent, his gaze focused on the water, lost in thought. There was a part of him that sympathized with Morrigan and Eve. He understood their desires, their struggles. But another part of him, the part that had learned hard lessons over the years, knew that he couldn't give in to the chaos they brought. He had his own path to follow, and though it wasn't always easy, he couldn't afford to be distracted by their affections. "Just, be careful," Naruto muttered, sinking deeper into the bath. "I can't keep cleaning up after you two forever." As the steam from the water rose around them, Morrigan and Eve exchanged a look, understanding the unspoken message Naruto had given. For now, they would remain by his side, but Naruto knew that the balance between them was delicate. The power he had unlocked within himself was no small thing, and there were others who would undoubtedly come seeking it. What had started as a simple moment of relaxation was now the backdrop for the complex relationships that intertwined his life. The morning was peaceful for now, but he knew that peace wouldn't last forever. As Naruto sat in the bath, his mind started to wander, drifting through thoughts and possibilities that had been lingering in the back of his mind. Despite the calm of the moment, he couldn't stop the questions from bubbling up, questions about his purpose, his past, and his place in this world. He had been reincarnated into this new reality, but why? What was the reason behind it? The digital world, the place that had become his new home, was a realm unlike anything he had ever known. A place that took inspiration from the real world and formed creatures, stories, and concepts based on things that had become famous or significant. One of those things, Naruto knew all too well, was the manga that chronicled his life. He had read it as a child, and though it had ended long before his birth, he couldn't help but wonder if the digital world had somehow drawn him here, taking his soul and placing it in a new body, a new form. It was a theory that he hadn't fully accepted yet, but the idea lingered in his mind. He could be some kind of digital construct, a being made from the stories, the memories, and the experiences of a character who existed in another world. It was a strange thought, and Naruto wasn't sure what to make of it. But the more he thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. Still, there was a part of him that refused to fully believe it. If he wasn't the real Naruto, then who was he? What was his true identity? Then, there was the possibility that he had been summoned by a higher being, a deity or force with a purpose for him. He had read enough fantasy stories to know that this kind of thing wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. Hestiamen, Gaiamen, Shakeamunthes were some of the higher beings who might have summoned him, but no one had contacted him yet. Maybe they were waiting for the right moment, or maybe they had already moved on. Naruto wasn't sure, but he wasn't going to waste time worrying about things he couldn't control. He had enough on his plate already. His mind refocused, shifting away from existential questions to the more immediate concerns in his life. He had his partner to care for, and that was a responsibility he took seriously. He had training to undergo, a team to meet with, and a social life to maintain. Dates, friendships, and interactions with others, these were all important, too. He had his hands full, but it wasn't a burden. In fact, it was something that gave him a sense of purpose, a sense of normalcy in a world that was far from normal. As if on cue, Morrigan's voice broke through his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. She spoke softly from behind him as she continued to massage his shoulders, her hands working their magic as always. Yes, we will make sure that you will be happy and satisfied. I think Hilda and Ruri will join easily if Master desires. Hilda and Ruri both love you. Ruri has always been vocal about it. Naruto's lips curled into a faint smile, though he didn't let his thoughts linger on the subject too long. He knew Morrigan's intentions well. She was hinting at a path he wasn't sure he wanted to take. A harem? It wasn't that he didn't care for Morrigan or the others, they were important to him, and he appreciated their companionship. But the idea of multiple partners, all vying for his attention, wasn't something he was ready to embrace, at least not yet. He respected their desires, but he wasn't sure if it was something he could give into. He thought of Hilda, the demon lord who had a strong bond with him. He knew that if he ever asked, she would be more than willing to give herself to him. But Hilda was different. Her connection to him wasn't just physical, it was something deeper, something more complex. He didn't want to ruin that with a hasty decision. Hilda deserved more than just a casual encounter. Then there was Ruri, a powerful and prideful girl. She was violent and headstrong, a berserker in every sense of the word. Ruri had a complicated history, one tied to the darkness of their world, and her emotions ran deep. She loved him, but the thought of sharing him with someone else was something that didn't sit well with her. Naruto understood that, but it also made the idea of a harem even more complicated. He wasn't sure he was ready to take that step, especially with someone as fiercely independent as Ruri. Morrigan, on the other hand, was more open about her desires, though she, too, had her own complexities. Her relationship with Naruto was rooted in both affection and a shared history, and she had been by his side for many years. But even so, Naruto wasn't sure if pursuing a more intimate connection with her or anyone else was the right move. The deeper questions, the thoughts about his purpose and his place in this world, were still on his mind, but for now, he could focus on the things in front of him. He had a life to live, people to care for, and responsibilities to uphold. The rest would come when it was meant to. I appreciate it, Morrigan, Naruto said quietly, breaking the silence. But I think for now, I just need to focus on what's in front of me. We'll figure it out as we go. As the steam from the bath swirled around them, Naruto relaxed into the warmth, his mind still buzzing with thoughts and the playful teasing from the women around him. His gaze remained fixed on the rippling water, even as Morrigan's hands continued to knead his shoulders, and Eve's teasing remarks filled the air. Despite the light-hearted banter, Naruto knew they were trying to poke at his confidence, to see if he would react. I think Ruri would try to chop you up for suggesting it, Naruto chuckled, imagining Ruri's battle-hardened expression as she swung her massive war axe at anyone who dared to suggest something like a harem. Ruri was a fierce and prideful fighter. Her berserker nature would never allow her to share her affections with anyone else. Naruto had seen her in action before, and without his chakra to enhance him, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance in close combat against her. Eve's voice chimed in teasingly, breaking his thoughts. Oh, is Master scared? I thought you didn't fear anyone and could make anyone submit to your rule. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the playful jab but didn't rise to it. Instead, he smirked, not really, I could easily handle Ruri and all of you. His tone was casual, but there was an underlying confidence that hinted at the power he was beginning to uncover within himself. Eve scoffed, her eyes narrowing mischievously. Master, aren't you being too arrogant? Any mega-level Digimon would down you in bed, you know. If you met Lilithmon, she would drain you completely, and you wouldn't even dent her desire. The word stung a bit, but Naruto's expression didn't falter. He could tell Eve wasn't just speaking out of bravado, she genuinely believed her own superiority. She was a strong being, and in her mind, no one could stand up to the might of a mega-level Digimon, especially one like Lilithmon. Eve's confidence and sadistic nature led her to believe that no one, especially not him, could challenge her in that regard. But Naruto was not so easily deterred. He could sense her doubt, her dismissal of his potential. And in that moment, he decided to show her just how wrong she was. Trust me, you haven't seen my growth yet. My powers work differently. Now that the seal is off, my strength will grow fast, Naruto declared, his voice steady and assured. He was ready to prove not just to Eve, but to himself, that his potential was far greater than any of them could imagine. With a slight wave of his hand, the space around them began to ripple. The world they were in shifted, and the bath dissolved into nothingness, replaced by a vast, starry expanse and infinite stretch of space. The three of them now stood in the cosmos, surrounded by the swirling beauty of the universe. In the distance, they saw an older version of Naruto, glowing with golden energy, his figure towering over the landscape. He stood tall, his aura radiating immense power, and with a single gesture, he launched a massive spiraling ball of energy toward a distant planet. The resulting explosion shook the entire cosmos. The force was unlike anything the girls had ever witnessed before, an unimaginable display of raw power. Eve's eyes widened, her respect for Naruto growing, though she still couldn't quite bring herself to believe it. Impressive, but I still think you're delusional. You really think you can reach that level? She muttered, a hint of skepticism creeping into her voice. Morrigan, on the other hand, was more contemplative. She had seen the growth Naruto was capable of, but even she found this display difficult to fully accept. I can see why you'd believe that, but even reaching the level of a peak Leomon in a month seems optimistic, she replied, her voice measured. She had given him a high estimate, knowing that he was special, but even she wasn't convinced he could reach the heights of mega-level power so quickly. Naruto chuckled, his usual confidence unwavering. I know it looks ridiculous, doesn't it? But you'll see the changes. In 1 month, I'll reach beyond high champion level and defeat a Digimon of your choice. What do you girls think? His laughter was light-hearted, almost as if the challenge excited him. This was the kind of energy that made him feel alive, the drive to push himself, to see how far he could go, and to prove his worth. Eve, still skeptical but intrigued, gave him a playful warning. I really don't want to change forms, so please act with caution, she said, her eyes flashing as she bit his ear lightly, drawing a drop of blood. There was a dangerous edge to her, a reflection of the darkness she carried within, but there was also a strange attraction to Naruto's unshakable confidence. Morrigan smiled at his words, though there was a certain wariness in her gaze. I don't know what to say about this except that I'll believe it when I see it. Master wouldn't like me to lie, would he? She teased, wrapping her arms around his back as she pulled herself closer. I wouldn't, Naruto replied, his expression serious now, though there was a lightness in his voice. But know that I don't indulge in wild fantasies. Such things are beneath me. His words were firm, yet there was an underlying warmth to them that made it clear he didn't mind their teasing. It was just a part of his nature to be this confident, this certain of himself. He didn't mind the doubts, the skepticism. He had faced far worse in his past, and if he had to prove himself again, he was ready. The challenge excited him, and he knew that whatever lay ahead, he would be ready for it. As the scene returned to normal, the women stood silently, reflecting on the display they had just witnessed. Naruto's unwavering confidence, his belief in his growth, had left an impression on them. He was not the same as before. There was something about him that was different, something more powerful, more untamed. And though they doubted him now, deep down, they knew that Naruto had the potential to achieve anything he set his mind to. Let's see how far you can really go, Naruto, Morrigan whispered to herself, a smirk playing at her lips. She had always believed in him, and now, she would watch as he proved everyone wrong. Chapter 18 As Naruto approached the rocky area of the Uzumaki residence, he couldn't help but appreciate the serene beauty of the artificial mountain. The landscape, with its towering boulders and jagged cliffs, was designed both for aesthetics and for rigorous physical training. It was a place that had always held a special place in his heart where he could escape, clear his mind, and focus on improving himself. Today, it was also where he would spend time with his new partner, Azure. As he walked through the rocky terrain, he summoned Azure, his new Digimon partner. The canned lemon was still young, his data and personality still forming, but there was something about him that Naruto found intriguing. Azure had a calm and collected nature, a stark contrast to the chaos and intensity that often surrounded Naruto's life. Despite his young age, Azure was already proving to be a valuable companion. Azure materialized beside him, his form flickering slightly as he adjusted to the world outside the Digivice. His glowing yellow body cast a soft light against the dark stone backdrop, and his large, expressive eyes scanned the area, taking in the unfamiliar environment. You're awake early, Naruto said with a smile, turning to face his partner. How are you feeling? Azure gave a small nod, his voice soft but steady. I am, functioning well, master. I do not feel hunger, as I am provided for by the Digivice. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, the Digivice is pretty useful like that. It keeps you fed and makes sure you're well taken care of. Azure glanced at his master, noticing the subtle change in his demeanor. Naruto seemed different, happier, even. The energy around him was lighter, more positive. The last time they had met, Naruto had seemed more serious, more burdened by the weight of his responsibilities. Now, he seemed at ease, content, even. Azure's thoughts turned to what might be the cause of this change. He had heard the term mating partners mentioned a few times in passing conversations, and while he didn't fully understand the concept, he had observed Naruto's interactions with the women around him. He could sense that they brought him comfort, though the details eluded him. Does it make you happy? Azure asked cautiously, his voice tinged with curiosity. As a canned lemon, he lacked the instincts and desires that many other Digimon might possess. He didn't fully grasp the concept of romantic or physical affection. His focus was on training, learning, and growing stronger, not on emotions of that nature. Naruto paused at the question, looking at his partner for a moment before responding. I think it does. It's not just about affection, though, he explained, his tone thoughtful. It's about connection. It's about having people around you who support you, who make you want to be better. It's not just the physical part, it's everything that comes with it. The trust, the care, and the shared moments. That's what makes me happy. Azure processed the words carefully. His programming was designed to understand data, logic, and strategy, but this was different. He hadn't experienced emotions in the way Naruto described them, but he could see that it meant something to his master. I understand, Master, Azure said quietly. I will continue to learn and grow. I will protect you, as I am meant to. As Naruto sat on the large boulder, his legs crossed in a meditative pose, he glanced over at his partner, Azure. The young canned lemon stood a short distance away, his flame flickering brightly as his gaze remained fixed on Naruto, attentively absorbing every word and gesture. There was a subtle, perceptive curiosity in his eyes, an admirable trait in any partner, especially a newly summoned one like Azure. Naruto observed his partner closely. Azure, though still young and developing, had already shown potential far beyond the typical canned lemon. His energy was different. There was a faint aura of something greater, something stronger. The powers of Yin and Yang were intertwined with Azure's data, making him far from a typical Digimon. His potential to surpass even the likes of Omnimon seemed plausible if nurtured correctly. Now, do you know what our goal is? He raised an eyebrow, intrigued to see how much Azure had picked up in the short time they had been together. Azure tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing as he processed the question. Our goal is to make me Gonkuman, he said confidently. As far as he could tell, that was the only logical conclusion. Gonkuman was a strong and respected figure, and that was the form he was expected to reach, wasn't it? Naruto nodded, his expression thoughtful. That's partially our goal. But our real goal is to make you stronger than Omnimon. He watched Azure carefully for his reaction, knowing that the statement would catch him off guard. Azure blinked in surprise, his flame flickering brighter as he processed the information. His mind began to race as he analyzed the data in his head. Omnimon was one of the strongest ultimate-level Digimon, a legendary warrior. He was a force to be reckoned with, and even the mighty Gonkuman would have little chance against him. The idea of surpassing Omnimon was beyond ambitious. It seemed almost impossible. Is Master crazy, or is this exaggerative part of speech? Like, aim for the stars so that we can at least land on the moon. Azure voiced his confusion, unable to hide the skepticism in his tone. Naruto laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the bewildered look on Azure's face. Ha ha ha, it's not crazy, he replied, his voice light with amusement. I've been at the top before. It's not all it's cracked up to be. But you're right about one thing, when you aim high, you get results. And trust me, you'll reach it. Azure didn't respond immediately, but he remained silent, waiting for Naruto to explain further. He trusted his master, but the scope of his words was difficult to grasp. Naruto was no ordinary person. He had always been full of surprises, but this was something else entirely. Naruto could sense his partner's hesitation and decided to clarify. Azure, are you the same as other canned lemon? He asked, his voice suddenly more serious. Azure thought about the question for a moment. No, he answered after a brief pause. The answer was obvious to him. He was far more powerful than a regular canned lemon. He could already feel the difference in his abilities. Compared to other canned lemon, what is your rating? Naruto pressed, wanting to reinforce the point. I am A-rank rookie, Azure replied confidently, his flame steady. He was aware of the difference. An A-rank rookie was a force to be reckoned with, able to dispatch weaker Digimon with ease. A normal version is D-rank. Naruto's smile grew wider. You see that difference? It's because you inherited my abilities. I'm going to modify your Digivolutions and teach you techniques that will make you stronger than Omnimon. That's our goal. Does it make sense now? Azure took a moment to process the information. He was far above his kind, yes. But the idea of becoming stronger than Omnimon still seemed distant and improbable. Yet, Naruto's confidence was unwavering. His words carried the weight of truth and experience. I understand, Azure finally said, his tone more contemplative now. But how will this work? What will we do? Naruto could feel a subtle shift in Azure's energy, a small but noticeable spark of excitement. Azure didn't fully understand what he was feeling, but there was a sense of anticipation in the air. Naruto's expression softened. We'll start with training. I'll teach you techniques, and you'll spar with me. You'll also spar with other Digimon to test your growth. Along the way, you'll read and study different materials. But we won't rush it. We're not racing against time. We'll go at a pace that lets us enjoy the journey. After all, this isn't about pushing ourselves to the point of breaking. It's about growing steadily and strengthening our bond. Azure nodded in understanding. Understood, Master. What should I do now? Naruto smiled. For now, let's start with a light spar. We'll work on control, technique, and learning to adapt to each other's movements. It's time to see how much you've already grown. The training began, and Azure felt the thrill of it, the excitement of learning, the joy of growth. He was still young, but with Naruto by his side, there was no limit to what he could achieve. With a swift motion, Naruto leaped off the boulder and approached Azure. The young Digimon, still adjusting to the new sensations of his evolving body, stood still, awaiting his master's guidance. Naruto placed his hand gently on Azura's flickering flame, a quiet acknowledgement of the bond they had developed. "First, I'll help you get a humanoid form," Naruto announced, his voice focused and steady. "All your future evolutions will follow this shape, so it's best to start from here." Azure nodded in understanding, his flame flickering as he processed the information. His current form, though powerful in its own right, was not designed for fast movement or intense combat. It left him vulnerable in battle, as his low mobility gave opponents an advantage. Azure understood that in order to progress, he needed a form that would better suit his growing abilities. Naruto took a deep breath, his mind already visualizing the changes he intended to make. With a purposeful motion, he reached into his Digivice, pulling out a tub filled with liquid golden metal. This metal, though common in the digital world, was incredibly durable, harder than any man-made material and requiring temperatures above 5,000 degrees Celsius to melt. In this environment, it wasn't rare, but for their purposes, it would be just the right material. "Azura, this metal is familiar to you. I've chosen it because it won't cause unnecessary complications. It's safe and adaptable," Naruto explained as he poured the liquid metal into a small area, forming a pool of molten gold. With a careful yet deliberate motion, Naruto placed Azura in the metal. Azura could feel the heat emanating from the golden substance, but as a fire Digimon, he was more than capable of controlling the wax-like substance that made up his body. The heat didn't cause him pain, instead, it fueled his inner fire. Naruto's chakra surged, entering Azura's body and intertwining with the Digivice energy, initiating the transformation process. Azura felt the molten metal begin to meld with his form. The wax that once made up his body began to dissolve into the golden metal, reshaping under Naruto's control. The process was slow but precise, the elements merging seamlessly as Naruto sculpted the new body. Using his mastery of elemental manipulation, Naruto shaped the metal into intricate armor, covering Azura's body. The armor formed a sleek, humanoid figure with intricate golden details, designed to be both protective and flexible. Azura's head remained exposed, allowing him to retain his flame-like hair, which now took on the appearance of a spiky ponytail. The golden gauntlets were crafted with openings at the fingers, allowing Azura to maintain dexterity while still benefiting from the protection of the metal. As the process continued, Naruto focused on reinforcing the new form. He drew upon his knowledge of Fuinjutsu, his fingers moving quickly as he sketched seals on Azura's armor. He created weight seals, capable of producing up to 10 tons of pressure, which would enhance Azura's control over his wax-based abilities and give more power to his new metallic form. The seals were not perfect, but they would suffice for now, serving to build strength and resilience. A fire sealing mark was etched into the armor, ensuring that Azura's body would not melt under extreme heat. The final touch was a yin-yang symbol, a mark of balance and power, painted on Azura's back. It was a symbol of their shared energy, a constant reminder of the harmonious relationship between master and partner. When Naruto finished, he stepped back to admire his work. Azura now stood tall, his golden, wax-like warrior form a sharp contrast to his previous, less formidable appearance. His flame danced in the air, now resembling a fiery ponytail atop his head, giving him an even more fierce look. Azura took a step forward, his new body feeling heavier, more solid. "Master, I feel stronger, and heavier," he said, his voice carrying a mixture of awe and curiosity. He could sense that his physical stats had been enhanced, the weight of his new form lending him greater stability and power. It was an unexpected but welcome change. Naruto smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. "Good. Now, we have more work to do. Follow my lead and maintain your form. Don't let the weight break you down." He patted Azura's back with a reassuring touch, then stood in front of his partner, preparing to begin the next phase of training. Azura's new form was still developing, but this was just the beginning. The challenges ahead would push both of them to new heights, and Naruto was confident that together, they would overcome any obstacle. "Alright, let's start with some basic movements. Focus on maintaining your balance and control," Naruto instructed, his voice calm yet firm. "Remember, this new form is only a tool. You need to learn to wield it, not let it overwhelm you." Azura stood tall, his golden armor gleaming in the light as he focused intently on his master's words. The flames that flickered from his head swayed gently, like the hair of a warrior, signifying the beginning of a new chapter in his evolution. Naruto, already accustomed to the weight seals that added resistance to his training, activated them on his items as well. He had placed weight seals on himself, though he used them sparingly to avoid overtaxing his body. His chakra, though powerful, wasn't infinite, and excessive use would lead to exhaustion. This limited his endurance, but Naruto had long ago learned to balance his strength and limitations. Taking a deep breath, Naruto began stretching his body with deliberate, slow movements. Each stretch was fluid, focused on flexibility and agility, movements that Azura could replicate. Naruto demonstrated in slow motion, careful to make each position clear for his young partner to follow. Azura's flame flickered brightly as he observed his master, his flame body not bound by the same physical limitations as Naruto. However, the armor and wax body were another story. His metallic form, though much stronger and more suited to battle, still had a significant weight. Azura found it difficult to mirror Naruto's movements due to the added resistance. The weight wasn't unbearable, only 100 kilograms, but for a beginner, it felt like an immense challenge. Azure strained to manipulate his wax body, trying to keep it fluid and agile despite the added weight. His movements were stiff, not yet natural, as he struggled to act like a true fighter under the pressure of the added mass. He stumbled and faltered, his metallic form creaking under the effort. Despite his fire-based nature, controlling the wax and metal body with precision was something entirely new. As the minutes ticked by, the frustration built. Azure's body repeatedly buckled, falling and rolling as he struggled to regain his balance. His flame flickered in uncertainty as he struggled to form the movements Naruto had shown him. The weight was an obstacle, but Azure was determined. He focused, regaining his composure and adjusting his form again and again, each time better than the last. Naruto watched with a patient yet focused expression. He knew this was part of the process. Azure was still new to this form, still learning to control his body with precision and grace. The road ahead was long, but Naruto had faith in his partner's potential. Azure was high potential, an A-rank rookie Digimon, and Naruto had seen glimpses of his power. All he needed was time, guidance, and the right experiences to help him unlock his true strength. Without warning, Naruto surged forward, breaking into a sprint. The wind whipped through his hair as he picked up speed, his movements fluid and effortless. His chakra-enhanced speed quickly increased as he ran across the residence, darting between obstacles with ease. The ground beneath his feet became a blur as he pushed his body further, testing his limits. Azure, determined to keep up, followed suit. At first, his pace was slower, his form still adjusting to the extra weight. But with every step, he felt himself growing stronger, pushing through the discomfort. He was only a beginner, but he could already feel the improvement, his body responding to the challenge in ways he had never experienced before. The run wasn't an easy one, filled with hurdles and uneven terrain. Naruto didn't make it simple. He weaved around obstacles with calculated precision, forcing Azure to adjust on the fly. It wasn't just a test of speed, it was a test of adaptability, of learning to fight and move through a battlefield filled with obstacles and enemies. Azure stumbled and fell numerous times, but each time, he rolled and quickly got back on his feet, determined to keep pace with his master. The weight of his armor didn't make it easy, but it was only through struggle that he would grow stronger. Naruto glanced over his shoulder, seeing his partner's struggles but also witnessing his perseverance. Azure was learning, adapting, and growing with each fall. There was no shame in failure as long as one kept moving forward. "These are necessary," Naruto called out, his voice steady despite his speed. "You're not going to run straight in a battle. The terrain, the environment, your enemies, they won't make it easy for you. You need to learn to utilize what you have, and for that, you need experience." Naruto's encouragement was genuine, the words meant to guide and strengthen his young partner. Azure was more than just a Digimon to him. He was like a son, someone to nurture and guide through the hardships of training. Naruto didn't hold back the care he had for his partner, providing the same attention and support he had given his children during their early years. Though Azure was falling and rolling, Naruto could see the determination in his eyes. It was that determination, combined with the training, that would make Azure powerful in the long run. Each fall, each misstep was a step closer to mastery. The path wasn't easy, but it was one Azure needed to walk, and with Naruto by his side, there was no doubt he would succeed. Chapter 19. After finishing the intense running course, Naruto slowed down, signaling Azure to stop as well. He allowed his partner time to catch his breath, metaphorically speaking, since Digimon didn't experience physical fatigue the way humans did. However, Naruto understood the importance of pacing, especially on the first day. Pushing Azure too hard without giving him a chance to acclimate might lead to frustration, or worse, plant the seeds of dark emotion, something he wanted to avoid at all costs. Training wasn't easy, and Naruto knew it wasn't for everyone. To make Azure thrive, he needed to cultivate his desire for challenges and foster a genuine love for combat. That wasn't something achieved through force but through encouragement, results, and a steady progression of difficulty. Naruto sat down, pulling out a bottle of fairy water. The refreshing drink immediately started restoring his chakra reserves as he took a sip. He handed over some champion-level flames to Azure, knowing his flame Digimon didn't need water or produce waste in the typical sense. Instead, Azure's body processed everything into data, discarding any excess as dark spores. Naruto had learned to manage this carefully, as waste data could corrupt other Digimon or even spawn new, dangerous ones. The champion flames were essential for Azure's growth. As a fire-type Digimon with Meramon as his next evolution, Azure thrived on powerful flames. Naruto's goal wasn't to just create a standard merman, he aimed for a stronger version, one capable of producing heat up to 12,000 degrees Celsius, far beyond the normal 8,000 degree threshold. This wasn't just about feeding him high-quality flames, it was about pairing nourishment with rigorous training and challenges to ensure Azure reached his full potential. "How was it? How do you feel?" Naruto asked, leaning back and finishing his drink. Azure, still processing the champion flames, let the golden flicker of his hair like fire dance as he considered the question. "It was hard," he admitted, his voice steady but reflective. "But I feel stronger. I'll get better. I'll make you proud, master." Naruto smiled, proud of Azure's resilience. "That's the spirit. Remember, it's not about how many times you fall but how many times you get back up. We'll take it one step at a time. You're already doing great. As Azure absorbed the flames, Naruto's mind drifted for a moment. The fairy water coursing through him, restoring his chakra, reminded him of his newfound approach to life in this world. The forest of fairies was a rich source of trade for humans, and the water wasn't something anyone from a humble background could afford to consume daily. But Naruto had long since let go of humility for humility's sake. He had the resources, and he was going to use them, not just for himself but for those who depended on him. Back in his old world, Naruto had lived frugally, even as Hokage, Uzumaki clan head, and the strongest ninja alive. His clothes, house, and lifestyle had all been modest, prioritizing simplicity over extravagance. It was a choice he hadn't questioned at the time, but now, in hindsight, he saw how it had impacted his family, especially his son Boruto. Boruto had grown up in a world where most of his friends came from wealthy clans or had access to extraordinary resources. Shikamaru, Ino, and Sasuke all had grand clan compounds, while Boruto lived in an ordinary house with a father who rarely indulged in luxury. Boruto had been embarrassed by how others perceived their family, impressed by simple things like buying a story a perspective that had filled Naruto with shame and regret. Naruto now understood that while he had been content with his choices, he had unintentionally denied his children the experiences they deserved. They could have lived like royalty but instead had to contend with mediocrity while everyone around them thrived in abundance. This new world offered him a second chance. Naruto vowed not to make the same mistake. Naruto had resolved to live life differently in this new world. Gone were the days of unnecessary modesty and frugality. He was an Uzumaki, a member of one of the most prestigious clans in history, and it was only fitting that he lived as such. His residence was lavish, adorned with the finest furnishings and an air of sophistication. He had indulged in hobbies he'd never had time for before. A collection of sleek cars and powerful bikes lined his garage, ready for thrilling races that sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. His fascination with weaponry had also found an outlet. His private armory boasted an array of finely crafted guns and knives, each piece meticulously maintained. This time, Naruto embraced the luxuries he had once shunned, finding joy in the life he had built. He couldn't undo the mistakes of his past, but he could ensure they weren't repeated. He would experience life to the fullest and share that joy with his companions. Azure, Naruto's loyal partner, was sprawled out on the ground after their intense run. The flames that composed his true form flickered erratically, a sign of mental exhaustion. He had no physical body to grow tired, but his mind overwhelmed by the challenges of the day felt heavy, almost dizzy. He slowly chomped on the flaming data Naruto had handed him, each bite hotter than the last. It was far more intense than the heat of his own flames, requiring him to absorb it in measured intervals under Naruto's careful guidance. As the heat worked its way through Azure's system, Naruto's calm, confident voice cut through the haze in his mind. Take it slow, Azure. Let it build you, not burn you. The golden flames that made up Azure's ponytail-like hair shifted toward Naruto, while his armored humanoid form remained flat against the ground. He glanced at his master, observing how composed and energetic Naruto still appeared. There was no sign of fatigue on him, not even a bead of sweat. The contrast stirred something deep within Azure, a feeling he couldn't quite name. I feel tired, Azure admitted, his voice tinged with confusion. But I don't like being on the ground like this. Why is that? Naruto paused, surprised and pleased by the question. A spark of pride flickered in his chest. Azure's spirit was beginning to emerge, a fighter's instinct, something that could not be taught but had to be cultivated. It means you're a warrior, Naruto replied, his voice warm and encouraging. A true warrior doesn't like to stay down. That feeling is your drive to fight, to keep moving forward no matter how hard it gets. Hold on to that feeling, it will be your greatest ally. It will push you through exhaustion and hardship. But, Naruto added with a raised finger, you must also learn moderation. There's no use in pushing yourself to the point of breaking. You have to know when to rest. Azure blinked, his golden flames shifting as he processed the explanation. So this is something good for me? He asked hesitantly. Should I push myself now? Naruto chuckled and shook his head. No, not now. Rest is just as important as training. This isn't the time to let that fire run wild. Save it for when you're at the edge of your limits, when you think you can't go on but have the strength to continue. Right now, let your body recover. Azure nodded, the unfamiliar feeling fading away for the moment. It had been just a glimpse of his potential, a flicker of the personality he was slowly building through these experiences. His current self was a blank slate, filled only with default settings and system data. But each moment with Naruto was shaping him, giving him depth and individuality. Azure lay on the ground, his flickering flame stabilizing as he absorbed the potent fire data. He turned his gaze toward his master, who stood nearby, stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders with an ease that radiated confidence. Naruto's expression was relaxed, even cheerful, despite the intense physical activity they had just endured. A question formed in Azure's mind, one born from the contrast between his own exhaustion and his master's apparent joy. Is training something to enjoy? He asked, his voice curious yet tinged with uncertainty. Naruto paused mid-stretch, glancing at Azure with an amused smile. He mused, rubbing his chin as though giving the question deep thought. That depends on the person. Some people enjoy training, others do it because they have to, or because it's part of a hobby. And then there are those who hate it. For me, I enjoy it. You know why. Azure shook his head, his flame-like ponytail swaying with the motion. Why, master? It's better for your mind to enjoy what you're doing, Naruto explained, his grin widening. When you find joy in training, you get better results. Frustration and negativity can drag you down, but passion lifts you up, pushes you to grow. There was a time when I trained just for the results. But after years of doing it, I came to love it. Training became more than a way to get stronger, it became a part of my life, something that brings me peace and focus. Azure listened intently, his golden eyes gleaming with reflection. These concepts were foreign to him, his data-driven mind lacking the nuanced emotions and philosophies that Naruto described. But he could feel the sincerity in his master's words and the wisdom born from years of experience. Naruto chuckled softly, sensing the thoughts running through Azure's mind. You don't have to understand it all at once, he said, crouching down to meet Azure's gaze. What matters is that you try to find your own reasons. Training isn't just about your body or your power. It's about your spirit, your resolve, your drive to keep going when things get tough. That's what makes a warrior. Understood, Azure replied, his tone steady but thoughtful. His flames burned a little brighter, as if reflecting the spark of determination that had ignited within him. Naruto stood and stretched again, his enthusiasm undiminished. He knew Azure was still in the early stages of growth, like a chick taking its first steps, far from spreading its wings to fly. But that was fine. Growth took time, and Naruto had all the patience in the world for his partner. During their 5-minute break, Naruto kept the conversation light but meaningful, discussing the benefits of training and the importance of cultivating a strong spirit. He spoke of his own journey, the lessons he'd learned, and the ways in which training had shaped not just his strength but his character. Azure absorbed every word, his understanding deepening bit by bit. Though he was still far from comprehending the full scope of Naruto's wisdom, he felt a sense of clarity forming a small but crucial step on the path to becoming not just a powerful Digimon but a true warrior. After their break, Naruto motioned for Azure to follow his movements. It was time to begin their first real sparring session. Before they could fight, however, Naruto wanted to make sure Azure was ready. His training had been intense, and though the Digimon was still inexperienced, Naruto had to help him build the foundation for combat. Naruto stood in front of Azure, a relaxed yet focused expression on his face. His body was poised, his stance already shifting into that of a seasoned fighter. In his prime, Naruto had been the best close-range combatant. He surpassed even Lee and Guy in physical strength and skill, and he had no equal when it came to versatility. Sasuke, with his Sharingan, had been formidable, but Naruto's natural ability to adapt and his extensive training made him more than a match for his rival, even when Sasuke had the upper hand with his eyes. Naruto's training had been extensive. He had honed his skills in several martial arts, combining techniques from jiu-jitsu, karate, taekwondo, and Muay Thai. He had also developed his own style, blending the lessons he had learned with his personal combat philosophy. His abilities in hand-to-hand combat were beyond most, and he specialized in a brutal and dynamic fighting style. While his ninja instincts and agility were the foundation of his fighting techniques, his body was capable of absorbing hits when necessary, though he rarely allowed himself to take damage. Azure's future form was meant to be humanoid, one that would rely on physical prowess and body arts in battle. As Naruto moved, he emphasized fluidity, control, and precision in his motions, knowing this would be key in shaping Azure's combat skills. Naruto glanced back at his partner. You're going to need to learn body arts if you want to evolve into a true fighter. My style will suit your future form, but first, we have to lay the groundwork. They began moving slowly through a series of techniques. Naruto demonstrated each movement deliberately, ensuring that Azure could follow along. The pace was slow at first, a deliberate exercise in control and strength. Azure's body was still adapting to the weight of the armor and the fire data he had consumed, so it was important to focus on precision rather than speed. The two moved through various stances, strikes, and blocks. Azure was still new to this kind of movement, and though he was a quick learner, his body struggled to match the fluidity of Naruto's motions. The armor, while an enhancement, added weight and resistance, making every action a bit more taxing. Yet, with each repetition, Azure grew more confident, his flame-like body flickering with concentration as he adjusted to the flow of the techniques. Naruto was patient, repeating each move multiple times, making sure Azure could remember the proper form before moving on to the next. He offered subtle guidance, correcting Azure's posture and stance when necessary, encouraging him to maintain control over his movements and not rush through the exercises. The repetition was necessary not just for building muscle memory but also for ensuring Azure learned the fundamental control over his body that would be crucial in battle. For half an hour, they continued like this. The movements were slow and deliberate, but Azure could feel the improvement with each iteration. His understanding of the techniques grew, and his body began to respond with increasing fluidity. The slow pace was tiring, but it was the only way to establish a solid foundation. Finally, after a brief rest, Naruto nodded. All right, Azure. You're ready for your first sparring match. Let's see how well you've learned. Azura's flame body seemed to flicker with anticipation, his ponytail-like flames rising slightly as he stood up. He felt the fire inside him grow brighter, his desire to fight igniting as he faced Naruto. This would be the true test of his training, the moment where he could measure his progress. Naruto gave him a knowing smile. Don't hold back, but remember what I taught you. It's about control, not just power. The two squared off, their stances ready for battle. Azure had no doubt that this spar would be a challenge, but he was eager to see just how far he had come in such a short time. Chapter 20. Azure stood opposite Naruto, the flicker of his flames betraying a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. This was his first taste of combat, and the lack of experience left him at a disadvantage. He couldn't read Naruto's body language or anticipate his movements. Still, he knew that this was the kind of trial that would shape him. Deciding to take the initiative, Azure unleashed a small but intense fireball from his real body. The glowing ember of energy shot toward Naruto with surprising speed and heat, but Naruto was unfazed. With a swift motion, he swatted the fireball aside, sidestepping its trajectory with precision. Before Azure could react, Naruto closed the gap between them in an instant, delivering a sharp palm strike to Azure's abdomen. The impact sent Azure rolling backward, his control faltering as his body temporarily broke down into unstable flames. Focus, Naruto instructed firmly but not unkindly. Don't resist the attacks directly. Roll with them to mitigate the damage. Learn to adapt, or in a real fight, you won't last. Azure got to his feet, his flickering body reassembling itself. There was no real damage, but Naruto's point was clear. In a true battle, the follow-up could have ended him. Taking a moment to compose himself, Azure replayed the techniques Naruto had taught him. This sparring session wasn't just about winning or losing, it was about experimenting and learning. Determined, Azure took a defensive stance and decided to play smart. His flames glowed brighter as he activated Candle Ring, a move that released an intense burst of light to blind his opponent. Naruto shielded his eyes instinctively, momentarily losing his visual advantage. Seizing the opportunity, Azure surged forward, aiming for Naruto's legs with a tackle. His plan was to unbalance Naruto, follow up with a strike from his tail, and finish with another fireball. However, Naruto wasn't so easily caught off guard. Though blinded, his finely tuned senses allowed him to track Azure's movements through the faint vibrations in the air and the heat of his flames. Just as Azure was about to make contact, Naruto spun gracefully and delivered a counterstrike, a swift chop to Azure's back. The force sent Azure crashing to the ground before he could react. Azure's frustration grew, but he didn't give up. As he lay prone, he fired another fireball at Naruto from his real body. Naruto, ever agile, leaped back and retaliated with twin wind sickles, sharp bursts of compressed air that severed Azure's arms. The attack was precise, designed to push Azure to his limits without causing lasting harm. Naruto kept his movements fluid and relentless, mimicking the power of a champion-level Digimon. This was intentional. Naruto wanted Azure's body and soul to adapt to high-level combat. By experiencing this intensity early, Azure would begin to develop resilience and strength that could lead to special forms in the future. For half an hour, the sparring continued. Naruto maintained a steady stream of advice throughout the battle, offering tips on dodging, positioning, and even timing his attacks to give Azure opportunities to counter. Each moment was a lesson, even as Azure struggled to keep up with his master's overwhelming speed and strength. By the end of the session, Azure was utterly exhausted. His flames flickered weakly, and his body slumped to the ground. Despite his fatigue, there was a spark in his Korea-budding desire that hadn't been there before. As Naruto approached, offering a hand to help him up, Azure looked at his master with a mixture of admiration and determination. He realized something profound during their bout. He hated being overpowered so easily. The one-sided nature of the fight fueled a new ambition within him, a dream that ignited like a roaring flame. He wanted to surpass Naruto not out of spite, but out of a warrior's instinct to rise above his limitations. "I'll surpass you one day," Azure muttered under his breath, his voice quiet but resolute. Naruto grinned, sensing the shift in his partner's spirit. "Good. That's exactly the kind of fire I want to see in you. Keep that dream alive, Azure, and work toward it every day. Because when the time comes, I won't make it easy for you." While Naruto was busy sparring with Azure, across the city in the Nanaka clan's estate, Rika Nanaka was deep in training with her partner Digimon, Luna. The dawn had come too quickly for her liking, leaving her still aching from the intense regimen of the previous day. Her muscles screamed in protest as she moved, but the healing medicine her mother had provided the night before had worked wonders. Modern technology, bolstered by the influence of the digital world, had rendered recovery from physical strain and illness almost effortless, another marvel born from the symbiotic relationship between the two worlds. The advancements in medical science were only the tip of the iceberg. The digital world, a realm of boundless potential, had turned the impossible into reality. Concepts that once existed solely in the imaginations of humans, like healing chambers straight out of science fiction, were now commonplace. The digital world mirrored and expanded upon humanity's culture, so much so that fictional characters from popular media often took on real forms within its expansive domains. There were even tales of adventurers encountering figures like Goku from Dragon Ball or Superman, living embodiments of the ideals they represented. The idea of influencing the digital world to manifest noble and powerful beings had spurred numerous campaigns among humans. However, success was limited. While many sought Superman's help, he remained elusive, his existence in the digital world unconfirmed. But such musings were far from Rika's mind as she focused on her morning routine. She had woken up sore and exhausted, gazing up at the ceiling of her room while a single thought swirled in her head: Naruto. Rika had known him since they were children, their bond forged over years of shared experiences. What had started as a harmless crush had blossomed into something deeper. Naruto's kindness, humility, and wisdom were traits she admired, but what truly captivated her was the gentle strength he exuded. He was always there to lend a helping hand without arrogance, and that selflessness had drawn her in completely. Yet, loving Naruto wasn't without its challenges. His naturally magnetic personality meant he attracted attention not just from admirers but from close friends, too. One such person was Kari Kamiya, her friend and unwitting rival. Rika couldn't help the pang of jealousy she felt whenever she saw Naruto interacting with Kari. Though Rika valued her friendship with Kari, she found it hard to suppress the competitive edge that emerged whenever Naruto was involved. The situation gnawed at her. She hated the idea of sharing him, yet she recognized that Naruto's heart was far too big to belong to just one person. He was surrounded by women, from their friends to even the household maids, and Rika couldn't ignore the possibility that Naruto might one day embrace a polygamous lifestyle. The mere thought was enough to unsettle her, turning her otherwise confident resolve into a storm of doubt and frustration. If that happens, I need to make sure it doesn't spiral out of control, she thought grimly. Her pride resisted the idea of sharing him, but she also couldn't bear to see Naruto miserable. She resolved to speak with Kari, to form an alliance of sorts. Together, they could ensure Naruto's affections didn't extend beyond the acceptable boundaries they set. It wasn't an ideal solution, but it was a compromise she felt she had to make. With her personal dilemmas shelved for the moment, Rika redirected her attention to her training. Being a tamer was a role she had worked hard to achieve, and she took immense pride in her partnership with Luna. Luna was an exceptional Digimon, embodying strength and grace in equal measure. The bond they shared was still new, but Rika was determined to nurture it and become a tamer worthy of her partner's trust. As Rika stepped onto the training field, the morning sunlight glinting off her determined gaze, she tightened her gloves and called out to Luna. The Digimon, eager as always, responded with a roar that echoed through the Nanaka estate. Together, they launched into their drills, their movements sharp and synchronized, as if rehearsing for a future battle where every step, every strike, and every decision would determine the outcome. No matter the challenges, be they in love, rivalry, or combat, Rika was ready to face them head-on. After a quick shower, she dressed in her usual outfit, a mix of functionality and style befitting a tamer of her stature. Making her way to the dining room, she had a light but energizing breakfast, knowing she needed every bit of strength for the training she had planned. Once done, she grabbed her Digivice and card set from the stand near her bedroom door, clipping the latter securely onto her belt. She then headed to the private training grounds of the Nanaka clan, a large, open courtyard surrounded by high walls and dotted with training dummies and obstacle courses. Luna, her partner Digimon, was already waiting. The Renamon had been awake for hours, having spent the early morning in quiet contemplation while reading. The book she held was one Rika had gifted her, a comprehensive guide on martial arts and ninja techniques. During their outing the previous day, Luna had been drawn to the elegance and precision of such fighting styles, finding them perfectly aligned with her natural agility and silent demeanor. She had also taken an interest in elemental manipulation and onmyoji practices, knowing that her ultimate form, Sakyaman, specialized in these arts. When Rika arrived, Luna materialized from the Digivice with her usual grace, stepping into the morning light as though she had always belonged there. Her golden fur glowed softly in the sun, and her blue eyes radiated calm intelligence. She bowed slightly, her tail swaying gently behind her. "Good morning, master. I hope you had a good rest," Luna greeted, her voice as smooth as silk. Rika smiled warmly, her eyes shining with affection. "It was wonderful, thanks to you and my love," she replied, referencing Naruto with a soft blush. "What about you?" "It was adequate," Luna replied, nodding lightly. "I enjoyed the books you provided, master. They were most enlightening." "Good. Those books should help you prepare for your future," Rika said with a satisfied nod. She then unclipped her card set and flipped through them briefly, ensuring she had everything she might need for today's session. "Now, I have something special for you. Relax and stand still." Luna tilted her head slightly, curious but obedient. She watched silently as Rika tapped a few commands into her Digivice. A series of items materialized one by one in flashes of digital light: metallic knee guards, gauntlets, a sharp tail spike, a sleek helmet, and a light but sturdy torso armor. All of them gleamed in silver, their designs tailored specifically to Luna's Renamon form. The final item was a Kusarigama chain scythe with elegant engravings on its blade and handle. Rika handed each piece to Luna, who donned them carefully. The armor fit snugly, designed to protect her vital areas without hindering her movements. Her joints remained uncovered, preserving her agility, and the gauntlets left her fingers free for intricate weapon maneuvers and magical techniques. "How does it feel?" Rika asked, circling Luna to admire her handiwork. She had put considerable thought into this setup, balancing functionality with aesthetics. The equipment needed to enhance Luna's natural abilities, not weigh her down. Luna shifted her weight slightly, testing her balance with the new gear. The weight was unfamiliar, but the design was efficient and unrestrictive. She flexed her arms and swished her tail, feeling the added sharpness from the spike. With a soft nod, she spoke, "It is a fine set, master. The weight is noticeable, but it does not hinder my movements. I will grow accustomed to it." Rika's smile widened as she admired Luna's new look. "Perfect. This will give us an edge in battle, and you'll look amazing doing it." Her pride in her partner was evident, her mind already envisioning how Luna would evolve further as their bond deepened. Luna bowed slightly. "You are wise and thoughtful, master. I will make the most of these gifts." As the morning sun climbed higher into the sky, the two began their training in earnest. Luna adapted quickly to the equipment, her movements sharp and precise despite the added weight. Rika, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement for the challenges that lay ahead. Together, they were unstoppable. The private training ground was bathed in soft morning light as Luna inspected her newly equipped armor. Her gaze lingered on the intricate runes etched onto the silver plates, their delicate patterns glowing faintly in the sunlight. She raised a clawed hand and traced the marks with curiosity before turning to her tamer. "It is excellent, master. But what are these marks?" Luna asked, her voice calm yet laced with intrigue. A small smile graced her face, tail swishing gently behind her. Rika's lips curved into a proud smile as she explained, "These are weight increase seals that Naruto gave me for this occasion. They're designed to help you train your body and gradually adapt to carrying up to 10 tons. For now, we'll start with just 50 kilograms. Rika's pride was evident as she spoke about Naruto's contribution. She had used these seals herself for over a year, enduring grueling training sessions that had pushed her to her limits. The results, however, spoke for themselves. She could now handle a ton of weight, though progress beyond that was slow and would depend on her bond with Luna. "It's incredible, isn't it? Naruto can already carry over 100 tons effortlessly. He's strong enough to fight against weaker champion-level Digimon," Rika added, her admiration for the blonde evident in her voice. Luna's ears perked up as she listened, her blue eyes filled with curiosity. The pride Rika held for Naruto was unmistakable, and Luna found her interest in him growing as well. She had already been impressed by his abilities and how he seemed to command respect and affection from her master. Now, learning about his arcane knowledge only deepened her curiosity. "Master, will he teach me?" Luna finally asked, her voice measured but hesitant, as though admitting such a request was difficult. Her tail swayed behind her, betraying her inner thoughts. Rika smiled warmly. "Of course he will. I'll ask him and get you settled. But before that, we need to finish your basic training." Luna nodded, her curiosity satisfied for the moment. Still, more questions bubbled in her mind as she pondered her master's confidence in Naruto's willingness to help. Was there some kind of unspoken exchange? Did power dynamics factor into their relationship? "Master, will it cost a lot for this request?" Luna asked hesitantly, not wanting to impose on Rika. Rika paused mid-stretch, her brow furrowing slightly at the unexpected question. "What do you mean by cost?" "The request for learning these runes," Luna clarified. Understanding dawned on Rika, and she let out a soft laugh, a mix of amusement and affection lighting up her face. "Luna, not everything is about give and take. Naruto is my future lover and my closest friend. He would help me without expecting anything in return, just as I would help him." Rika's tone grew gentler as she continued. "Relationships aren't about power or hierarchy. They're about mutual respect and trust. I don't see you as a servant or subordinate. You're my friend and partner, and soon, you'll be as important to me as my family. Think of Naruto and my friends as your friends, too. Didn't we spend time with him yesterday? Did he treat you like you were weaker or lesser?" Luna reflected on the question, recalling the previous day's events. "No, he didn't. I understand, master. Thank you for your patience, but, one more thing." She hesitated, her words coming slowly. "Why were you sticking so close to him yesterday? Were you in heat?" Rika froze, the warmth in her expression replaced by an embarrassed flush. She felt her composure crumble as her face turned crimson. For a moment, she considered pounding Naruto's head out of sheer mortification. "Luna, that's a private topic." Rika snapped, her voice tinged with frustration and embarrassment. "Don't talk about it with anyone else." "Rest assured, master. I will never share any data without your express permission," Luna replied solemnly, her tone sincere. Rika sighed heavily and looked up at the blue sky, as if hoping it might somehow swallow her whole. "I can't believe this is happening," she muttered under her breath, a hand covering her burning face. The duo began their training regimen with a series of stretches, focusing on loosening their muscles and preparing their bodies for the physical exertion ahead. The warm-up was followed by a steady-paced run around the expansive training grounds, the rhythmic sound of their footsteps blending with the morning ambience. Once they completed the run, Rika transitioned into teaching Luna fighting techniques. As someone trained from a young age, Rika was an expert in mixed martial arts and had also mastered fighting styles akin to ninja combat. Her experience gave her the ability to tailor techniques to her partner's unique strengths. Luna, being a Renamon, naturally suited a combat style that emphasized speed, precision, and stealth. She absorbed the lessons quickly, her movements fluid and instinctive, in stark contrast to Azure, who, as a canned lemon, was ill-suited for martial arts and relied more on his magical prowess. Luna's natural aptitude for physical combat made her a joy to train, and Rika felt a growing pride in her partner. After drilling techniques, the training escalated into sparring sessions. The combat was intense but carefully controlled. Rika knew Luna wasn't yet ready to endure the same level of rigor she had faced while training with Naruto. Armed with her knives, Rika engaged Luna in close-quarters combat, while Luna relied on her agility, claws, and body movements to counter her master's attacks. Despite Luna's speed being nearly equal to Rika's, the Tamer's superior stats, experience, and technique gave her a clear edge. Rika's strikes were precise, her movements efficient, and her adaptability honed through years of practice. Luna, though talented, struggled to keep up. Her armor mitigated some of the damage from Rika's knives, but her lack of experience and tactical understanding often left her at a disadvantage. Each sparring match ended with Luna on the ground, a blade pressed lightly against her neck. However, with every bout, Luna's stamina, reactions, and strategies improved. Cuts on her uncovered parts reminded her of the stakes, but they also fueled her determination. By the end of the session, she could extend the fight significantly, forcing Rika to work harder for her victories. As they concluded the day's training, Luna's respect for her master had deepened. She admired Rika's skill, discipline, and patience. More importantly, she felt a stronger connection to her, the shared experience of training forging a closer bond between them. Rika pulled out her Digivice to check the results of their efforts. The screen displayed Luna's stats, affection level, and current progress. She noted that Luna's level had increased slightly, a testament to the effectiveness of their training. Digimon levels operated on a scale of 1 to 100 for each rank, and higher levels not only boosted stats but also brought them closer to the next evolutionary stage. However, Rika knew that leveling up wasn't the only requirement for Digivolution. Other conditions such as specific stats, unique items, special locations, or even a Digimon's mindset often played a crucial role. Some tamers chose to delay their partner's evolution, allowing them to amass extra data for a more powerful transformation. While this strategy could yield explosive results, it came with significant risks. Excessive data could overload a Digimon, leading to corruption or even complete breakdown. For now, Rika focused on steady growth, ensuring Luna progressed naturally and healthily. She smiled as she saw the progress they had made together, feeling a sense of accomplishment and excitement for the journey ahead. Luna, standing beside her, shared that sentiment, her heart brimming with determination and trust in her tamer. 21. Chapter 21. The previous night's excitement was still fresh in Henry's mind as he woke up, but the morning brought a new sense of responsibility. For the first time, he had a partner to care for, a thought both thrilling and sobering. As the sunlight filtered through his room, Henry turned to see Tesla, who was already awake and looking at him with bright, eager eyes. Tesla, a Lopman, belonged to a species known for their adorable and friendly nature, making them a favorite among Digimon enthusiasts. His small, floppy ears and innocent expression had won over everyone the previous night, but Henry was acutely aware that Tesla's kind had a significantly shorter lifespan compared to other Digimon. Unlike Arthur, the dragon-type Digimon with the genetic potential to live over 200 years, or Luna, who could live to 100, Tesla's natural life expectancy was closer to 30 years. This reality added a layer of urgency to their bond. Digimon, much like humans, were vulnerable to various dangers: hunger, poison, or simply the passage of time. When a Digimon's time came, their data would condense into a Digi egg, allowing them to be reborn. However, this rebirth came at a cost. The Digimon would lose all their memories and personality, starting again as a baby. While some tamers utilized this rebirth cycle as a method to strengthen their partners, the process was fraught with emotional challenges. The loss of the Digimon's essence made it a path only the most pragmatic or desperate tamers chose to tread. Henry couldn't imagine deliberately subjecting Tesla to such a fate. He had already resolved to cherish every moment and ensure Tesla lived a fulfilling life. The bond they were building was irreplaceable, and Henry wanted to make the most of it. As Tesla hopped out of bed and stretched his tiny limbs, Henry smiled, reminded of the preparations he had made. Unlike other tamers who might view their partners as mere tools, Henry saw Tesla as a companion deserving of care and comfort. In his excitement after receiving Tesla, he had spent hours designing a personal room for Hema space tailored to Tesla's needs and personality. The day before had been a whirlwind of discoveries for Henry as he spent time observing Tesla during their outing. While most of his peers were focused on strengthening their bonds through combat or tactics, Henry was busy learning about Tesla's quirks and preferences. His partner's personality was vibrant and layered, making the process as delightful as it was intriguing. Tesla had a distinct aversion to anything horrifying or grotesque, shying away from displays of aggression or monstrous designs. In contrast, he had a sweet tooth and a penchant for cute and wholesome things. Henry noted his fascination with robots and guns, perhaps an unusual combination with his otherwise soft demeanor and a deep love for electronics and technology. Tesla had been utterly captivated by the sleek designs and innovative features of the gadgets they'd encountered, his eyes sparkling with awe. Speed and flight thrilled Tesla to no end. He'd spent minutes watching birds dart through the sky and even stopped to admire high-speed vehicles, the wind brushing against his floppy ears. When Henry had introduced him to the Gundam series, Tesla's excitement had reached a fever pitch, and he couldn't stop talking about how cool it all was. Music added another dimension to his personality, as Tesla revealed his love for pop songs, often humming along or swaying to catchy tunes. On the flip side, Tesla's sensitivity became apparent as well. He disliked getting hurt, both physically and emotionally, often retreating or pouting when things didn't go his way. In Henry's eyes, Tesla seemed like a tomboyish girl mix of curiosity, charm, and spunk, with an undertone of vulnerability that made him all the more endearing. With all this in mind, Henry had designed Tesla's room to reflect his partner's unique personality. The walls were painted in calming pastel shades, but the decor was filled with touches of Tesla's interests. Shelves held neatly arranged robot and gun models, alongside books on technology, flight, and engineering. A plush, cozy bed with soft blankets sat in one corner, ensuring Tesla had a comfortable place to rest after a long day. A sleek computer and a wall-mounted TV provided endless entertainment, from watching Gundam episodes to learning new things. To match Tesla's love of flight, Henry had installed a small levitation system in the room. At the press of a button, Tesla could hover and soar within the confines of his space, fulfilling his desire for speed and freedom. The inclusion of a miniature workshop with simple tools and gadgets allowed Tesla to tinker and explore his interest in robotics and mechanics. Henry's favorite feature, however, was the bath area, which Tesla had already fallen in love with. His partner's playful nature shone brightest when he was splashing around in the water or singing to himself. Through the digivice, Henry could see Tesla enjoying himself, his cheerful voice echoing in the small space. It was clear that Tesla was happiest when he could indulge in his passions and express his vibrant personality. As Henry watched his partner through the digivice, a soft smile crossed his face. Tesla's infectious joy filled him with warmth, and he felt a renewed sense of responsibility. Tesla wasn't just his partner, he was his friend, his companion, and someone who brought endless light into his life. Henry vowed to continue nurturing that happiness, ensuring Tesla's days were filled with excitement, comfort, and love. The morning light filtered through the window as Henry rose from his bed, stretching his lean and flexible body with a practiced grace that would impress even the most skeptical observer. He turned his attention to the screen on his digivice, where Tesla's cheerful image filled the display. "Good morning, Tesla. I see that you're happy with the setup," Henry greeted, his tone warm and gentle. His bond with Tesla was evident in the soft smile that played on his lips as he spoke. Tesla, still dripping slightly from his bath, shook his small, fluffy body and beamed at Henry. "Yes, Henry. I love it," he replied, his voice sweet and full of unfiltered joy. His expressive mannerisms were a charming contrast to the more reserved Azure or the poised and fierce Luna. Henry chuckled and gave an approving nod. "That's good. Now eat and get ready, we have a busy morning ahead." He tapped the digivice screen lightly, as if patting Tesla's head through the display. Organization was second nature to Henry, and he disliked deviating from his meticulously planned schedule. "Roger." Tesla squeaked in his endearing way, hopping out of the virtual washroom after drying himself. His nimble body moved with an energy that matched his vibrant personality. He quickly navigated the menu screen to select his breakfast. The choices were a result of Henry's careful planning. The day before, Henry had introduced Tesla to various flavors and foods. From that, he had crafted a balanced diet tailored to his partner's unique needs as a beast type with a future evolution involving metal attributes. The menu consisted of a mix of beast type and metal type nutrients, ensuring Tesla's growth would be optimal. Henry knew the importance of balance. Too much of any one thing could derail Tesla's development and potentially harm his future. Taking care of a Digimon was no simple task. Unlike the Pokémon games Henry had enjoyed as a child, where leveling up was straightforward, Digimon required a multifaceted approach. Their growth hinged on stats, diet, mindset, and sometimes even external factors like environment or specific milestones. Some Digimon couldn't even reach their final evolution unless they gained acknowledgement from their ultimate form, a challenge that often felt insurmountable. These ultimate forms were often ancient beings, thousands of years old, with battle experience numbering in the thousands. Even the strongest human fighter, like Naruto, with all his skill and power, would struggle against such creatures, especially those ranked at ultimate or higher. Equalizing stats did little to bridge the gap in sheer experience and instinct. It was this brutal reality that drove Naruto to constantly refine his skills. He knew that raw strength alone wasn't enough, his tactics and techniques had to be unparalleled if he hoped to stand alongside his partner in battle. Compared to the Digimon, whose very existence often necessitated constant combat to survive and grow stronger, humans were woefully inexperienced. Digimon fought not just for survival but to absorb the data of their defeated foes, making every battle a matter of life and death. As a result, very few Digimon lived to their natural life expectancy, let alone achieve their final forms. Henry admired Naruto's dedication, but for now, his focus was on Tesla. Watching his partner happily eat his breakfast, Henry felt a deep sense of responsibility. Every choice he made now would shape Tesla's future, and he was determined to ensure it was a bright one. As Tesla finished his meal, his eyes sparkled with excitement for the day ahead, ready to tackle whatever challenges awaited them. Henry finished his breakfast, donned a crisp and practical outfit, and prepared to take Tesla to the training room located in his family's high-tech residence. Unlike the traditional homes of Rika and Naruto, Henry's home was a sleek, futuristic high-rise owned by his family, the Wongs. The building served as both a residence for the family and a hub for their company, Monster Maker, renowned for its cutting-edge work in digital programming and the creation of innovative digital items. The upper levels of the building were exclusively for the Wong family, equipped with advanced technology and an AI system that managed everything seamlessly. Despite the potential risks of relying on such a system, the building was protected by a top-tier firewall. If anyone managed to breach it, they would likely be capable of hacking into some of the world's most secure systems. As Henry stepped out of his apartment, heading for the training section, he was suddenly interrupted by a joyful cry. "Big brother, gotcha." Before he could react, a small but lively figure hurled itself at him. It was his 13-year-old sister, Susie Wong, a whirlwind of energy with her signature purple hair styled in twin tails and matching purple eyes. Her striking features were the result of the mutations caused by exposure to the digital world, a phenomenon that had become common enough to normalize anime-like appearances. Susie's outfit was a perfect blend of cute and spunky, a light purple dress paired with knee-high socks of the same hue, black boots, and a black jacket with purple outlines. The bunny-themed hoodie completed her look, complementing her bubbly personality. She clung to Henry's back like a koala, giggling as she greeted him. "Good morning, Susie," Henry said with a soft smile, continuing his walk as if her weight were inconsequential. His strength was well above average. While not as formidable as Takato's, he was more than capable of handling such minor challenges. "Good morning, big brother. Are you going to train with the cute little bunny?" Susie asked, grinning mischievously as she shifted her position, pushing against his shoulder and flipping herself onto his shoulders. She perched there comfortably, her small hands clasped over his head. Henry chuckled. "Yes, Tesla needs to learn how to fight and strengthen his body before we can begin our journey. Are you planning to join us, or are you meeting up with Rias?" Susie hummed dramatically, swaying side to side in mock deliberation. "I want to play with the bunny, but I promised Rias I'd meet her." Henry smirked at her indecision. Susie's emotional transparency was a stark contrast to his own calm and collected demeanor. Her playful personality was one of the reasons Tesla's default settings bore a striking resemblance to her. "You can play with him later," Henry assured her, stopping near the training room entrance. He gently grabbed her by the armpits and lifted her off his shoulders, flipping her easily and setting her down. "Now, hop off and go meet Rias. You know how fiery she gets when people make her wait." Susie laughed, knowing he was right. Despite her reluctance, she respected Henry's boundaries, understanding how focused he was on his work. "Love you, big brother," she said sweetly, leaning up to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. As she turned to run off, she called over her shoulder, "I'll definitely play with Tesla later. But you really need to give him a cuter name." Henry smiled as she dashed down the hallway toward the elevator, her energy lighting up the otherwise quiet morning. As the elevator doors closed behind her, Henry adjusted his posture, straightened his sleeves, and walked into the training room, ready to start the day's work with Tesla. With Susie gone, Henry entered the private training room reserved for his family. This compact yet state-of-the-art facility was primarily used by him and Susie, as their older siblings had long since outgrown the need for such a space. The room featured reinforced floors, high-tech equipment, and even a simulation system that could generate realistic battle scenarios. As soon as Henry shut the door behind him, Tesla emerged from the Digivice in an excited flurry. The tiny Terriermon bounced around with boundless energy, his floppy ears flapping as he ran circles around Henry. Despite his small size, Tesla's enthusiasm filled the room. "All right, Tesla. Let's gear up," Henry said, tapping the Digivice. With a shimmer of light, the rookie gear his parents had provided materialized, perfectly fitted to Tesla's small frame. The silver armor clung to Tesla's torso, lightweight yet sturdy, designed for agility rather than brute force. A helmet with a sharp horn at its center was the centerpiece of the set, complemented by metallic tips affixed to Tesla's long ears. Tesla wobbled slightly under the added weight, his small legs adjusting to the unfamiliar load. He stumbled but quickly regained his balance, his determination shining through his wide eyes. "Whoa, this is amazing!" Tesla exclaimed, his childlike voice full of wonder. He hugged Henry's leg tightly, the clink of his new gear echoing softly in the room. Henry chuckled and patted Tesla's head. "It's more than just armor. The helmet's visor can zoom in on targets, detect heat signatures, and even display directional markers. Plus, the sensors will alert you to nearby enemies. You'll be able to fight more effectively, especially in close quarters." Tesla's ears perked up at the explanation, his excitement doubling. "Thank you, Henry. I love it." "Good. Now we start your training," Henry replied, gently prying Tesla off his leg. "You'll need to get used to the weight first. Once you've adjusted, I'll gradually increase it to help improve your physical stats." Henry tapped his Digivice, and a holographic schedule appeared, detailing the structured training program he'd devised. Tesla studied it with wide eyes, his gaze flickering between curiosity and resolve. Feigning maturity, Tesla released his grip and wiped at an imaginary speck of dust on his helmet. I can handle it. No problem at all, he declared, puffing out his chest. Henry smiled at Tesla's attempt to look serious. Despite the effort, Tesla's Tsundere act only made him appear more adorable. Will we also work with electronics later? Tesla asked, his tone betraying a mix of eagerness and hesitation. His natural inclination toward technology shone through, a trait Henry was keenly aware of. Terriermon had the potential to either embrace or reject machines, and Henry was determined to nurture Tesla's interest while keeping it balanced. Tesla was showing interest now, and it was Henry's duty to manage that interest properly to keep it balanced. He was interested in robotics and had been learning the family business, but Henry didn't want Beast Digimon to become robots. He will get Robot Digimon for that role. There was the thing with Robot Digimon, they had the personality of a cardboard and emotions of a wall. Yes, Henry said, his voice gaining a noticeable spark of enthusiasm. Once training is done, we'll take a break, have lunch with our friends, and then head to the lab. I'll teach you everything from the basics, and before you know it, you'll be building these things yourself. Henry's passion for robotics and programming was infectious. His eyes lit up as he spoke, illustrating grand possibilities of their future projects. Tesla couldn't help but absorb his excitement. The Terrierman's ears twitched, and he let out a jubilant cry, hopping in place as his joy overflowed. Let's do it, Henry. I'll work hard and learn everything. Tesla shouted, his voice filled with determination. Henry knelt down and placed a reassuring hand on Tesla's small shoulder. That's the spirit. Let's make today count. With that, the two partners began their training, the room filled with Tesla's laughter, the clinking of his armor, and the subtle hum of the training systems booting up. It was the start of what Henry knew would be a long, fulfilling journey. 22, Chapter 22. It became evident early in the training session that Tesla struggled with physical tasks. His small body wasn't built for the rigorous routines Henry had originally planned, and the weight of the new armor only made it harder. Seeing this, Henry quickly adjusted the regimen, tailoring the exercises to suit Tesla's current capabilities. Every small achievement was met with encouragement, and occasional treats. Tesla's favorite sweets became a powerful motivator. The Digivice played a critical role, providing insights into Tesla's emotional state. Without it, Henry admitted to himself, he might have pushed too hard or failed to recognize Tesla's limits. This feature was especially useful for tamers like Rika, who were less adept at reading emotions and expressing empathy. Once the physical workout concluded, Henry gave Tesla a short rest. He used this time to talk with his partner, offering reassurance and praise to ensure Tesla didn't feel discouraged. It was an essential part of bonding, something Henry had learned from observing Naruto and the others. All of them had to balance challenging their partners without overburdening them, a tricky task that often required finishing their own supplementary training after their Digimon were asleep. Next came sparring practice. Henry, however, struggled with this part. He had a natural aversion to hurting those close to him, and Tesla's inexperience made it even harder. The little Terriermon was not a natural fighter like Luna. His attacks were clumsy, predictable, and slow, especially with the added weight of the armor. Henry dodged with ease, occasionally landing light taps to guide Tesla's movements without causing harm. Tesla's physical limitations were clear, but his mental acuity stood out. While his body lagged, his mind worked rapidly, absorbing the strategies and commands Henry gave him. Henry focused on teaching the basics, when to use the horn attack, how to deploy wind attacks effectively, and how to utilize his long ears for both offense and defense. Each technique was broken down into patterns and scenarios, allowing Tesla to practice them repeatedly. As the spar progressed, Henry's vision for Tesla's future began to take shape. Tesla might not have been a natural brawler, but Henry intended to turn him into a versatile combatant. His plan involved equipping Tesla with an arsenal of tools, small bombs, poison canisters, and even electric guns designed to fit his tiny frame. Each piece of equipment would be adapted to suit Tesla's evolving combat style. Henry also had the humanoid evolution card for Tesla, which he intended to use when the time was right. With it, he could further enhance Tesla's combat capabilities, transforming him into a walking armory. The planned evolution path of Gargomon, Rapidmon, and Megagargomon was solid, but Henry aimed to customize each stage, ensuring Tesla would be a unique and indispensable member of the team. Tesla listened to Henry's plans with wide-eyed awe. Though exhausted from the training, he felt a surge of excitement and pride. His master's vision for their future filled him with determination. By the end of the session, Tesla's earlier frustrations and fatigue were forgotten. He leaped into Henry's arms, his joy uncontainable. "Henry is the best," Tesla declared, nuzzling into his tamer's chest like a delighted child. Henry held the little Terriermon with a warm smile, stroking his soft ears. "You did great today, Tesla. We're just getting started, but I know you'll go far." The bond between the two had grown stronger through the day, and as they left the training room, Henry felt a renewed confidence in their journey together. Tesla might be small now, but Henry was certain he would become a force to be reckoned with, a blend of intelligence, charm, and raw power, wrapped in an adorable package. In another part of the city, Takato woke with an excited yell that echoed through the cozy halls of his family villa. The previous night, he had wanted to stay up working on plans for his partner, but his parents, ever the voice of reason, had gently insisted he rest. Despite his protests, Takato eventually gave in, knowing deep down they were right. Takato came from humble beginnings, a background that shaped his cheerful and hardworking nature. When he was younger, his family had lived in a small home that doubled as a bakery. Over the years, thanks to hard work and support from their growing network of friends, the family business flourished, expanding into several restaurants and bakeries scattered across the city. Now, the Matsuda family resided in a modest yet charming villa with 6 rooms and a small, neatly kept lawn. Though they could afford more luxurious accommodations, Takato's parents preferred the simplicity of their dream home. It was a warm and welcoming place where every corner carried the scent of baked goods and love. The household was lively, with Takato, his parents, his younger sister Eri, and a maid who helped out when his parents were busy. His upbringing instilled in him a deep appreciation for life, a refusal to compare himself to others, and an ability to find joy in the simplest of things. This attitude earned him a place among friends from wealthier backgrounds, where his grounded demeanor and infectious positivity stood out. This morning, however, Takato's energy was especially high. He threw off the blanket and rolled to the bedside with a burst of motion, springing to his feet with a grin. His destination was clear, the small table where his Digivis rested, a symbol of the partnership that filled his days with excitement and purpose. "Good morning, Arthur. Are you ready?" Takato asked eagerly, his voice bright with anticipation. A pair of crimson eyes gleamed from the corner of the room. Arthur, Takato's partner, was a Guilmon, a rookie-level Digimon with ties to dragons and a lineage capable of evolving into the fearsome Dragon of Destruction. At this stage, however, Arthur was a charmingly mischievous creature. His red scales glistened in the morning light, and the black markings on his body gave him an air of rugged elegance. Despite his outwardly harmless and almost adorable appearance, Guilmon was a species known for its fierce competitiveness and latent destructive tendencies. Arthur was no exception, though his bond with Takato softened his wilder instincts. The previous day had been an eye-opener for Takato, as he began to understand Arthur's likes and dislikes. His new partner had quickly become his best friend, bonding over shared experiences and moments of joy. Arthur had a taste for the simple pleasures, bread from Takato's family bakery, meat, milk, and the thrill of fast rides with the wind in his face. He enjoyed fights and explosions, reveling in the excitement they brought. However, he had little patience for soft things like dolls or the sentimentality of sad and love songs. Arthur was a creature of action and fun, aligning perfectly with Takato's lively personality. With these preferences in mind, Takato made some adjustments to Arthur's space. Instead of books, which Arthur showed no interest in, Takato provided picture books and anime. He set up a room for Arthur to run around, destroy things, and even fly safely. This space became Arthur's playground and training ground, a place where he could unleash his energy without worry. There was a comfortable sleeping area adorned with posters of Arthur's potential evolutions, including the noble Gallantmon, serving as both inspiration and motivation for the competitive young dragon. This morning, Arthur had woken up slightly earlier and discovered a new game rolling around the room. He found it hilarious, laughing each time he hit a wall. When Takato entered, Arthur proudly demonstrated his newfound skill, rolling with exaggerated gusto until he thudded into the wall again. He stood up with a smug expression as if awaiting praise. Takato chuckled, clapping in approval. "Very good. Arthur is smart. We'll play more games later, but remember, we have something else to do." Arthur scratched his chin with a claw, his gaze drifting upwards. "Go to the park," he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Takato laughed. Arthur's attention span was as short as a child's, often skipping over serious plans in favor of fun. Luckily, Arthur had a natural liking for training, or Takato would have been in for a challenge. "Close, but not quite," Takato replied, his tone warm and encouraging. "We're going to train and fight today. You want to be stronger, right? Stronger than anyone else. Stronger than Gallantmon." Arthur's eyes darted to the posters on the wall, his mind flooding with thoughts of epic battles. His playful demeanor shifted as his gaze sharpened with determination. "Yes, yes, 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 yes. Arthur wants to fight," he shouted excitedly. "Then let's get started. But first bath time." Takato led Arthur to the bathroom, where the two splashed water on each other in a playful tussle. Arthur turned it into a game, but Takato managed to rein him in before too much of a mess was made. Once cleaned up, the duo dashed toward the front door, ready to take on the day. Before they could escape, however, they were intercepted by Takato's mother, who stood in the doorway with her arms crossed and an amused expression. "Boys, you're forgetting something," she said, her tone gentle yet firm. Takato stopped in his tracks and grinned sheepishly. Arthur, mirroring his Tamer, tilted his head in confusion. "What is it, Mom?" Takato asked. His mother smiled, a twinkle in her eye, and gave both of them a playful karate chop on the head. "Breakfast, of course. You're not going anywhere on an empty stomach." Realizing his excitement had once again made him skip the most important meal of the day, Takato laughed. "You're right, Mom. Sorry about that." Arthur followed his Tamer's lead, leaping forward to hug Takato's mother. "Sorry, Takato's mom," he chirped. Her laughter filled the room as she embraced them both. "You two are quite the pair." Now, come on, eat up so you have the energy to take on the world. With that, the boys backtracked to the dining room, ready to fuel up for their training and adventures ahead. Once breakfast was over, Takato and Arthur headed to the nearby Tamer gym, a familiar place for Takato. Unlike his wealthier friends who had personal training facilities, Takato relied on this gym for his independent training. He didn't mind, thought it was a place where he could interact with others and enjoy a sense of community. When they arrived, Takato was greeted warmly by fellow Tamers, who congratulated him on bonding with Arthur. A Gilman was a rare and powerful partner, and the potential for its final evolution as Gallantmon made it the envy of many. Takato humbly thanked them, always appreciating the camaraderie of his fellow Tamers. Arthur, initially shy in the presence of the crowd, slowly warmed up to the attention and began to enjoy the praise. If this kept up, Arthur might develop an outgoing personality, which matched Takato's cheerful nature perfectly. The duo made their way to the running track. Takato led Arthur through some stretches, assisting him as needed since his dragon-like body had unique needs. Takato was meticulous, referring to the data he had received from their assistant to ensure Arthur developed the habit of flexibility, an essential trait for his team's Digimon. With the warm-up complete, Takato's excitement reached its peak. He had spent the previous night unboxing and sorting through a pile of gifts from friends celebrating his new partnership. Though he had modest means compared to his friends, he wasn't one to let pride get in the way of accepting their generosity. In return, he resolved to give back when the opportunity arose. "Arthur," Takato said, placing his hands on his partner's shoulders, his voice trembling with excitement. Arthur tilted his head curiously, a grin spreading across his face as he mirrored Takato's infectious energy. "What is it, Takato?" "I'm giving you your first gear, your armor and weapons," Takato announced, his joy evident as he practically vibrated with enthusiasm. Arthur's eyes widened, and his grin stretched even further. "Armor? Weapons? Yes, let's do it." The duo burst into laughter and impromptu dancing, their excitement filling the gym. After a few moments of playful antics, Takato got to work. The armor Takato fitted onto Arthur was a sleek combination of white and red, carefully designed to balance protection and mobility. The torso and head were heavily reinforced, while the limbs were kept light for unrestricted movement. The helmet left Arthur's mouth exposed, allowing his fangs and fire breath to remain integral to his attack patterns. The tail featured a sharp, reinforced tip, and two horns jutted from the helmet for powerful tackle moves. Small boosters on the back added a burst of speed, setting Arthur up for fast and agile combat. "How is it?" Takato asked, beaming as he stepped back to admire his handiwork. Arthur wriggled and moved around, testing the gear. He caught sight of himself in the mirror and tilted his head. "It's too stuffy. Can I take it off?" He clawed at the armor, trying to remove it. Takato froze, almost losing his balance at the unexpected response. "Arthur, the armor is for your safety," he explained patiently. "You'll need it in battle to avoid getting hurt. Do you want to win or lose because the enemy managed to injure you?" Arthur paused, looking conflicted. "I don't like how it feels," he admitted. Takato crouched to meet his partner's eyes, his tone firm but gentle. "We'll only wear it during training for now, okay? Think of it as part of getting stronger. It's not just for protection, it'll help improve your physical stats too." Arthur considered his words, his tail flicking in thought. Though he still looked reluctant, he nodded slowly. "Okay, only for training." Relieved, Takato smiled and patted Arthur's shoulder. "That's my partner. Let's get started." As Arthur began his training in the armor, Takato realized just how challenging being a tamer could be. Convincing a partner to endure discomfort for the sake of growth was no easy task, but seeing Arthur push through gave him a sense of pride and a glimpse of the bond they were building. 23, Chapter 23. Arthur, having agreed to the plan, embarked on his first full-force training session with Takato. Together, they ran laps, worked on various gym equipment, and performed combat drills. Takato guided him through each exercise, constantly encouraging him and making adjustments to accommodate his partner's unique physique. The session culminated in sparring, where Arthur faced real combat situations. It was during this sparring that Arthur learned the meaning of pain. He took hits both with the armor and without it. Takato ensured the intensity of the training balanced challenge with safety, knowing the importance of building resilience. The goal was clear: while armor was a valuable tool, Digimon partners had to develop the ability to endure hits even when unprotected. Over-reliance on equipment would only lead to fragility in the long run. Arthur wasn't alone in this experience. Takato's friends had shared similar lessons with their own partners. Tesla, for instance, quickly recognized the value of armor due to his cautious nature and fear of injury. Luna embraced the gear without issue, adapting seamlessly. Azure, on the other hand, was an exception. His artificial body rendered him immune to physical pain, removing this element of the struggle altogether. By the end of the session, Arthur lay sprawled on the gym floor, too exhausted to move. Despite the exhaustion and the bruises, his wide grin spoke volumes. He was happy, alive in a way that only intense physical activity could bring. The sparring had ignited something primal within him, appealing to his instinctual love for combat and physical exertion. Though he was unskilled compared to seasoned fighters, his ferocity and predatory instinct were undeniable, giving his fighting style a raw, untamed edge. Takato couldn't help but feel pride as he observed Arthur's progress. Their bond had grown noticeably through this grueling session. Takato's encouragement and guidance, paired with Arthur's spirited determination, created a synergy that promised a strong partnership. Still, Arthur's aversion to the armor persisted. While he didn't outright reject it anymore, it was clear he wasn't fond of the restrictive feeling. Takato made a mental note to gradually ease him into it, knowing that trust and adaptability would come with time and experience. In contrast, Luna's adaptability and Tesla's pragmatic acceptance of armor highlighted their different personalities. Arthur, however, was a creature of instinct and freedom, and Takato knew he had to respect that while also teaching him the importance of preparation and protection. It was a challenge, but one Takato embraced wholeheartedly, knowing that every step brought them closer to their shared goal. Takato sat cross-legged on the cool gym floor, his back against the wall as he reviewed Arthur's training stats on his Digivice. Arthur, completely worn out from the intense workout, was sprawled on the ground beside him, snoring softly. The little Gilman had given his all, and now he deserved his rest. Takato couldn't help but grin as he scrolled through the data, mentally noting areas for improvement and future goals. A familiar, melodic voice broke through his thoughts. "Takato, I hope I'm not disturbing." Looking up, he saw the source of the voice, Yuri Katu, his girlfriend. A smile spread across his face as he immediately recognized the playful tone. "Lucy, I always have time for you," he replied, referring to the fox sock puppet she sometimes used during their conversations. It was a quirky trait of hers, one that he adored. Standing before him was Yuri, her signature puppet perched on one hand. Her short brown hair framed her face, her warm brown eyes sparkling with a mix of mischief and affection. She wore a white tank top and black yoga pants, the snug fit highlighting her athletic figure. Yuri's natural beauty and cheerful disposition had always captivated Takato, but it was her strength and kindness that truly won his heart. Takato patted the ground next to him, inviting her to sit, but instead, Yuri grinned and sank into his lap without hesitation. He laughed, wrapping his arms around her instinctively. She nestled against him, her presence as comforting as it was invigorating. "Hey, what about Yuri?" she teased, pretending to pout. "Yuri gets preferential treatment," Takato declared dramatically, leaning in to press a slow, tender kiss on her lips. Their relationship was still new enough that every kiss felt special, but familiar enough that they had begun to relax and enjoy each other's quirks. Yuri smiled against his lips, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "I'm satisfied with that answer," she murmured, resting her head against his shoulder. "How was the training today?" Takato sighed contentedly, his head leaning lightly against hers. "Electrifying," he said. "Arthur was incredible. You'll love it when your partner arrives. The bond it's hard to describe, but it's amazing." His excitement was genuine, and Yuri could feel it in the way he spoke. Yuri's expression softened as she listened, imagining what it would be like when her own Digimon finally arrived. She and the other team members were set to receive their partners the following week, and the wait felt excruciatingly long. "I'll trust you on that," she said, her voice tinged with anticipation. "Speaking of bonds, I was thinking maybe we could go see a movie later. We didn't get to hang out yesterday, so maybe we can celebrate today." Takato's heart swelled at her thoughtfulness, and he held her tighter. "What movie?" he asked, though his grin betrayed that he was already inclined to agree. Yuri's puppet, Lucy, nibbled on his nose playfully. "Trust me, you'll like it," she said with a wink. Takato laughed, relishing the warmth of the moment. "All right, then. It's a date." Whatever the movie was, he knew it didn't matter. Any time with Yuri was time well spent. Naruto stepped out of the Uzumaki residence, the refreshing post-training shower doing little to ease the anticipation that buzzed in his mind. With Azure resting inside his Digivice, he knew this was the perfect window to address something that had been weighing on him. His meeting with Steven couldn't be delayed any longer. The longer it lingered, the more complicated things could become, and Naruto wanted to resolve it without any lingering tension. Steven was an intimidating figure not just in stature but in reputation. A buff, commanding man with an air of authority, he carried himself with the confidence of someone who had earned his place in the world. Despite his imposing nature, Steven was also a man who lived with the complexities of being both a devoted family man and someone with immense physical needs. Naruto knew that Steven, like himself, lived under the influence of the unique power that came with a bond. As a Tamer partnered with Tank Draymon, an ultimate-level Digimon capable of leveling entire cities, Steven's life force had been significantly extended. Thanks to the bond, his body had mutated to sustain his vitality, granting him an expected lifespan far beyond that of an ordinary human, easily reaching 200 years. However, this gift came with a caveat. The bond was inextricably tied to the Digivice, and the destruction of the device could shatter the connection, leading to the Tamer's untimely death if their life force was dependent on it. These extraordinary circumstances painted Steven's life in shades of both privilege and challenge. As a member of Rika's family, his life was governed by traditions and expectations that shaped their unique dynamics. Rumiko, his wife and a strong woman in her own right, understood the strain Steven faced. Despite their mutual love and respect, her own naturally low libido couldn't match Steven's elevated desires. This created tension in their relationship, tension that, left unchecked, threatened to unravel their bond. Rather than allowing the strain to push them apart, Rumiko had made a pragmatic decision. She allowed Steven to seek intimacy with the household maids, provided it was done discreetly and consensually. This arrangement, while unconventional, was not unusual in their circles. Among families of influence and power, such practices often emerged as ways to preserve harmony while accommodating the unique needs of those involved. For Steven, it was a bittersweet compromise. Though he loved Rumiko deeply and remained committed to her, his physical nature left him with little choice. He was aware of the delicate balance they maintained and made sure that every encounter with the maids was consensual. Many of them agreed out of admiration for Steven, while others saw it as an opportunity for financial or social gain. Naruto understood the complexity of the situation and admired Steven's honesty in navigating such a delicate matter. As he approached the family estate, he steeled himself for the conversation ahead. Steven was a man who valued directness, and Naruto intended to address the matter openly and with respect. He wasn't here to judge or impose his views but to ensure there were no misunderstandings, particularly regarding his relationship with Rika. Naruto respected Steven's position as her father and the protector of their family's legacy, and he hoped this meeting would further solidify the understanding between them. Naruto rode his Honda Fireblade through the streets like a phantom in the night, the roar of the engine blending with the wind. Enhanced by his chakra, the machine pushed beyond its limits, accelerating with unparalleled speed. To him, the rest of the world moved in slow motion, a blur of lights and shadows that failed to keep pace. Speed thrilled him. He thrived on the exhilaration of being the fastest, leaving everything and everyone else behind. His journey to Rika's family estate was a quick one. Normally, it would take half an hour to reach her home, but with his bike and the additional chakra enhancements, he covered the distance in under 10 minutes. Henry's place, also within his reach, would have taken no more than 5 minutes by bike. Takato lived farther, requiring a solid 30-minute ride at normal speed. But this trip wasn't about his friends, it was about addressing something crucial with Rika's family. Naruto arrived at the estate, parking his bike in its usual spot. He didn't bother informing Rika of his arrival, knowing she would likely be immersed in her training. The household staff, familiar with his regular visits, didn't stop him as he made his way toward the garden. The family's morning routine was predictable. Steven and Rumiko enjoyed tea together in the garden before leaving for their respective responsibilities at 10 a.m. As he approached the garden, the tranquil sound of birdsong filled the air. Steven and Rumiko sat together, their focus on the rare, colorful birds flitting between the trees. The two were an eye-catching pair, though for entirely different reasons. Steven, with his imposing physique and commanding aura, was a figure of raw power. Rumiko, on the other hand, exuded elegance and beauty, her poised demeanor a testament to her role as both the future head of the clan and a former model. It was clear that Rika had inherited her striking looks from her mother. "Good morning, Uncle Steven and Aunt Rumiko," Naruto greeted, his voice cutting through the quiet serenity of the garden. At the sound of his voice, Steven turned, his face breaking into a wide smile. "Morning, my boy," he called out, standing to greet Naruto. "You know what? Just call me Dad from now on. You've already signed the deal with Rika," Steven added with a hearty laugh, stepping forward to envelop Naruto in a bone-crushing bear hug. Rumiko rose gracefully from her seat, brushing her long brown hair aside as she approached. "Good morning, Naruto. My husband's right, no need for aunt and uncle. Just treat us as your parents." Naruto returned the hug with a slight grin, separating himself before Steven could squeeze the life out of him. "I see how it is," he replied, his tone light. "Is this another tactic to rope me in? First, you get me to call you Mom and Dad, and next thing I know, I'm having kids with Rika. How devious." His calm expression as he delivered the playful line drew laughter from the couple. "Come, sit with us," Rumiko said, gesturing to the nearby chairs. Her sharp intuition told her this visit wasn't merely social. She suspected it had something to do with Recon, perhaps Hikari as well. Naruto followed her lead, settling into a seat but remaining alert. He was well aware of Steven's emotional nature, especially where Rika was concerned. Though friendly and kind, Steven's protective instincts could manifest in sudden, overwhelming intensity. "It has to do with my relationship with Rika," Naruto began after a moment of silence. Steven's jovial demeanor shifted slightly. "What's wrong with it? Don't tell me you're saying she has no chance and you'll end up breaking her heart." Though his words were framed as a joke, there was an underlying tension in his tone. "Dear, let him finish," Rumiko interjected, placing a calming hand on Steven's arm. Her calm, measured gaze met Naruto's, silently encouraging him to continue. Naruto took a deep breath. "I don't want you to take this the wrong way, and I'm saying this because I care about Rika. She's very important to me, but the truth is, I don't love her that way, at least, not yet. The same goes for Hikari. These things take time, and love can grow, but there's also the possibility that I'll choose both of them in the end. I'm confident I can convince them to accept that, but I wanted to be upfront with you about this possibility." Steven leaned back in his chair, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly as he processed the words. Beside him, Rumiko's expression softened. Her suspicions had been correct. Naruto's maturity far exceeded his years. It was clear that he had given this a great deal of thought and wasn't taking the situation lightly. Rumiko knew better than most how deeply Rika's feelings for Naruto ran. It wasn't merely a crush, it was an obsession. Rika saw him as her prince, the person who embodied everything she had ever dreamed of. That knowledge only made this situation more delicate. Stephen, on the other hand, was trembling with a mixture of anger and disappointment. His clenched fists and sharp gaze betrayed his emotions. To him, it felt like fate was exacting some cosmic punishment for his own past transgressions. He struggled to contain the storm brewing within him. You want us to accept your relationship with both of them? Stephen's voice was low but edged with frustration. You expect us to agree to something like this when even you can't guarantee your own feelings? What's to stop you from falling for someone else tomorrow and abandoning Rika? Rumiko's cold gaze shifted toward her husband. Her eyes, sharp as steel, silenced the brewing storm. Dear, calm down. This is Naruto we're talking about. He wouldn't do something like that, she said, her tone steady and authoritative. Despite her reassurance, her pride was evident. She allowed Stephen certain liberties, but only under strict conditions. For her, this was different. Naruto wasn't talking about fleeting indulgence but about sharing his love, something she couldn't dismiss easily. Naruto met Stephen's glare head-on, his voice unwavering. I understand your doubts, Uncle Stephen, he began. But let me tell you this, I took an oath. My significant other will feel as if she holds the world in her hands. I will never put her in a position where she has to explain her tears or make excuses for them. I take this matter extremely seriously. I would never treat it lightly or with disrespect. Stephen stared at him, his emotions still simmering but held in check by Naruto's conviction. Rumiko, meanwhile, tapped her fingers lightly on her seat, her sharp mind weighing the sincerity in his words. Why not just choose Rika? Rumiko asked finally, her tone deceptively calm. Do you realize that Mr. Tai will likely kill you if you say such things to him? Naruto exhaled, his resolve unshaken. I am willing to fight him for Hikari, he declared firmly. I am willing to fight the world for my love. If the girls love me back and I love them, then no one, not Mr. Tai, not anyone, will come between us. Stephen's stern demeanor cracked. A broad smile spread across his face, and he let out a hearty laugh. Oh yeah, that's my boy, he exclaimed, his anger melting away. Damn, gave me chills with that line. Rumiko sighed softly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Fine, she conceded after a moment. Keep Rika happy, and we will have no problems. Polygamy isn't an issue here. You're not in line to inherit a clan head position, so no one will raise a fuss. I'll accept it, but what about Tai? He's not going to be as easy to convince. Naruto stood, bowing deeply. Thank you for your trust. I won't let you down. Tai is a close friend of mine, and I believe he'll understand if it's for Hikari's happiness. Rumiko gave him an amused smile, her earlier tension dissolving. Just don't get yourself killed, son. I'd hate to see my daughter become a widow so soon. Naruto straightened, his confidence unshaken. Thank you for your concern. I'll handle it properly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go meet Rika. You may leave, Rumiko said with a graceful wave of her hand. Naruto turned and walked away, his steps steady and purposeful. Stephen sighed heavily, running a hand through his thick hair as he stared into his teacup. His large frame slouched slightly, betraying the internal conflict he felt. Rumiko, are you really sure about this? He asked again, his voice low and filled with concern. I like Naruto. I trust him to take care of Rika. But, is this right? Our daughter becoming one of his wives instead of his only one? What if his love gets too divided? What if over time, he changes into someone completely different? Rumiko set her teacup down gently, her gaze steady as she met his worried eyes. I understand how you feel, Stephen, she said calmly, pouring tea into his cup. But think about it rationally. Naruto lives so close to us. What could he possibly hide? We'll know if something goes wrong. And don't forget, we've set boundaries. No children will be conceived before they're 20. That gives us time to observe and intervene if necessary. Stephen frowned but said nothing, taking a sip of tea. Rumiko continued, her tone firm but thoughtful. Besides, this isn't something we can stop. Rika truly loves him. This isn't some fleeting infatuation. Naruto is right, Rika is the one who asked for this relationship. She chose it. And if it ever needs to end, she's the only one who can break it. Not even Naruto rejecting her would change her mind. Her words hung heavily in the air, and Stephen leaned back in his chair with a defeated groan. It's still a headache, he muttered. This morning was supposed to be relaxing, not filled with existential parenting dilemmas. Rumiko allowed herself a faint smile, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. You're not wrong about that, she admitted. Believe me, I had the urge to drag Naruto back here and whip some sense into him for his insolence. But, he's confident. And more importantly, he has valid reasons to back his decisions. He didn't come here to disrespect us, he came to be honest. Stephen nodded reluctantly, though his expression remained clouded with doubt. What about Tai? He asked, voicing the other concern that lingered in both their minds. Naruto may have convinced us, but Tai won't be so easy, especially if Hikari doesn't feel as strongly about him as Rika does. Rumiko sighed, leaning back in her chair as she stared out at the garden. That's the real question, isn't it? Does Hikari love him as much as Rika does? Or are there other factors at play that we don't know about? She paused, her brow furrowing slightly. If Naruto has a plan for that, he'd better be ready to execute it perfectly. Otherwise, things could get complicated. The couple sat in silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts about the situation. Despite her composed exterior, Rumiko felt a twinge of unease. This wasn't a situation she ever imagined facing, and yet here they were, navigating it as best they could. Well, Steven finally said, setting his cup down with a heavy thud. We'll see how this plays out. But if he slips up, Rumiko. She met his gaze, her own steady and unyielding. If he slips up, Steven, he'll answer to us. That's a promise. 24, Chapter 24. As Naruto disappeared into the distance, Morrigan returned to the manor, her calm demeanor masking the energy that still hummed faintly through her. However, as she made her way through the halls, she was abruptly stopped by an angry Hilda, who stood with her green eyes blazing, an umbrella blade pressed firmly against Morrigan's neck. What were you doing inside the young master's room? Hilda demanded, her voice tight with anger. Morrigan, ever composed, smirked at the younger woman's reaction. She tilted her head slightly, golden strands of her hair catching the light, and chuckled softly. Well, Hilda, isn't this a rare sight? The ever-sassy maid, truly angry? I must say, it suits you. Answer me, Hilda snapped, her grip on the umbrella tightening. What did you do in his room? Morrigan's smirk widened, her teasing nature kicking into full gear. Oh, I simply went because the master asked for me, she said, her tone dripping with mischief. And yes, it's for exactly what you're imagining. Our dear master isn't as innocent as you think. She licked her lips playfully, her expression suggestive, as though recalling a particularly delicious memory. Hilda's jaw tightened, her confusion and frustration evident. The young maid, who prided herself on her calm and sarcastic nature, found herself unraveling. She couldn't reconcile the image of Naruto, the man she respected and served, with Morrigan's insinuations. Rika or Hikari made sense to her, but Morrigan? It didn't add up. What nonsense are you spouting? She muttered, her tone laced with disbelief. Morrigan leaned back against the wall casually, though her golden eyes gleamed with amusement. Oh, it's not nonsense, dear. But don't get your knickers in a twisty was nothing too wild. Just a little energy exchange. A kiss, really. Though, if I had my way, things might have gotten more exciting. Explain. Properly, Hilda commanded, her voice low and dangerous. Her umbrella blade pressed slightly harder against Morrigan's neck, though it didn't break the skin. Morrigan raised her hands in mock surrender. All right, calm your fiery spirit, she said with a light laugh. The master noticed I was low on energy, and he kindly helped me replenish it. That's all. A kiss was involved, yes, but nothing beyond that. He's far too guarded for any fun episodes, as you put it. Hilda's glare didn't waver, though some of the tension in her shoulders eased. She didn't lower her weapon just yet, still trying to process Morrigan's words. Her life had been a battlefield since birth, and trust didn't come easily to her. Naruto had always been different, thoughtful steady force in a chaotic world. She couldn't stomach the idea of him being frivolous or careless. And this, energy exchange? Hilda asked after a long pause. Why didn't he ask me or someone else? Morrigan shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he thought I needed it most. Or maybe, she added with a teasing smile, he just finds me irresistible. But don't worry, Hilda. If you're so concerned, why don't you march into his room and ask for your own kiss? Hilda's grip tightened momentarily before she let out a sharp exhale. She finally lowered the blade and stepped back. Keep your vulgar ideas to yourself, Morrigan. If you're lying or trying to manipulate the situation, you'll regret it. Morrigan's smile softened, and for a brief moment, the teasing facade dropped. Relax, Hilda. I'd never do anything to harm our master or you, for that matter. You're like a little sister to me, even if you don't want to admit it. And I do mean what I said. If you want clarity, ask Naruto yourself. He'll never lie to you. Hilda stared at her for a moment longer before nodding curtly. Fine, but if I find out you're hiding something. She let the threat hang in the air. Ah, Hilda, Morrigan murmured to herself, her tone affectionate despite the tension. So fiery. No wonder he keeps you around. Hilda's thoughts spiraled into turmoil as she stood in her room, her grip still tight on the umbrella blade. She couldn't understand what Morrigan was hinting at. Naruto, her master, was someone she respected deeply. He had prospects, people like Rika and Hikari, bright, talented, strong-willed women who fit seamlessly into his life. So why Morrigan? What made her the exception? Her usually sharp and sarcastic mind struggled to grasp the reasoning, a storm of emotions building beneath her composed exterior. It wasn't jealousy or anger, it was confusion. Naruto had always struck her as deliberate and considerate, someone who chose his actions carefully. If what Morrigan said was true, what did it mean? Hilda wasn't one to let herself get flustered, but this was different. Her mind wandered back to the origins of her guarded nature. She hadn't always been the calm and witty person the other maids knew. Her life had been shaped by pain, loss, and a monster's twisted game. She was born of an unholy Union, a descendant of the demon lord of gluttony, Beelzebub. Her lineage wasn't noble or heroic, it was a dark tale of cruelty and destruction. One of Beelzebub's relatives, a powerful and savage Digimon, had violated a human woman, leading to Hilda's birth. Her mother had loved her, even in the few moments they'd shared. Hilda's first memory burned into her mind like a cursed brand was her father, a Matadormon, killing her mother moments after she was born. The sight of her mother's adoring eyes, full of love despite the pain and betrayal, was the last thing she saw before the monster turned to her. The Matadormon had smiled, not with malice, but with twisted amusement. It was a game to him, a cruel, horrifying game. "Come and get me, child, if you can survive," he had taunted, his voice echoing like a dark melody. Matadormon wasn't just any Digimon. It was an undead vampire and a bloodthirsty martial artist, known for its deceptive beauty and deadly skill. Story said it was born from the folk dance database of an ancient museum, but its elegance masked its thirst for carnage. Matadormon didn't kill indiscriminately, it sought out only the strong, feeding on their blood and discarding the rest. From that day forward, Hilda had been haunted by two things, the memory of her mother's love and the challenge issued by the monster who had taken her life. The Matadormon had programmed the memory into her mind, replaying it like a twisted video whenever she desired or when her nightmares demanded it. She had spent her life chasing that challenge, training herself to be stronger, faster, more capable. At 23, she had already achieved the rank of B-rank Tamer, a testament to her relentless determination. No one who challenged Hilda survived. Yet, despite her strength, her resolve wavered now. Not because of her past or her quest for vengeance, but because of Naruto. Why? Why did this decision of his stir her so deeply? Hilda's patience wore thin as she listened to Morrigan's carefree attitude. The mention of Naruto's guarded nature caught her attention more than anything else. Morrigan was often playful and irreverent, but when it came to the new type maids, the seriousness of Roberta, the daughter of Myotismon, stood in stark contrast to Morrigan's relaxed manner. Roberta was the only one among them who ever seemed truly serious, and her steadiness had earned her Hilda's respect. But now, Hilda found herself lost in thought, her mind drawn back to Naruto. It wasn't like her to let her emotions get the best of her, yet he was different. He made her feel things she hadn't experienced before. What was it about him? She had never really been able to determine who Naruto would end up with. Rika or Hikari were good choices, each one strong, capable, and undeniably loyal to him. But deep down, Hilda wanted to be there too. She had started as a maid out of obligation, wanting to repay a favor, but over time, something shifted. Her feelings for Naruto had grown stronger, her admiration for him blossoming into affection. He was everything she wanted in a partner, and she realized she hadn't met anyone like him before. But the reality of it all stung. She couldn't just have him, not in the way she dreamed. The idea of being one of the maids who secretly slept with their master crossed her mind more than once, and the thought made her blush with both shame and excitement. Those fantasies, perverse as they were, felt like the only route she could take. Still, she couldn't shake the newfound hope that Naruto's willingness to accept anyone, Rika, Hikari, or even someone like Hair, wasn't a rejection of her feelings. It was a spark, a glimmer of possibility in a sea of uncertainty. Before Hilda could voice her thoughts, a voice interrupted, loud and sharp. "Are you serious?" From the side of the room, Rory Mercury, known as the Berserker Maid or Rory the Reaper, stepped forward, her black dress swishing with every movement. Hilda hadn't noticed her hiding in the clothing room, but it was clear that Rory had been waiting for this moment. She had likely sensed the tension between Hilda and Morrigan and couldn't resist joining the conversation. Rory's appearance was almost surreal, an eternal 16-year-old with dark, flowing black hair adorned with a red and black ribbon. Her gothic Lolita attire, a black dress with red frills, black stockings with garters, and red boots, gave her an almost ethereal presence. But it was the massive purplish axe slung over her shoulder that made her more than just an innocent-looking girl. Rory was a force to be reckoned with, and though she wore a young girl's appearance, there was nothing childish about her demeanor. Rory's presence filled the room with an almost tangible weight, her intense gaze shifting between Hilda and Morrigan. She knew exactly what they were discussing. Rory was the daughter of Neodivimon, a powerful Digimon linked to Demon, and she understood the implications of human and Digimon interactions more than anyone else in the room. Hilda, caught off guard by her sudden appearance, shot her a stern glance. "What are you doing here?" she asked, trying to regain control of the situation. The atmosphere in the room was tense as the tension between the maids simmered. Morrigan and Rory, despite their vastly different personalities, had an ongoing rivalry that occasionally played out in front of Hilda. The playful teasing that Morrigan used to get under Hilda's skin now seemed to be a mere prelude to something much more serious. Rory, the Berserker, was far more complex than her carefree, teasing demeanor suggested. A girl who thrived on violence and reveled in the chaos of battle, Rory was unpredictable. Her sweet, friendly persona was a stark contrast to the ferocity and sadism she showed when in the heat of combat. Those who witnessed her fight would be shocked to see the twisted satisfaction on her face, a stark contrast to her usual, more composed self. It was clear that Naruto's fighting style had caught her attention. She admired his ability to push limits, and she recognized something in him that mirrored her own darker impulses. When he fought for too long, a similar transformation took place in him, and Rory had seen this firsthand. She had sensed the thrill Naruto got from combat, the way his kind nature slipped away and left only a sadistic joy in its wake. This had drawn Rory in, making her more determined to have him for herself. She had become obsessed, to the point of tying him to a bed in an attempt to force him to submit to her. However, she was no fool. Her pride and jealousy often collided with her desire. She had been holding back, trying to convince herself that forcing him into anything was out of the question, especially given her position as a maid who owed the Uzumaki family so much. But the more she watched him interact with the other girls, especially Rika and Hikari, the more those feelings of jealousy and desire became harder to suppress. She had tried to convince herself that she had no place in his world, but now that she knew he was willing to accept their affections, willing to share, Rory's heart raced with excitement. It meant she could finally pursue him openly, without the guilt of disrespecting him or overstepping her bounds. "What are you doing, Rory?" Hilda asked, her voice tinged with disbelief as she turned to face her younger sister. Rory simply smiled, a playful glint in her eyes. "Hee, I was waiting for you, but you guys surprised me by barging in suddenly," she replied, her expression one of innocent amusement. Her eyes then flicked to Morrigan. "But you seem to have more to say." Hilda was about to respond, ready to lecture Rory on her inability to respect personal space, but before she could, Morrigan spoke up in a teasing tone. "Hello, little sister. I heard you've been trying to bed our young master for so long. How does it feel?" Hilda immediately moved between the two, ready to prevent a full-blown confrontation. "Morrigan, stop antagonizing Rory and answer the question," she said, her voice calm but firm. Rory, however, was unbothered by Morrigan's jabs. She tilted her head, a smirk playing on her lips. "I feel the need to do better. No matter what, he'll love me more than he'll ever love you. That is the truth," she said with absolute confidence, her eyes shining with determination. Hilda's fingers twitched as if she wanted to call Roberta in to calm the situation, but before she could, Morrigan's voice cut through the tension. "Ha ha ha, oh, is that a challenge I hear? A challenge about love from a berserker? Sounds funny, doesn't it?" Rory's smirk didn't falter. "I am the berserker of love, while you are a succubus. So go on and take the challenge, but before that, clear away our doubts." Hilda's brow furrowed as she looked between the two of them, trying to prevent things from escalating. Rory was clearly not backing down, and Morrigan, as usual, wasn't one to shy away from a challenge. But the look in Rory's eyes suggested something deep, a desire to prove herself in a way that wasn't just about love, but about power and dominance. Morrigan, knowing Rory wouldn't let her off easy, reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone, swiping through it with a practiced hand before bringing up a video. She showed it to both Hilda and Rory, the footage from a recent encounter, Naruto in the bath, surrounded by her and Eve. "This should clear away your doubts," Morrigan said, her voice smooth but carrying an edge of finality. The video flashed across the screen, and both Hilda and Rory were taken aback by what they saw. Despite the video being casual in nature, with no overt signs of sexual intimacy, the implication was clear. Naruto wasn't as innocent as some of them had believed. The sight of him in such close quarters with Morrigan and Eve was a subtle reminder that he, too, was capable of exploring relationships outside the traditional confines. For a moment, there was silence in the room. Hilda's face grew pale, her thoughts clouded with a mix of emotions: concern, jealousy, and maybe a touch of shame. Rory, however, didn't seem shaken at all. Instead, she gave Morrigan a knowing glance, her confidence only growing. "Well then," Rory said, her voice laced with a new level of determination. "Let the games begin." Hilda stood still, caught in the middle of the brewing storm between the two women. She knew things were about to get much more complicated. 25, Chapter 25. After Rika finished her morning routine, the air around her was thick with the humid exhaustion from the intense training. Sweat streamed down her face, and her clothes clung to her body, making her look worn out from the heavy weights that had been cruel to her already weakened stamina. Unlike the other members of the group, Rika's endurance was notably lower, a fact she had always pushed herself to improve despite the challenges. As she sat on the ground, her back to the world, breathing hard and trying to regain her strength, Naruto quietly approached from behind. His steps were light, his presence almost imperceptible until his hand landed on her head. Rika didn't flinch at his touch, even without seeing him first. Her heightened senses allowed her to detect his arrival before his hand made contact. She had smelled him coming from a distance, his scent unmistakable and familiar, and his presence brought a subtle sense of comfort despite the exhaustion weighing on her body. "Did you talk to my parents?" Rika asked, her voice hoarse from the physical exertion, her breath still coming in ragged gasps. Naruto smiled, pleased with her awareness. He had always admired Rika's ability to stay on guard, something he felt was essential for her growth. "I did, and they agreed," he replied with a sense of satisfaction, his hand gently patting her head. Without warning, Naruto moved in a swift motion, lifting Rika up by the armpits as if she were light as a feather. "Wait, I'm too sweaty," she protested, struggling in his grip. Her discomfort was palpable as she tried to wiggle free, but Naruto's hold was firm, and the force of her sudden push made her body bounce against his chest. She wasn't a fragile girl, and she didn't take kindly to being handled like that. "That would have injured someone else," Naruto said with a teasing grin, his tone playful but gentle. "I was just showing you some affection that you wanted." Rika's expression turned from surprise to annoyance, though she couldn't hide the slight flush on her cheeks. She wasn't the kind of girl to go along with everything, and his actions made her feel a mixture of embarrassment and confusion. His teasing made her realize that Naruto was, in fact, testing her reactions, and perhaps, testing if there could be something more between them. I don't like the feeling of acting intimate with all this sweat and grime on me, she muttered, her eyes narrowing as she tried to regain composure. Let me take a shower, and then we can go out. Naruto's eyes sparkled with amusement, his grin widening. Want me to join you? I'm really good at that task. He took a step closer, his presence exuding an undeniable, playful confidence. Rika instinctively stepped back, her intuition telling her that his teasing had crossed into more dangerous territory. Really? She asked, skeptical but still unsure if he was joking. Nah, just kidding. But you are such a perv, Naruto replied, chuckling at his own joke, clearly amused by the reaction he had elicited. He took pride in pushing Rika's buttons, even if it sometimes left her flustered. Rika shot him a cold glare, her voice laced with warning. I'll definitely repay you for that. With a smooth motion, Naruto swooped in and picked Rika up in a princess carry, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. She let out a small gasp, unsure if she was being taken to the showers or something more mischievous. However, before she could fully process what was happening, he dropped her unceremoniously inside the shower stall and slipped away, leaving her stunned. That's twice in a row, he called over his shoulder, his laughter echoing through the air. I'm looking forward to your revenge. Rika stood there for a moment, still processing the playful absurdity of what had just happened, before a smile crept onto her face. It was impossible not to laugh at his childish antics, no matter how annoyed she felt at the time. After a much-needed shower, Rika and Naruto quickly dressed before heading out to the city. Rika, now refreshed and invigorated, hopped onto her Kawasaki Ninja with a confidence that came from both her skill and her excitement. She revved the engine, eager to race Naruto to their destination. The challenge was on. Naruto, not one to back down from a friendly competition, grinned and revved his own engine, ready for the race. His bike roared to life as they sped off together, side by side, the cityscape blurring around them. In the digital world, their partners Luna and the other Digimon watched from the safety of their Digivices. Despite the physical exertion, the Digimon had managed to regain enough energy to sit in their chibi forms, happily observing the race and occasionally chatting amongst themselves. The Digivices allowed them to interact with their tamers through holographic projections, and for now, they enjoyed the break from constant action, watching their partners engage in what seemed like the simple joy of a race. The speed, the competition, and the freedom of the open road all created an exhilarating atmosphere that bound the group together, no matter how many challenges they faced ahead. As the light turned red, Rika and Naruto pulled to a stop at the intersection, their bikes purring as they waited for the signal to change. It was a brief moment of respite in their journey, but before they could even think about resuming their ride, a voice called out from behind them. Hey kids, wanna race? The voice was full of confidence, the unmistakable sound of someone who enjoyed challenges. They turned around to see a familiar figure, and Naruto's grin widened in recognition. It was Jack, Yamato's partner, and one of the most badass Digimon Naruto had ever met. Jack wasn't just any ordinary partner, he had evolved over time, both physically and mentally, into something far more powerful and complex. His usual form, Geruruman, was imposing a bipedal wolf-like creature with light blue fur, dark blue tiger stripes, and a rugged appearance enhanced by his ripped jeans and spiked knee pads. But Jack wasn't the same innocent Digimon who had been based on Yamato's brother, Takeru. Life by Yamato's side had shaped him into a hardened, tough fighter who preferred to stay in his werewolf form, despite his initial dislike for it. Now, Jack was even more intimidating, having achieved an even more formidable form by merging with Machmon, a Digimon that resembled a living motorcycle monster. Machmon's design was fierce, with its dark brown skin and large wheels, one in the back and a smaller one in the front, along with blades for added combat capability. Together, they had evolved into a powerhouse combination. Rika and Naruto watched as Jack, now riding his partner Zeke, revved his engine. Zeke was no ordinary machine, he was sleek, mechanical, and sporting metallic boosters and hidden lasers. The duo had become an unstoppable force in the world of racing and battle, their speed unmatched. Zeke had even upgraded his form over time, losing some of the edge he once had, but gaining immense power and speed in return. When combined with Jack's agility and heightened reflexes, they were nearly untouchable. Morning, Jack. Naruto greeted, his usual easygoing demeanor present as he raised a fist for a bump. Jack, always the laid-back wolf, responded with his trademark smile and a hearty laugh, hitting Naruto's fist with a relaxed yet powerful thump. Jack had always been a chill and outgoing Digimon, someone who enjoyed life to its fullest. Racing, fighting, eating, and jamming out to rock music, he loved it all. If he wasn't with Yamato, you could often find him in the company of various other Digimons, always the social one, ready for the next adventure or challenge. Where's Yamato? Naruto asked, looking around, noticing the absence of the familiar figure. Jack leaned back with a grin, flicking his hair out of his eyes. What do you think, man? He's with Sora. Gotta give them their space, or I'll feel like a third wheel. She's been busy with her clothing designs lately, so he's probably pounding her ass into the mattress right now. Naruto chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head. Rika, however, didn't find Jack's humor quite as amusing. Her glare could have burned holes through Jack's skull. Jack, seriously? Rika muttered, clearly irritated. She wasn't a fan of crude humor, especially when it came to relationships. Jack just grinned wider, unfazed by her reaction. Ooh, look at your girl glaring at me. You better tame the beast before she chains you up, Naruto. But, forget about the boring stuff. I'm in the mood for some speed and a challenge. You in, or you out? Naruto looked at Rika, sensing her discomfort but also picking up on her desire for some excitement. He gave her a smile, his expression softening. This was the best date ever, after all, and he wanted to make it memorable. Race you to Domino City, loser pays for lunch, he suggested casually. Jack scoffed playfully. Too safe, man. You two babes are something else. How about this instead? Loser acts like a dog and barks in the shopping mall. Are you up for that? He flashed a toothy grin, clearly testing them both. Rika raised an eyebrow at Jack's proposal. She wasn't sure whether he was joking or serious, but her expression said it all. She wasn't exactly thrilled with the idea. Naruto, on the other hand, seemed to take it in stride. His mood shifted slightly, and his tone hardened with determination. Rika, ride with me, Naruto said, his voice carrying a subtle command, though it wasn't harsh, just firm. Rika's heart skipped a beat at his tone. She looked at him for a moment, her mind racing. There was something different about the way he was acting, confident, assertive, even a little bit dashing. It sent a jolt through her. Without saying another word, Rika nodded. She gave the command to her bike to return home, and then, with a small smile, she hopped onto the front seat, feeling the warmth of Naruto's hands on her waist as he guided her into position. Jack, who had been watching with keen interest, couldn't help but laugh. His instincts were never wrong, and seeing the change in Naruto made him sure of one thing: his friend had found something within himself, something he hadn't shown before. Let's go, the winner gets a generous reward. Jack announced, his voice filled with excitement and the rush of adrenaline that came with racing. With that, the race began. Naruto's bike roared to life, and Rika could feel the powerful engine beneath them. Jack and Zeke immediately surged ahead, pushing the limits of their speed. But Naruto wasn't far behind. He and Rika, now united as one team, leaned into the wind, racing toward Domino City with a determination that matched Jack's own. The road was theirs to conquer, and both of them were ready to give it their all. As the wind whipped around them, Rika found herself grinning, her heart racing not just from the thrill of the ride, but from the excitement of being with Naruto, her companion, her protector, and now, someone she could feel an even deeper connection to. The race was more than just a competition, it was a test of their strength, their bond, and their willingness to push each other to new heights. And no matter the outcome, they were in this together. Naruto, who was always up for a challenge, grinned back. You're on. He yelled, already revving his own engine in response. As the race began, Jack and Zeke immediately took the lead, their combined speed pushing them ahead of Rika and Naruto. The ground beneath them seemed to blur as they rocketed forward, the roar of their engines filling the air. Zeke's wheels kicked up a trail of dust behind him, his boosters working overtime to give them that extra burst of speed. Jack's Geruruman form was more powerful than ever, and he and Zeke seemed to move as one, each maneuver seamless and effortless. Despite their impressive speed, Rika and Naruto weren't far behind. They took the turns with precision, their bikes gliding smoothly along the streets. Naruto's face was full of determination, though he couldn't help but admire Jack's formidable skill and speed. The race was intense, with both teams pushing their limits. But Jack and Zeke weren't just racing for the thrill of it, they had a history, a bond that made them more than just competitors on the road. Jack had gone through trials and tribulations, from his initial evolution to his dark moments of self-doubt, when he had even considered giving up. Zeke, too, had a story of his own, one filled with the pain of endless searching and longing for a purpose. It was during one of those trials that Jack had learned the true meaning of friendship, a lesson that had been imparted to him by Yamato. Zeke had been driven to the edge, burning himself out in a race, wanting to give everything just to feel the thrill once more. But it was Yamato, through his crest of friendship, who had saved Zeke, bringing him back from the brink. With Jack's support, they had merged into a new form, Geruruman. That day, Zeke's wish had been granted, and he had become a key member of Yamato's team. Since then, Jack and Zeke had been unstoppable, with their combined abilities making them one of the most powerful and synchronized pairs in the digital world. As they neared the finish line, the race became even more thrilling. Zeke's boosters kicked into overdrive, flames trailing behind them as they reached Mach 100. The air around them shimmered from the intensity of their speed. Jack howled in exhilaration, the thrill of the chase flowing through him as he leaned into the curve, his werewolf instincts in full control. Naruto and Rika pushed harder, but in the end, Jack and Zeke crossed the finish line first. The two paused, their engines slowing as they turned to face the others. Jack's grin was wide, full of pride, but he was also a little out of breath, having enjoyed the challenge. Naruto sat there on the rooftop, still wearing the embarrassed expression of someone who had just been humiliated in front of a crowd. You know, I never thought a day would come where I had to act like a dog, he muttered, his tone dripping with irony. Despite the challenge, he had turned the situation around by using his ability to transform, ending up as a cute golden retriever puppy with a red bow tie. It was a clever workaround to avoid the full humiliation, but it hadn't stopped Jack from taking a video that was now circulating, much to Naruto's chagrin. As Naruto sat on Rika's lap in his transformed state, he felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Rika, ever the gentle soul, was enjoying the moment, gently petting the puppy form of Naruto. She laughed softly, the stress from their earlier moments dissipating in the comfort of the familiar. Jack, still perched on the rooftop across from them, muttered in mock annoyance, "I didn't think you would use a loophole. It would have been so much better if you didn't know how to transform. Aren't you busy spreading the video you took? People already know it was me," Naruto shot back, raising an eyebrow in Jack's direction. His tone was playful but laced with a hint of irritation. "I did, but I'm a good friend. So, we kept it between friends and family," Jack replied nonchalantly, smirking as he leaned back, taking in the warm afternoon air. The sound of Zeke humming in the background only added to the atmosphere. Naruto just shook his head in response, his gaze shifting momentarily to the sky. He had been so confident in his ability to win the race, only for Jack to unleash the boosters and pull ahead. Reaction-wise, they were on the same level, but Zeke's advanced machinery was on another tier compared to Naruto's chakra-enhanced bike. It had been a hard loss, but at least he could save face by transforming into an adorable puppy. "Is Tai still here, or did he leave?" Rika asked, her fingers gently brushing through Naruto's fur as she spoke, not missing a beat as she petted him. Jack gave her a cheeky grin, leaning back against the railing of the rooftop. "Are you interested in having an affair with the big boss or something?" he teased, a playful glint in his eyes. Rika didn't miss a beat and launched Naruto across the table, hitting Jack squarely in the chest. Both Naruto and Jack blinked, surprised by her sudden action. Jack, taken off guard, stumbled and slipped, his hands reaching for the ground as he lost his balance. The metallic surface of the rooftop shifted beneath them, and Jack barely managed to regain his composure before hitting the ground. "Don't say such things, Jack. Rika doesn't like it," Naruto said calmly, his voice unwavering despite the previous antics. His expression was firm, and for a moment, his gaze locked with Jack's. Jack, still on the ground, felt a strange sensation of feeling that was completely unfamiliar to him. For just a brief second, it felt like he was staring into the eyes of someone far stronger than himself. The aura Naruto emitted, even as a human, had shifted ever so slightly, and Jack, a mega-level Digimon, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, as though Naruto's future potential might eclipse him. What a weird feeling. Maybe I saw the future of his partner looking down at me, lol, Jack thought to himself, shaking off the sensation with a chuckle. Rika, standing nearby, crossed her arms, her voice lowering to a stern tone. "Don't speak nonsense again, wolf boy, or I'll have your partner dress you up as a girl." Her glare made it clear that she was not to be trifled with. The thought of anyone trying to get too close to Naruto made her protective instincts flare up. Jack laughed heartily, the tension in the air lightening. "Haha, she's a keeper, bro." He stretched, not fazed by Rika's warning in the slightest. "Tai is still here for the day. He's got a date with Akalai tonight and will leave for a mission tomorrow. If that's all, I gotta bounce." With a flourish, Jack stood, bowing mockingly to Naruto and Rika. Without waiting for any further response, he jumped from the rooftop, his enhanced body easily absorbing the impact as he landed gracefully on Zeke, who had answered his call. Zeke's mechanical form whirred to life, ready to take Jack wherever he pleased, the duo now a seamless blend of Digimon and machine. The sound of Zeke's thrusters igniting echoed as Jack, now back on his ride, gave a wave before speeding off. The ground where he landed would have been damaged by the force of the impact, but Jack didn't feel a thing. He was already miles away, ready for his next adventure. Naruto, still in his puppy form, shook his head as Rika laughed softly, the day's events feeling like a strange but satisfying memory to look back on. 26, Chapter 26. Naruto and Rika spent a good part of the afternoon in the mall, relishing each other's company and enjoying the lightheartedness that had been so scarce in their lives. They dined on casual food, burgers and fries, laughing about random things as they continued to enjoy the moment. Afterward, they headed to the arcade, where the vibrant lights and sounds offered a welcome distraction. Rika, ever the competitive spirit, dragged Naruto to the snooker table. They played a few rounds, exchanging light jabs and teasing each other. It wasn't about winning or losing, it was about enjoying the time spent together. Then, they moved on to the dancing game, one of Rika's favorites. She was quick on her feet, expertly hitting the arrows as the upbeat music played. Her energy was infectious, and Naruto found himself caught up in the rhythm. Despite his usual carefree nature, dancing had always been something he enjoyed, ever since he was a child. Music had often been a means of escape for him, especially in darker times when he was trying to block out the chaos of his life. From Jiraiya's wild celebrations to the quieter moments after the war, music had been there as a companion. Rika, in contrast, had a different vibe when it came to music. Her family's image leaned toward quiet grace and subtlety, but deep down, she thrived on the upbeat, energetic tunes. It was part of her own hidden side, one that enjoyed pushing boundaries, laughing, and having fun in ways that were uncharacteristic of her family's expectations. As they danced, Rika couldn't help but smile, her joy evident in every step. Naruto matched her moves, though he wasn't as graceful as her. His expression was relaxed, happy to be in the moment, not thinking about his usual responsibilities or the intense battles he often found himself in. For the first time in a while, he simply enjoyed the beat and the rhythm. Their Digimons watched from a distance, Azure and Luna curious but somewhat confused by the humans' behavior. They had never seen their masters act this way before. Azure, ever the thinker, pondered the reason behind such actions. Maybe it's a distraction. He mused, his golden eyes reflecting a deep thought as he tilted his head. Luna, on the other hand, took a different approach. She observed the movements and rhythms, her thoughts running along a more analytical track. It helps with their reaction and flexibility, she concluded, remembering the ninja techniques she had read about in the ninja book. It spoke of how ninja needed to maintain flexibility and agility, and this seemed to be a form of practice for them, even if it appeared like mere fun. But as they continued to watch their masters laugh and play, Azure couldn't help but be fascinated by the happiness on their faces. Even Luna, who was more reserved in her appreciation for such things, began to understand that perhaps these activities were more than just physical exercise. They were moments of joy, moments to be cherished. Maybe these things are done for enjoyment, Azure thought, watching Naruto's carefree smile. While Azure was drawn to the beat of the song, tapping his foot in time with the rhythm, Luna remained more distant. The loud, upbeat tunes didn't excite her as much as the softer, soulful melodies she preferred. She would have preferred something more serene, something that resonated on a deeper emotional level. Still, she watched her master with interest, recognizing that perhaps, in her own way, even this music served a purpose for Naruto. In the end, it wasn't just about the game or the activity. It was about being in the moment, about finding enjoyment in the simplest things. And for a fleeting moment, all the stress, battles, and struggles seemed to fade away, replaced by laughter and the warmth of shared company. Naruto and Rika had finished their enjoyable date, full of laughter and light-hearted moments. The time had passed quickly, and by the time they finished, the clock had struck 2 p.m. Naruto revved up his bike, signaling the end of their leisurely afternoon as they headed to the DG-destined HQ. It was a sprawling complex, a large and impressive building situated in a secluded area, far away from the public eye. The gates were grand, adorned with intricate statues of dragons and wolves, symbolizing the strength and bond of the DG-destined team. The imposing structure was built with the combined effort and personal funds of the team members, a reflection of their unity and determination. Rika sat behind Naruto, her arms wrapped around him as she admired the gates they were passing through. "We will have our personal base soon," she muttered, her tone reflecting a mixture of determination and longing. She gazed at the dragon and wolf statues, symbols of the team's power and unity. Back when the team had first come together, none of them had the financial power to afford something like this. They were still young and just beginning their journey as tamers. At that time, Naruto earned money from his sparring sessions with those who sought him out for training, having gained the title of the best fighter after countless victories. He also had a dojo, a place where others could train, and it was run by people he had hypnotized into becoming expert fighters. Despite these sources of income, the idea of a personal base like this one was far beyond their reach. As they rode through the gates, Rika leaned forward, breaking the silence. "We will have to improve our ranking and do a lot of missions to make this dream a reality. Are you ready for that?" Naruto smiled confidently, his grip firm on the handlebars. "I'm always ready," he said, his voice steady and full of conviction. "We'll get there, no matter what." Rika hugged him from behind as she whispered, "Have you thought about our starting zone?" Naruto nodded as he shifted his focus to the road, his mind already working through the options. "I was thinking of starting in a low-level forest area." Rika raised an eyebrow. Native forest or Odin's Foot. The two forests were well known in the digital world, especially for beginner tamers. Native Forest was a serene place where the strongest Digimon were usually champions, making it a safer place to start. Odin's Foot, however, was a more mysterious and dangerous area, rumored to be the site of strange happenings. It was named after the large, foot-shaped lake surrounded by a dense forest, a site of power where the legendary Odinmon had once stood in defiance of the royal knights. Naruto paused before answering, taking a moment to consider. "Native Forest is the best choice for beginning," he said, pulling the bike to a stop in front of the HQ. "Odin's Foot is suspicious. Strange things happen there from time to time." His voice dropped slightly, as if he knew there were forces at play in that region far beyond his understanding. Rika wasn't entirely convinced. "I don't have a problem with that," she said, glancing over the landscape. "Though the Trickster Forest isn't so bad either." Naruto raised an eyebrow but was about to respond when they were interrupted by a familiar voice. "Good afternoon, Rika, Naruto." Carrie approached them, her partner Salomon, a plot hound with white fur and green eyes, cradled gently in her arms. The small creature had a holy ring around its neck, a token of its unique, yet untapped powers. Salomon, despite being incredibly cute and seemingly innocent, was still very young and unaware of its true potential. It had a lot of growing to do before it could even think about becoming a formidable fighter. Carrie's voice softened as she addressed them, a serious note creeping into her tone. "I would suggest against Trickster Forest. Jokermon has been sighted in the region." She gave them a cautious look, clearly concerned. Naruto tilted his head slightly, sensing the gravity in her words. He had heard of Jokermon, a mischievous and dangerous Digimon that liked to play tricks on unsuspecting tamers. Its presence in Trickster Forest meant that the area was not only a challenge but potentially more dangerous than they had anticipated. Rika nodded, understanding the situation. "Thanks for the warning, Carrie," she said. "We'll reconsider." Jokermon was a truly enigmatic Digimon, his appearance a twisted mix of chaos and humor. Dressed in a jester's costume, his features were exaggerated, with a wide grin that seemed to stretch too far and eyes that glittered with mischief. He wielded a large scythe, a weapon that matched his unpredictable nature. His personality mirrored his appearance, playful yet dark, a chaotic force that could swing from helpful to deadly with little more than a shift in the wind. No one truly knew where Jokermon's allegiance lay. Some suspected he served Piedmon, the ruthless leader of the Dark Masters, an infamous evil Digimon organization bent on seizing control of the digital world. The Dark Masters were led by 4 mega-level Digimon, each more dangerous than the next, but they answered to one supreme being, Apocalypmon. Apocalypmon, a being of unmatched power, had reshaped the digital world, manipulating both it and the human world to serve his dark plans. His strength was so vast that even the royal knights hesitated to face him without backup. Despite King Drazel's rule over the multiverse, the digital world had grown in ways even he couldn't control. Apocalypmon's machinations went beyond King Drazel's understanding, as his influence spread unpredictably, stirring up chaos in the digital world. Meanwhile, Naruto and Rika found themselves caught in the web of this uncertainty. As they continued to converse with Carrie, the atmosphere shifted between lighthearted and serious. Naruto smiled warmly, stepping closer to Carrie, who greeted him with a slight but genuine smile. "Hello Carrie, I hope you're not stressed out," he said as he embraced her, pulling Aaliyah into the hug as well. Aaliyah, still in her puppy form, tolerated Naruto's affection for Carrie, though she wasn't one for overt displays of emotion. If she had felt differently, she might have nipped at his fingers, but for now, she didn't mind. After all, she'd known Naruto for a week now, and the bond was already growing between them. "I wasn't stressed, but there's still some worry," Carrie replied, leaning into Naruto's chest as he held her. "This situation isn't easy to handle, and honestly, it's unfair, don't you think?" Naruto nodded, understanding her frustration. "Yeah, it's definitely not an ideal situation, but we'll get through it together," he said softly, his tone filled with reassurance. However, Rika, who had been quietly observing the scene, wasn't as comfortable with the closeness. She crossed her arms, a slight frown on her face. "Ahem, I'm still here," she said, her voice laced with mild irritation. Her expression made it clear that she didn't particularly enjoy witnessing such intimate moments between Naruto and Carrie. She had always preferred her time alone with Naruto, and the sight of another girl receiving his affection made her feel possessive. Aaliyah, sensing Rika's discomfort, jumped from Carrie's arms and gave her a pointed look. "Why don't you leave, fox girl? Naruto suits my master better," Aaliyah remarked, her voice tinged with a protective tone. Her loyalty to Carrie was unquestionable, and she didn't like seeing anyone interrupt her connection with her tamer. Rika's eyes narrowed, her irritation growing. She was about to retort when Naruto intervened, quickly putting an end to the tension. He gently removed his arms from around Carrie and gave Aaliyah a playful tickle, attempting to ease the situation. "Yes, Aaliyah is a cute little child," he said with a smile, looking down at the small Digimon. "Where is Tai now, by the way?" The change in subject helped defuse the tension. Rika, still holding Naruto's hand, gave him a smile in return, recognizing that the playful interruption had allowed them to move past the awkward moment. She was the type to keep her pride intact, and though she could be a bit smug at times, she understood that timing and place mattered. Carrie, on the other hand, wasn't as skilled at hiding her competitive nature, and Rika felt a flicker of unease at the thought of sharing Naruto's attention. Rika knew this wouldn't be easy. There was something about Carrie's demeanor that made her feel like she had to constantly compete for Naruto's affection. But she kept her composure, offering a calm smile as she squeezed Naruto's hand. She'd never let her guard down easily, especially not in front of others. "I think we should go find Tai," Naruto said, trying to shift the focus to something more neutral. "There's no need to fight over little things like this." Carrie chuckled, holding Aaliyah closely. "I'll be fine," she said, a playful glint in her eye as she added, "but you know, Aaliyah just wants what's best for me." Carrie stood at the entrance of the gym, glancing in with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Inside, Tai was sparring with Ryu, his massive Digimon partner in his Wardramon form. Ryu's dragon-like humanoid body was imposing even without the gleaming chrome Digizoid armor that usually covered him. Standing over 100 meters tall in his true form, Ryu had learned to manipulate his size, shrinking down to a more manageable level for close combat training. Despite the size difference, Ryu moved fluidly, engaging with Tai in an intense martial arts battle that showcased their mutual love for pushing their limits. Unlike his former rival Jack, who had been more laid-back and competitive, Ryu was a battle junkie through and through. The energy in the gym was charged with raw intensity, his every movement a blur as he honed his skills. Despite his fearsome appearance, Ryu loved to listen to upbeat music to get into the right mood for his training, and he had a strange fascination with collecting treasures. Yet, his true passion was always about combating his strength and skills in one-on-one battles. Tai, ever the adventurer, had joined him in these sparring sessions, sharing the thrill of the fight. Ryu's drive had no limits, and his constant training had earned him the respect of the DG destined, though he still sought an even greater challenge. However, Tai wasn't the only one training fiercely. Ryu had a new rival in Riser, Masaru Daimon's partner, whose evolution into Shine Greymon made him a formidable foe. Both Tai and Masaru had their own rivalry, driven by their desire to prove their worth, but also an unspoken camaraderie. Meanwhile, Jack, who had previously shared a rivalry with Ryu, had found a new adversary in Hyde, a prideful and cold Mirage Geogamon. Despite their contrasting personalities, there was a mutual respect between the two, and the rivalry kept them both sharp, knowing that each encounter would test their abilities. Despite the fierce competition, Ryu's focus was on something greater. He was training relentlessly for another evolution, one that would put him at the top of the Greymon line alongside the legendary Emperor Greymon. During their exploration, they had learned of a new form, Victory Greymon, an evolution that would push Ryu to the next level of power. Tai, knowing how important this was for his partner, was fully invested in helping him achieve it, even if it meant pushing Ryu to the brink of exhaustion in their solo training sessions. The road to Victory Greymon was difficult, but Tai was determined to help his partner reach that pinnacle, even if it meant Ryu would have to fight countless battles on his own. Carrie, standing outside the gym, was torn between her concern for her brother and the questions that had been weighing on her heart. As much as she loved Tai, she knew his dedication to Ryu sometimes left him with little time for others. She had to be sure, had to know if Naruto was truly ready for the challenges ahead. Tai's protective nature was well known, and she suspected he might test Naruto's devotion to her with the crest of love, which had the power to detect true feelings and even influence others. The thought of it made her uneasy, but she couldn't avoid the inevitable. Naruto, sensing her hesitation, looked back at her, his voice filled with both seriousness and a touch of vulnerability. "No, this is fine. What about you? Are you sure about this? Do you really want to be with me?" His words hit Carrie deeper than she expected. She had always known that being with Naruto would mean navigating the complexities of relationships and the intricacies of their world. But in that moment, she realized that despite everything, the battles, the rivalries, the training, what mattered most was whether they were truly ready to face the future together. Carrie's eyes softened, and she stepped closer to him. "I'm sure. I trust you, Naruto. But Tai, he's protective, and he loves me. I know he'll want to test you with the crest of love. You'll have to prove yourself to him, and he won't make it easy." Naruto nodded, his hand gently holding hers. "I understand. I've never been one to back down from a challenge. I'll face whatever Tai throws at me." Carrie smiled, her doubts easing as she looked into Naruto's determined eyes. "I know you will. Tai may be stubborn, but he just wants to make sure I'm making the right choice. He'll come around eventually, but first, you'll have to show him that you're truly ready." 27, Chapter 27. Carrie's thoughts were tangled as she walked alongside Naruto and Rika, the weight of her decision pressing heavily on her mind. Last night, sleep had eluded her as she wrestled with the feelings that had blossomed inside her for Naruto. She cared for him deeply, more than she had ever anticipated. But love, true love, that was the question that gnawed at her. She liked him, she enjoyed the moments of quiet connection, the casual intimacy of cuddling, and the soft kisses they shared. But the thought of a deeper commitment, the possibility of sharing him with others, the complexities of an open relationship left her uneasy. She wasn't sure if her feelings were enough to carry her through the demands of such a situation. Her mind wandered to the struggles of others she had known. Sentry had suffered when his relationship fell apart because his partner couldn't satisfy his needs. And Thor's past relationship had been shattered by dissatisfaction, leaving both of them empty despite their love. She understood the risks, the potential heartache that came with such choices. But despite her hesitation, her heart knew that she cared for Naruto enough to try, to take a leap and trust that they could find a way to make it work. She also acknowledged the practicality of the situation. The challenge of satisfying Naruto's needs, especially his physical ones, could be addressed in a way that didn't leave her feeling overwhelmed. Her solution was simple: he could be with the maids, Eve, and perhaps even a Digimon partner like Morrigan's. That way, he wouldn't feel deprived, and she wouldn't have to feel the pressure of being everything for him. It was a compromise, a way to keep the emotional bond strong while finding a balance with the physical demands that would come with their relationship. Rika's possessiveness made her view the situation differently. She wasn't willing to share Naruto in the same way Carrie was, and that gave her a different perspective on the matter. Carrie, on the other hand, was willing to step back if it meant maintaining harmony, especially if it meant Naruto could have what he needed and still choose to be with her. The unspoken understanding between them was clear. Rika had a more intense emotional attachment, while Carrie had a gentler, more accepting approach. Naruto, sensing the complexity of their emotions, smiled softly, knowing exactly what he was getting into. He had always been aware of their nature, and though he desired to be loved, he also understood the inherent selfishness that could come with the need to possess them. There was no denying it cared deeply for both of them, but there was a part of him that felt the need to claim them, to make them his in a way that felt fulfilling on a deeper, perhaps unconscious level. He stopped, gently taking Carrie's hand and pressing a soft kiss to it. "Thank you for your feelings," he said, his voice sincere. I will make sure to answer them with a beautiful response. His words were meant to reassure her, to let her know that he understood her concerns and that he would do his best to honor their bond. With that, Naruto turned toward the gym, his two companions in tow. There was nothing left to hide, nothing to feel ashamed of. He knew that his feelings for both Carrie and Rika were genuine, even if the road ahead might be complicated. It was a path he was willing to walk, for them, for himself, and for whatever the future might bring. They could figure it out together one step at a time. The underground gym echoed with the sounds of grunting and the soft thud of flesh meeting muscle. The sandy field where Tai and Ryu were sparring was drenched in sweat and effort. Tai, a seasoned fighter with years of experience under his belt, was giving it his all, though Ryu's superior skill was apparent. The powerful Wargreymon was a force to be reckoned with, his control over his body and strength unmatched by most. Tai, wearing nothing but shorts, stood as a testament to the discipline and dedication of every tamer. His body, lean yet muscular, glistened with sweat as he tried to shake off the exhaustion that had settled into his limbs. It was a standard look for any serious tameronly. Those who were retired or had left the field of battle for too long found themselves with anything less than a toned physique. Tai had been training for most of his life, and it showed. Ryu, having had his stats suppressed by the crest of courage, still maintained an overwhelming advantage. His combat prowess was on a different level, and Tai had found himself once again in the grip of Ryu's python-like hold. With a tap on the sand, signaling surrender, Ryu released him, and Tai struggled to his feet, a chuckle escaping his lips despite the fatigue that clung to him. "Damn, I'm tired. How many rounds have we gone?" Tai asked, wiping his brow and brushing the sand from his face. He walked over to the seat, his body sore from the brutal match, and grabbed a bottle of water. "It was the 60th round, so we still got 40 more to go," Ryu replied with a grin, clearly pleased with the workout. His bond with Tai had strengthened over the years, and despite the struggles they'd faced, he knew they were making progress. Ryu appreciated his partner's ambition and drive, unlike some other partners he'd seen who lacked the same fire. Tai's laughter filled the gym as he poured water over his body to cool down. "Haha, shit. I thought we were close to finishing. You must have hit me too hard." Ryu chuckled, but his expression shifted as his sharp eyes noticed figures walking into the gym. His gaze immediately focused on Naruto, Hikari, and Rika, and though his face remained neutral, there was a palpable tension in the air. "Tai," Ryu muttered, his body trembling slightly. He could feel the anger bubbling inside him, the protective instinct toward Carrie stirring. The thought of anyone approaching her with less than appropriate intentions immediately put him on edge. Tai, ever the calm and collected one, didn't jump to conclusions. He looked over at the group, sizing them up before turning his attention back to Ryu. He didn't want to react hastily without understanding the situation fully. "Hey, kiddos, what brought you here?" Tai asked casually, his voice friendly but cautious as he took another swig from his water bottle to regain some of his lost energy. Naruto, stepping forward with his usual easygoing smile, shrugged slightly. "Hello, Tai. Sorry to disturb your training montage, but I have something important to ask." Tai's lips curled into an amused grin as he picked up on Naruto's words. "Haha, does this something have to do with Carrie?" he asked, unable to hide the teasing in his tone. It was clear that this was the reason for their visit, and the playful banter felt familiar. Naruto's smile didn't falter. "Yes, I apologize in advance for my words." He stopped a few feet from Tai, his posture respectful but resolute. Tai watched him carefully, anticipating what would come next. "I want to date Hikari while I also have other girls." Ryu's reaction was immediate. His eyes narrowed, and his muscles tensed as if he were ready to strike. His protective instincts for Carrie, whom he'd watched over like a little sister for years, flared to life. He hadn't expected this kind of admission, and it caused his blood to boil. "Speak carefully, Uzumaki," Ryu growled, his voice dangerously low as he glared at Naruto with an intensity that seemed to come from the very core of his being. The dragon inside him was stirring, and it was clear that this was not a conversation he was willing to tolerate lightly. Tai, sensing the rising tension, stood up slowly, his expression a mix of calm and seriousness. He placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, offering a firm but gentle grip. The weight of his words was evident as he spoke, his tone more measured than before. "He's right, Naruto," Tai said, his voice steady. "We're friends, so you shouldn't speak such words lightly. It could ruin our relationship." Tai turned his gaze toward Carrie, and for a brief moment, it seemed like he was assessing her stance. She appeared calm, her expression unreadable, but Tai could see that she was in alignment with Naruto on some level. This made the situation all the more complex, and Tai didn't like where this was heading. The tension in the gym had shifted. Naruto's clarification had taken everyone by surprise, especially Hikari and Rika, who stood beside him, their faces painted with shock. The air was thick with unspoken thoughts, and even Tai, always the easygoing one, was clearly processing the weight of Naruto's words. Naruto, trying to ease the situation, spoke with a more careful tone. "Sorry about that, I meant that I might date your sister along with another girl in the future. I haven't decided yet, but these girls are very persistent, and I do like their style. So, it's just a matter of time. I just wanted you to know beforehand." His words were direct, and although they were an indirect confession, both Hikari and Rika stood frozen, their minds racing. They had expected something along these lines, but hearing it spoken aloud so casually was jarring. The implications were heavy, and it felt like they were caught between excitement and uncertainty. Tai, on the other hand, wasn't so shocked. He liked Naruto, there was no denying that. Naruto had proven himself as a good person over the years, and he saw the bond the young man shared with Kari. But this was not something he had ever anticipated. For someone to come to him and openly ask for his sister to join a harem was unheard of. Tai's mind raced as he processed everything. He had known Naruto to be a passionate and driven person, someone who had faced his own share of emotional challenges, but this proposal threw him off. He'd had his own discussions with people like Sentry and Thor about relationships, and though Tai was content with his own path, this whole idea seemed like a storm on the horizon. Looking at Kari, Tai's protective instinct surged. He had always shielded her, and now, seeing her poised yet calm, he was unsure if he could completely trust this situation. Kari, are you fine with this? Tai's voice was stern, carrying the weight of a big brother's concern. He placed his hand on his back, a gentle but deliberate gesture as he walked towards her. Naruto is a good guy, but looking at this, we can be sure that he's a natural-born pervert. Both of you are not compatible physically, so do you trust him to love you the way you desire? Kari didn't flinch at the harsh words. In fact, she was prepared for this line of questioning. She knew her brother would always be protective, but she had made her decision. I do, she replied with unwavering confidence. And just in case, I have made him take an oath that we will have a platonic relationship for 6 months. Tai paused at her words, his protective stance softening just a little. He knew how determined she could be, but the situation still troubled him. Turning back to Naruto, Tai's expression hardened once more. Naruto, are you confident in making this work? You know it can go bad. Naruto didn't hesitate. He could feel the weight of the decision, and the sincerity in his voice was clear. I am confident in making this work. I will give it my all for it. I've cared for Kari and Rika for a long time now, so it is impossible for me to break their hearts. Tai's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, his voice taking on a rare ferocity. What is the price you are willing to pay if you break this promise? Naruto didn't hesitate in his response, his voice firm with conviction. My freedom. Is that enough? Tai didn't expect such a bold answer, but he understood the gravity behind it. They weren't children anymore. Tai knew that words had consequences, and what Naruto offered was a weighty sacrifice. Tai stared at him, gauging his sincerity, before speaking again. You can't go back from that, you know. I'm willing. Tai nodded slowly, his gaze softening just a touch. Fine, I'll allow it. I would have broken all your bones today if you were playing around with Kari, but it seems you're serious about it. He looked directly into Naruto's eyes, a smile appearing on his face, though it was tempered with the seriousness of the situation. You will have a trial period of 6 months, just as Kari wants. You will serve the DG Destined for 30 years if you betray Kari's heart. Finally, I want to see the intensity of your affection for Kari. You will battle all the new DG Destined 1 month from now and win no holds barred, a pure Digimon battle. Is that okay with you, or do you want to step down now? Naruto didn't flinch. He had expected a challenge, but he was ready to face whatever came his way. I'm fine with this arrangement, and I will not let you down. You are like a brother to me. Tai's smile remained, but his eyes were sharp and discerning. He had a sense of pride in seeing Naruto stand so firmly, understanding the weight of his words and actions. Tai, along with his team and Digimons, could rival any force, but Naruto had proven time and time again that he could hold his own. His respect for Tai and the DG Destined was genuine, and Tai recognized that. Good. I expect nothing less. Tai placed his hands on Naruto's shoulders, his demeanor a mix of pride and challenge. The decision was made, and now it was time for Naruto to prove his commitment. In the underground gym, the atmosphere gradually shifted as the tension dissipated, leaving behind a calm but charged energy. Tai stood firm, his gaze lingering on Naruto as he mulled over everything that had transpired. Despite the unorthodox situation, he couldn't deny the maturity Naruto had displayed throughout the conversation. It wasn't just words. Naruto's conviction was palpable, and Tai respected that. Tai knew the strength of his team. His Digimon partners and himself were a force to be reckoned with. Over the years, their bond had grown to rival legends, with their combined strength capable of toppling even the mightiest opponents. Tai understood the power dynamics in this world. Mega-level Digimon were no joke. The sheer destructive power of these Digimon was awe-inspiring, with even the weakest capable of obliterating continents and mid-levels possessing the capability to devastate entire planets. However, the real terror lay in the unique abilities they wielded, abilities that could rewrite the rules of battle, nullify attacks, or erase enemies from existence entirely. In comparison, even Naruto's prime felt lacking in raw power and versatility. Tai smiled faintly, knowing his team's strength wasn't just physical, it was built on trust, strategy, and unbreakable bonds. Naruto's words had been reassuring, but Tai's protective instincts lingered. Deep down, he wished Kari could have a simpler, more traditional relationship. A part of him was uneasy about the arrangement, especially the idea of Kari sharing Naruto with others. However, Tai valued Kari's judgment above all. He had raised her, guided her, and trusted her to make wise decisions. She was intelligent, strong-willed, and empathetic, someone who wouldn't let herself be trapped in a bad relationship or hide her true feelings from him. Still, Tai's protective streak couldn't be silenced entirely. He resolved that the moment Naruto hurt Carrie or betrayed her trust, he would intervene without hesitation. In matters of family, Tai could be ruthless. His bond with Carrie and his girlfriend, Akalai, was unshakable, and he would go to any lengths to protect them. After a moment of reflection, Tai's expression softened. "I will be watching, little brother," he said, his voice calm but carrying a clear warning. He turned to Carrie, his eyes gentle. "Are you happy with this?" Carrie's response was immediate. Without hesitation, she leapt into his arms, wrapping her arms around him tightly. "You are the best big brother ever," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with relief and joy. She giggled softly, resting her head against his chest. The warmth of his embrace and his acceptance meant the world to her. Tai couldn't help but smile as he held her close. The tough exterior he had maintained cracked in the face of Carrie's affection. He loosened his hold just enough to plant a kiss on her forehead. "Yes, I am. Now, you guys can leave, I still have training to finish." "Thank you for listening to us," Naruto said sincerely, bowing deeply before stepping forward to hug Tai. It was a gesture of respect, one that Tai appreciated. With that, Naruto walked away with the girls, his steps steady and confident. As the trio moved toward the exit, Ryu, who had been watching quietly, stepped closer to Naruto. In a low, rumbling voice, he whispered in the ancient dragon tongue, "I hope you don't let me down, Naruto. I am a fan. Don't make me hate you." Naruto paused, understanding the weight behind Ryu's words. While Rika wasn't fluent enough to understand, Carrie caught the meaning, her expression shifting briefly as she glanced at Naruto. Without missing a beat, Naruto replied in the same tongue, his voice steady and firm. "I won't." The subtle exchange lingered as they left the gym. 28. Chapter 28. Naruto walked out of the gym alongside Rika and Carrie, a lightness in his steps that hadn't been there before. The trial with Tai and Ryu had been a significant hurdle, but it had solidified his resolve. He had faced doubts, questions, and challenges, but he emerged with their approval. More importantly, he had reassured the two girls beside him, whose joy was now evident in the way they held onto his arms. As they strolled through the streets, Rika broke the silence, her curiosity overcoming her usual stoicism. "Are you sure about this? You put your life on the line for our desires." Her tone wasn't accusatory but concerned. She had suspected Naruto had made similar promises in the past, but seeing it firsthand was something else entirely. Carrie chimed in, her voice softer but equally probing. "I want to ask the same. You said you didn't love us yet, so why go so far?" Naruto didn't hesitate, his voice steady as he answered. "Because I know I will love you. Both of you have qualities I admire and cherish. It's only a matter of time before my feelings catch up. I've seen it happen before." He spoke from experience, his relationship with Hinata coming to mind. Love, for him, had never been instant. It grew through shared experiences, trust, and mutual understanding. Hearing his words, both girls felt a wave of relief and happiness. They tightened their grips on his arms, their faces lighting up with joy. Naruto's sincerity was undeniable, and it filled them with a renewed sense of confidence in their decision. Rika smirked, her teasing nature resurfacing. "This would be a lot better if you didn't have such a ridiculous body. I can handle Carrie, but adding more people to the mix is definitely annoying." Carrie giggled, joining in. "Right, I was thinking the same. Naruto, maybe you should try sleeping with Eve. I've heard people like you sometimes rely on Digimon to balance things out." Naruto threw his head back and laughed, their playful jabs easing the tension of the moment. "I'll figure it out later, don't worry. I'm not letting anything, including my physical strength, weaken our relationship." Rika raised an eyebrow, a sly grin on her lips. "You just want an excuse to try sleeping with different women, don't you? Let me guess, it's that perverted old man who corrupted you." Naruto winced as she pinched his side, but he didn't deny it. "Maybe a little," he admitted with a sheepish grin. "But this isn't just about that. My physical strength will only grow. In 6 years, I'll be comparable to a mega-level Digimon. I've seen the path my powers will take, and this is just the beginning." Both girls froze for a moment, their eyes wide. His words were startling but filled with conviction. "Are you serious?" Rika asked, her tone sharp with disbelief. Naruto nodded. "You'll see soon enough. Just wait a month and compare my power then. The difference will be undeniable." Though his claim was bold, the trust they had in him tempered their doubts. They believed in him, even if the details of his journey remained unclear. That trust sparked a desire to improve themselves and stand beside him as equals. It was a shared goal that bound them closer. With their questions answered, the trio made their way into town. The vibrant streets were alive with activity, offering countless possibilities for their first date. It was a new experience for all three of them, and as they wandered together, laughter and conversation flowed freely. For Naruto, this moment wasn't just a break from the intensity of his life but a step toward building something meaningful with Carrie and Rika. It was a first date, but it felt like the beginning of something far greater, a bond that would grow stronger with every challenge they faced together. With the earlier confrontation resolved, Naruto embarked on his first date with Rika and Carrie. The trio decided to keep things simple, enjoying everyday activities but with a heightened sense of emotion. Every shared laugh and subtle glance carried an intimacy they were only beginning to explore. As the day unfolded, they were joined by Henry, Takato, and Yuri, transforming the outing into a larger group adventure. Together, they traveled to a mountainside that overlooked the city, offering a breathtaking view. It was a peaceful moment, with their Digimon partners frolicking nearby, experiencing the world and growing stronger with every new sight and sound. The Digimon partners were still in their formative stages, but unlike human infants, their growth was swift and purposeful. Rookie-stage Digimon, like Jack and Ryu, were already 10-year-olds in human terms, though their combat experience and wisdom often made them seem much older. After soaking in the scenery, the group transitioned to their usual routine, a sparring session led by Naruto. He was the group's undisputed best fighter, and his years of observing and learning from his family's trainers had honed his ability to teach others. Sparring with Naruto was an invaluable opportunity for the group, as he was both a fierce opponent and an insightful mentor. This time, the training presented an unusual challenge for Azure, Naruto's Digimon partner. Azure's instincts made him fiercely protective of his master, and facing multiple opponents while suppressing that urge left him visibly conflicted. Naruto, ever perceptive, noticed Azure's unease and quickly adjusted the exercise. "Alright, let's change it up. Azure, join my side. We'll take on everyone together," Naruto suggested with a smile. The relief in Azure was immediate. His place beside Naruto felt natural, and the bond between them deepened as they fought as a team. A primal roar escaped Azure as his fighting spirit surged, fueled by his master's unyielding determination. Through their connection, Azure could sense the fire within Naruto battlefield vision of millions, with Naruto standing at the peak, unrelenting and exhilarated. Their teamwork was a sight to behold. Naruto unleashed torrents of flames while Azure seized them, sculpting the energy into devastating attacks. At other moments, Naruto leaped off Azure's back to strike from above while Azure attacked from below. Their synchronized movements were a blend of instinct and trust, a testament to the bond between tamer and partner. Seeing Naruto and Azure's dynamic inspired the others to push their limits. Hikari stood at the backline, firing precision arrows and using her healing abilities to support her team. Her partner, Aaliyah, was in the thick of the fray, wearing metallic claws reminiscent of her future evolution. Aaliyah alternated between close-quarters combat and launching explosive rounds from her back, proving herself a versatile fighter. Yuri, who didn't have a Digimon partner, wielded a new weapon, a set of chains gifted to her by Takato on Naruto's recommendation. The chains were an upgrade from the whip she had previously used and were controlled telekinetically, making them an extension of her will. Her power of charm added another layer to her combat style, allowing her to briefly influence opponents, including Azure. Though the charm required Naruto to intervene constantly, he took it in stride, knowing it built resistance for both himself and his partner. The session was especially enlightening for Henry and Takato, whose Digimon partners, Tesla and Arthur, didn't possess humanoid forms. Fighting alongside their partners required creativity and adaptation, and sparring against Naruto pushed them to experiment with new techniques. Tesla's lightning-based attacks complemented Henry's quick thinking, while Arthur's brute strength paired well with Takato's unwavering determination. By the end of the session, the group was exhausted but exhilarated. The training had not only sharpened their skills but also deepened their bonds with their Digimon and each other. Naruto's leadership and adaptability continued to impress, leaving no doubt about his role as both a mentor and a friend. The camaraderie they shared was a force in itself, a bond as powerful as any Digivolution. After finishing the sparring session, Naruto dropped Carrie off at her home, where he encountered Daisuke Motomiya, better known as Davis, the self-proclaimed leader of the new DG Destined. Davis stood out with his bold personality and striking appearance: tan skin, frizzy burgundy hair, and flame-patterned bomber jacket over a light green shirt. He radiated an energy that was hard to ignore, his confidence and impulsive nature filling the room. Davis was loud, headstrong, and quick to act, often without much thought. However, underneath his brash exterior was a fiercely loyal and kind-hearted individual. His determination and optimism were infectious, traits that made him a natural leader among his peers. Though prone to mistakes, Davis's courage and resilience always inspired those around him, traits that Tai deeply respected. Accompanying Davis was his partner, Veman, affectionately called Rai. Rai was as playful and friendly as his tamer, making them a well-matched pair. Together, they shared a bond that mirrored Davis's determination to face challenges head-on. Despite Davis's many admirable qualities, there was a complication: his feelings for Hikari. From the moment Davis met Carrie, he had been enamored with her. His early rivalry with TK stemmed from jealousy, though they eventually became close friends. However, Davis's attitude toward Naruto was far less amicable. Having crossed paths a few times at the DG Destined HQ, Davis had grown to see Naruto as a rival, particularly after learning that Carrie had feelings for him. Naruto had defeated Davis in every challenge the younger tamer threw at him, but on the rare occasions when Naruto intentionally held back to give Davis a win, it only made things worse. Davis saw it as a slight, a mockery of his efforts, and it stoked his frustration further. When Davis learned that Naruto was not only Carrie's choice but also involved with another girl, his frustration boiled over. To him, it felt like Naruto was being ungrateful for the love and loyalty Carrie offered. The idea of Naruto seeking more than what Davis believed anyone could hope for left him angry and confused. Standing in Carrie's doorway, Davis's emotions were written all over his face. His fists clenched as he struggled to contain his feelings. "How could you, man?" Davis finally blurted out, his voice a mixture of anger and disappointment. "You've got everything: her affection, her trust. Isn't that enough? Why do you need more?" Naruto met Davis's glare with calm understanding. He could see the pain in Davis's eyes and sympathized with his position. Davis was much like a younger version of himself, passionate, determined, and sometimes blinded by his emotions. "Davis," Naruto began gently, "I know this feels unfair, and I respect how much you care about Carrie. She's an amazing person, and you're not wrong to feel the way you do. But this isn't just about might, it's about what she wants too. And she chose this path." Davis stood at the gate of the DG-destined living quarters, his expression a mixture of frustration and defiance. The encounter with Naruto and the girls had only worsened his mood. His eyes burned with irritation, and his words were laced with anger as he confronted Naruto. "I heard that you're going to fight all of us," Davis said, his voice sharp and accusing. "I know you're stronger than us, but did you hit your head? Are you really looking down on us just because leader likes you? Your Gonkuman is literally nothing to my partner. You already know Rai will become Ultra Force from, and how can you disrespect us so much with your pathetic Ken Lemon?" Naruto had just stepped out of his car, his arm around Rika's shoulders as they walked with Carrie. As soon as they saw Davis standing there, the tension in the air thickened. Even Rai, Davis's V-man, was glaring at Naruto, reflecting his partner's frustration. The two shared an unspoken bond, and it was clear that they both felt slighted by Naruto's presence and his actions. Davis's words echoed his growing doubts, making it clear that the situation was more about his personal feelings than the task ahead. Naruto, ever calm and composed, understood the underlying emotions. He knew this wasn't about the fight itself, it was about the challenge to his honor, and the pride that Davis had for his team. He could feel the intensity in the air, but he didn't react with anger. Instead, he stepped forward, keeping his voice even and understanding. "Davis, you already know me. I would never do such a thing," Naruto began, his tone friendly but firm. "It's a task that Tai has put on my shoulders, so I don't have much of a choice. I have deep respect for you and your partner. Cute little Rai has a bright future, and I recognize that. But isn't it rude to look down on my partner like that? I know you're angry, but please don't resort to such things. It isn't right." Davis faltered, clearly conflicted. The calmness in Naruto's voice, coupled with his unwavering composure, made it hard for Davis to maintain his anger. Despite the sharp words, Naruto never reacted aggressively or condescendingly, and that was what made it even more difficult for Davis to stay mad. Naruto's patience was something that Davis had always found unnerving. He could never quite get a rise out of Naruto, no matter how hard he tried. It made him feel as if his anger was being trivialized, though that was far from Naruto's intention. "Why did you not speak back?" Davis muttered, the frustration building again. "Even if I was beatable by some miracle, everyone in the team is gifted. My bro Ken has Wormmon, who has the potential to become a grandest Kawagamon. Realistically, the two of us working together would be more than enough for your canned lemon. No matter how special you are, that's a fact. You really have no idea how disappointed you made Ken with your actions. He freaking looks up to you." Naruto's gaze softened at the mention of Ken. He could sense the weight of Davis's words, and for a brief moment, he understood the depth of Davis's frustration. Ken was someone Naruto had admired from afar. He knew how much Ken respected him, but Davis's anger was not just about the fight, it was about feeling that he had failed his friend. Ken, the quiet genius, had always been the opposite of Davis in many ways. He was reserved, calculating, and thoughtful. Yet he had always looked up to Naruto, believing in his abilities and potential. Davis had seen that admiration, and now, to him, it felt like Naruto's actions were a betrayal of that trust. Naruto stood tall, his expression serious but compassionate. He understood the burden of being a role model, of having people's expectations placed on him, even when he didn't ask for it. "It's not Ken's fault, and it's not mine either, Davis," Naruto replied softly. "I can't control how people feel about me, but I can control my actions. And right now, my priority is to do right by Carrie. I can't apologize for that, and I won't disrespect her by letting anyone think she's being pushed into something she doesn't want." Hikari stepped forward, her voice calm but firm as she tried to de-escalate the situation. "Davis, please. It's not about disrespecting anyone. Naruto is only doing what's been asked of him. We all have our roles, and it's not his fault." But Davis wasn't looking at her. His gaze was fixed on Naruto, his expression pained, as if the sight of his former friend standing there with Carrie was unbearable. His emotions were a whirlwind of confusion, frustration, and heartbreak. To him, this was more than just a disagreement, it was a blow to his own sense of worth. He didn't want to acknowledge it, but the truth hurt. Hikari, the girl he had always admired, was now part of a situation that made him feel like he had lost his place in her life. It wasn't just about Naruto, it was about the fact that everything had shifted, and he didn't know how to cope with it. Naruto sensed the pain radiating from Davis and felt a pang of sympathy. He could never deny the bond Davis had with Carrie, but he also couldn't allow himself to back down from his commitment. Hikari was his choice, just as Davis had his feelings for her. But this wasn't about competing for her affection, it was about respecting her autonomy. I get it, Davis, Naruto said, his voice quiet but resolute. I understand why you're angry. But you're wrong if you think this is about disrespect. I'm not trying to take anything from you. I'm just here to support Carrie and do what's right for her. You need to trust her, just like I trust her to make her own choices. I know how you guys feel, but I'm not looking down on you, Naruto said, finally taking a deep breath. His voice was calm but resolute. Davis, none of you can win against me. It's a fact. You will always lose against me while we're all in the rookie stage. Once you go higher, that could change, but at this stage, none. You guys have zero chance. 29, Chapter 29. Davis stood, his arms crossed and his brow furrowed, glaring at Naruto. The tension between the two was palpable, each one trying to assert their position without backing down. Davis was frustrated that he felt disrespected, frustrated at Naruto's calm demeanor, and frustrated at the fact that he couldn't seem to get under Naruto's skin no matter how hard he tried. His anger was burning hot, but so was his pride. I know how you guys feel, but I'm not looking down on you, Naruto said, finally taking a deep breath. His voice was calm but resolute. Davis, none of you can win against me. It's a fact. You will always lose against me while we're all in the rookie stage. Once you go higher, that could change, but at this stage, none. You guys have zero chance. His words hung in the air, harsh and blunt, but Davis wasn't ready to back down yet. He didn't want to believe it, didn't want to admit that Naruto might be right. The sting of failure was unbearable to him, especially when it was coming from someone he considered a rival. But Naruto wasn't finished, and with a steady gaze, he continued. It must feel like I'm being arrogant, Naruto said, taking a step forward. But you know me, Davis. Have I ever acted that way? His eyes locked with Davis, a silent challenge to think back to their past encounters. Davis's anger was still there, simmering, but a part of him knew that Naruto wasn't someone to speak down to others, especially not him. Naruto had always been humble, even in the face of overwhelming strength. That made it harder for Davis to stay mad. But it wasn't enough. Davis's pride was too bruised. He clenched his fists, his jaw tightening. His partner, Rai, shared in the frustration, but both of them were struggling to find an outlet for their emotions. Look at my partner, Naruto continued, nodding toward the approaching Azure. Tell me if you think Rai can win. Azure, standing beside Naruto, was anything but a typical rookie. The moment Davis laid eyes on the Digimon, he froze in shock. His mouth went dry, and his thoughts scrambled. The Digimon in front of him didn't resemble canned lemon in any way. It wasn't even close. What the hell? Davis muttered under his breath, his eyes widening as he stared at Azure. This isn't your partner, you're cheating. The accusation came out harsher than he intended, but his mind was racing. Azure was a far cry from the humble canned lemon he had been expecting. The humanoid figure before him, with golden armor and a confident stance, looked like a champion-level Digimon, not a rookie. There was no way it could be a normal canned lemon. Rika, who had been standing by, rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. Her patience had long since worn thin with Davis's emotional outbursts. Davis, that is Naruto's canned lemon, so don't be an idiot. Just check your Digivice, she said coldly, her voice laced with annoyance. Davis, still fuming, was about to snap back at Rika, but the sight of Azure left him momentarily speechless. He couldn't ignore it. He pulled his Digivice from his belt and, with trembling hands, pointed it at Azure, desperate for some kind of explanation. As the screen flashed and the data appeared, Davis's eyes widened in disbelief. The Digivice confirmed what he had feared. Canned lemon, Uzumaki variant. This is a canned lemon that has been modified using Digimetal and large amounts of energy into a humanoid form. With its golden armor, canned lemon can take any attacks without worry and provide weight to its attack. Its humanoid form allows it to utilize close combat, flexibility, and speed that were not available to the normal version. It has openings in the armor to utilize its wax body, and with the armored form, it has become a deadly combo. Davis stepped back, his mouth agape as he read the description multiple times. His brain refused to process the information. Even Rai, standing beside him, couldn't hide his shock. Holy shit, he looks so cool, Rai muttered under his breath, his eyes wide as he examined Azure. But then, as if realizing the situation, Rai quickly shook his head and shot a glare at the intimidating canned lemon. No, can't admire the rival. Davis's mind was reeling. The Digivice data didn't lie. Azure wasn't just some modified rookie. It was a powerhouse, the kind of Digimon that could easily destroy entire teams. His initial thoughts about Naruto's canned lemon were completely wrong. He had thought that this was some pathetic, weak Digimon, an easy target. But now, he could see the truth. Azure could wipe out his team in seconds if it came down to it. Davis's expression twisted in a mix of shock and disbelief as he turned back to Naruto. What the fuck did you do to him? How the fuck? His voice was a mix of awe and fear. He had been so sure that they could beat Naruto, but this was a game changer. Naruto, sensing the gravity of the situation, nodded in acknowledgement. I didn't do anything unfair, Davis, he said, his voice calm but carrying an edge. This is the result of hard work, not cheating. You can't win against me because of what my partners become. This is my strength. It's not something you can just take lightly. Davis finally realized the true meaning of Naruto's words. He had been underestimating Naruto, and now, with Azure in front of him, it was clear that the fight was over before it even started. He had been so focused on his pride and his team's potential that he had failed to see how powerful Naruto's bond with his Digimon truly was. Davis's shoulders slumped slightly, the weight of his earlier arrogance crashing down on him. He had been looking down on canned lemon, thinking it was weak, but now he saw it was far beyond anything he could handle. Even Rai, his own partner, was awestruck by the power that Naruto had unlocked. Naruto looked at Davis with calm determination in his eyes, his voice carrying a quiet confidence that seemed to settle over the confrontation like a weight. He had never been one to boast or take pride in his strength, but in this moment, he knew that his approach was different. I just did what was necessary, he said simply, his tone unwavering. I used my powers and allowed Azure to get closer to an ideal shape. You should know that I'm not going to settle for something normal. Davis was still seething with frustration, but there was a trace of concern that couldn't be ignored. What if he had died? He's literally 1 day old. You can't just throw around words like that. His voice was tinged with disbelief, a mixture of anger and genuine worry for what he considered an irresponsible act. It's one of the hardest things to do, and many have lost their Digimon because of a mistake. Naruto shook his head, unfazed by Davis's sharp words. His gaze softened, understanding where the other Tamer was coming from, but he remained firm in his conviction. Thanks for worrying about Azure, but I was always in control. There was zero risk involved. I used the Digivice to calculate everything. I would never risk someone, even if it was just 1%. Everything was measured, and I knew exactly what I was doing. Davis stared at him, his frustration still lingering in the pit of his stomach, but he couldn't argue with the truth in Naruto's words. The precision with which Naruto operated had always been his strength, and the Tamer knew this wasn't a gamble. Still, it was hard to swallow the fact that Naruto had made the decision so casually. It was a reminder of the vast difference between them in terms of experience and trust in their abilities. Naruto's tone shifted slightly, becoming more focused as he turned the conversation back to the matter at hand. Moving back to the topic, I hope you understand now why I wasn't worried. Just work hard now and get ready to fight because Azure will be more intimidating in 1 month. He's just getting started. Without waiting for Davis to respond, Naruto closed the distance between them, much to the latter's surprise. With a swift motion, Naruto wrapped his arms around him in a brief, friendly embrace, patting his back in a gesture of camaraderie. I know you're frustrated, Naruto added, his voice warm, but we're rivals, and rivals push each other. It's part of what makes us better. Davis froze, caught off guard by the unexpected gesture. The rivalry had always been heated, but the uncharacteristic affection from Naruto threw him off balance. For a moment, he considered pushing him away, but there was something in Naruto's demeanor, something genuine that made him hesitate. It was a reminder of the unspoken bond that had always existed between them, even if their paths had diverged in some ways. Damn. I lost again, Davis muttered under his breath, trying to ignore the lingering warmth of the embrace. He straightened himself, unwilling to admit defeat but unable to deny the facts. Just you wait until I reach the champion level. Then, I won't need a whole team to beat you. Naruto chuckled, his grin widening as he stepped back, releasing Davis from the embrace. That's better, he said, his voice light and teasing. And I'll be looking forward to that battle. I like you guys a lot. You're persistent, and that's what makes a good rival. Davis's competitive fire flared again at Naruto's words, his determination returning in full force. He wasn't going to back down. But even in the heat of his rivalry, there was a flicker of respect for the way Naruto had handled everything. The battle might be a long way off, but the fight was far from over. Naruto, on the other hand, felt a strange sense of fulfillment. Rivalry, to him, had always been about growth. It was about testing himself, pushing his limits, and finding new challenges. And in this world, unlike the one he left behind, there were countless beings who could match or surpass his strength. He didn't feel the same isolation he once did, with only Sasuke and Kurama by his side. No, here he was surrounded by people who could challenge him, help him grow, and support him in ways he had never imagined before. His thoughts briefly drifted to his Digimon, to Azure and the way the two of them had evolved together. He had modified Azure with both the power of his own abilities and the technology of this new world, forging a bond that was far stronger than anything he could have imagined back in his old world. Just like Azure, Naruto was determined to push the boundaries of his own potential. He wouldn't settle for being average. He would surpass his previous limits, and this world would be the place where he would rewrite his own destiny. And as he looked at Davis, he knew that this rivalry was just one piece of the puzzle-y piece that would make him stronger, just as it would make Davis stronger. In this world, there would be no end to the challenges, no end to the growth. And for the first time in a long while, Naruto felt truly alive, knowing that he had so much further to go. Chapter 30. After their encounter with Davis, Naruto felt the need for some quiet time, away from the pressures of the ongoing challenges. Rika, ever insightful, seemed to understand without words. Together, they made their way to his dojo, a serene place where they could find peace in the midst of chaos. The dojo, with its polished wooden floors and calm atmosphere, was a perfect setting for their private time. Naruto and Rika began sparring, but not at their usual pace. This time, they kept it slow and deliberate, with Naruto guiding Rika through each movement. It wasn't about testing each other's strength or skills, it was about connection and trust. As Rika adjusted her stance, feeling the rhythm of the fight under Naruto's gentle guidance, the silence between them deepened, filled with the unspoken understanding that came from years of being side by side. After their session, they showered, each lost in their thoughts. When they finally sat down, the room was quiet except for the soft hiss of water droplets evaporating on their skin. Rika, as always, took to her routine with a grace that seemed natural to her, preparing green tea in the traditional manner. The aroma filled the room as they sipped in silence, both of them finding solace in the simple act of sharing a moment. Naruto was silent, though his mind was far from at ease. He could feel the weight of thoughts pressing on him, but he wasn't one to speak them aloud, not unless necessary. Over time, he had become adept at pushing thoughts down, especially the ones that made him uneasy. His old world, a place of war, betrayal, and loss, had never fully left him. Even though Ishiki was gone, even though the war had ended, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that something still lingered, something threatening his peace. His family, the few people who had meant something to him in that life, were always at the forefront of his mind. What if they were still in danger? What if they had perished, and he would never know? The thought of losing them was unbearable. They had already been through so much, and he had lost too many people in his past life. His family, small as it was, meant the world to him. As he looked at Rika, sitting quietly next to him, his thoughts began to turn to his future in this new world. Here, he had a family of sorts again, a new group of people who cared about him, and he wouldn't let anything tear that apart. But there was always the worry, the gnawing feeling that danger could strike at any time, especially with the unpredictable nature of the Digimon world. Naruto couldn't shake the thought that one day, an attack could target the Uzumaki clan, pulling him into the whirlwind of chaos all over again. It was a fear he could never fully escape, no matter how much he tried. His mind raced through the data he had gathered. He had been preparing for his own rise in power, and it was becoming increasingly urgent. According to his calculations, he would reach his war arc level in the next 12 to 18 months. But even then, that would only bring him to the bottom of the mega-level ranking, where the real threats resided. Mega-level Digimon were beings with continental-level power at the least. The Royal Knights, beings of immense power, had been witnessed tearing through planets with ease, leaving destruction in their wake. There were even rumors of Digimon so large, they were the size of the Earth or even larger. The thought of that kind of power sent a shiver down his spine. It was a power he knew he needed to surpass, but how? How could he reach a level where he could protect everything and everyone he cared about? In his past life, he had achieved his peak, but even that hadn't been enough to shield him from the world's darkness. This time, he was determined to rise even higher, to become more than what he had been, and do so with a sense of urgency. He couldn't afford to leave anything to chance, not in this new world, not when there was so much at stake. It frustrated him, the very thought of relying on luck. He had always detested the idea. Luck, to him, was a fickle thing. He didn't want to depend on it. He wanted control, certainty. That's what he longed for, an assurance that his family would be safe, that his friends wouldn't fall victim to some unforeseen threat, and that the world he had come to care for wouldn't be torn apart. Rika looked at Naruto, her gaze softening as she noticed the rare, serious expression on his face. It wasn't often that he wore such a look usually, his demeanor was confident, carefree, and easygoing. But now, his eyes seemed clouded with an inner turmoil, a deep thought that he was lost in. Her curiosity got the best of her, and she couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about with such a serious expression?" Naruto blinked, slowly returning to the present. His lips curled into a small, rueful smile before he responded. "I was just thinking about growing stronger so we don't have to worry about dying from a sudden attack. It kind of worries me." He glanced at Rika, who was now looking at him with a puzzled expression, her curiosity piqued further. Rika studied him carefully, her gaze soft but questioning. She was a charming woman, and Naruto couldn't deny that he admired her. He wanted to love her, wanted to build something with her, but something always held him back. A deep-rooted fear, a trauma he had never fully dealt with, kept him from taking that final step. His thoughts drifted to his past life, the life that had shaped him into who he was now. His unlucky streak had cost him so much. In his previous world, he had lost Hinata, his beloved wife, and his children had been left fatherless. That loss had carved a wound in him, one that never fully healed. He was afraid of repeating that mistake. The thought of building a family, only to have it ripped away, paralyzed him. It was a fear that lingered in his heart like a shadow. To make matters worse, the feeling of loneliness still haunted him. No one truly knew him, not his friends, not his companions. They didn't understand why he was like this, why he kept his distance, why he was so reluctant to fully open up. He wasn't a child anymore, but at times, he felt like he was still carrying the weight of that fear. There were moments when he felt like an outsider, even among those who cared for him. Rika, noticing the shift in his expression, asked again, "Really? I didn't think you would worry about such things. Everything is looking fine now, and there hasn't been any big incident in a decade. Oh. She paused mid-sentence, suddenly realizing what she had overlooked. She wasn't someone who often focused on fears like these. She was goal-oriented, always driven by the next task, the next challenge. But now, the weight of Naruto's words hit her. The last major incident had occurred 10 years ago, when a mega-level Digimon breached the human world, unleashing destruction. It had been devastating. Millions had died instantly as the mega-level Digimon and its followers, part of an extremist group calling themselves the Akatsuki, had attacked. The Akatsuki of this world, unlike the ones in Naruto's original world, were not driven by the same ideals. They were fanatics, convinced that the world should end. They lived in constant fear of larger Digimon and believed that death was the only release from the terror of their existence. Their solution? To end it all, wipe out everyone and everything. Naruto's voice broke through her thoughts, his words low and sincere. The security level has increased since we got new Mega Tamers, but we never know what can happen. I don't want to lose anyone. It's one of my greatest fears. He brushed a strand of hair from Rika's face and, with a tenderness that only a few had ever seen from him, placed a gentle kiss on the tip of her nose. I never want to see anyone I care about suffer. Not again. Rika felt warmth blossom in her chest, her heart softened by his honesty. She had known Naruto for so long, but these were things that even she hadn't known. His vulnerability, the things he kept hidden, were now laid bare before her, and it only made her care for him more. He was strong, but beneath that strength was a person who feared losing the things he loved. Naruto looked at her with a faint smile, feeling a sense of relief for sharing his feelings. He wasn't used to opening up, but with Rika, it felt different. She was someone he could trust, someone who wouldn't judge him for his past or his fears. Rika, her head resting against his chest, spoke up, a playful glint in her eyes. I always feel like a kid in front of you when you say such things. Why are you so mature? Naruto chuckled softly, his hand gently brushing her hair as he held her closer. You already know the answer. It's part of my power. Rika arched an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Power? You don't seriously expect me to buy that, do you? Naruto smiled, a little more ruefully this time. He had become an expert at lying over the years, using his powers of influence to keep people from knowing the real truth. It was something he wasn't proud of, but it was necessary. I'm just an old soul, I guess. More experienced than I'd like to admit. Rika shifted, a more serious question forming in her mind. She leaned up slightly, looking directly into his eyes. One more question, did you choose a harem because of us? I've known you for all my life, and I've never seen you show any perverted desires. Even now, you're always in control. Naruto stiffened slightly at the question, but only for a moment. He hadn't expected her to ask this, but it wasn't surprising. They had been close for a long time, and Rika wasn't afraid to ask the hard questions. He shifted slightly, unsure of how to respond, but he spoke calmly. I already said it was, so what do you mean? Rika wasn't satisfied with that answer. She pressed on, her voice thoughtful. I mean you sleeping around with others. Is it related to us? Am I right to assume that, or am I wrong? She elaborated, looking up at him with a mix of curiosity and concern. Looking into those curious eyes, Naruto couldn't help but smile and acknowledge it. She wasn't wrong. Part of his reason to sleep around was related to the girls and the other half was related to Jiraiya. In his old world, other than his teaching about peace and understanding, Jiraiya had also wanted him to learn to live freely. The man was a Casanova, or in exact words, a man-whore. He slept around a lot and he had no stable lover since he loved Tsunade. He had kids that he supported from the shadows without their knowledge. None of them knew they were his children until Naruto found them after finding the information in Jiraiya's personal book. It was all written in code, so he had never noticed it before. One of the things he asked of him was to enjoy life. Naruto ignored that promptly since he wasn't really interested in sexual acts that much. It changed once he started doing it and he became an addict for the first few years. He couldn't go without it and ravaged Hinata continuously. His poor wife was unable to perform her shinobi duties because of him. He managed to overcome the problem and always stayed in control. But this control actually ruined the experience and weakened it. It was also one of the reasons why he got stuck to office work, since he just wanted to busy himself. He had forgotten what pleasure meant and he didn't find desire to do it. This had caused Hinata stress and depression as she felt inadequate. It was the reason why others had suggested getting another partner to resolve the problem for everyone involved, and even Hinata was fine with it. But Naruto was not okay with it. He didn't like anyone else, so he wasn't sleeping with someone he didn't love. With that, he got stuck to office and the sexual life died off. His connection to the house became low as the office became his house and everything. If he was a normal human, he might have died of overwork. Learning from his previous example, Naruto didn't make a big deal about sleeping around if it meant that the relationship with someone he preferred wouldn't go wrong. In the case of Rika and Carrie, it was even worse since they were weaker than Hinata. The moment he even got to his sage mode level, he would need absolute control and chakra enhancement for the girls to even engage in such activities. It would be like Superman sleeping with a normal human. His dick would literally stab them and tear them. It was one of the reasons why super-powered individuals didn't sleep around with normal humans. At least Naruto had ways to make his partner durable while others didn't have such luxury. Naruto didn't want the girls to get depressed because they couldn't satisfy him even a little bit. To avoid that problem he gave in to his perverted desires. Rika listened carefully, her expression contemplative as she absorbed Naruto's explanation. He was always so considerate, so open when it came to his thoughts and feelings, even if it was hard for him. She appreciated the honesty he showed, and it helped her understand a side of him that had been hidden before. Naruto gave a soft sigh, his words clear but heavy. "Remember what I said about my power," he began again, more serious this time, reminding her of the responsibility that came with his abilities. "I see. We can't handle you now, so it would be worse later, but how does that relate to this?" Rika asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. She hadn't been exposed to the intricacies of relationships in this way, so she wasn't fully aware of the potential complexities that came with them. Naruto shifted slightly, his posture tense as he gathered his thoughts. "It's because of my power," he explained patiently. "I told you before that I'm not like a normal person. It's not just about control, it's about keeping everything balanced. Relationships, especially love and affection, they require time and effort. And sex, it can become a problem if not managed. It's not something people like to talk about, but when things get strained, it can affect everything. Especially for me, when I've always had to push down these desires." Rika was silent, trying to wrap her head around the meaning of his words. She wasn't familiar with how these things could affect someone in the long run. She had always been goal-oriented, focused on tasks and missions, not so much on understanding the emotional complexities of relationships. Naruto continued, his voice calm but tinged with a kind of weariness that Rika hadn't heard before. "I've talked to my grandfather about this. He has his own issues, but one thing he said stuck with me. He told me that if I don't find a way to satisfy myself, it will make me depressed, and that depression will spill over to my partner. It's not just about me, it's about the other person too. Even if I'm okay now, I might not be okay later. And that's something I don't want. I don't want you to feel like you're not enough, or that I'm dissatisfied. I want us to be happy, to enjoy life." Rika stared at him, realizing the depth of his thought process. He wasn't just speaking from personal experience, he was considering the long-term impact on their relationship. "I get it now," she said, her voice softer, touched by his vulnerability. "You're worried about the future, about making sure we're both okay, emotionally and physically." Naruto nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Exactly. I've been through a lot in my past life, and I learned some hard lessons. I don't want to make the same mistakes, especially not with you and Carrie. I don't want us to end up in a depressing place like I did with Hinata. That's why I'm trying to figure things out now, before they become a problem." Rika, feeling the weight of his words, smiled gently and leaned in to kiss his chin, her touch warm and affectionate. "I understand. I knew you weren't a pervert, not like that anyway," she said softly, relieved to have her doubts cleared. "Thanks for explaining. It felt weird not knowing." Naruto chuckled lightly, his usual playful tone returning. "Well, I wouldn't deny being a pervert. I'm definitely perverted when I'm in private," he teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Rika giggled at his words, feeling the tension ease between them. She couldn't help but laugh as Naruto leaned in to kiss her neck, making her feel a sudden wave of ticklishness. "You're impossible," she whispered, her laughter bubbling up. Naruto grinned, enjoying the moment of lightheartedness. "Maybe, but at least I'm honest about it," he replied with a wink. They held each other in comfortable silence for a while, the warmth of their connection deepening with each shared moment. Despite all the complexity and uncertainty that came with their relationship, there was a quiet understanding between them, and that, for now, was enough. 31, Chapter 31. Naruto pulled into the driveway of his home, the sound of the engine fading as he parked his car and sighed deeply. It had been a long day filled with a lot of excitement, mainly because of the Digimon partners, but also because he was seeing his friends grow stronger and more content. That sense of progress in their lives warmed his heart. The idea of being able to stand alongside them in battles, to fight together as a team, had always been a dream, but for so long, it had been something that seemed out of reach. The gap in power had been too vast in the past, leaving many of his companions sidelined, and while they didn't outwardly show it, Naruto knew that it had affected them deeply. He couldn't forget how, despite all their shared history, his friends had become ordinary citizens, carrying out mundane jobs while the excitement of their past seemed to fade. It wasn't that they weren't capable, it was just that the world didn't offer the same opportunities anymore, and that realization often left them feeling obsolete, even if they never voiced it. They had all been warriors at heart, trained to protect the world, yet the world no longer needed them in the same way. For Naruto, watching his friends evolve, particularly with the addition of their Digimon partners, was like a balm to old wounds. His friends were beginning to shine again, regaining their sense of purpose. He knew that even if the world had changed, they could still find meaning in their battles. This was their chance to prove that they were not useless, and Naruto would fight to ensure they could experience the joy of that camaraderie once again. Just as he was reflecting on these thoughts, his peaceful evening was interrupted by a familiar voicey, a loud and boisterous greeting that immediately brought a smile to his face. "Yo, heard my little grandson finally popped, and I arrived running through mountains and rivers just to give you a thumbs up." The voice belonged to none other than Jiraiya Uzumaki, Naruto's grandfather in this world. His tone was exuberant, filled with excitement, and unmistakably familiar. Naruto chuckled as he stepped out of the car, his gaze falling on the older man's grinning face. Jiraiya was just as energetic as ever, with the same mischievous twinkle in his eye. In this world, Jiraiya had lived a different life, one that was filled with more happiness than his counterpart in Naruto's original world. The old sage had always been a key figure in Naruto's life, and his relationship with him was something deep and meaningful. Despite the family connection to Minato and Kushina, Jiraiya was the one Naruto felt closest to, and the bond between them was irreplaceable. A rush of emotion surged through Naruto as he remembered his previous life, the life that had been marked by tragedy and loss. His heart ached as the memories of those he couldn't save resurfaced. Jiraiya's death at the hands of Pain had been one of the most painful moments in his life. It was a harsh reminder of how sometimes, no matter how hard one tried, people still fell victim to their own mistakes and the cruelty of the world. Naruto blamed himself for not pushing Jiraiya harder to train him, for letting the moments of happiness and peace cloud his judgment. He had become too content, too distracted, and in the end, it cost him the life of someone who meant so much. The same guilt had followed him when it came to Hinata, Tsunade, and others he cared for deeply. He had watched as those he loved suffered, and he couldn't help but feel the sting of failure. Tsunade, especially, had suffered in silence, hiding her pain behind a mask. Despite their bond, Naruto had been unable to reach her in the way he had hoped. Her life, too, had been marked by tragedy, and he feared that she might have lost the will to continue if not for the people who had anchored her to the world. His regrets, his shame, lingered in the back of his mind, always reminding him of the things he could have done differently, the moments he could have made better choices. Despite the happiness in his new life, the ghosts of the past still haunted him, reminding him of the weight he carried. He would never forget the loved ones he had lost, and no matter how much he tried to move forward, there were days when the past came crashing in, leaving him feeling like he hadn't done enough. Jiraiya's presence always seemed to light up the room with a sense of chaotic joy and irreverence. His loud voice boomed as he enthusiastically greeted Naruto, making jokes at his own expense and chuckling deeply afterwards. Jiraiya had a unique way of expressing himself, often pretending to be a smug or selfish character to rile people up, all the while making them laugh with his humor. Even in battle, he was larger-than-life, striking dramatic kabuki poses and giving elaborate self-introductions, though they were often interrupted in amusing ways. Jiraiya would playfully grumble, expressing mock annoyance at anyone who disrupted his over-the-top entrances. Despite his outward eccentricities and playful nature, Jiraiya was an immensely competent fighter and a brilliant leader. He had a deep understanding of the world's complexities and, although he struggled to find a lasting solution to the cycle of hatred, he remained passionate about changing it. His commitment to peace was something he never abandoned, even when it seemed that the world was against him. He continued to fight for what he believed in, and even though he wasn't able to stop all the world's suffering, he did his best to make things better in whatever way he could. But beyond his wisdom and battle prowess, Jiraiya was most famously known as a self-proclaimed super pervert. His actions, often bordering on inappropriate, were an open secret. Whether he was peeping at girls in the gym, park, or pool, or indulging in his countless sexual adventures, he was unapologetically lewd. In this world, his Uzumaki stamina and his status as an A-rank tamer gave him even more energy to pursue these pleasures. Alongside his Digimon partners, Samadramon and Tylemon, Jiraiya's life took on a distinctly adventurous and indulgent tone, often balancing his noble desires with his more carnal ones. Samadramon, his main partner, was a fearsome creature that looked like a samurai version of Black War Greymon. A towering, muscular black reptilian humanoid, Samadramon had orange eyes and silver spiky hair, with a fierce battle-ready appearance. His armor was a combination of black, red, and bronze, giving him a formidable and intimidating look. Samadramon was a powerful Digimon, stronger than even War Greymon, and had taken Jiraiya almost 3 decades to reach this level, surpassing others who had achieved such feats in much less time. His Kikurin swords were particularly menacing, with blades that could cut through anything in their path, and had the ability to combine into a bow. The samurai Digimon's strength increased with each victory, growing even more formidable as it continued to battle and win. Jiraiya's physical appearance in this world was just as striking as his personality. Standing tall and well-built, he looked younger than his years. His waist-length white hair was typically tied back into a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs framing his face. The red lines beneath his eyes were a signature feature that extended further down his face, giving him a battle-worn yet youthful appearance. Despite his age being in his 60s, Jiraiya's body was still that of a man in his prime. His muscular physique was a testament to his strength, honed through years of combat, training, and, of course, his rigorous pursuits as a tamer. Jiraiya's affection for Naruto ran deep, and it was clear that the bond between them was one of the strongest in Jiraiya's life. While his relationship with Minato and Kushina was important, there was no question that Jiraiya loved Naruto even more. He cared for him like a son, and their connection went beyond the typical mentor-student dynamic. Jiraiya's deep love for Naruto was something that shaped Naruto's own growth, both in terms of his strength and his perspective on the world. It was a relationship built on mutual respect, affection, and a shared goal to make the world a better place though, of course, Jiraiya's way of showing it often involved laughter, exaggerated flair, and a lot of mischief. For Naruto, Jiraiya was more than just a mentor, he was a guiding force, a pillar of wisdom and strength in a world that often felt overwhelming. His playful nature and eccentric personality made him one of the most beloved figures in Naruto's life, and the bond they shared was one that Naruto cherished deeply, even as he struggled with the weight of his past and the pressures of his present. Naruto, as he approached the figure of his grandfather, felt a warm smile spread across his face. Jiraiya stood before him, grinning broadly, giving him an enthusiastic thumbs up. His loud and boisterous presence was a constant reminder of the man who had guided him through so much in life. Despite the complexity of their relationship, Naruto had always wanted to see Jiraiya happy, to see him proud, and that was something Naruto strived for, especially now, as he stood at a pivotal point in his life. "Grandpa, that's rude. I haven't indulged in those activities yet. There's still some way to go before the bond is stabilized," Naruto said, walking closer, an amused but serious glint in his eyes. "Also, weren't you deep in the net ocean?" As he finished his words, Jiraiya, ever the energetic and affectionate figure, swooped down and caught Naruto in a tight bear hug, lifting him off his feet with an easy laugh. The old man's exuberance was infectious, a stark contrast to Naruto's more reserved nature. "Well, that doesn't change the meaning," Jiraiya chuckled. "I'm so proud of you, Naruto. Two high-class beauties like that. You've got balls of steel, kid. Even I wouldn't dare go that far." Jiraiya's voice was full of mirth as he slapped Naruto's back in excitement. Jiraiya's words, though full of pride, sparked a tinge of concern in Naruto. He was well aware of his grandfather's penchant for exaggeration and his somewhat inappropriate sense of humor. This wasn't the first time Jiraiya had boasted, and it certainly wouldn't be the last, but Naruto had learned to temper his grandfather's exuberance. He didn't want Rika and Carrie, let alone Tai or anyone else, to misunderstand his grandfather's words. Their relationship was still fragile, and Naruto wanted to avoid stirring any unnecessary conflicts. "Thanks for the compliment, Grandpa," Naruto said, trying to hide his discomfort behind a polite smile. "But, please, don't go around spreading it and bragging about it. I don't want to ruin what we've got going. Not everyone has the same sense of humor as you." Jiraiya paused, seeing the seriousness in his grandson's expression. He sighed dramatically, rubbing the back of his neck in mock defeat. "Fine, fine. Be a party pooper," he grumbled. "I don't know where I went wrong with you. Don't you trust my skills?" Naruto raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms, a wry smile curling his lips. "Grandpa, you get drunk on happiness so easily and make mistakes. It might not seem like a big problem, but it's still something that can be avoided. I know you want to brag, but I gave them an oath. That's important." The moment those words left Naruto's mouth, Jiraiya's expression changed instantly. His grin faded, replaced by a deep frown. His eyes, once filled with excitement and mischief, now carried a weight of concern. "What did you do?" Jiraiya's voice was no longer filled with humor, but with a piercing seriousness that Naruto had learned to recognize. "I put 10 years of my freedom on the line for this relationship," Naruto confessed, his tone steady but heavy. "I'm confident in it, so there's no need to worry. I made a promise, and I intend to keep it." Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, his face paling for a moment. "What? You did what?" Naruto met his grandfather's gaze without flinching. "I told them I would sleep with others as well," he added, the words coming out more casually than he felt. "Get out." Jiraiya exploded, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How the hell are you still alive after saying that to their faces?" He let out a loud laugh, his voice filled with astonishment and admiration. "Oh man, I want to tell my buddies about this. They are gonna burst a gut hearing this masterpiece." He shook his head in disbelief, clearly impressed by Naruto's boldness. "I forgive you," he added with a grin. "That was definitely the price for that bullshit, and I am so proud of you. You don't need to do anything else in your life. This alone is enough for a lifetime of stories." Despite Jiraiya's excitement, Naruto felt a slight discomfort in his chest. He knew his grandfather was exaggerating, but it didn't make the weight of his actions feel any lighter. What he had done wasn't a simple decision, but Naruto believed in it. He had made the choice, and he had to live with it. His confidence in the relationship was what kept him moving forward, even if it meant making difficult promises. Ignoring the exaggerated praise from his grandfather, Naruto shifted the conversation to a more practical question. "Ignoring all that, how did you get back so quickly? The net ocean is huge, and it's filled with crazy powerful Digimon." Jiraiya grinned, his mood shifting back to something more playful. "Ah, you noticed, huh? Well, I wasn't alone, Naruto. The Whirlpool, the Nanaka Force, and the Apt Diverse, we all went on an exploration together. We covered some serious ground, and I've got a lot of stories to share. But I couldn't miss the chance to see my grandson, could I?" He winked, giving Naruto a nudge. Jiraiya and Naruto walked side by side, the older man grinning as he patted his grandson on the back. "You know, life really has a funny way of telling you when to get out if you don't want to die. We started out fine, but things spiraled quickly." Jiraiya's voice was lighthearted, but his words carried a deeper weight that Naruto didn't miss. "At first, we stumbled into a fight between Metal Seedreman of the Dark Masters and one of the sea's true rulers, Regala Kusmon. That fight was our saving grace. If we'd been noticed, we wouldn't be having this chat. He chuckled, though there was no real humor in it. We slipped away during the chaos, only to find ourselves hours later in the middle of a metal Pyronymon swarm devouring a group of Wamon. Just when we thought it couldn't get worse, we realized a bloody Blitzgreymon was hunting nearby. Jiraiya laughed as if recounting a wild story over drinks, but Naruto could picture it too clearly, the chaotic, desperate scramble for survival. With luck that rotten, I just flipped the world off. I mean, seriously, if you're gonna kill us, just do it yourself instead of setting up this horror show. Jiraiya smirked, but Naruto could hear the tension behind his words. Luckily, this old man's still got some life left in him. We ran into a couple of marine angemen. Cute little things, but don't let their size fool you. They got us out of that hellhole. We escaped, tails between our legs, like proper cowards. Naruto frowned as his grandfather kept up the joking tone, but there was nothing amusing about the situation. The net ocean wasn't like the surface. It was a different world, one where aquatic species constantly battled and grew stronger, with mega-level Digimon more common than anywhere else. Even in his prime, Naruto doubted he would have walked out alive from a situation like that. I hate feeling powerless, Naruto muttered under his breath, clenching his fists. Jiraiya gave him a fond smile, brushing a hand through his grandson's hair. Relax, kiddo. I'm not about to die anytime soon. I still need to see your kids grow up. Besides, you know me, I am too stubborn to croak. If I tried, Tsunade would just drag me back and kill me herself. He laughed, but Naruto could see the shadow in his eyes, the weight of what had happened. Naruto's own heart tightened. He knew the look in Jiraiya's eyes all too well. He'd seen it in his reflection after fighting Momoshiki and later Ishikifinks that had pushed him to the brink and forced him to confront his mortality. Nearly dying had a way of reminding a person of what truly mattered. Grandpa, Naruto began carefully, why did you even go there? That's not a place you explore with such a small group. Jiraiya sighed, his smile fading slightly. We didn't plan to go deep into the net ocean. The goal was to explore a controlled section, territory of just a few mega-level Digimon. There's an ancient ruin there rumored to hold something that could aid our survival. The information came from Poseidomon of the App Divers, so it was solid intel. But then the Akatsuki attacked us. Naruto stiffened. The Akatsuki. They ambushed us, Jiraiya confirmed, his tone turning grim. The battle pushed us deeper into the ocean, straight into all that madness. It was one bad encounter after another. We lost good people, Naruto. Digimon we'd raised from babies. His voice cracked slightly before he shook his head. Let's drop it. I don't feel like talking about it anymore. Naruto could see the pain etched in his grandfather's face, even as Jiraiya tried to maintain his usual cheerful facade. He could only imagine the devastation of losing Digimon he'd cared for and trained, knowing they had so much potential, only to see them consumed by the sea. Grandpa, I'm here if you ever need to talk, Naruto offered softly, his voice filled with sincerity. Jiraiya gave a short laugh and thumped his chest. No need, kiddo. Your grandpa's awesome. There is no room for weakness in this stud body. He grinned, but Naruto knew better. Jiraiya had always been the type to shoulder his pain silently, much like the mentor he had once revered. It was easier to carry the burdens of others than to share his own. Naruto didn't push. He understood that part of Jiraiya all too well. They both bore their pain in the same way, drawing strength from the people they loved and refusing to show vulnerability, even when it hurt. 32, Chapter 32. Naruto decided to follow up with his actions. Since he didn't want to speak, then he wouldn't ask, as it would make him depressed. He just needed some time to get over his pain before he gets geared up for some old-fashioned revenge, burning down hideouts, torturing the info from criminals about your target and all that usual stuff. Naruto would love to participate, but he needed some time to get to that level. This was why he felt like life was just playing with him. He almost lost Jiraiya again, and this he would have needed to wait for 2 years to get his revenge. Yeah, he changed his mind about not killing people that killed his loved ones. Screw everything, he was going to rip and tear everyone involved in that crime. When he was young, he had told Pain that he wouldn't kill people and rehabilitate them. He had said such words in honor of Jiraiya. Pain had killed his mentor and majority of the village, so pretty much all the people he cared for were dead. But, he didn't decide to kill Pain. He was angry and wanted to, but he decided not to. Seeing that, Pain brought everyone back and gave him that he was looking forward to his future. There was a smile on his face. No matter how you look at it, he was being sarcastic. He knew he was gonna mess up. After the war, Naruto was the strongest being, and he had Sasuke, who was his almost equal. Pretty much everyone else was fodder, and he could become the overlord without a squeak if he so wanted. Sasuke had wanted that, but Naruto beat him up until he decided to go on a journey. Coming back, he suggested, Naruto, take over as the ruler. People don't deserve this much freedom. Yeah, that journey to find his path ended up only making him feel worse about humans. Naruto was the type that gave people total freedom, so he never really took over any territory or the world. He let the leaders stay leaders and did things diplomatically. That means he followed rules of international borders and allowed criminal acts to continue. His soft approach meant that other nations could greedy all they want and not worry about him interfering. With international borders in mind, he couldn't even visit places without notice. People didn't want him coming without notice. He allowed it by following the rules because if he didn't, it meant he was following the path he had denied everyone else. Sasuke had wanted to rule with fear. Pain had wanted to rule with fear. If he used his power, it was the same thing. He continued to try using his words and actions to invite people to change and allow a better world to exist. He made rehabilitation centers for criminals and only executed the most severe ones. The world he left wasn't perfect, but he had worked really hard on it, and it was safest and cleanest it had ever been. There were no wars. There were no skirmishes taking place. There was no hatred between nations or groups. There were just some criminal groups and general human greed at work. In a way, he had made it that difficult. He could have always taken the easy way out. One of his options was to let the people choose, if they wanted him as their leader. If he had done that, he wouldn't be breaking any rules. But he had been mired in the normal patterns and never really thought about it until arriving in the current world. He had enough time to just wonder where he went wrong. He was a baby for a time, so he couldn't do anything else but think for a year. Naruto entered his room, his muscles aching from the day's intense sparring session. Azure, exhausted from the team battle, was already sound asleep in the shared quarters. All Naruto wanted was to collapse into his bed, but as soon as he stepped through the doorway, a force tackled him, pinning him against the door. It was Ruri, as forceful and direct as always. Her bright eyes sparkled with mischief, and a playful smile curled her lips as she leaned in close. "See, you finally came back to me," Ruri teased, her fingers pressing softly against his lips to keep him from responding too quickly. Despite her small frame, she was strong enough to hold him in place without him tapping into his chakra. Naruto exhaled, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ruri's intensity was never a surprise, but her timing always seemed impeccable. "I guess you were right," he replied gently, wrapping his arms around her smaller figure. "I'm sorry I kept you waiting for so long." She fit perfectly in his embrace, her smaller size making the hug feel protective and comforting. Ruri had always been confident in her claim over him, her bold demeanor keeping him on his toes. It was no wonder that, despite his initial reservations, he found himself drawn to her in ways he hadn't expected. "Hee, I'm just happy you came back this early," Ruri murmured, rubbing her head against his chest and clinging to him like a satisfied cat. "The game would have gotten boring if you kept running." Naruto chuckled at her words, ignoring the darker implications beneath her teasing. Ruri's tenacity and possessiveness were traits he'd come to accept, even if they could be dangerous. She was the type who could and probably would kidnap him if he pushed her too far. With Ruri still latched onto him, Naruto walked further into the room, his attention drawn to the unexpected assembly of women awaiting him. Standing primly near the center of the room was Roberta, the head maid of the Uzumaki residence. Beside her stood Hilda, while Morrigan lounged casually next to Eve. Roberta greeted him with the practiced courtesy of a professional maid, bowing slightly. She was pale, with waist-length black hair tied into low pigtail braids, square bangs framing her face. Her striking blue eyes occasionally glinted with a dull purple hue, a subtle reminder of her vampiric lineage. Her sharp canine teeth and oversized round glasses added a peculiar charm to her otherwise cold and professional demeanor. She wore a long, elegant maid uniform with a cross necklace resting against her chest. Roberta was no ordinary maid. She was the daughter of a miasma, not one of the renowned vampire lords, but still a powerful and dangerous vampire in her own right. Like her father's kind, she needed to drink blood to survive, though she managed this need with disciplined control. Beneath her icy exterior lay an unwavering loyalty to the Uzumaki family. She was a protector who would eliminate any threat, regardless of its nature, be it a child, elder, or Digimon. Her ruthless efficiency reminded Naruto of the ANBU, their cold, detached professionalism hauntingly familiar. Yet Naruto knew there was more to Roberta than her stoic facade. Her love and dedication to the Uzumaki family ran deep, and she would sacrifice herself in an instant if it meant protecting them. Sitting on the sofa beside her, a stark contrast to Roberta's composed demeanor, was her partner, Bellstarman. Grace, as Roberta called her, exuded an aura of carefree confidence. This female Bielsman leaned back casually, her long blonde hair cascading over her shoulders. Her three piercing eyes gleamed with intelligence and mischief, and her black leather outfit accentuated her toned, athletic figure. A red muffler draped around her neck, a versatile tool she used for both offense and defense. Unlike the brooding menace typical of Bielsman, Bellstarman was outgoing and sociable. She loved to party and frequently explored the nightlife, making her a sharp contrast to her reserved partner. Grace had a knack for connecting with others, her bold personality and love for excitement earning her friends like Jack, another ally Naruto respected. Naruto nodded in greeting to the others, his gaze briefly meeting Roberta's sharp eyes and Grace's amused smirk. Despite the exhaustion weighing on him, he felt a sense of ease among them. These were people who had his back, each in their own unique way. "Welcome back, Master Naruto," Roberta said, her tone calm but warm enough to convey her genuine care. Naruto smiled, letting Ruri cling to him as he replied, "It's good to be back. Thanks for holding down the fort while I was out." Grace chuckled, her voice smooth and teasing. "Don't let Roberta fool you. She's been watching the clock since you left. Pretty sure she missed you more than she's willing to admit." Roberta's glasses glinted ominously as she adjusted them, her voice remaining even. My duties are my priority, not sentimentality. Naruto's eyes swept the room as he took in the assembled figures, his gaze briefly settling on Oga, the lower form of Hilda's partner, Doberman. Compared to its evolved forms, this smaller version looked surprisingly adorable rather than ferocious. Its piercing red eyes gleamed with intelligence, and the metal collar with its menacing spikes contrasted with its cute demeanor. The black and brown fur pattern, combined with the gear-like protrusions along its spine and knees, gave Oga an air of understated power. Despite its size, Naruto could sense the potential for devastation lurking beneath its calm exterior. Doberman was a demon beast Digimon with a storied past. Originally a virus Digimon, a rare mutation had converted it into a vaccine type. Even so, its nature as a hunter made it uncontrollable by most tamers. It was renowned for its relentless pursuit of virus Digimon, a trait that aligned it with the followers of Plutomon. Oga's lineage was one of power, and its loyalty to Hilda spoke to the bond they shared. Naruto also recalled tales of Doberman's partnership with Alice McCoy, the young witch whose magic was famed across dimensions. Magic and Digimon often intertwined in certain universes, and Alice's exploits as a magic knight were legendary. Naruto's attention shifted as Roberta's cold but commanding voice cut through the quiet. Her presence seemed to draw all the room's focus, even from the typically outspoken Grace. "I didn't expect you to be here, Roberta," Naruto said, his tone measured. Though he tried to mask his surprise, it slipped through. He had not anticipated her joining this gathering. Roberta adjusted her glasses with a calculated grace, her expression unflinching. "Apologies, young master. My presence here is a calculated move. I wish to stand by your side so that this family can continue to rise. Master Menma cannot satisfy those conditions." Naruto blinked, absorbing her words. Unlike the other women in his life, Roberta's motivations were starkly different. Her tone lacked affection or desire. She wasn't driven by love or lust. She was logical, almost mechanical, in her reasoning. Her loyalty wasn't born of sentiment but a determination to see the Uzumaki family thrive. "Conditions?" Naruto prompted, his voice quiet but firm as he moved closer to her. The tension in the room was palpable, and even Ruri, who had clung to him moments ago, now stayed silent. Roberta nodded slightly, her calm demeanor unwavering. "Providing me with the appropriate meal and granting me a powerful child to pass my mission." The bluntness of her answer was like a bucket of cold water. Naruto stiffened, but he quickly masked his reaction, his mind racing. He understood the implications behind her words. As a vampire, her survival depended on blood, and she had developed a taste for his due to its high life force. Beyond that, her desire for a child wasn't rooted in maternal instinct, it was purely pragmatic. She wanted an heir to carry on her legacy, someone born from the strongest genetics available. "Is that all?" Naruto asked after a moment of silence. His voice carried no judgment, only curiosity. "Yes, that is enough," Roberta replied, her tone as steady as before. Her sharp blue eyes met his, and Naruto could see no deceit in her words. She wasn't driven by malice, only an unrelenting sense of duty. Naruto sighed, his thoughts conflicted. Roberta's loyalty was unquestionable, but her cold pragmatism was concerning. She lived a life devoid of love or warmth, focused entirely on fulfilling her obligations. The idea of her attaching herself to him for such calculated reasons left a bitter taste in his mouth. He couldn't help but feel responsible for lighting up her life in some way, giving her something beyond duty to hold on to. The notion of her wanting a child for such detached reasons also troubled him. If he weren't available, she would have sought another suitable candidate, and that hypothetical child's life would have been predetermined by Roberta's unyielding mindset. He couldn't allow that to happen. "I understand your reasons," Naruto finally said, his tone softer but resolute. "But if we're doing this, I need you to know something. Life isn't just about missions or obligations. If you're going to stick around, you'll need to let yourself experience more. I don't want you living in a world where everything is decided for you or for anyone else." Roberta's expression didn't waver, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes. Perhaps surprise, or even curiosity. "If that is your wish, young master," she said, bowing slightly. Naruto nodded, glancing around the room at the others. The tension eased slightly, and Grace leaned back with a smirk, clearly amused by the exchange. Ruri had resumed her place at his side, her grip on his arm light but possessive. Naruto leaned against the bookshelf, his mind swirling with thoughts about the life he was now building. He had promised himself to be a better man, a better father, and someone who cherished the people in his life. The weight of those promises was immense, but it was something he willingly bore. As he handed the books on parenting to Roberta, he saw the faintest glimmer of curiosity in her otherwise stoic expression. "I will allow it, but you have to learn a few things before I give you a child," Naruto said firmly. His voice carried both warmth and resolve, a mixture of care and leadership. Raising a child isn't just about fulfilling a mission. It's about nurturing them, giving them a world they can thrive in. You'll need to understand that before we take any steps. Roberta nodded, clutching the books with an uncharacteristic gentleness. "Understood, master. Is there anything else I can do in the meantime? Would you like me to accompany you tonight?" Before Naruto could respond, Grace chimed in with her ever-playful tone. "I want to watch, if you wouldn't mind," she said, twirling a beer bottle in her muffler as if it were a toy. Her golden eyes sparkled with amusement, clearly enjoying the tension in the room. Roberta's gaze snapped to Grace, sharp and unforgiving. The maid's usual cold demeanor turned frosty, silently warning the demon Digimon against drinking while others remained sober. Grace, unfazed, smirked and leaned back. "Didn't know you were such a perv, Grace," Eve teased, her laughter laced with a hint of nervousness. Despite her bold words, she knew Grace's power far outstripped her own. The thought of crossing Grace in a serious fight was terrifying, even for someone as brazen as Eve. Grace shot her a sly grin. "And I didn't know you were the authority on that, Eve. Let's not forget your own unconventional hobbies. Golden showers, foot-licking should I continue? Compared to you, I'm practically a saint." Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed, choosing to ignore the escalating banter. He had grown used to the chaotic energy these two brought, but it didn't make it any less exhausting. "No need," he said, addressing Roberta directly. "I still haven't decided how I feel about all of this. For now, focus on what I asked." Roberta bowed gracefully. "As you wish, Master. I will be in my room if you need anything further." Without another word, she turned and left the room, her posture as rigid and disciplined as ever. As the door closed behind her, Naruto glanced at Ruri, who was perched comfortably at his side. He gently brushed a strand of hair from her face, placing a tender kiss on her forehead. "Did this disappoint you?" Ruri shook her head, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "Nah, I always imagined sharing you with Hilda, anyway. The only thing I care about is being with you. I'll outlive most of the others, so I figure I'll get you all to myself someday." Naruto chuckled softly. "You're a weird girl, Ruri. It's better than being a depressed or angry one," she quipped, her tone light. "Well, you're not wrong," he admitted, lifting her effortlessly and placing her on the sofa. His gaze shifted to Hilda, who sat quietly, watching the exchange with a calm intensity. "Hilda," Naruto began, his voice soft but serious, "are you really fine with this with me? You could choose someone better. Sentry, for instance. He's shown interest, and he's a good man." Hilda's expression didn't falter, but her lips curved into a small, sardonic smile. "You're right, Master. You are a bad man. Here you are, playing with my heart, only to suggest I go to another. How cruel of you." Naruto laughed, a genuine sound that eased some of the lingering tension. "Well, I suppose you'll just have to keep loving this cruel master, then." Without hesitation, he scooped Hilda into his arms. Her sarcasm was a welcome reprieve, and he couldn't help but feel a deep affection for her, even if she enjoyed teasing him. As he held her, his expression softened into one of pure happiness. This was his life now, a chaotic, complicated web of emotions and relationships. Each woman in his life deserved the best, and Naruto resolved to give them exactly that. He would make them happy, no matter how difficult or overwhelming it became. This time, he wouldn't let his relationships falter. Even as he struggled with the idea of balancing a harem, he couldn't deny his feelings. He cared for each of them deeply, and the thought of letting any of them down was unbearable. If this was his path, he would walk it with determination, giving them the love and care they deserved. 33, Chapter 33. Over the next 5 days, the new Tamers focused on training with their Digimon partners, strengthening their bonds through shared efforts and battles. The camp's atmosphere was charged with determination and excitement as the Tamers learned to trust and rely on their Digimon. During this time, Naruto also dedicated himself to fostering connections with the group. While some of the girls did not harbor romantic feelings for him, the growing camaraderie and trust between them hinted at the potential for deeper relationships. Naruto couldn't deny the allure of the warmth and affection surrounding him. He found himself tempted by the comfort and attention, a stark contrast to his once lonely existence. Morrigan and Eve's natural charms subtly influenced the dynamic, helping him ease into the setting. Despite the distractions, Naruto made sure to balance these moments with genuine conversations, ensuring the relationships were built on mutual respect and understanding. While Naruto focused on his bonds, his family worked tirelessly to prepare for their confrontation with the Akatsuki. The losses they had suffered in the past fueled their resolve for vengeance. However, before they could strike, they needed to pinpoint the enemy's base. Naruto was aware of their efforts but chose to delay his involvement until he felt ready to contribute fully. Naruto's Digimon partner, Azure, was steadily advancing under his guidance. Each day of training brought noticeable maturity and progress. Azure was not the only one growing, however. With the removal of the seal that had been suppressing his power since childhood, Naruto's abilities were rapidly returning to their rightful level. The seal, created by the ultimate Digimon Taumon, was a standard safeguard for mutant children but had acted as a significant barrier for Naruto. Breaking the seal had been beyond his capabilities for years, but now that it was gone, Naruto could finally tap into his full potential. Though he still needed a year to regain his War Arc level strength, his progress thus far filled him with confidence. The path to Digivolution was a challenging journey. For most Tamers, reaching the champion level was manageable, but progressing to Ultimate required extensive battles and the accumulation of both data and specific materials. Fortunately, detailed records existed for most Digimon, providing clear guidance for the process. Mega-level evolution, however, was an entirely different challenge. It demanded not only rare materials and extensive data but also fulfillment of unique conditions. For Azure, the standard requirement was recognition from Gonkuman, a revered royal knight known for mentoring young Digimon. Alternatively, there was the rare phenomenon of an emotional resonance between Digimon and Tamer triggering evolution. While Naruto acknowledged this possibility, he disliked relying on luck and preferred a more straightforward path. Naruto's ambitions extended far beyond achieving Mega Evolution. He aimed to meet Azure, one of the digital sovereigns and a guardian of the digital world. Known for his neutral yet amicable stance toward humans, Azure possessed the coveted Bio-Merge program. This ability allowed a Tamer and their Digimon to fuse, unlocking immense power and the potential for advanced evolutions. Securing the Bio-Merge would be a game-changer. With it, Naruto could achieve Mega instantly, combining his strength with Azure's and surpassing his prime power. Such an advancement would position him among the strongest beings in existence, capable of contending with the Royal Knights. Naruto's ambitions didn't stop with himself. He was determined to elevate his team, aiming to make them the youngest Tamers in history to achieve Mega-level evolution. The current record was held by a Tamer who had reached Mega at the age of 20, taking 4 years to accomplish the feat. Naruto planned to break this record, setting a new standard by completing the process within 3 years. Through rigorous training, strategic battles, and his leadership, Naruto envisioned a future where his team would stand as a testament to their strength and unity. With their combined efforts, they would rise to become legends in the digital world. 5 days had passed, and Naruto decided it was time for Azure to experience his first kill. This step was a critical milestone for all Tamers before they were allowed access to the digital world. The requirement wasn't imposed lightly, it was rooted in logic and lessons learned from both history and experience. In Naruto's original world, ninjas of old underwent similar trials. Killing another human was a skill as much as it was a psychological hurdle. Removing that step from training had led to disastrous consequences. Many young ninjas hesitated in their first battle, paralyzed by the act of taking a life. Some held back at critical moments, leading to their own deaths. Others, though rare, found a disturbing thrill in the act, succumbing to bloodlust. In this world, Tamers faced similar risks with their Digimon partners, and the association was determined to prepare them properly. Tamers lived side by side with Digimon, but it was crucial to understand that Digimon were not mindless creatures. They were intelligent, emotional, and capable of forming bonds, much like humans. This made the act of killing another Digimon an emotional challenge, particularly for new Tamers. Inexperienced individuals often froze in battle or were unable to make the tough decisions needed to survive. Many lost their lives in these situations. The concept of morality among Digimon was also complex. Just as humans could be good or evil, so could Digimon. However, even without the moral debate, the digital world was a dangerous place. Beyond the safety of the cities, battles and skirmishes were common. Borders were contested, resources fought over, and wild Digimon roamed freely. A Tamer and their partner needed to be prepared for this reality. For Digimon partnered with Tamers, the challenge was twofold. Unlike wild Digimon, who grew up in a world of constant danger and survival, partner Digimon were raised in relative safety. They were accustomed to friendly interactions and lacked the natural aggressiveness honed by life in the wild. This could be deadly. A partner Digimon that hesitated in battle or held back could be killed by a more ruthless opponent. Another challenge was the allure of data. When a Digimon defeated another in battle, it absorbed the data of its fallen opponent. For a Digimon experiencing this for the first time, the sensation could be overwhelming, leaving them distracted and vulnerable to ambush. Naruto understood these dangers all too well. Azure needed to experience the act of taking a life not out of malice, but as a necessary step in becoming stronger and more prepared. The association monitored these events carefully, ensuring the mental well-being of both Tamer and Digimon throughout the process. If a Tamer or Digimon showed signs of distress or instability, they were given additional support before being allowed further access to the digital world. Being a Tamer was not just an exciting and adventurous career, it was a dangerous one. For every triumphant story of a Tamer and their partner achieving greatness, there were tales of tragedy: Digimon consumed by bloodlust, partnerships broken by mistrust, and lives lost in the relentless battles of the digital world. Naruto arrived at the training grounds with the entire group, their spirits high as they prepared for what was arguably the most critical milestone in their journey as Tamers. Yang, their advisor, had prepared everything meticulously. The battle zone was ready, and their opponent's weak rookie Digimon from the Dark Zone were chosen carefully. These Digimon were known to cause harm to others, ensuring that the exercise wasn't just training but also a form of justice. Yang stood before the group, looking uncharacteristically fresh and cheerful. Over the past 5 days, her bond with the group had strengthened significantly. Though there was an age difference, it hardly mattered. All of them, including Yang, had matured beyond their years through their experiences. She could confidently call them her friends now. "I want to make a final confirmation," Yang said, her tone serious. "Are you sure about this? This is an irreversible step and usually takes longer than a week. Most people take at least a month to prepare mentally. Any of you could develop problems from this ordeal. My suggestion is to take it slowly. Start by combating the fake ones and build your way up." The group stood silent for a moment, absorbing her words. Rika, standing calmly beside Luna, didn't flinch. She exuded confidence, her demeanor suggesting she considered this formality beneath her. Henry, on the other hand, was visibly nervous, fussing over Tesla. Tesla was a gentle Digimon, and Henry wasn't sure if his partner was ready for this kind of experience. But the team had to enter the digital world in 2 days. He couldn't hold them back. He swallowed his reservations, determined to cheer for Tesla no matter what. Takato was the polar opposite, excited beyond belief. He was eager to face the battle, his straightforward worldview dividing Digimon into good and evil. Evil Digimon needed to be stopped, and he had no qualms about that. Arthur, his partner, shared his enthusiasm. A combat Digimon with an aggressive nature, Arthur was perfect for the task, though Naruto had warned them to be wary of his susceptibility to bloodlust, a common trait among Gilman and Dragon types. Naruto observed his team with quiet assurance. He had trained Azure diligently and worked with each tamer to strengthen their bonds with their partners. He believed in them. They might need the rest of the day to recover, but they would succeed. Even so, Naruto kept a close eye on the 3 most likely to face challenges: Takato, Tesla, and Arthur. "Young," Naruto said, his voice steady and gentle, "thank you for your concern, but we're sure about this. We've built a strong bond with our partners, and we understand the values that guide us. There's no hesitation here. Believe in yous, we'll come out fine. Right, guys?" "Yeah." Takato, Arthur, Tesla, Henry, and Azure shouted enthusiastically. Rika and Luna simply nodded, their confidence evident in their composed expressions. Young's eyes softened at their determination. "Thank you for respecting my opinion," she said. "I approve of this. Please enter carefully and do not let your guard down." Takato, unable to resist the urge to lighten the mood, lifted Arthur. "Look at Arthur. Does he look like he's gonna cry because some evil Digimon dies? He's not going berserk, either." "See?" Arthur chimed in with a toothy grin. "Takato is right. We'll handle this battle with ease and then celebrate with some cake. Yum yum." Rika raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Takato? Really? What's wrong with that?" Takato shot back, hugging Arthur defensively. "I've always wanted to be a Digimon, or at least be called one by my partner. It's my dream, okay? Stop judging me." Yon couldn't help but laugh softly at the exchange. Their camaraderie was infectious, and she found herself relaxing. Perhaps she had been worrying too much. One by one, the tamers stepped into their respective battle arenas. Young stood by the control panel, watching as they disappeared, her expression a mix of pride and hope. "Good luck," she whispered, her fingers hovering over the controls. The battle was about to begin, and with it, their transformation into true tamers. 34, Chapter 34. Naruto and Azure materialized in the sweltering wasteland, a barren expanse of cracked earth and jagged terrain under an unforgiving sun. The temperature was a blistering 80 degrees Celsius, and the hot winds carried fine dirt that clung to their skin, worsening the suffocating heat. This, however, was nothing compared to the extremes of the digital world. In some regions, flames burned at over 20,000 degrees, creating environments where only the strongest or most resilient Digimon could survive. Around them, the landscape offered little comfort, just sparse cacti, a few scurrying lizards, and snakes slithering across the dry ground. These ordinary creatures, copied from the human world, often served as fodder for weak Digimon barely surviving at the rookie level. But Naruto wasn't here for these insignificant creatures. His opponent was leagues above them, and as his eyes fell on the target, he couldn't help but let out a low whistle of appreciation. Standing across the wasteland was Kiraman, one of the most notorious rookie-level Digimon in the digital world. Naruto couldn't believe they'd assigned him something so dangerous. It was both a privilege and a deadly gamble. Kiraman had an unnerving appearance. Its head was oversized, round, and dominated by large, wide eyes and a cavernous mouth that was always grinning with unsettling cheerfulness. Long antennae sprouted from its head, and below, its wiry arms ended in oversized hands with sharp claws. Instead of legs, 8 writhing tentacles extended from beneath its head, each tipped with razor-like claws that carved the ground as it floated ominously. Naruto analyzed it carefully, knowing exactly what he was dealing with. Kiraman wasn't just any rookie-level Digimon. The threat of Kiraman data consumption: it could consume over 100 megabytes of data per second, devouring its prey and leaving nothing behind. Once consumed, the data was irreparably destroyed. Calamity in groups: Kiraman was rarely encountered alone. They traveled in swarms, accompanied by their champion and ultimate forms. Together, they wreaked havoc on the digital world, leaving desolation in their wake. Unstoppable evolution: preventing a Kiraman from reaching its mega form was a priority for tamers and Digimon alike. Its mega form, Diaboromon, was a global threat capable of self-replication. With each clone retaining the full power of a mega-level Digimon, an outbreak could lead to planetary-scale destruction. Even royal knights struggled to contain the chaos caused by a single Diaboromon. This particular Kiraman stood alone, an unusual sight, but Naruto knew better than to relax. The cheerful grin on its face masked the sheer danger it represented. If underestimated, it could still turn the battle into a nightmare. Naruto stretched his arms casually, a grin tugging at his lips. "Man, they really went all out this time," he muttered, his tone laced with excitement. Blowing a kiss toward the sky, he chuckled. "Thanks for the challenge, I guess. Let's see if you live up to the hype." Naruto stood with Azure under the unrelenting heat of the wasteland, the wind whipping around them and kicking up dust. The oppressive environment was secondary to the tension of the impending battle. He turned to his partner, his voice steady yet probing. "How do you feel about this foe?" Naruto asked, his sharp gaze on the Kiraman that floated ominously in the distance. It wasn't the first time Azure had fought without Naruto actively participating, but it was their first battle where holding back wasn't an option. This was no simulation or friendly sparring match, this was life or death, with no room for hesitation. For Naruto, the idea of killing always came with a heavy weight. Even as someone who had been trained in combat, who had killed before, he hadn't grown numb to it. The memories of his kills were vivid, their faces etched into his mind. The goosebumps he felt, the lump in his throat, and the urge to cry served as constant reminders that he still saw value in life, even in those he had to destroy. But Naruto had learned to master these feelings, not letting them show in the heat of battle or hinder his ability to fight. Azure glanced at Naruto, his golden eyes alight with determination. "I'm honored that I can fight such a powerful foe," he said, his voice steady and composed. "I thought this was going to be a mundane task, something over in seconds." Azure's growth over the past 5 days had been extraordinary. Under Naruto's guidance and training with Ryu, he had sharpened both his combat skills and his personality. Once a playful and slightly naive Digimon, he now carried himself with the confidence of a seasoned warrior. The thought of facing such a notorious opponent as Kiraman didn't intimidate him, it excited him. Naruto nodded but pressed further. "I meant about the killing. This is a real Digimon, not one of the fakes. What do you feel about that?" His voice carried a tinge of concern. He understood that Azure's interactions with other Digimon, many of them friendly, might complicate his feelings about taking a life. Azure's expression shifted slightly. His confident demeanor faltered just enough to reveal a trace of unease, but it was gone as quickly as it came. He growled, a spark of irritation flashing in his eyes. "Honestly, I feel like I'm staring at that insane clown from IT. I want to punch that grin right off his face." Naruto couldn't help but laugh, patting Azure on the back. "You're something else, partner. I love that about you. Only 5 days together, and you've already become one of the most important people in my life." Azure turned to Naruto, his gaze steady. "Master, don't worry. I don't know how I'll feel after this, but I'm sure of one thing: I won't let you down." Naruto's smile softened. He stepped back, giving Azure room to face the enemy. "Go and get him, warrior." Azure squared his shoulders, his small yet powerful frame exuding confidence. He was armed with an arsenal of throwing weapons, bombs, smoke bombs, and poison bombs, with a sturdy shield strapped to his back. But his true strength lay in his abilities as a close combat mage, a fighting style Naruto had carefully honed over the past few days. Kiraman, floating in the distance, was finally released from its containment field. Its twisted, grinning face split wider as it let out a shrill, maniacal laugh that echoed across the wasteland. The sound was jarring, like nails on a chalkboard, and Azure's expression hardened. The rookie Digimon broke into a sprint, his claws glinting in the harsh sunlight. Every step kicked up a small cloud of dust as he charged toward Kiraman, his eyes locked onto the grotesque foe. Kiraman's tentacles writhed in anticipation, and its laughter grew louder, its voice a discordant mix of hysteria and malice. It floated closer, its movements unnervingly smooth, as if it were toying with Azure. Naruto watched from a distance, his fists clenched but his expression calm. This was Azure's battle, his moment to grow and prove himself. Azure's grin mirrored his partner's. "Let's see if that laugh is still there when I'm done with you," he muttered under his breath, his claws crackling with energy as he prepared to strike. The wasteland became a battlefield, and the clash of rookie versus rookie began. The piercing heat of the wasteland seemed to shimmer as Azure faced the erratic and chaotic Kiraman, whose maniacal laughter filled the air like a sinister melody. Even though Azure lacked ears, the unsettling sound vibrated through him, making his flames flicker with discomfort. His anatomy dulled the effect, but he could still feel the madness radiating from his foe. Kiraman swayed side to side, its large, jagged mouth twisting into an unnerving grin. "Are you my new friend? Are you? It asked, its voice filled with a childlike glee that clashed horribly with its destructive nature. Without waiting for a reply, Kiraman shot purple energy bullets from its mouth, the attack aptly named Bug Blaster, Crazy Giggle. Azure didn't waste words. The moment the 3 shots barreled toward him, he leapt to the side, his movements swift and calculated. Mid-air, he hurled 5 kunai with precision. These were no ordinary weapons, they were forged from a special metal and enhanced with chakra. Azure, like Naruto, could generate chakra due to the unique bond they shared. His control over this power was already remarkable, a talent that Naruto believed could one day lead Azure to unlock the legendary 6 Paths mode. A yin-yang symbol had already appeared on Azure's back, marking his potential. The chakra-infused kunai sliced through the air with deadly accuracy, their trajectory guided like missiles. But Kiraman was unfazed. Laughing gleefully, it twisted and turned with aerial acrobatics, dodging the projectiles with ease. While doing so, it retaliated by firing lasers from its massive hands, beams of destructive energy aimed directly at Azure. Azure raised his shield, the sturdy piece of equipment absorbing the brunt of the attack. Simultaneously, the flames on his head ignited into fiery arrows, 4 in total, which he guided with precision toward Kiraman. Each arrow danced through the air, closing in from different angles like a predator cornering its prey. Kiraman, ever the playful menace, dived downward to evade the attack. But Azure was ready. As the Digimon descended, Azure tackled it with surprising force, driving them both into the ground. "Ha ha ha, you got me. It was fun," Kiraman exclaimed, its voice filled with twisted glee. Its tentacles writhed, shoving Azure back as its large hands blocked the follow-up strikes. Azure countered by conjuring a fireball, unleashing it point-blank into Kiraman's face. The explosion rocked the battlefield, but Kiraman retaliated with an energy ball of its own, causing another detonation. When the dust settled, Azure emerged unharmed, protected by his armor, while Kiraman floated above, its face scarred by burns. It laughed hysterically, the sound grating on Azure's nerves. "Ha ha ha, that hurt. That hurt. But I'm having so much fun. Are you having fun? Are you?" Kiraman's voice was almost pleading, as if desperate to confirm the joy it thought they shared. Before Azure could respond, Kiraman abruptly turned to the surrounding environment, sucking in raw data from the wasteland. The speed of its regeneration caught Azure off guard. Within seconds, Kiraman's injuries vanished, and its size doubled. Azure scowled, realizing the danger of letting Kiraman heal unchecked. Without hesitation, he conjured a small fire lance, infusing it with fire chakra until the flames reached a scorching 600 degrees. He hurled the weapon with all his strength, the lance streaking through the air like a meteor. "I don't like the burning. I don't like it, okay?" Kiraman shrieked, releasing lasers to intercept the lance. The fiery projectile was destroyed, its data absorbed by the chaotic Digimon. "You like fire. You like fire, don't you? Here it comes." Kiraman giggled, its excitement palpable as it ascended into the sky. Moments later, it unleashed a barrage of fire arrows, a twisted imitation of Azure's earlier attack. Azure's eyes narrowed. He focused, using fire manipulation to take control of the incoming flames. The effort drained some of his chakra reserves, but he succeeded in combining the flames into a single, massive orb, which he absorbed to bolster his own power. The flames on his head roared higher, a testament to his growing strength. Kiraman clapped its hands in delight. "Wow, so cool. How about this?" It dove toward Azure, firing lasers in a chaotic spiral as it circled him, trying to overwhelm him with speed and firepower. Azure waited for the right moment, enduring the barrage with his armor. When Kiraman drew close, he struck, his leg flashing out in a perfectly timed kick that sent Kiraman tumbling. Kiraman's laughter faltered as it careened to the side, momentarily disoriented. Azure didn't let up. Channeling chakra into his legs, he boosted his speed and closed the gap, delivering another powerful kick that launched Kiraman upward. The twisted Digimon screamed in a mix of pain and glee, its laughter echoing even as it spiraled through the air. Azure dropped to his knees, focusing his chakra into a final attack. Wax seeped from his form, coalescing into a lance that burned with fire-enhanced chakra. With a powerful leap, Azure propelled himself into the sky, the wax lance aimed at his target. Kiraman's eyes widened as the lance pierced through its head, the sharp tip shredding its core. "Ah, it was fun, let's play again," Kiraman whispered, its voice fading as its body disintegrated into data, leaving behind a faint echo of its laughter. Azure landed gracefully, the wasteland silent except for the crackle of his flames. He stood still for a moment, staring at the spot where Kiraman had been. The battle was over, but the weight of his actions lingered. The chaotic Digimon was gone, but its words and laughter remained etched in his mind. Azure stood over the fading remnants of Kiraman, his flame flickering with hesitation and conflict. The battle was over, and the chaotic Digimon's data hovered before him like an invitation, one that he had to accept if he wanted to grow stronger. Yet, despite the necessity of this act, Azure couldn't shake the heavy feeling in his core. Kiraman wasn't like the villains in the movies or the monsters that Azure imagined himself fighting. It had fought without malice, its laughter pure and untainted by hate. The childlike joy in Kiraman's actions reminded him of the children he had played with in the village, their innocent smiles and unfiltered excitement. This wasn't how a monster was supposed to be. Kiraman had simply wanted to play. And now it was gone. Azure clenched his fists, his hesitation deepening as the reality of his actions sank in. If he didn't absorb the data, Kiraman might return. That was the rule of this world. But knowing this didn't ease the knot in his chest. He turned to Naruto, his flickering flame betraying his uncertainty. "Master." Azure's voice trembled, his confusion and pain evident. Why does it hurt? I didn't even know him. He was trying to kill me, but why does it feel like this?" Naruto had been observing from a distance, his expression calm yet thoughtful. This battle was supposed to be straightforward, a stepping stone for Azure to grow stronger. Kiraman, while strong, was no match for Azure's potential. In the natural world, Lemon wouldn't have stood a chance against Kiraman. It was only Azure's training and chakra-infused powers that made the victory possible. But Naruto understood now why Yang had chosen this particular opponent for Azure. It wasn't about power or challenge, it was about the moral weight of fighting a creature like Kiraman. Kiraman wasn't evil, it didn't even understand the concept. It was a being born from chaos, a fragment of destruction given form. It had acted on instinct, its actions devoid of malice or intent. Yet, despite its innocence, Kiraman's existence posed a danger to the digital world. Naruto sighed, his blue eyes softening as he approached Azure. He knelt down and pulled the young Digimon into a firm embrace. Azure, Naruto began, his voice steady but compassionate. You haven't done anything wrong. What you're feeling right now, it's normal. You're associating Kiriman with a child because of how it acted, how it laughed and played during the fight. And I know you like kids, so it's even harder for you to separate the two in your mind. Azure clung to Naruto, his flames dim as he listened intently. But listen to me, Naruto continued, his tone growing more serious. Kiriman wasn't like you. It wasn't like a normal child, either. It's sad, but that Digimon existed only to destroy. Its very existence was a threat to everything and everyone around it. Its source code comes from a virus that's been wreaking havoc since the beginning. People have tried to tame Digimon like Kiriman, but it always ends the same way. They destroy their tamers, other Digimon, and anyone who gets in their way. Naruto leaned back slightly, looking into Azure's flickering flame. I know it hurts. And it should hurt. That pain means you care. It means you're still the good person I know you are. But you also have to understand that sometimes, in this world, you have to make hard choices to protect the people you care about. If you hadn't stopped Kiriman, it would have hurt others. Maybe your friends. Maybe the children you like so much. Azure's flames brightened slightly as Naruto's words began to sink in. Some Digimon are just unfortunate, Naruto said with a heavy sigh. Their source code makes them dangerous. They don't know they're causing harm, and they don't care. That's what makes them so tragic. But leaving them alive only puts others in danger. Azure nodded slowly, the weight of Naruto's explanation settling over him. The pain in his chest hadn't disappeared, but it felt more manageable now, more understood. You're not wrong to feel this way, Naruto added gently. But you're doing the right thing by stopping them. Releasing Naruto, Azure straightened himself, his flame head burning more steadily now. He glanced back at the shimmering data left behind by Kiriman. The feeling of unease hadn't vanished, but he understood his role now. This was part of his journey, part of his growth. Taking a deep breath, Azure extended his hand toward the data. It swirled around him, absorbed into his body as his flame flared with newfound strength. The sensation was bittersweet, a reminder of the life he had taken and the responsibility he now bore. Naruto watched in silence, proud of Azure's resolve. It was a hard lesson, but one that would prepare him for the trials to come. This was the nature of their world, beautiful, dangerous, and, at times, heartbreakingly unfair. But Azure had taken his first step toward understanding it. Azure felt a surge of energy coursing through his body as Kiriman's data was fully absorbed. The transformation was immediate. His strength, speed, and senses had all increased significantly. Reaching level 10, he felt the difference in his core, a new layer of potential unlocked within him. His size also increased, now standing taller than Naruto. The change wasn't drastic, but it was noticeable enough. Digimon naturally grew larger as they leveled up, the accumulation of data manifesting in their physical form. This process was a stark reminder of the raw power potential Digimon possessed. Naruto looked up at Azure, a grin tugging at the corners of his lips. Looks like someone's been eating their data, he joked lightly, pulling out his Digivice. With a press of a button, Naruto activated the compression feature of the Digivice. A light shimmered around Azure, shrinking him back to his normal size. The reduction wasn't just for convenience. Smaller sizes meant better control over energy and avoided unnecessary attention. There we go, Naruto said, slipping the device back into his pocket. No need to go stomping around just yet. Save the big reveal for when it counts. Azure nodded, rolling his shoulders as he adjusted to the condensed power within his smaller form. Despite the physical reduction, he could feel the increased strength simmering under the surface, ready to be unleashed when needed. I feel better now, Master. Thank you, Azure said, his tone steady and sincere as he turned to Naruto. Naruto smiled warmly, placing a reassuring hand on Azure's back. There's no need for thanks between partners. This is what we got each other's backs. Trust in me, and we'll soar to heights no one's ever dreamed of. Azure felt a sense of comfort in Naruto's words. Despite the turmoil of the battle and the lingering emotions it had stirred, he found solace in the bond they shared. Naruto's unwavering confidence and guidance were a beacon for him, helping him navigate this challenging world. Let's go, Naruto said, gesturing toward the exit. We're done here. As they walked away, Azure couldn't help but reflect on everything he had experienced. The battle, the emotions, the explanations from Naruto, all of it had left a mark on him. He knew it would take time to fully process these new thoughts and feelings, but he also understood that this was part of his journey. Naruto had purposefully left time between the tests for this reason, giving Azure the space to grow and adapt. This was more than just training for strength. It was a lesson in understanding the complexities of the world and the responsibilities that came with power. As they stepped into the next phase of their adventure, Azure felt a renewed sense of determination. He would continue to grow, not just in strength but also in understanding, guided by the bond he shared with Naruto. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. 35, Chapter 35. As Takato and Arthur ventured deeper into the dark forest, the atmosphere grew thick with an eerie presence. The trees loomed over them, twisted and gnarled, their bark dark and uninviting. A cold wind howled through the branches, carrying with it the unsettling creak of the forest. The only light came from the moon, a pale, ghostly orb hanging high above them, casting long shadows on the ground. Takato's heart pounded as the dark forest seemed to come alive with millions of unseen eyes. It felt like every tree, every shadow, was watching them, waiting for something to happen. The wind whistled in strange patterns, carrying the faintest whispers, as if the forest itself was trying to speak. Takato couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister was lurking just beyond their sight. Arthur, always sensitive to the more supernatural elements of their surroundings, was visibly shaking. His wide, fearful eyes darted from shadow to shadow, and every rustling leaf sent him flinching. He had always been scared of dark places, and this forest was the epitome of his fears. The unknown, the darkness, the eyes watching him, it was overwhelming. "Takatoman, this place is scary," Arthur mumbled, his voice trembling. His fear was palpable, and Takato could see how hard he was trying to hold it together. Takato, despite his own unease, smiled reassuringly at his partner. "Relax, Arthur. I'm right here with you. We just have to deal with a rookie Digimon, that's it. Don't let the dark get to you. We've got this." It wasn't easy for Takato either. He wasn't accustomed to such terrifying surroundings, but he knew he had to keep his composure for Arthur's sake. This was a test. Young had carefully designed this mission, knowing that Takato and Arthur would face more than just a battle. The fear of the environment was a challenge in itself, and they had to push past it to succeed. Arthur took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "If you say so, Takatoman. I'll walk ahead and smell out the enemy." He gulped, his nerves still getting the best of him, but he was determined to do his part. With a quick sniff of the air, Arthur's keen senses locked onto their target. His nose twitched, and his eyes narrowed. "This way!" he shouted, his voice filled with sudden determination, as he charged forward, forgetting the fear for a moment in his singular focus. Takato quickly followed, activating his DG barrier, a protective shield linked to Arthur. The barrier would hold as long as Arthur didn't lose the battle, providing them with a crucial safeguard against any unexpected attacks. Takato knew better than to take the environment lightly. Many Tamers had died from surprise attacks in situations like this, and he wasn't about to make that mistake. The DG barrier was essential, and he wasn't taking any chances. As the duo raced through the forest, Takato couldn't help but wonder how Naruto and Azure were faring. He knew that they weren't affected by places like this, and it was probably just another walk in the park for them. But for Takato, and especially for Arthur, this was a real challenge, a test of both their physical and mental fortitude. Soon, they emerged from the dense underbrush into a large, open clearing, bathed in the cold, silvery light of the moon. The clearing was vast, the size of a standard Digimon battle arena, and it felt strangely out of place in the heart of such a creepy forest. In the center, frozen in place, was their target, a rookie-level Digimon. The battle hadn't started yet, and it was as if time itself had paused in anticipation. Takato took a deep breath, his nerves settling as he prepared for the confrontation. This was their moment. No more running, no more fear. It was time to face whatever waited ahead. "We've got this, Arthur," Takato said, his voice steady now. "Let's make sure this fight ends on our terms." Arthur, though still uneasy, nodded firmly. The fear of the forest had subsided for the moment, replaced by the primal urge to fight. They had a mission, and they were ready. The clearing was silent for a moment, the eerie atmosphere of the forest pressing in around them. Takato's eyes narrowed as he studied their opponent. There, in the center of the arena, stood Dracmon, its pale, almost ghostly skin making it look like a creature from a nightmare. The black mask with its ominous red and green markings only added to its intimidating appearance. Its wings, connected by a golden trinket that wrapped around its waist, flickered slightly, giving it an air of unbalanced grace. Embedded in Dracmon's palms were grotesque eyeballs, their irises matching the unsettling marks on its face. The Digimon's posture was casual, but the way it tilted its head and gazed at Takato and Arthur made it clear that it was sizing them up, enjoying the moment of suspense. It exuded an air of malicious mischief, a perfect embodiment of the dark area's reputation. Takato could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up as Dracmon's unsettling, hollow gaze locked onto him. Takato's Digivice buzzed softly, and he quickly glanced at it, reading the data on Dracmon. Level 20. Takato's stomach sank. It wasn't a rookie. It wasn't a pushover. This Digimon was on a whole other level, stronger, faster, and far more dangerous than the average Digimon they'd faced before. But Takato wasn't a rookie either. He had trained, prepared, and had no intention of letting his partner face this challenge alone. Arthur, standing next to Takato, eyed Dracmon warily, his body tense and his tail twitching. Though Dracmon was more experienced, Arthur had the raw strength and power of a Digimon who had spent the last few days honing his fighting techniques under Takato's guidance. Takato had taught him to use his body more strategically, relying on instincts but also on thought-out maneuvers that would give him an edge. The armor that covered Arthur's body gleamed in the pale moonlight, a testament to the tough training he had gone through. The sharpness of his tail, which could now act as both a weapon and a defensive tool, would come in handy in this fight. His small guns and bombs were still an option, but Takato had made it clear this battle would be a true test of Arthur's growth. "No wings or humanoid form for this one, Arthur. We fight this one on our own terms," Takato said, his voice calm but firm. He could see the hesitation in Arthur's eyes, but the Tamer's words seemed to center the rookie Digimon. Takato was right, this was a battle they needed to win without relying on outside support. It was time to prove that Arthur had grown beyond just a wild, untamed partner. Takato could feel the intensity of the moment settle over him as he stood beside Arthur, watching the battle unfold before them. Drachman was standing still, its wings slightly raised, the mask on its face glinting under the moonlight. It had been toying with them so far, but Takato knew better than to let his guard down. This was no simple fight. Drachman wasn't just any Digimon, it was a nightmare soldier, a creature of dark mischief and malice. Arthur, are you ready? This guy is bad news. Don't listen to his words and definitely don't look into his eyes. Remember, the eyes are in his hands, don't look at them. Okay. Takato's voice was calm but firm as he spoke to his partner, his arm wrapped around Arthur in a gesture of reassurance. Arthur nodded sharply, his body tense with the anticipation of the fight. He glanced at Drachman, his eyes narrowing when he saw the eerie orbs embedded in its palms. His natural instincts as a virus buster flared up at the sight. He could feel his aggression simmering just below the surface, the urge to strike overwhelming him. I understand, Takato-man, Arthur responded, his voice low but steady. His smile was wild, feral almost, as his eyes changed, taking on a more predatory, bestial hue. He could feel the hunger within him, the desire to fight, to overpower, to destroy. It was a sensation he had often fought to control, but today, the call to battle was too strong. And I feel really good. Can we start? Takato could see the glint of excitement in Arthur's eyes, the shift in his demeanor as the rookie Digimon embraced his fighting spirit. He knew this was a critical moment. He had trained Arthur, yes, but there was always the risk that his aggression could overwhelm him. The fight with Drachman would be a true test. Takato's mind flashed back to Naruto's warning about Digimons with aggressive tendencies and the dangers they posed. As a virus buster, Arthur's natural inclination was to fight to defeat, to destroy. But Takato had worked hard to teach Arthur the importance of control. Aggression could be a weapon, but it also had the potential to turn on its wielder if left unchecked. The key to success, Takato had taught him, was balance. Takato stepped back, giving his partner the space he needed. He placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder, his tone shifting to a more serious note. Remember, don't act like a monster. What is our aim? He asked, his voice full of enthusiasm and conviction, wanting to keep Arthur grounded. Arthur's eyes flickered with a momentary hesitation, but then, his deep breath calmed him, and he answered with unwavering resolve. King of all knights. Takato smiled, his voice gentle yet proud. And, is the king a monster? Arthur's lips curled into a grin, a knowing look flashing in his eyes. He is a being of grace and skill. Good, Takato said, his voice filled with approval. Now go and kill him. He gave Arthur a final push, a gesture of both encouragement and confidence. He knew Arthur could do this. He believed in him. With that, Arthur took a step forward, his body moving with purpose. His eyes locked onto Drachman, no longer distracted by the fear or the whispers of doubt. His tail swished from side to side, his claws digging into the dirt as he prepared himself for the fight of his life. The battle wasn't just about defeating Drachman, it was about Arthur proving to himself that he could control his aggression and fight with precision. Drachman, sensing the shift in the air, tilted its head slightly, its eyes glinting as it observed Arthur. The playful, taunting smirk on its face remained, but there was something else, an edge of seriousness. Drachman was always ready to make things more complicated. It wasn't going to make this easy. Arthur's body had grown stronger with each passing day. His training, combined with the healing power of his partner and the experience he had gained, had pushed him far beyond his limits. Now, armored and more powerful than ever, the 100 kilograms weight he carried didn't even feel like a burden anymore. His strength had increased exponentially. He could easily lift up to 300 kilograms, and with more time, he'd be able to bench a staggering 1,000 kilograms without breaking a sweat. As the battle with Drachman raged on, Arthur's instincts began to flare. His eyes locked onto Drachman's defenseless neck, and a deep, primal urge surged within him. He wanted to sink his fangs into it, to taste blood and consume the dark Digimon before him. His mind flashed with images of a savage, unrelenting victory. But Takato's words echoed in his mind, reminding him of his goal, his purpose. He had to control the beast within, focus on his strength without succumbing to the darkness. With a growl, Arthur shook his head, shaking off the temptation. Drachman, sensing the shift, finally came to life. The mischievous vampire-like Digimon bounced in place, shaking off the tension as it surveyed its surroundings. Ooh, a freaking Gilman. Drachman's voice was taunting, and it danced around excitedly, clearly amused. When its eyes landed on Takato, however, its expression soured. Che, a slave of the humans. How distasteful can you get? You are a shame to the royal knights. Drachman's words were a deliberate attempt to rile up Arthur, to attack his pride as a dragon type. Arthur's body tensed, the flames of anger flickering within him. He couldn't stand to hear such disrespect from a lowly creature like Drachman. With a loud growl, Arthur released a powerful roar, the dragon spirit within him fueling the sound, sending waves of fear and hesitation toward his opponent. But Drachman was quick to act, blocking his hearing before the full force of the roar could reach him. It was a smart move, but not enough to stop Arthur. Without missing a beat, Arthur charged forward, his claws igniting with fire as he plowed through the dark syringes Drachman shot in retaliation. The flame seared through the air as Arthur crashed through the attack with brute force. Drachman, startled by the intensity of Arthur's charge, quickly spread his wings and took flight, soaring upward to gain distance. His wings flapped with a dark, ominous energy, and he screeched a sharp, ugly sound that seemed to cut through the air. But Arthur was prepared. His armor blocked the sonic attack, protecting his ears and allowing him to stay focused. Locking onto his target, he unleashed a fireball that hurtled through the air, its fiery glow lighting up the night. Drachman was agile, however, and dodged the attack, landing gracefully on a tree branch. But it couldn't stay airborne for long. Flying drained his energy, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he would need to land again. "Hey, aren't you strong?" Drachman called down from his perch, his voice sweet and coaxing. "Why don't we join forces and get out of here? My boss is Grand Drachman, you know." Arthur's eyes narrowed. He had heard of Grand Drachman before. He was a powerful being, the king of vampires, and one of the oldest entities in the digital world. Grand Drachman's territory in the dark area was vast, and his strength was unmatched. He had even gained the loyalty of Chaos Dukemon, a dark version of the Royal Knights. Drachman was tempting Arthur with promises of power, claiming that he could become like one of Grand Drachman's powerful servants if he joined him. "Grand Drachman is stronger than the Royal Knights and the Demon Lords," Drachman continued, its voice dripping with allure. "He could make you stronger if you serve him. You could become one of his Chaos Dukemon. You could have all the power you've ever dreamed of." Takato's voice cut through Drachman's words in Arthur's mind, a sharp reminder of their bond and their shared goal. "Gur, I am no one's slave. Arthur will become the king of all knights, and your master will just be another target for me to defeat. Now die." Arthur's roar of defiance echoed through the forest, and without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of fireballs in rapid succession, his Gatling gun of flame cutting through the air. Drachman was caught off guard, unable to avoid the barrage. He attempted to fly away, but Arthur's relentless assault forced him to dodge and maneuver clumsily. As Drachman tried to gain altitude, a few of the fireballs hit their mark, sending him spiraling to the ground. The impact was devastating. Drachman crashed into the earth with a howl of pain, his wings torn and battered from the force of the blast. He lay on the ground, groaning in pain, unable to regain his balance. 36, Chapter 36. Drachman's body writhed in agony, his pale skin turning a sickly shade of red as the fireball impacted his face. The sheer force of the blow sent him flying backward, crashing to the ground in a heap of scorched flesh. His wings were shredded, his body barely holding together as the flames continued to burn away at him. The scream that followed was a mix of pain and terror, his voice cracking with desperation. "It hurts, you little bastard." Drachman shrieked, his body convulsing as he tried to regain some control over the situation. With a last-ditch effort, he extended his arms and released his dreaded Eye of Nightmare. A sickly green light flickered from the eyes embedded in his palms, shooting out toward Arthur. The illusion ray was meant to dominate the hearts of those who dared to gaze into the eyes, subduing them with fear and submission. But Arthur, having trained to control his aggression and instincts, had already closed his eyes, relying on his heightened sense of smell to track his opponent. The scent of blood only fueled his primal rage, pushing his already intense battle lust to greater heights. Arthur's physical prowess had grown exponentially. His body, armored and honed through endless training, slammed into Drachman like a battering ram. He gouged the enemy with the sharp horns protruding from his head, lifting Drachman off the ground as he charged forward, relentlessly driven by the need to tear his foe apart. As he continued his assault, his tail whipped around, stabbing Drachman's side with brutal precision. With a roar, Arthur charged up a fireball, his claws crackling with flame, and thrust the fiery sphere point-blank into Drachman's torso. The impact was devastating. Drachman's insides were scorched, his body ravaged from the inside out. The heat seared through him, the internal damage immense as blood poured from his mouth. Drachman screamed in agony, the pain overwhelming him. "I am sorry. I am sorry. I beg you, please let me go. I won't do anything bad. I will be your slave, please." But Arthur didn't respond to the pleas. His instincts were too far gone, his mind clouded by the hunger for victory and the satisfaction of the fight. With a brutal flick of his tail, he dragged Drachman along by the horns, pulling him closer. The once proud Digimon was nothing more than a broken shell now, desperate and pleading. With no mercy left, Arthur unleashed another fireball from point-blank range. The attack exploded into Drachman's face, igniting what little remained of his body. His screams became a garbled mess as his skin burned away, his body twitching and smoking from the intense heat. Drachman was beyond saving now. His charred form was nothing more than a smoldering heap of flesh. Takato, witnessing the horror unfold before him, couldn't bring himself to look any longer. His stomach turned at the sight of his partner's relentless assault, but he understood. This was the reality of the digital world. Sometimes survival came at the cost of mercy. He closed his eyes, trying to push the gruesome scene out of his mind. Drachman attempted to crawl toward Takato, but his throat was burned beyond recognition, his voice nothing more than a rasping whisper. His efforts were futile. His body was broken, and his time was up. Arthur, still within the heat of battle, stepped onto Drachman's back, his foot sinking into the charred remains as he planted his sharp claws into the helpless Digimon's skull. The final blow was swift and decisive. With a piercing strike, Arthur drove his claws into Drachman's head, ending the battle in an instant. Drachman's data began to disintegrate, fading into the air as his existence came to an end. Arthur let out a triumphant roar, his chest swelling with pride and power. His body thrummed with energy as the data of Drachman flowed into him, consumed without hesitation. The process was almost instinctive now. He was stronger for it. The data from the defeated enemy rushed into his form, and his power surged. His level shot up to 15, a marked increase that sent a wave of new strength coursing through his veins. His body grew in size, becoming more imposing and intimidating. More. Arthur growled, his eyes flickering with the hunger for more power. His digital hazard flared to life, the ominous glow surrounding him as his energy spiked. Takato's breath came in ragged gasps as he rushed toward Arthur, his feet pounding against the uneven ground. The weight of the situation weighed heavily on his chest, but he didn't hesitate. Boosted by his armor, Takato collided with Arthur, sending the startled Digimon tumbling to the side. Arthur's wild, aggressive gaze was locked onto his target, a burning hunger still flickering in his eyes, but Takato's intervention broke through the haze. "Arthur!" Takato shouted with all the force he could muster, his voice filled with both authority and concern. Arthur's eyes, glowing with the remnants of his dragon's rage, slowly cleared. His body shuddered as Takato's voice reached him, cutting through the frenzy. "Takatoman, sorry," Arthur stammered, the weight of his near fury still lingering. He had been so close to losing himself entirely, the urge to consume Drachman's data almost overtaking his rational mind. Takato didn't waste a moment. With a determined look, he activated his Digivice, its light shining brightly. The energy from the device coursed into Arthur, guiding him back from the brink of madness, helping to restore his focus. Slowly, Arthur's breathing began to even out, his tail twitching with restrained energy. Takato's firm hand on his partner's shoulder grounded him, pulling him away from the berserk state. "It's okay, it isn't your fault," Takato reassured, his voice softening as he knelt beside Arthur. "We'll get through this, so don't get sad on me, okay?" His words were meant to calm both his partner and himself, but the uncertainty still gnawed at him. Takato reached out and wrapped his arms around Arthur, pulling him into a tight hug. He deactivated the armor around them, and as he did, Arthur's form shrank, becoming smaller in his embrace. Takato held him close, but inside, his heart was heavy. The images of Drachman's broken, burnt body flashed in his mind, and his stomach twisted with disgust. The sight of his partner standing victorious in such a brutal battle had shaken him more than he had expected. The violence was necessary, but it was still disturbing. Takato faltered, unsure of how to express the turmoil inside. "I never thought it would look like that. I didn't realize it would feel this terrible. I didn't want to see it. I wanted to stop you, but I..." His voice trailed off, filled with guilt. He had turned away when he should have been strong. He had failed in that moment. Arthur, still shaking from the intensity of the battle and the aftershocks of his dragon instincts, nuzzled into Takato's embrace. The warmth of his tamer's affection helped to soothe his ruffled nerves, but he could sense the unease in Takato. "Takatoman, it's not your fault. You were just trying to protect me, right?" Arthur's voice was steady, though his own feelings of shame lingered. I almost lost myself again, but I'll get better. We'll get better." But Takato wasn't sure. He couldn't stop the questions that kept circling in his mind. He had just seen how easily Arthur could fall into that dark place. Could he really handle the responsibility of keeping his partner in check when the world was filled with enemies and danger? Could he handle Arthur going wild again? Could he stand to watch it, or worse the one to stop it? He felt his chest tighten at the thought. What if it happens again? He whispered, barely audible. "What if I can't stop you next time? What if I can't keep you from going wild?" The uncertainty was suffocating. Takato had always been confident in his bond with Arthur, but now, after seeing his partner so close to losing control, he questioned everything. He wasn't sure if he could continue this path, not knowing if he would be strong enough to handle the consequences. And the more he thought about it, the more a troubling thought crossed his mind. Was it too dangerous for him to keep going? Was it too dangerous for Arthur? Takato glanced at his Digivice, its faint glow offering a fleeting sense of comfort, but it did little to quell the anxiety churning in his gut. He thought about Naruto and the others. Would they think he was weak for even considering stepping away? But what if it was the only way to protect Arthur from going too far? Maybe I should ask Naruto to let me step out for a while, Takato muttered, his voice tinged with doubt. "I don't know if I can keep doing this. I'm not sure I'm ready for all this responsibility." While Takato wrestled with his fear and doubt, Arthur was no better off. The young Gilman, once brimming with determination and pride, now sat trembling in his tamer's arms. The vivid memory of Drachman's screams echoed in his mind, each cry a dagger to his heart. He had heard the desperate pleas for mercy, had seen the raw fear in his enemy's eyes before delivering the final blow. And now, guilt churned inside him like a storm. Arthur clung to Takato tightly, his claws trembling as he buried his face against his tamer's chest. "Takatoman," he whimpered, his voice cracked and filled with anguish. It hurts so much. I don't like this." Tears streamed from his eyes, pooling against Takato's shirt. His entire body shook as if trying to release the emotional weight crushing him. I don't want to see it. I don't want you to leave me. I don't want you to be scared of me. Hearing Arthur's voice so raw and broken was like a knife through Takato's soul. The pain in his partner's words resonated through their bond, amplifying the ache in Takato's own chest. It was a pain that threatened to overwhelm them both. Takato had been so caught up in his own fears that he hadn't considered how deeply Arthur was suffering. The bond they shared didn't just transfer strength, it carried emotions, too. Arthur's anguish fueled Takato's guilt, and Takato's guilt worsened Arthur's despair. Arthur. Takato's voice wavered as tears welled in his own eyes. He wrapped his arms tighter around the trembling Digimon, holding him as if to shield him from the weight of the world. Don't cry, Arthur. I'm here for you. I'll never leave you. You're making me cry, so please, smile. Smile like always, because we won. We're safe now. His words were shaky, but they carried a deep sincerity, a desperate need to comfort his partner. Arthur didn't respond at first. The weight of what he had done, the screams, the pleas, the feeling of his claws piercing another being was too much. He had always dreamed of being strong, of fighting for justice and standing as the king of all knights. But now, for the first time, he saw the cost of that strength, and it terrified him. He didn't feel like a knight. He felt like a monster from the horror stories Takato had once told him, the kind that preyed on the weak. Takato's tears began to fall, silently at first, then in a steady stream as he felt Arthur's pain grow stronger. He couldn't hold it back anymore. Seeing Arthur cry, hearing his partner's words filled with fear and hurt, he broke something inside him. Arthur, it's okay, Takato whispered, his voice thick with emotion. You're not a monster. You're my partner, my friend, and I'll always be here for you, no matter what. He pulled Arthur closer, pressing a gentle kiss to the top of his head. The gesture was small, but it carried all the love and reassurance Takato could muster. We'll figure this out, together. I promise. You don't have to carry this pain alone. Arthur's trembling began to subside as he felt Takato's warmth and sincerity. The bond between them, though strained by the battle's aftermath, pulsed with a faint lighter reminder of the strength they shared. Takatoman, thank you, Arthur whispered, his voice still shaky but steadier than before. He clung to Takato, unwilling to let go, as if his Tamer's presence was the only thing keeping him grounded. The two sat there for a long time, wrapped in each other's embrace, their tears slowly drying as they found comfort in their shared pain. The digital world around them seemed eerily quiet, the echoes of the battle fading into the background. For now, they had each other, and that was enough. 37, Chapter 37. Luna and Rika entered the open grassland with an air of composed detachment, their steps silent and calculated. The scene before them was Sirenia, a picturesque field of vibrant green, with the gentle rustling of the wind through the tall grass and the soft scent of wildflowers carried on the breeze. It was the sort of place one might imagine hosting a picnic or an afternoon of peaceful reflection. But for these two, this was a battlefield. Their target stood in the middle of the field of Violet Electman, its 9 tails swishing lazily behind it as it watched them with sharp red eyes. Its dark blue-violet fur, adorned with yellow markings, gave it an air of menace despite its small stature. It crouched low to the ground, ears twitching as it sized up the two intruders. Luna and Rika showed no reaction to its aggressive posture. Violet Electman wasn't a particularly evil Digimon in the grand scheme of things. It didn't destroy villages or spread chaos like Kiraman or Drachman. However, it had a cruel streak. Its pranks often escalated to permanent injury or even death. It was known to run in gangs with similarly crooked Digimon, often following Itman, a chaotic and unpredictable ultimate-level Digimon. The fact that it dared to associate with such a powerful figure spoke to its courage or recklessness and its potential strength. Despite its reputation, Luna and Rika remained unimpressed. They approached with calm, steady steps, their faces betraying no hint of emotion. Unlike Takato and the others, these two were cold and efficient, perfectly suited for missions like this. Yang had no doubts about their ability to handle such a target. In fact, she trusted them more than anyone else for situations requiring precision and decisiveness. Rika came from a lineage where pragmatism reigned supreme. Her family's roots as assassins gave her a natural talent for compartmentalizing emotions, especially when it came to combat. Killing was a necessity, a means to an end, and it was something she could do without hesitation provided her target wasn't a friend or loved one. Her piercing violet eyes scanned the Violet Electman as if it were nothing more than an obstacle to be removed. Luna, by contrast, was a natural-born killer. Her species was designed to handle the smaller, less significant problems plaguing the royal knights and their king. With a low emotional range and a mind wired for combat, she was perfectly suited for extermination tasks like this. While she was capable of developing emotions over time, she rarely let them interfere with her duties. Only her loyalty to her master, Rika, could potentially waver her resolve, but even that would take extreme circumstances. Young had run countless simulations in her mind, evaluating her team's limits and strengths. Among them, Rika and Luna were by far the most emotionally and mentally stable in high-pressure scenarios. The duo's cold precision and lack of emotional attachment to their targets made them perfect for missions others might struggle with. Young had no doubts about their ability to handle the low-level tests currently on the table. Nothing about these evaluations would challenge Rika's resolve or Luna's instinctual efficiency. However, the thought of a true test, one that could push even Rika to her breaking point, lingered in Young's mind. It wasn't something she could create artificially. Crafting a situation where Rika had to fight against a loved one or someone she deeply cared for would be not only unethical but borderline sadistic. Such a test would force Rika to confront the darkest aspect of her role as a tamer, choosing between her duty and her heart. Young shook her head at the very idea. No, that wasn't an option. It wasn't just cruel, it was outright wrong. If she ever dared to implement such a scenario, the consequences would be severe, not only for the emotional well-being of her team but for her own career. She would be fired without question, and rightfully so. And yet, deep down, Young knew that the digital world was unpredictable. It didn't follow a script or abide by moral boundaries. She had seen tamers lose themselves to despair when faced with situations beyond their control. The worst-case scenario was always lurking in the shadow, saw loved one, whether through deception, corruption, or coercion, becoming the enemy. It was the nightmare scenario for any tamer. In such moments, hesitation could mean death, not just for the tamer but for their entire team. Most tamers who found themselves in that position were forced to make a devastating choice, to kill someone they loved or die themselves, holding back when they shouldn't. Young sighed, her hands tightening into fists. She hated the thought of any of her team members being put into such a position. Rika was strong, but even strength had limits when emotions were involved. Luna, with her natural detachment, might fare better, but even she wasn't immune to the bonds she shared with her tamer. For now, Young pushed the thought aside. The simulations could wait, and so could the hypothetical worst-case scenarios. Rika stood calmly in the open grassland as Luna remained by her side, the breeze brushing past them. She glanced at her Digivice, assessing the target. Level 20. It wasn't anything extraordinary, a wild violet Electman known for its destructive pranks. Its cruelty set it apart from the usual playful nature of Electman, but it still didn't pose a significant challenge. The data logged about this Digimon made it clear it was a nuisance, one that needed to be eliminated. Rika sighed inwardly. The mission wasn't about thrill or strategy, it was routine maintenance. Wild Digimon like this often ran unchecked, following instincts rather than reason. They lacked the refinement of city-dwelling Digimon, who, through time and survival, became stronger and more civilized. The digital world thrived on a brutal cycle of consumption and growth. Digimon hunted one another for data, the building block of their existence. While many wild Digimon remained feral, city Digimon often attained higher levels of intelligence, strength, and societal structure. But even among the most advanced, this cycle persisted. The order of this world was woven into its very fabric, reinforced by King Drazel, the sovereign who maintained its balance. Peace was a distant dream in this world, its foundation was built on survival of the fittest. This natural order was the very reason Rika was here. Luna needed to grow, and that meant taking down enemies and absorbing their data. For Rika, it wasn't personal, just another step in Luna's evolution, nothing more, nothing less. The violet Electman was a reflection of what made the wild Digimon dangerous. It wasn't powerful, but its cunning and vicious tendencies made it a threat to others. Though a wild prankster at heart, its actions often crossed into sadistic territory, resulting in injury and even death. It didn't have grand ambitions or power like the Kiramon species, but it was a predator in its own right. Rika's thoughts briefly shifted to Kiramon, a true plague upon the digital world. Unlike most Digimon, Kiramon could consume the world's very fabric as data, eroding everything in its path. The most frightening part of the Kiramon line wasn't its strength, it wasn't a top-tier mega, but its abilities. It didn't just consume Digimon, it consumed existence itself, threatening to unravel the digital world's delicate balance. Such threats rarely went unchecked. The Royal Knights, the Sakyamon squads, and even the digital sovereigns like Baehuman kept such dangers at bay. These protectors ensured that wild anomalies didn't spiral into global disasters. Even so, Rika knew that the digital world's chaos could never be fully tamed. Digimon, like Luna, were tamer Digimon, a class created with the blessings of powerful Digimon such as the Celestial Digimon, Seraphimon, Ophanimon, Cherubimon, and their kind. These beings ensured that tamer Digimon were inherently stronger, granting them potential for faster digivolution with the help of their tamers and the Digivice. The Digivice itself was no ordinary tool, it was a relic infused with blessings from legendary Digimon, making it a key part of their strength. Rika's gaze returned to Luna, who was silently waiting for her command. The bond between them wasn't one of sentimentality, it was one of purpose. Both understood the necessity of this mission. For Luna, it was a step toward growing stronger and fulfilling her role as Rika's partner. For Rika, it was a means to an end, ensuring that Luna reached her potential and kept them both ahead in this harsh, unforgiving world. She adjusted her stance, eyes narrowing on the distant form of Violet Electman, its 9 tails flicking playfully in the air. Despite its seemingly harmless appearance, Rika knew it was a killer at heart. "Let's finish this quickly, Luna," Rika said coldly, her voice devoid of emotion. Luna nodded, her demeanor as calm and focused as her tamer's. This wasn't just a mission, it was survival. And in the digital world, survival meant one thing: eliminate the weak or be eliminated. Rika's demeanor, her calculated ruthlessness and icy resolve, reminded Naruto of someone who had been both his greatest rival and his closest companion in his past life, Sasuke Uchiha. In this new world, Rika seemed to embody the same qualities that had once defined Sasuke: an obsession with strength, a relentless drive to achieve her goals, and an undeniable connection to the darker side of their shared existence. Naruto couldn't help but draw comparisons. If Sasuke had been born a girl, he often thought they might have ended up together. The bond they shared transcended words, a deep understanding that defied logic or labels. Sasuke had always been a part of him, an essential counterpart to his light. Naruto loved Sasuke more than anyone else outside of his family. The connection they shared was unique, something no one else could touch. Sasuke's loyalty, though often expressed in subtle or unconventional ways, was absolute. Sasuke knew him better than anyone else ever could, his fears, his dreams, his strengths, and his weaknesses. And in his own silent way, Sasuke always acted to shield Naruto from the weight of their shared burdens. During their journey together, Naruto had often struggled with the harsh realities of their duties as shinobi. He couldn't bring himself to act on the darker, grittier necessities of their missions. It had been Sasuke who bore those shadows, who accepted the blood on his hands to ensure Naruto's ideals remained untainted. It wasn't one-sided, either. Naruto had risked everything for Sasuke, his reputation, his safety, even his life. And after the war, Sasuke had done more than enough to repay that love, standing by Naruto in ways that spoke louder than any words ever could. Naruto smiled wistfully at the memory. There were moments when he had teased Sasuke about their bond, joking that it was deeper than friendship, perhaps even closer than love. Sasuke had never denied it. Watching Rika now, her composed exterior and unflinching resolve, Naruto saw shades of Sasuke. She was the darkness to his light, the pragmatist to his idealist. And just like Sasuke, Rika's strength and obsession made her both terrifying and admirable. It was a strange comfort, knowing that even in this new world, there were people who reminded him of those he had once held dear. 38, Chapter 38. Luna had proven herself to be a truly exceptional combat species in the past few days. Among the group, her raw talent and efficiency set her apart. While others, like Tesla, needed to evolve to reach their potential, Luna was already a polished warrior, equipped with natural skill and discipline that outshone the rest. She stood clad in her silver armor, her body radiating confidence as she faced the enemy. Her sharp, golden eyes locked onto the violet Elekman. With no hesitation, Luna drew on her inner energy, enhancing her speed and strength, and layered the battlefield with an illusion. This illusion, crafted from pheromones, gave her the edge of unpredictability. The Elekman, meanwhile, wasn't new to battles. It had met Tamers before, even weak ones, and knew the value of humans. Eating a Tamer along with their Digivice was a shortcut to evolution, a secret every wild Digimon knew. To him, this encounter seemed like a golden opportunity. But he didn't know the arena was a controlled space, and Luna wasn't just any Renamon. As Elekman released electricity in a defensive stance, Luna didn't waste any time. She vanished from her position in a blur, faster than his eyes could track. In an instant, she reappeared mid-air, shurikens flying from her hands. Unlike ordinary Renamon, who relied on leaves for their attacks, Luna wielded actual weapons imbued with her energy. The storm of shurikens, glowing faintly with power, rained down like petals in a diamond storm, creating a spectacle of deceptive beauty. Elekman snarled, unsure whether to trust his eyes, but the metallic scent in the air told him these were no illusions. He rolled to the side, firing lightning darts to cover his escape. Luna responded with unmatched precision, using the grappler on her arm to swing to safety. She retaliated by throwing a kunao infused with her ghostly energy. Elekman yelped as it struck him squarely in the rear. The pain sent him into a frenzy, and he began to scream and beg for mercy, his violent and cruel nature exposed for the cowardice beneath it. But Luna was unrelenting. Neither she nor Rika was swayed by the pitiful cries. Both were accustomed to such scenes, Rika from her family's rigorous training, and Luna from her own combat instincts. Mercy had no place in a battle like this. With a burst of speed, Luna closed the distance. Her hand, shrouded in ethereal blue flames, struck Elekman under the chin in an upward punch, launching him into the air. As he flailed, Luna's tail lashed out with deadly precision, piercing his neck in one swift motion. Before the Elekman could even hit the ground, Luna followed up with her short sword, driving it straight through his chest and pinning him to the earth. The battle ended as quickly as it had begun. Elekman had been formidable in his own right, but against Luna's efficiency and skill, he was little more than an annoyance. With the enemy defeated, Luna absorbed the data from his disintegrating body. Her expression remained as calm and detached as ever. "I am done, master. Was it satisfactory?" Luna asked, turning toward Rika as if the battle had been nothing more than a chore. Her voice was steady, and her steps graceful as she approached. "It was good enough, but next time, don't waste time on weaklings like that. Kick them from the start and go straight for the power paw." It took more steps than necessary because you used Diamond Storm in response to his defense instead of finishing him outright, Rika said as she got up from her seated position. Her tone was calm but firm, and a small smile tugged at her lips. Despite her fondness for Luna, she was a strict tamer, quick to point out faults whenever she saw them. Luna nodded in understanding, her expression calm and unbothered by the critique. This was the dynamic she was used to. Rika's straightforward, disciplined nature perfectly complemented Luna's own personality. "Understood, master. I will do better next time," Luna replied with a bow of her head, her voice devoid of emotion but resolute. "Good. Rika pushed her shades up, spinning them once before clipping them to her shirt. Let's move. We'll probably need to check on the boys. I doubt they've come out of this unscathed. A smirk played across her face as she imagined the aftermath of the tests. Why would they be crying? Luna asked, her tone as neutral as ever as she followed behind Rika. Because they're soft-hearted. They'll associate the targets with something familiar, friends, family, whatever, and it'll mess with their heads. That's just how they are. I see. That is an illogical choice, Luna stated matter-of-factly, her steps precise and graceful as she trailed after Rika. As they walked, the battle they'd left behind played out exactly as Young had expected. She hadn't chosen a stronger opponent for Rika and Luna because this wasn't really about testing their combat ability, it was a character test. Rika and Luna passed without a hitch, as Young had anticipated. Their performance solidified their position as adventurers, their mental fortitude and ruthless efficiency proving they could handle the demands of the job. Takato, on the other hand, was placed on hold. His combat abilities weren't in question, but his emotional state was fragile after his encounter. Young wanted to observe him further to ensure he could adapt and recover. Naruto was approved without issue. His natural resilience and the speed at which his partner returned to normal reassured Young of his readiness. Finally, Henry was also placed on hold, though not because of himself. The hesitation and inexperience of his partner, Tesla, raised questions about their preparedness. Henry and Tesla stepped onto the battlefield with calm, steady expressions, masking the nerves they both felt. Henry had initially offered to carry Tesla, but the small Digimon refused. Despite his unevolved state, Tesla had his pride and didn't want to be carried like a child, especially not in the middle of a battlefield. As they crossed the threshold, an intense chill hit them, catching both of them off guard. The sudden drop in temperature, paired with the harsh wind, caused an involuntary shiver to run through their bodies before their armor automatically kicked in to regulate their temperature. They had entered one of the digital world's cold regions, an unforgiving terrain of solid ice hidden beneath layers of snow. The air was sharp, biting at their faces as gusts of wind flung snow into their eyes. The temperature plummeted to a brutal -70°C, an environment that could kill most creatures unprepared for such extremes. Henry took a deep breath and surveyed the area. There were no visible landmarks, making it impossible to determine if this was a real region or just a simulation crafted by Young. Either way, it didn't matter. The task remained the same. The ice beneath their feet was slick and treacherous, and the snowdrifts obscured their vision. Walking became a struggle, and they were forced to proceed carefully to avoid slipping. The howling wind didn't make things any easier, constantly throwing snow into their path. Henry activated his Digivis, switching it to heat vision. The stark contrast between the icy environment and the heat signatures allowed him to navigate better. Tesla followed suit, using his own abilities to scan their surroundings. "This place is dangerous," Henry muttered, his voice muffled by the biting wind. He couldn't help but curse Young silently for placing them in such harsh conditions, but at the same time, he understood the purpose. Tesla nodded. "We never trained in anything like this. This is my fault for not preparing us." "It's no one's fault. The digital world is unpredictable. Even areas known for their mild weather can change in an instant because of battles or glitches in the system." Henry's voice was steady, reassuring. He didn't want Tesla to blame himself. Both of them trudged forward, their eyes scanning the white void ahead. Then, amidst the relentless snowstorm, their heat vision picked up movement. A figure stood in the distance, its body radiating warmth against the frozen backdrop. Their opponent had appeared. It was a Frigimon, a champion-level Digimon known for its gentle nature in most circumstances. However, this one seemed different. Its glowing red eyes and the ominous aura it exuded suggested a corruption in its data. This wasn't the usual friendly Frigimon that helped travelers in cold regions. The massive snowman-like Digimon stood tall, its white body blending perfectly with the snowy surroundings except for its darkened, cracked patches of ice that hinted at its corrupted state. It raised a hand, forming an icy projectile that shimmered dangerously in the light. Henry tightened his grip on the Digivis, and Tesla stepped forward, his expression serious. "This isn't going to be easy," Henry said, his breath visible in the frigid air. Tesla glanced back at him, determination blazing in his eyes. "We'll handle it together." The battle was about to begin, and both Tamer and Digimon knew they would need to adapt quickly to survive this unforgiving environment and their powerful foe. 39, Chapter 39. As Henry and Tesla approached, they realized the Frigimon was not their real opponent. A sudden movement caught their attention, and their heat vision picked up a smaller but equally menacing figure hiding behind a snowbank. Emerging from the snow, the true enemy revealed itself, a Black Gabumon. Black Gabumon stood with a sinister confidence, its black pelt adorned with eerie white markings that seemed almost alive in the storm. Its yellow belly bore strange white symbols, and a sharp black horn jutted from its head. Its brown eyes glinted with malice, and even amidst the freezing environment, its presence radiated a chilling, predatory aura. Unlike its normal counterpart, Black Gabumon's reputation was one of cruelty. This wasn't just a battle, it was a fight against a Digimon that enjoyed the suffering of others. Its reputation in the cold regions preceded it, known for tormenting weaker Digimon and forcing them into horrifying choices, such as betraying their tamers to survive. In these cold regions it was one of the strongest rookie Digimon, and a normal Gabumon would lose against it most of the time in the wild because of its ferocity. One of its special moves was to slightly remove its mask and terrorize other beings. If someone wasn't used to disgusting things, they would be paralyzed by the sight. The foe's level was 20. Henry observed Tesla's nervous but determined demeanor with a calm, unwavering expression. He knew his composure was essential. Any sign of weakness or hesitation from him could seep into his partner and amplify Tesla's already evident anxiety. His responsibility as a tamer wasn't just strategy, it was being the anchor that Tesla could draw strength from. The cold wind howled as Henry's boots crunched against the icy ground. The bitter chill pricked at his exposed skin, but he ignored it. His focus remained entirely on Tesla, the small, armored figure at his side. Tesla, though tiny and seemingly fragile compared to his opponent, carried himself with as much courage as he could muster. The silver and green armor encasing his body shone faintly against the snow, its design both functional and reflective of the advanced technological bond he shared with Henry. His small Gatling guns gleamed under the overcast light, and the bombs strapped to his back rattled softly as he adjusted his stance. The terrain was an immediate disadvantage. The snow was thick, uneven, and unyielding. Every step Tesla took felt heavier under the weight of his armor, and he could feel the energy it drained from him with every passing moment. His solution was ingenious. Using his interface to adjust the armor's configuration, he activated a ski-walking mechanism that allowed him to glide over the snow rather than sink into it. Henry watched the adjustment with approval. "Good thinking," he muttered, more to himself than to Tesla. "I'm ready," Tesla said, his voice trembling but resolute. Henry knelt down slightly, his hand resting firmly on Tesla's back in a gesture of reassurance. The cold steel of the armor felt frigid against his palm, but the warmth radiating from Tesla's nervous energy was palpable. "Relax," Henry said gently, his tone steady but commanding. "It's just a weak Digimon. Don't let its appearance or behavior get in your head. Remember, this isn't just about strength, it's about knowing when to strike and when to adapt. You've got this. Don't overthink it, and don't try to connect with it. He's not someone you can reason with's a virus in the system. You're here to delete him." Tesla's ears twitched, his wide, adorable eyes narrowing as he tried to process the advice. The term delete echoed in his mind, making him uneasy. Images flashed in his imagination, blood, screams, data fragments scattering like a shattered hologram. He gulped, shaking his head vigorously to dispel the horrifying thoughts. Henry noticed the shift in Tesla's demeanor and regretted his choice of words. He wanted to say something to reassure him but held back, deciding Tesla needed to find his footing on his own. Suddenly, Tesla let out a small but fierce cry, snapping himself out of his spiraling thoughts. "To victory and beyond!" he shouted, his tiny but determined voice carrying surprisingly far across the snowy expanse. The shout seemed to ignite something in Tesla. He surged forward, the ski-like adjustments to his armor allowing him to glide smoothly over the snow. His opponent, Black Gabumon, had been observing quietly from a distance, but now it began to move. Black Gabumon sneered as Tesla dashed toward him. He could smell the nervous energy radiating off the small Digimon, and his laughter echoed through the frozen landscape. "Ha! A little bunny comes hopping right onto my plate," Black Gabumon sneered, baring his sharp teeth. The icy wind swirled around him, but the cold didn't faze him. This was his domain, and he thrived in it. His sharp claws flexed, and his dark pelt rippled as he prepared to make his move. As Tesla's boosters carried him forward, Black Gabumon's sharp gaze caught sight of Henry in the distance. His grin widened. "Oh, a tamer. This just keeps getting better. A weak Digimon and a weak human. This'll be fun." With a sudden burst of speed, Black Gabumon activated his ice dash ability. The snow beneath his feet hardened to ice, allowing him to glide effortlessly toward Tesla like a missile. Tesla, seeing the rapidly approaching foe, immediately shifted into action. Bullet storm. Tesla locked onto Black Gabumon and opened fire with his twin Gatling guns. Bright, rapid bursts of energy bullets shot toward his opponent as Tesla moved laterally, trying to avoid a head-on collision. Black Gabumon, however, was quick on his feet. He zigzagged across the icy terrain, dodging the bullets with practiced ease, and retaliated with a volley of blue flame balls. The glowing orbs of fire shot through the air, leaving trails of heat in their wake. Tesla stopped firing and calculated his next move. The flames were heading straight for him, but rather than avoid them, he decided to plow through. Activating his boosters to maximum, Tesla surged forward, his small armored body crashing through the flames. The heat licked at his armor, but he pushed through, his determination unwavering. Black Gabumon's eyes widened in surprise as Tesla emerged from the flames unscathed. "What?" Tesla didn't hesitate. As Black Gabumon prepared to strike with his flaming horn, Tesla used his sharp, armored ear as a deflective weapon. The spiky edge collided with the horn, causing sparks to fly. Bunny blast. Tesla released a powerful blast of heated air directly into Black Gabumon's face at point-blank range. The impact forced Black Gabumon back, his screeches of pain echoing as the searing heat burned his face and disoriented him. Tesla didn't waste the opportunity. He immediately followed up with another round of bullet storm, unloading his entire clip into Blackgabuman. The bullets struck home, shredding the dark fur and tearing into flesh. Blood sprayed across the snow, staining the pristine white landscape crimson. Blackgabuman howled as the barrage blinded him, taking out his eyes. The enemy staggered, his once mocking demeanor replaced by enraged desperation. As he charged up another blue flame ball, Tesla hesitated. The sight of Blackgabuman writhing in pain triggered something in the small Digimon. For a moment, he froze, the thought of inflicting more harm weighing on his kind heart. The hesitation cost him. Blackgabuman launched the flame ball, striking Tesla squarely. The impact sent him flying backward, the armor absorbing most of the damage but leaving him winded and stunned. Tesla hit the ground hard, sliding across the icy surface. Blackgabuman roared, seizing the chance to finish the fight. With his horn blazing, he charged at Tesla, intent on skewering him. As Tesla lay dazed, Henry's words from earlier echoed in his mind. "I trust you, Tesla. To me, your family." Those words reignited Tesla's spirit. He pushed himself up, his eyes narrowing with resolve. "For Henry." He cried out, shaking off his hesitation. Terrier tornado. Tesla spun into a fierce cyclone, the sharp edges of his ears glowing as he launched himself at the incoming Blackgabuman. The rotation allowed him to narrowly evade the horn strike, and his blade ears sliced into Blackgabuman's throat with deadly precision. Tesla didn't stop there. He continued spinning, tearing into Blackgabuman with every rotation. The enemy's roars turned to gurgles as blood sprayed in all directions. By the time Tesla stopped, Blackgabuman lay in a mangled heap, his body shredded and lifeless. Tesla stumbled as he landed, his movements uneven. The adrenaline was fading, and he felt the weight of what he had just done. "Tesla, don't look!" Henry shouted, running toward him. But it was too late. Tesla's wide eyes took in the gruesome scene: the torn flesh, the blood-soaked snow, and the lifeless body of his opponent. The sight was too much for the gentle-hearted Digimon. His knees buckled, and he collapsed unconscious into Henry's arms. Henry caught Tesla just before he hit the icy ground, cradling the small Digimon in his arms. His breath came out in heavy puffs, but his focus remained solely on his partner. Tesla's tiny body trembled, his face pale even beneath his silver and green armor. Henry felt his heart sink. He had been dreading this moment. Tesla's battles often ended in blood and gore, something the gentle Digimon was never equipped to handle emotionally. Despite his determination to become stronger, Tesla's kind and soft-hearted nature clashed with the brutal realities of combat. Henry had always known this, but he had been too afraid to confront it. He should have prepared Tesla better, but deep down, he had been hesitant to force his partner to face the uglier sides of their journey. "It's not your fault, Tesla," Henry whispered, his voice heavy with guilt. He gently brushed some snow off Tesla's armor. "You're not meant for this, but I should have made you ready. I should have stepped in when you hesitated." He looked down at Tesla's small, unconscious form. Even in sleep, Tesla's body shook as if reliving the horror of the battle. Henry's grip tightened protectively. He had pushed Tesla into this fight, thinking it was necessary for growth, but now he wondered if he had made the wrong choice. In the wild, Terriermon species like Tesla were known to follow stronger, kinder Digimon for protection. They were naturally inclined toward peace, only fighting when absolutely necessary. Tesla had grown stronger through training, but Henry realized now that strength wasn't enough. He hadn't prepared Tesla to face the emotional aftermath of battle, especially against a foe as cruel and sadistic as Blackgabuman. "Maybe I should have stepped down," Henry muttered to himself, the words bitter on his tongue. He thought about Naruto, who had supported him without pushing, leaving the choice entirely to Henry. And Henry had chosen to keep up with his team and prove himself. But was that choice fair to Tesla? Henry's chest ached as he looked at his partner, still shaking in his sleep. "I'm sorry, Tesla. I promised to protect you, but I let you face this alone. I won't let it happen again." The blood-soaked battlefield was behind them now, but its memory lingered. As Henry carried Tesla away, his Digivis beeped softly. The data left behind by Blackgabuman had been absorbed and transferred to Tesla. The Digivis glowed faintly, feeding the energy into Tesla's unconscious body. The process was automatic, but Henry felt no satisfaction in the victory. "Don't worry, Tesla," Henry whispered as they moved through the snow. "It's just a bad dream. Don't let it haunt you. We'll face the next challenge together, and I'll make sure you're ready for it." He held Tesla closer, shielding him from the cold wind as they returned to the base. The battle had been won, but the cost was heavier than Henry had anticipated. Tesla's performance had been enough to pass the trial, but his decision was postponed. Henry needed to prove that Tesla was emotionally ready for the dangers of the digital world. If he failed to do so, Tesla wouldn't be allowed to accompany the team on their journey. Henry wasn't disappointed in Tesla, he was disappointed in himself. He had let his partner down, and the pain of that failure cut deeper than any wound. As he trudged through the snow, Henry silently vowed to do better. For Tesla's sake, he would become the partner his Digimon deserved. Chapter 40. The group emerged from the testing room, the air heavy with an unspoken weight. Henry carried his unconscious partner, Tesla, his face set in a stoic expression that barely masked his inner turmoil. Takato and Arthur followed behind in silence, their usual enthusiasm drained. Arthur, usually a bundle of energy, walked with his head low, his tail dragging slightly against the floor. Henry broke the silence first, his tone calm and measured but laced with regret. "Naruto, I'm sorry. I might not come along this week." He avoided excuses, owning his decision and acknowledging his responsibility. He had given false hope not just to Naruto but also to himself, and now he had to face the consequences. Takato glanced at Arthur, guilt flashing across his face as the harrowing image of the battlefield replayed in his mind. The grotesque aftermath of the fight haunted him, a stark reminder of what they had been thrust into. He wanted to apologize too, to admit that he wasn't ready, but the words caught in his throat. Instead, he sank into a nearby sofa, his head lowered as Arthur climbed up beside him. The small Digimon leaned against Takato, seeking comfort but also offering silent support. Rika observed the group, her arms crossed as she leaned against the wall. She had expected the boys to struggle with the emotional weight of the test, but the extent of their reaction surprised even her. She glanced at Luna, who stood beside her with a perplexed expression. Why is Tesla out of it when he has no visible injuries? And why is Arthur acting like he's defeated? Luna asked, her voice curious but tinged with confusion. As a highly combat-oriented Digimon, Arthur's despondency seemed illogical to her. Rika sighed, realizing that Luna, for all her logic, didn't understand the deeper connection between Tamers and their Digimon. It's not just about the battles, Luna. The Tamers' emotions affect their partners. Takato's guilt and hesitation are weighing on Arthur, just like Henry's pain is affecting Tesla. Luna tilted her head, processing the explanation, but remained silent. Naruto stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the group. He saw their pain, their self-doubt, and the weight they carried. But he also saw their potential. He had no regrets about his decision to include them in the trial, knowing it would push them beyond their limits. Still, he understood the importance of addressing their emotions. "You guys don't have to apologize," Naruto said, his voice steady and reassuring. "What we're doing isn't normal, so challenges like this are expected. If anything, I should apologize for not stopping you from going through with it, but I don't regret my decision." He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. "I trust you, and I trust your partners. This will help you grow faster. You're not like everyone else, you don't need months to adjust. But I'm not going to pressure you. If you need time, take it. Spend it with your partners, work through what you're feeling. This reaction is normal, and it will pass with time." Naruto's gaze shifted between Henry and Takato, his confidence in them unwavering. "You'll be fine. I'll always be here to help when you need me. And remember, taking a step back isn't failure, it's part of the process. Just don't let it stop you from moving forward." Naruto looked at the boys, his gaze steady and filled with trust. He could see the struggle etched into their faces, but he didn't doubt their ability to overcome it. The silence in the room was heavy, but Naruto's words carried a warmth that cut through the tension. He glanced at Henry, who held Tesla protectively in his arms, and then at Takato, who was still seated with Arthur resting beside him. "If you need time, take it. Spend it with your partners, figure out what's weighing on you, and face it head on. Growth comes from moments like these. But I'm not going to pressure you. If you're not ready to leave this week, that's fine. Rika and I will move ahead, and you can meet us when you're ready." Naruto's words weren't meant to coddle them, but to remind them that their struggles were a natural part of the process. There's no shame in stepping back to regroup. It's not failure, it's preparation. And when you're ready, I'll be here, just like always. Whether it takes a week, a month, or longer, it doesn't matter. You'll get there in your own time. Takato hugged Arthur's head tightly, his voice barely above a whisper as he finally voiced his inner turmoil. "Is it normal to feel bad? I feel disgusted by what happened, even though he was evil and wanted to kill me." Arthur made a soft growl, nuzzling into Takato's embrace, as if trying to comfort his partner. Takato's words hung in the air, heavy with uncertainty and guilt. He really didn't want to speak about it, but all of them were his friends. He needed to let them know and get their opinion, maybe it would help. He especially wanted to hear from Naruto. He was the person that made him walk confidently till now. Yang sat at the table as she got the results. She had watched all the battles, the result of the battle was expected but the rest was unknown before it took place. Rika acted like she expected. Naruto was calm like always and took out Azure's problem instantly as well. It was directly related to the fact that Ken Lemon were weak on the emotional scale and the personality was based on Naruto, so the reaction wasn't bad. Takato and Arthur's reaction was expected as the boy was very pure while Arthur was a Gilman. The Digimon required more time before going into battle. It had a tendency to go wild. Henry was impressive but his partner was the gentle type, so he was also put on hold. Now 2 of the teammates had to prove themselves worthy in 2 days or they will need to go through another test next week. In these situations she didn't have experience but Yang would have tried, but Naruto handled it and she watched over them to see if her help was required. Just like usual, she got the impression that his back was very wide and he looked like an experienced leader. Naruto leaned forward, his calm demeanor unshaken as he prepared to address the question with care. "It is normal, Takato," he began, his tone warm and understanding. "People can talk all day about how they'd handle a situation, but when it actually happens, it's completely different. Feeling bad means you're human. You're not supposed to be okay with something like this right away. That's why most people take weeks, even months, before they're ready for what you just went through. Naruto paused, glancing at Takato and Arthur with an encouraging look. Digimon aren't just data. They think, feel, and act like living beings. You saw that firsthand, and it's only natural that it got to you. You're a kind person, Takato thoughts why this bothers you. And you know what? That kindness isn't a weakness. It's a strength. It means you care, and that's what makes you a great partner to Arthur. Takato looked up at Naruto, a flicker of relief in his eyes. But will it always feel this way? Naruto shook his head gently. No, it won't. Over time, you'll adjust. You'll learn to accept what has to be done, but you'll also learn to keep that part of you that feels. That's important, too. Losing it completely can lead to other problems. The only time someone doesn't feel bad is if they've been trained for it their whole life or if they have direct hatred fueling them. You're not like that, and you don't need to be. What you're feeling now, it's part of the process. He turned his gaze to Yang, who had been quietly observing from the side. Yang, what's your advice on handling Arthur's instincts? Yang blinked, briefly caught off guard by the question, but quickly gathered her thoughts. Arthur's issue is rooted in his instincts. Gilman is a hunter and predator by nature, so this reaction isn't surprising. He just needs experience and proper guidance to learn how to control those instincts. I'd suggest taking him to a region where he can hunt smaller data creatures. It'll give him a safe environment to work through those instincts and understand them better. His reaction this time was excessive because it was his first real battle. Naruto nodded approvingly at her suggestion before turning back to Takato. See, this isn't something you messed up, Takato. You were excited and overlooked a few things. It happens. But now, you've got a plan to make it better. And honestly, Arthur did well, and so did you. I don't see any bite marks on you, so that's a win. He stepped closer, resting his hand on Takato's and Arthur's heads. This is all part of growing, for both of you. Arthur's instincts are natural, and with some training, you'll both learn how to manage them. Don't be too hard on yourself, okay? You're already doing great. Takato's grip on Arthur loosened slightly as a small, tentative smile crossed his face. Arthur let out a low, happy growl, sensing the shift in Takato's mood. Naruto couldn't help but reflect on the events leading up to this moment as he watched the group interact. In hindsight, much of the current situation could have been avoided except for Tesla's breakdown. But even then, Naruto had been too preoccupied with the bigger picture to notice the smaller details that could have made a difference. He had placed his faith in Takato, believing the young Tamer would handle things on his own. However, Takato's lack of understanding about instincts and the grim reality of battles had created a blind spot, one that now needed to be addressed. Henry, cradling Tesla in his arms, stepped forward to support his friend. Even I had a weak stomach the first time I saw something like this, Henry admitted, his tone calm and reassuring. It's normal, Takato. Don't beat yourself up over it. Tesla needed his care, but for now, the small Digimon was fast asleep. That gave Henry the space to focus on his best friend. He understood Takato's personality well enough to know that carefully chosen words could pull him out of this emotional rut. Rika, never one to miss an opportunity to needle her friends, chimed in with her own brand of encouragement. You're such a sissy, Takato, she said, arms crossed but her voice lacking its usual harshness. But you know what? It's normal to feel like crap after something like this. Just be glad you didn't laugh like a maniac, otherwise, we'd have to lock you up with Hisoka. Her comment was sharp, but there was a trace of genuine concern beneath the jab. Takato kept his gaze on the floor, processing their words. Naruto's hand rested gently on his head, sending a calming wave of energy through him. It cleared his mind, allowing him to think more rationally. For the past few hours, his thoughts had been clouded by negativity, each one spiraling into another. He had convinced himself that his failure in the test meant he was worthless, a liability to his friends. But now, with the weight of their support and Naruto's steady presence, he realized just how irrational he had been. He wasn't weak. He wasn't a failure. He was a tamer facing an exceptional challenge, one with a high chance of stumbling along the way. His arrogance and excitement had led him to overlook key details, but that didn't mean he was incapable. It just meant he had more to learn. Taking a deep breath, Takato turned his attention to Arthur, his loyal partner. Arthur, he said softly, meeting the Digimon's gaze, did you understand? We're not weak. We were just stupid. Arthur blinked at him, his expression curious. Through their bond, Takato could feel the remnants of Arthur's negative emotions fading as his own confidence returned. We were stupid, Takato-man. Arthur asked, tilting his head. Takato nodded with a small smile. Yeah, we got so caught up in training that we forgot to prepare for the test. We didn't ask for help when we should have. Arthur's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Takato-man, that makes you stupid. The blunt statement made Takato laugh, the sound startling after so much tension. Naruto chuckled as well, his own laughter breaking the somber atmosphere. He's not wrong, Takato, Naruto teased, a grin spreading across his face. Don't try to put it all on innocent Arthur. This one's on you. Their laughter was infectious, and soon, even Rika and Henry joined in. The room, which had been weighed down by despair and guilt, now felt lighter, as if a collective burden had been lifted. Thanks, guys, Takato said once the laughter had subsided. I feel a lot better now. but I'll need some time before I'm ready to celebrate. Rika smirked and gave his shoulder a hard squeeze, making him wince. Don't worry, nobody wants your depressed face ruining the party. We'll postpone it until we're in the digital world. So get your act together before I have to kick it into gear for you. Takato rubbed his shoulder and stepped back with Arthur, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. I'll keep that in mind, Miss Uzumaki, he said, slipping out of her reach before she could retaliate. Rika froze at the words, her eyes narrowing as a faint blush colored her cheeks. But by the time she turned to respond, Takato was already halfway to the door, Arthur trotting by his side. She let it slide, watching as her friend left the room. Takato was probably heading off to spend some quiet time with Arthur and reflect on everything that had happened. Maybe he'd call Yuri and share his thoughts with her too. Whatever he decided, Rika was confident he'd pull through. 41, Chapter 41. Naruto approached Henry with a gentle, yet direct, expression. What about you, Henry? He asked, his voice calm but carrying the weight of understanding. He could sense that something was still bothering his friend. As he walked closer, he sent a wave of golden chakra toward him, its soothing energy flowing through the air. Naruto could feel the unsettling tension around Henry. Though Tesla appeared to be resting more peacefully now, Henry's heart wasn't at ease. The empathic abilities Naruto had developed, enhanced by his chakra's natural resonance with hope and positivity, allowed him to perceive the emotional storm inside his young friend. It wasn't just Tesla's nightmares troubling Henry, there was something deeper in his thoughts, something weighing heavily on him. Henry, gently stroking Tesla's head as he lay in his arms, sighed before answering. I was just thinking of talking to him and maybe having Susie help out. Tesla's just a child and he needs emotional support to get over this traumatizing moment. His voice carried a tinge of sadness. He glanced down at his partner, relieved to see the Digimon sleeping more peacefully now, but there was still an underlying sense of guilt in Henry's eyes. I didn't expect him to react like that. I thought he was stronger. Yang, who had been quietly observing, stepped in with her usual sharp insight. Tesla's reaction was so severe because he saw Black Gabuman's real face. He's still so young, and that kind of shock hits hard. To help him, it's best to take him somewhere with a more natural setting, like a flower garden or a peaceful outdoor area. He may love technology, but nature is his true home. She paused for a moment, then added, You're too focused on the future, Henry. Tesla in the present needs comfort now, not more stimulation from artificial environments. You've been thinking about taking him to the lab, but that might not be what he needs right now. Henry blinked in realization as Yang's words sank in. He had been so absorbed in preparing Tesla for future challenges, he had failed to recognize the need for grounding him in the present. His partner, despite being so in tune with technology, was still a child with deep emotional needs that Henry had overlooked in his ambition to move forward. Well, Henry began, his tone softer now, that's a good plan. I'll bring Carrie along too. She's always good with helping others feel better, especially in nature. That should improve the chances. There was a hint of relief in his voice now, as if the weight of his earlier guilt had been lifted. Thanks, Yang. I'll make sure to handle it better from now on. The group fell into a comfortable silence for a moment as Henry stood up, carefully adjusting Tesla in his arms to make sure he was still comfortable. His thoughts felt clearer now, the fog of self-doubt dissipating with the support of his friends. Despite the mistakes he had made, he was determined to do right by Tesla. I'll take my leave now, Henry said with a grateful smile, his voice steadier. Thanks for the advice, everyone. I'll see you later. As he turned to leave, Naruto nodded in understanding, sending him a reassuring glance. Good luck, Henry. You're not alone in this. We're all here to help. Henry gave a small wave before leaving the room, feeling more at peace than when he had entered. The future was still uncertain, but he knew he wasn't walking it alone. Yang's voice broke the silence as she glanced at Naruto, uncertainty evident in her expression. Naruto, will you still continue? She asked, her words reflecting the unease she felt now that half of the team appeared to be struggling or unusable. She had been doing her best, but the challenge of managing such a diverse and emotionally complex group was weighing on her. Naruto, however, remained calm and confident. His gaze was steady as he met her eyes, the usual warmth in his smile reassuring. We will continue, and we will go together. Trust us, we'll get through this easily. We intend to go beyond everyone, so these small things cannot stop us. His words were firm, filled with determination. He looked at Yang, a genuine sense of gratitude in his eyes. Regardless, you've done an excellent job. I'm really impressed with your decisions and advice. You actually surprised me today with everything you handled. Yang felt a small flush of pride at Naruto's praise, but her response was humble. I was just doing my job, she replied softly, her hands clasped in front of her as she stood slightly apart from him. Despite her modesty, the compliment from someone like Naruto, who was known for his leadership and experience, meant a lot to her. Naruto smiled even more, his tone warm as he spoke. You did better than others, and you didn't show the wrong emotions. You're a good person and an excellent assistant. I really look forward to your assistance in the digital world. With that, he took her hand and pulled her into a hug, an action that was as familiar to him as breathing. Yang was momentarily startled, but then she relaxed into his embrace, the warmth and genuine gratitude from him soothing her. It felt nice to be held, and she couldn't help but appreciate the simple act of kindness. It wasn't just because of the situation, it was because Naruto had always been someone who gave his trust and affection freely to those who earned it. And Yang, in this moment, felt like she had earned that trust. Naruto's hug wasn't something that was meant to be romantic or overly emotional, but it was comforting all the same. It was just the way he was open, affectionate, and unguarded. They had spent more time together over the past week, joining group outings, talking, and working as a team. In that time, Naruto had become accustomed to showing affection, and it had been a way to help Rika, who was still learning to understand his touchy nature, adjust to his presence and the way he expressed himself. For Rika, the situation had been tricky at first. At the beginning, she would frown or even become defensive when Naruto showed affection to others, especially when it came to his hugs. However, over time, Rika had come to accept it. She understood that Naruto's kindness and physical affection weren't meant to be romantic gestures, it was just who he was. Rika had grown used to seeing him hug others, even if, at times, it still sparked a bit of jealousy. But this hug with Yang was different. It lingered longer than usual, and Rika's eyes narrowed slightly as she watched. The sight stirred a mix of emotions in her, and she found herself feeling a little uneasy. A cough from Rika broke the moment. "Naruto, please," Yang muttered, her voice tinged with embarrassment. She had completely forgotten about Rika's presence, lost in the moment. The blush on her cheeks deepened, and she quickly stepped back from Naruto. Naruto, noticing Rika's discomfort, grinned playfully and teasingly replied, "Oh, I thought you wanted more." With that, he let go of Yang and moved back to Rika's side, wrapping an arm around her shoulders to calm her. It was his usual way of diffusing any tension, though his teasing tone had a way of making the situation lighter. Relationships, whether friendships or something more, were never easy. They required effort from everyone involved. Naruto was well aware of the delicate balance that had to be maintained, especially when it came to the emotional needs of those around him. He knew that his gestures of affection, while innocent, could be misinterpreted, and that everyone had their own way of processing emotions. As she watched the two interact, Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of longing. For a moment, she had allowed herself to fantasize about something that could never be, an idea that would lead to nothing but disappointment. Rika was important to Naruto, and she was not the one who could fit into that space. She had to remind herself of the boundaries. Rika's family might never accept her, and even if they did, the consequences could be far worse than she could imagine. Rika's family might make her disappear. Yang's mind wandered, and the more she thought about it, the more she found herself caught in the whirlwind of rumors that had spread about Naruto. The world had become obsessed with his relationships, turning his personal life into a spectacle. What had once been something private had blown up into something that no one could ignore. Naruto's connection with Carrie, along with the four maids who were undeniably stronger than him and his Digimon, had sparked a firestorm. News outlets, social media, and even the streets were abuzz with the details of his life. People had labeled him all sorts of things. Some called him a lunatic, others a mad lad, while a darker faction labeled him a man whore and a pervert. It was clear that his relationships, especially with two women from powerful clans, were seen by many as brazen and scandalous. But amidst the backlash, there was a certain admiration as well. Many were impressed by his boldness and his confidence. He had managed to win the hearts of not just one, but several strong and influential women. That kind of attention was intoxicating, and it gave him a sort of power that many envied. Still, it wasn't all praise. There were those who felt slighted, who saw Naruto's actions as a personal affront to their idols or to their own ideals of what was proper. Jealousy ran rampant, and rumors about his exploits only fueled the fire. It was clear that some people saw Naruto's relationships as a challenge to their own desires or power, believing that by aligning themselves with him or enticing him, they could gain some of his power and influence. Yang found herself trapped in this cycle of thoughts, the rumors swirling in her mind. Maybe I could find a way in, she thought, briefly entertaining the possibility. But the rational part of her quickly shut it down. She hadn't even spoken to Naruto about his relationships, and here she was, already assuming things about him based on the public's perception. As much as she tried to reason with herself, it was hard not to wonder. The others were closer to him: Rika, Carrie, and his maids. They were already part of his life, and they were far more experienced than she was. She didn't have the same depth of connection with Naruto, at least not in the same way they did. She could feel her insecurities creeping up as she compared herself to the others. They were strong, capable, and confident qualities she admired, but one she felt she lacked. All of them are better than me, Young thought bitterly, her own self-doubt creeping in. She tried to silence the voice in her head that told her she wasn't enough, but it was hard when the comparison seemed so obvious. It's better to look at my level before looking at the stars and making a fool out of myself. Her thoughts faltered, and she sighed, trying to shake off the feeling of inadequacy. She had to remind herself that Naruto had never asked for any of this to become public knowledge. He hadn't orchestrated the rumors, and he certainly hadn't used his relationships to manipulate or control anyone. Young knew that the gossip, the labels, and the assumptions weren't her reality, they were just the world's view of things. And right now, she needed to focus on what was real and what she could control. What mattered was her role in the team and the work she was doing. She couldn't afford to let herself be distracted by the whims of the outside world, especially when it came to something as delicate as her feelings toward Naruto. For now, she would keep her thoughts to herself and focus on being the best assistant she could be. The future was still uncertain, and there was much work to be done. As much as her mind wandered, she knew that dwelling on such things would only hinder her progress. She had to stay grounded, and for now, that meant ignoring the noise of the rumors and focusing on the task at hand. 42, Chapter 42. As Naruto and Rika exited the room, finishing up with their discussions with Yusuk Young, they were met by the alluring presence of Kim Mi-young. The moment she appeared, it was as if the atmosphere shifted. Mi-young stood before them, as graceful and captivating as ever. Her beauty was undeniable, a stark contrast to the younger women Naruto was surrounded by. Mi-young exuded a sophisticated charm, her long black hair flowing like silk, her piercing purple eyes glimmering with depth and intellect. The formal dress she wore was elegant, hugging her mature, well-formed figure, radiating both strength and allure. Naruto couldn't help but notice the way people spoke of her, often with crude, lewd comments. Words like "thissy as oatmeal" and "step on me" filled the air when people talked about her, and the world, as it seemed, was filled with unique and sometimes perverted desires. In a place where appearances could be altered with ease and at little cost, physical attractiveness had become a norm. Everyone looked their best, often without much effort. Models, now seen as high-standing individuals, weren't defined solely by their looks. Yet, Mi-young stood out in a different way. She wasn't just a pretty face, she was a powerful, ambitious woman who had fought hard to get to her current position. Naruto had always admired her determination, even if her history had a shadow of bitterness. She had worked relentlessly, only to be passed over for a higher position due to Mitsuo's superior Digimon. It wasn't a secret that she harbored resentment toward him for it, but Mi-young carried herself with professionalism, never letting her personal feelings spill into her work. However, Naruto had picked up on the underlying tension. Her carefully hidden bitterness over her professional setback was palpable, even though she never allowed it to affect her interactions directly. "Mr. Uzumaki, Miss Rika, it is nice to meet you. Hope everything was up to your standards." Mi-young greeted them courteously as she walked up to them. Standing in front of Naruto and Rika, people could clearly see that she was tall. Naruto was 1.9 meters and she stood equal to him, making Rika look small. Looking at her charm, Rika did feel jealous and wanted to grow up faster. It was the problem that came from having a guy that acted older and seemed to prefer older women. Naruto greeted her with a warm smile, shaking her hand firmly. "Good morning, Miss Kim. Young did an excellent job, and we are extremely satisfied." His praise was genuine. Young had proven herself capable, and Naruto appreciated the effort Mi-young had put into supporting her team. Mi-young smiled politely, but her eyes softened when she mentioned her daughter, Hyomina. "That's good to hear. I will see to it that Miss Young is rewarded for her work. It may be a little personal, but I hope my daughter hasn't been a nuisance." Rika, standing off to the side, couldn't help but observe Mi-young's every movement, feeling an uncomfortable twist in her stomach. Mi-young's towering height made Rika feel small by comparison, her presence overwhelming in the way it always seemed to captivate Naruto. There was something about Mi-young's allure, something that made Rika's jealousy flare. Perhaps it was the way Naruto's gaze lingered on her just a moment longer than usual. The nagging thought in Rika's mind made her uneasy, but she brushed it off quickly. It was all in her head, right? Naruto, ever the diplomat, responded with a reassuring smile. "You don't have to be so formal, Miss Kim. Hyomina is a nice girl. She has never been a problem, and Rias always enjoys her presence. You've taught her well, so please have some confidence in your daughter." It was clear to Rika that Naruto had been well informed about the dynamics between Mi-young and her daughter, Hyomina. After all, Rias was attached to him, and the young girl was a close friend of hers. It made sense that Naruto would know about any tensions between Mi-young and Hyomina, even if he never directly brought them up. Mi-young seemed relieved at his words, her shoulders relaxing. "Thank you for your kind words. I'm happy that Hyomina has good friends." She smiled softly, a hint of pride and gratitude in her expression. It was a rare moment of vulnerability for Mi-young, and Rika couldn't help but soften her own stance, seeing a side of the woman she hadn't considered before. Yet, her mind quickly returned to her earlier thoughts, especially when Mi-young shifted her focus back to Naruto. Rika, growing increasingly impatient with the pleasantries, felt the need to bring the conversation back to business. "Miss Kim, I believe you have some work," she interjected, her tone somewhat blunt. She couldn't stand the drawn-out, formal exchanges between adults. It felt like a waste of time to her, and it didn't help that she couldn't shake the feeling that Mi-young's gaze on Naruto wasn't entirely innocent. Rika, on the other hand, wasn't quite as accommodating. She still felt a twinge of unease when she looked at Mi-young, her mind playing tricks on her. The woman was beautiful, professional, and charismatic, all qualities that could easily turn someone's head. Rika had seen how other people looked at Naruto, how the rumors and whispers had started to circulate. And while she trusted Naruto, it didn't stop her from feeling that strange insecurity when faced with someone as captivating as Mi-young. Mi-young's voice was calm and collected as she addressed Rika, though her eyes lingered with a subtle glint of interest. "My apologies for taking your time, Miss Rika. I came to inform you that a company has shown interest in sponsoring you. It is a well-known brand and would be very rewarding. We would definitely recommend it for any tamer. Would you like to meet them in person or just get their proposal? Her words were professional, but underneath the surface, there was an underlying sense of calculation. She was aware of Rika's youthful impatience, the way she held herself, and the way she might have been thinking about her relationship with Naruto. But to Mi-young, Rika was just a kid, someone who hadn't yet begun to truly understand the weight of the world she was about to step into. Naruto, however, was an entirely different matter. Mi-young never made the mistake of underestimating him. He had an air of experience about him that few others did. She had quickly learned after their first encounter that Naruto was not someone she could easily manipulate or play games with. There was something about him and aura that made her both wary and intrigued. She could see through his eyes that he was more perceptive than anyone she had ever met, yet she still enjoyed trying to outwit him. Her thoughts drifted toward him now, as she discreetly sized him up in the corner of her mind. She had been aware of Naruto long before the scandalous news about his harem decision had spread. His accomplishments and power were well known, but it was more than the embodied qualities that Mi-young found irresistible. He was strong, driven, and ambitious, someone who could not only help her advance her career but could also be a valuable partner in her personal life. Naruto's harem situation was not a deterrent for her. If anything, it only intrigued her more. She knew that polygamy had become somewhat normalized in recent times due to the need for powerful warriors to produce strong offspring. It wasn't ideal, but it was necessary. Humanity's evolving needs required sacrifices, and she was prepared to make those sacrifices if it meant her future would be assured. Mi-young's own background was humbler than most people realized. She had built her wealth on her own merit, despite having a wealthy husband. She didn't rely on his fortune. Instead, she leveraged his reputation to climb higher in the world, a source of personal pride. She had worked hard for her success, but the reality of the world was that power and influence often came through alliances, partnerships, and strategic moves. She knew this all too well, and the opportunities that Naruto presented were not ones to be passed by. She knew about the complicated biology of the times, the way female tamers, mutants, and new types could not have children with normal humans. It was a fact she had become accustomed to, understanding the implications it had for the future of humanity. The same applied to male tamers and Digimon, the impossibility of natural reproduction with such powerful beings. In the case of the female, the normal seed wasn't powerful enough for the process. For the male, he was either too strong and would kill the partner or his child would end up killing his partner. This was the same case about having sex with Digimon. Female humanoid Digimon were too strong for any human to have children with them. The only Digimon any human could have sex would have to be a rookie, and that was highly frowned upon and disgusting. Only new types could have some chance since they could reach the level of a champion Digimon, but even that was rare. Male Digimon would have the same problem as mutants would have with normal human women. And even when equal partners were involved, it wasn't an easy process. A battle seemed to take place before pregnancy even happened. Truly tragic for humanity, it was the reason they wanted people to get more partners and were looking for other solutions to these problems. It was tragic, really, but it was the reality they had to live with. Some women like Mi-young, aware of the need to secure powerful allies, saw Naruto as a rare opportunity, a man whose strength and potential had no equal. His lineage could change history, and that was something no one could afford to ignore. While the world around her viewed such matters through a lens of politics and survival, Mi-young's interest in Naruto went beyond ambition. She knew the risks of waiting too long. Others would try to stake their claim, just as she was doing now. What made her unique was her understanding of the time limit. They were all under. Naruto's powers were growing, and soon it would be too late to secure a place in his life. Naruto, for all his charm and abilities, held his body and his future under absolute control. Few knew this truth, and those who did were unaware of the implications. To them, securing a relationship with him wasn't just about companionship, it was about survival, power, and leaving a lasting legacy. The desire to have a child with someone as powerful as him was not only about personal connection but about ensuring their place in history. Mi-young was no fool. She knew she had to move quickly if she wanted to be part of this story, before the other women got there first. She didn't want to be left behind, and she didn't want to risk being just another name in a long list of potential partners. She needed to be one of the first, and she was prepared to do whatever it took to make that happen. 43, Chapter 43. The sponsorship opportunities for tamers were one of the most lucrative ways to earn money, especially for those who weren't already part of powerful clans. Outside the clans, many tamers were just ordinary people with extraordinary abilities, and they needed ways to secure their livelihood. While the rich and powerful clans didn't have to worry about such matters, the majority of tamers depended on sponsors to fund their activities, training, and personal needs. In a world where strength and reputation determined one's status, sponsorship was not just a means of survival, it was a way to build a public presence and earn the money necessary to continue fighting and developing. Naruto was well aware of the sponsorship opportunities and how beneficial they could be. For the DG destined, many of them had come from humble beginnings. Tai's family, for instance, had lived in an apartment before his life as a tamer began. Now, he was a renowned figure, making money through various avenues, including sponsorships. Tai hadn't joined a clan, which left him reliant on alternative ways to build his wealth. Through hard work, adventure, and the connections he made as a tamer, he was now extremely wealthy and had business ventures managed by his friend Izzy. Naruto, much like Tai, had also built his status without being part of any clan. He relied on his strength, charisma, and the opportunities that came with being in the public eye. Sponsorships played a major role in his financial success and his increasing fame. That's why this meeting was important, had to carefully navigate such deals to ensure he didn't end up with anything that might harm his team or his reputation. Rika, meet up with Carrie and I'll join you guys soon, Naruto said after a moment, turning toward Rika. He could sense that she wasn't fond of these formalities and wanted to avoid any discomfort by allowing her some space. He understood that she needed to adjust to his position as the leader, and this was one of the responsibilities he would have to handle frequently. Rika paused and thought for a moment, realizing she would likely get bored during the meeting. She didn't want to risk annoying Naruto, who was far more perceptive than most people. After a moment of hesitation, she agreed. Okay, but don't take too long, she said, hugging him quickly and pulling away with a small smile. She wasn't keen on these kinds of formal events, but she knew they were a part of Naruto's duties as the leader, and she would need to learn to handle them better in the future. Naruto gave her a reassuring smile. I will. Now don't forget to play nice, or it will be punishment time, he teased. The mention of punishment made Rika shudder a little, but not in a bad way. She remembered all too well the time Naruto had spanked her for fighting with Carrie during one of their dates. It had been both embarrassing and oddly enjoyable, a reminder of how Naruto had a knack for making her feel things she hadn't expected. It wasn't the first time he had made her blush or pushed her limits, and she wasn't sure how to feel about it. Part of her was embarrassed, but the other part was oddly drawn to him. He had made her into a pervert. And he had the perverted tendency of being called Lord Seventh for some reason. She didn't even know what that meant and just took it as his alias, as some tamers had those in these times and didn't always use their real name. With a playful smirk and a kiss on his lips, Rika turned and walked away. Her confidence was apparent, and she knew she looked stunning as she left the room. Naruto couldn't help but watch her go, but a sense of awkwardness lingered in his mind. Despite how much he enjoyed his time with Rika and the others, there was a strange discomfort in the back of his mind, knowing he was interacting with girls around the same age as his own daughter or his friends' daughters. He couldn't help but question the appropriateness of it all, but he pushed the thought aside. The affection they gave him was real, and he reciprocated it in kind. After Rika left, Naruto turned to Mi-young, who had been quietly watching the exchange. She gave him a knowing look, as if she understood the dynamic between him and the others. Without saying much, she gestured for him to follow her to the meeting room. Mi-young had a way of guiding him through situations with a cool, collected demeanor, and Naruto was already prepared for the business side of things. This meeting would require his full attention, but he knew it would also require tact and strategy to ensure the sponsorship was beneficial without any hidden pitfalls. Arriving in the meeting room, Naruto immediately noticed the two women seated at the far end of the table. The room wasn't particularly large, designed for small, intimate discussions rather than large-scale meetings. The setting felt deliberate, personal enough to foster meaningful conversation while keeping things professional. The first woman caught his eye with her striking features, tanned skin, golden blonde hair, and piercing blue eyes. Her figure was nothing short of breathtaking, the kind that lingered in memory like an impression etched in stone. She exuded an aura of confidence and sophistication, wearing a sleek black business dress paired with a tie and polished black heels. Her mixed heritage was evident in her unique features, a trait that was not uncommon in this diverse world. Beside her sat another woman, equally stunning, with a voluptuous figure that rivaled her companions. She had short black hair styled neatly, framing her face in a way that highlighted her sharp violet eyes. Her attire was equally professional, a crisp white shirt, a black skirt, and a tailored black coat. Polished heels completed the look, adding to her air of poise and authority. If Naruto hadn't known better, he might have thought they were supermodels rather than business professionals. Their presence was magnetic, though it didn't faze him in the slightest. Mi-young stepped forward, breaking the silence as she introduced the women. The blonde was Yumi Ishiyama, the CEO of the company, while the black-haired woman was her secretary, Aiko. Their company, aptly named Ecstasy, specialized in high-end sponsorships and marketing for tamers, providing everything from financial backing to public relations management. Hearing the company's name, Naruto felt an almost instinctive urge to turn on his heel and leave. The name alone screamed indulgence and excess, a sharp contrast to his more grounded principles. But he suppressed the impulse. Walking out now would not only be rude but also short-sighted. He was here for business, and it was only fair to hear them out. First impressions aside, he decided to listen and evaluate their offer with an open mind. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Uzumaki, Yumi said warmly, standing and extending her hand. Her tone was cheerful and friendly, a stark contrast to the more stoic demeanor of her secretary. I've been a huge fan of yours for a long time. This isn't just lip service, I am genuinely honored to meet you. Naruto gave her a firm handshake and a polite smile, his demeanor professional and composed. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate them. I'd love to talk about those topics later, but for now, could you explain your brand and what you're offering? He settled into his seat across from the women, with Mi-young sitting beside him. His posture was relaxed but attentive, his gaze steady and respectful. Not once did his eyes stray to their figures, nor did his body language suggest anything beyond the business at hand. Naruto's professionalism was evident, a trait that hadn't gone unnoticed. It set him apart from many other tamers who might have been distracted or swayed by the sheer presence of the two women. Yumi was pleasantly surprised. She had expected him to be professional, but his composure and focus were above even her expectations. As a martial artist herself, she admired discipline, and Naruto embodied it perfectly. She was genuinely impressed and felt validated in her decision to handle this meeting personally rather than delegating it to her team. On the other hand, Aiko's reaction was more subdued. She was slightly disappointed. Their looks and presence were often assets in negotiations, giving them an advantage when dealing with male tamers. Yet, Naruto's indifference rendered that strategy ineffective. It wasn't a blow to her pride, but it was unusual. She quickly adjusted her approach, falling back into her role as the sharp, analytical counterpart to Yumi's warmth. Mi-young, observing the interaction, wasn't surprised in the slightest. She had known Naruto long enough to predict his reaction. Even when they had first met, she quickly learned that superficial charms held no sway over him. It was one of the reasons she respected him, though she couldn't help but find it slightly frustrating at times. As Yumi began the presentation, her enthusiasm shone through. She was clearly passionate about her company, and it showed in the way she spoke about its history, values, and goals. She explained that ecstasy wasn't just about financial backing, it was about building a brand for tamers, helping them reach new heights both in their careers and their public image. They had worked with several well-known tamers, elevating their profiles and securing opportunities that extended beyond the battlefield. Naruto listened intently, his expression neutral but engaged. He asked a few pointed questions, ensuring he understood the details of the offer. Yumi handled each inquiry with ease, her answers concise and thoughtful. Aiko chimed in occasionally, providing additional context or clarifying finer points. Yumi's decision to personally oversee this meeting wasn't just about respect, it was strategic. High-level tamers like Naruto were rare, and securing a partnership with someone of his caliber could elevate Ecstasy's reputation even further. Showing up in person demonstrated their seriousness and commitment, something many tamers appreciated. Pride and arrogance had no place in this line of work, especially when their competitors were just as eager to secure deals with talented individuals. Yumi's voice carried a confident, practiced rhythm as she introduced the core vision of her company, Ecstasy. As the name implies, she began, we focus on a trance-like state where a person transcends normal consciousness. Our main product is ladies wear that embodies strength, sexiness, and confidence. Every woman here is wearing our products, so you can see the appeal and quality firsthand. Beyond that, we also design male clothing. Her eyes briefly scanned Naruto, noting his simple but well-tailored attire. Your clothing happens to be from one of our rivals. We can confidently assure you that we're capable of delivering a superior product, tailored not only to functionality but to an iconic look. Naruto listened silently, his face calm and unreadable. Yumi took his lack of reaction as a cue to pivot quickly to what might catch his interest. But I understand that this might not intrigue you much. What we are truly excited to present is our latest venture, a product line focusing on Digimon partners. This includes not only clothing but armor that adheres to our philosophy, combining cutting-edge technology, high performance, and striking design. The hologram display activated with a soft hum, projecting images of the new line. Armor designs for Digimon partners rotated in the air, glowing softly as they highlighted intricate patterns and bold designs. Models showed off practical yet stylish clothing and accessories for tamers, including battle-ready outfits that didn't sacrifice aesthetics for utility. Naruto's attention sharpened as he focused on the designs. While not an expert in armor or fashion, he could immediately appreciate the quality of the work. The armor on display was leagues ahead of what his Digimon partner, Azure, currently used. Azure's armor, while functional, lacked the finesse and innovation showcased here. I like it, Naruto said finally, nodding as a small smile played across his lips. So, what's the benefit for me, and what's the cost? Yumi's heart leaped at his response. Despite his stoic demeanor, the approval in his tone and the slight smile told her she'd cleared the first hurdle. She gestured for Aiko to continue, and the secretary smoothly retrieved a file from her briefcase. Her demeanor remained professional and composed as she detailed the terms of their offer. The benefits, Aiko began, include a free pass for your entire team at all our clothing stores, access to exclusive designs, and accommodations provided at no cost. We will fully fund your team's adventures and provide negotiable annual salaries. Lastly, we will personally design and fund any equipment your team and your Digimon partners require. Naruto's brows lifted ever so slightly, and even Mi-young, seated beside him, couldn't entirely mask her surprise. The terms were undeniably generous, almost excessively so. It was uncommon for sponsors to provide such benefits to a team that hadn't yet reached the champion level or fully demonstrated its long-term potential. It spoke volumes about the gamble Yumi was taking. Aiko continued, her voice unwavering. In return, we ask your team to act as brand representatives. This includes wearing our insignia, prioritizing our company in emergencies, and protecting our brand reputation if needed. Additionally, you will be required to participate in photo shoots and promotional events at times. Beyond that, we will not interfere with your personal goals or professional work. Naruto leaned back slightly, processing the information. The offer was lucrative, bordering on unprecedented. Yumi had played her hand aggressively, hoping to secure an edge against larger competitors by betting on his team's potential. If they succeeded, Ecstasy would have a direct association with some of the most powerful and famous individuals in the Tamer world. It would be a massive boon for the company's growth, allowing them to stand out even against established giants in the industry. Mi-young, always the voice of reason, spoke through the communicator connected directly to Naruto's mind. This is a very lucrative deal, but it's better not to decide hastily. Please take your time to review other offers. If you have any questions, ask them now, but avoid committing to anything at this stage. Breaking a contract later could be disastrous, especially with the legal system's harsh penalties. Naruto didn't react outwardly to Mi-young's advice, maintaining his composed demeanor. He suspected Yumi and Aiko were also communicating silently via their own devices, a common practice in high-stakes negotiations. Still, he appreciated Mi-young's reminder kept him grounded amid the overwhelming generosity of the proposal. 44, Chapter 44. Naruto leaned back in his chair slightly, crossing his arms as he posed a thoughtful question. What about other sponsors? If I accept your deal, does that mean I'm restricted to only working with you and must decline everyone else? Yumi smiled, her confidence unwavering. She had anticipated this question. Not at all. That would be greedy and, frankly, illogical, she replied smoothly. You're free to take on other sponsors, but there's one condition: they cannot have products that directly compete with ours. To make things easier, we've prepared a list of brands and product categories that would conflict with our agreement. With a subtle nod from Yumi, Aiko forwarded the relevant file to Naruto. You should have it now, Aiko said in her calm, professional tone. This ensures transparency and avoids any complications down the line. Naruto quickly glanced through the file on his communicator. It was comprehensive but reasonable, listing competing companies in fashion, armor, and accessories. The clauses ensured exclusivity in specific areas but still left him room to explore opportunities outside their scope. Smart, Naruto commented. I appreciate the clarity. It's good to see you've considered these details. Yumi's smile widened slightly at his response, feeling reassured. Reeling in someone like Naruto clan kid from a wealthy and powerful background was a challenge. Individuals from influential families rarely felt pressured by flashy offers, and Naruto's calm, measured demeanor proved he was no exception. He wasn't going to be swayed by looks or surface-level flattery, which made him all the more valuable. The Uzumaki clan's own business ventures had been a point of concern during the preparation for these negotiations, but thankfully, none of their products overlapped with Ecstasy's. Otherwise, this meeting wouldn't have even made it past the proposal stage. Naruto stood up, a sign that the conversation was nearing its end. I'm happy with what you've offered, he began, his tone polite but firm. But I'll give you my answer once I return from my trip next month. I'll review other offers, as I'm sure you expect. If I decide to accept your sponsorship, I'll personally visit your company to finalize the contract. Both Yumi and Aiko stood as well, the CEO maintaining her composed and cheerful expression. That's completely understandable, Mr. Uzumaki. Take all the time you need. If you do accept our offer, we'll prepare a grand welcome for you and your team. Naruto gave a small, respectful nod. Thank you. Yumi's lips curved into a slight smirk as she leaned forward slightly, her tone playful but still professional. And if you happen to have some free time before your trip, we'd love to treat you to drinks or dinner. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. Naruto's expression didn't waver, his professionalism steadfast. Thank you for the offer, but I have another commitment to fulfill, he replied, taking out his communicator to exchange contact information with both Yumi and Aiko. Though the deal wasn't sealed yet, Naruto didn't mind building connections. Regardless of the sponsorship's outcome, having powerful contacts like Yumi and Aiko could prove beneficial in the long run. From the way Yumi spoke, it was clear she wouldn't hold a grudge if he chose another sponsor, and there was always the chance they'd collaborate in other ways. As Naruto walked out of the meeting room alongside Mi-young, he glanced at her and said quietly, "What do you think?" Mi-young smirked. They came prepared, and the offer is strong. But you're smart not to rush. Let's see what the others bring to the table. Naruto nodded, his thoughts already shifting to his next steps. He wasn't just considering the sponsorship for himself, it was about the team. They needed to learn how to navigate these waters, make informed decisions, and act as a cohesive unit. This wasn't just his journey, it was theirs as well. Naruto placed a hand on Mi-young's shoulder, his expression calm and genuine. Thank you for your time, Miss Kim. I'll be seeing you later. Mi-young glanced at his hand, her lips curving into a small smile as she replied, it's just part of my duty. And please, just call me Mi-young. No need to be so formal, Naruto. As she spoke, her hand lightly scratched a subtle, almost fleeting gesture. Naruto recognized it immediately. He had seen it countless times in his old world, a sign of interest. He remained outwardly composed, though his thoughts lingered on the memory of similar encounters with women from his past. Ino, Temari, Shizune, Tenten, so many women he had crossed paths with had expressed their interest in subtle ways. But back then, Naruto had ignored those signs, too caught up in his goals and responsibilities. He had never been particularly adept at handling romantic gestures, especially when they conflicted with his focus on his friendships and his duties. Still, he couldn't help but reflect on those situations. He'd helped many of his friends fix their own relationship struggles, even when he hadn't noticed the cues directed toward him. With Ino and Temari, for instance, it had been clear their partners weren't a perfect match for them in terms of chemistry, and he had subtly guided them to solutions. Ten had been another surprise. Lee, for all his romantic enthusiasm, had been so focused on training metal that he neglected their relationship. And then there was Shizune, woman Naruto had always seen as a big sister. He'd been shocked to realize that her feelings for him went beyond familial affection, though he hadn't reciprocated. Naruto smiled at Mi-young, brushing off the thought for now. Even so, thanks for everything, Mi-young. Let's grab drinks sometime. Naruto paused, offering her a small smile. Mi-young, is something on your mind? She returned the smile, though hers carried a hint of something playful. I thought I'd escort you out. It's not every day I get to work directly with someone like you. Naruto raised an eyebrow, sensing there was more to her tone than simple professionalism. Still, he nodded. I appreciate that. Thanks again for helping smooth things over during the meeting. You're good at what you do. Mi-young chuckled softly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. It's my job to make sure everything runs smoothly, but it's not often I get thanked for it so sincerely. You're quite different from most of the Tamers I've worked with. How so? Naruto asked, genuinely curious as they walked side by side toward the building's exit. Well, she began, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, most Tamers tend to let their egos do the talking. They'd have spent half the meeting staring at Yumi and Aiko instead of focusing on the deal. But you're calm, composed, and completely unaffected. It's refreshing. Naruto shrugged lightly. I'm just here to do my job. Besides, getting distracted wouldn't help my team. Mi-young stopped walking, turning to face him fully. They were alone now in the corridor, the soft hum of distant voices fading into the background. Her gaze met his, steady and unwavering. You're humble, too, she said, her voice softer now. It's rare to find someone with your strength who doesn't flaunt it. I find that admirable. Naruto tilted his head slightly, unsure of where this was going. Thanks, I guess. Mi-young smiled, taking a small step closer. She was close enough now that he could catch the faint scent of her perfume, something subtle and elegant. Naruto, do you ever take time for yourself? Or are you always so focused on your responsibilities? The question caught him off guard. I try to balance things. But yeah, I guess I focus on my team more than anything else. That's noble, she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. But even the strongest people need someone to lean on. Someone to remind them that it's okay to enjoy life once in a while. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he processed her words. He wasn't dense, he could tell where this was heading, but he wasn't sure how to respond. Mi-young wasn't being overtly inappropriate, but there was an undeniable undertone to her words and actions. She was testing the waters, gauging his reaction. He decided to address it head-on. Mi-young, I appreciate what you're saying, but I've learned to be careful about mixing work and personal matters. She raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. Is that your way of saying you don't think this is appropriate? I'm saying I value professionalism, Naruto replied, his tone even. But I also value honesty. So, if there's something you want to say, just say it. Mi-young laughed softly, the sound light and genuine. You're sharper than I expected. Fine, I'll be direct. I think you're intriguing, Naruto. And I don't just mean as a tamer. Naruto blinked, surprised by her bluntness. That's flattering. But why me? Because you're not like anyone else, she said simply. You're confident without being arrogant. Strong without being overbearing. And you have this calm presence that makes people want to trust you. It's rare. Naruto scratched the back of his head, feeling slightly awkward despite himself. Well, I'm flattered, really. But I've got a lot on my plate right now. My team, my goals. I don't have much room for anything else. Mi-young nodded, her expression thoughtful. Fair enough. But if you ever decide you do have room, let me know. Drinks, dinner, whatever you're comfortable with. Naruto offered her a small, appreciative smile. Thanks, Mi-young. I'll think about it. He left the room with a lingering sense of curiosity about where their interactions might lead. In the past, he'd been hesitant to act on hints or gestures, but now, he'd resolved to follow his feelings when he was genuinely interested. After all, he wasn't the same young ninja anymore, he was an adult who understood his emotions better and respected his own desires. Still, old habits died hard. Naruto hadn't yet taken the initiative in relationships without a direct confession, even with the women currently in his life. They had all pursued him, expressed their affections first. Acting on a hint like Mi-young's would be a new step for him, though he wasn't the type to rush. He'd wait to see where their conversations went naturally. As he walked out of the association, he spotted Na-so-ri approaching him. The moment their eyes met, she gave him a sly wink and handed him a small card. Naruto glanced at it briefly. It bore her number and address. The directness of the gesture wasn't lost on him, nor was the calculating gleam in her eyes. Na-so-ri was confident, bold, and clearly experienced in using her charms to get what she wanted. He could see through her easily. She was the type of woman who thrived on manipulation, using others for her gain. Naruto recalled hearing rumors about her, how she had used a previous partner to amass luxury goods before discarding him when a better opportunity arose. Now, it seemed she had set her sights on him. Naruto tucked the card into his pocket without much thought. While she had no real chance with him, he had no patience for people with questionable morals like her. She wouldn't confront her outright. People like Na-So-Ri were a part of the world, a reflection of its flaws. In the past, he might have exhausted himself trying to fix every such problem, but now, Naruto had learned to choose his battles. Still, as he walked away, he considered how best to handle her. Simply avoiding her wasn't always the solution. Sometimes, a direct confrontation was necessary to set boundaries. But for now, he had more important matters to focus on. While Naruto was immersed in his meeting, Rika Nanaka headed to a nearby CAF to meet up with Hikari Yagami. As she waited, Rika made a quick call to the rest of the team, informing them that the party they had planned for the evening had been cancelled. The all-night celebration was something everyone had been looking forward to, but with circumstances shifting, they'd agreed to postpone it to the digital world instead. While disappointing, it wasn't a major issue for anyone after all. The digital world would make for an even more thrilling backdrop for their gathering. At the CAF, the two young women inevitably drew attention, their striking appearances and fame making them impossible to ignore. Rika, with her bold and confident aura, contrasted sharply with Hikari's serene and gentle demeanor, yet they shared a natural charisma that turned heads wherever they went. Hikari was the only member of the team still in the human world, as the others had already departed early that morning. The previous day, they had completed their tests, which had proven to be relatively straightforward thanks to weeks of rigorous preparation. Under the guidance of experts like Tai and Yamato, they had honed their skills and strengthened their bonds with their Digimon partners. Hikari had also passed her test, though the experience had weighed heavily on her. Killing was something she deeply disliked, but she understood the necessity of it in this harsh new reality. As a tamer, she bore a responsibility not just to her partner, but to humanity as a whole. With her immense potential, sitting on the sidelines would have been irresponsible, and she knew it. These thoughts had driven her to overcome her personal aversion to death and guide her partner, Aaliyah, toward the same understanding. It hadn't been an easy process. Aaliyah, like Patamon Takeru's partner, was a naturally gentle and kind-hearted Digimon. Both were inclined toward peace and avoided destruction unless faced with truly dark Digimon. Even Tesla, known for his calm nature, had an easier time adapting to the violent realities of battle compared to Aaliyah and Micah. Despite the emotional struggle, Hikari had persevered. She had worked hard to reassure and guide Aaliyah, instilling in her the resolve to act when necessary. While it was a heavy burden for both of them, Hikari's determination to do what was right for the greater good never wavered. Staying behind for Naruto was a deliberate choice. The two shared a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual respect, and Hikari had decided to delay her reunion with the team to support him. Now, as she sipped her drink at the CAF and listened to Rika talk about the latest updates, Hikari's thoughts lingered on the journey ahead. 45, Chapter 45. Kari sipped her coffee thoughtfully, enjoying the warmth of the drink and the sweet pastries in front of her. Her fondness for sweets had always been a defining part of her gentle, kind nature, contrasting sharply with Rika's penchant for sour things. Rika's taste in food was as sharp and intense as her personality, and it wasn't surprising that her choices often reflected her boldness. The dynamic between them, sweet and sour, gentle and biting, was something Naruto had come to appreciate during their time together. Kari, always calm and nurturing, balanced Rika's more prickly disposition, creating a mix of personalities that was both challenging and harmonious. Rika, on the other hand, didn't share the same ease in their relationship. She was more guarded, a trait that extended beyond her love of sour flavors. Her demeanor, often tough and sarcastic, came from years of dealing with difficult situations and people, and she wasn't one to wear her emotions openly. However, despite her sharp tongue and somewhat abrasive nature, she had grown accustomed to Kari's sweetness and even found herself drawn to it in an unexpected way. Rika leaned back in her chair as Kari set down her cup, eager for the real update. "How did it go?" Kari asked, eyeing her friend with an expectant gaze. She had known Rika for long enough to understand that she often played things close to the chest and enjoyed messing with people, but Kari also knew when to cut through the playful banter. Rika smirked, a hint of mischief in her eyes. "As you had expected, the boys broke and now they're crying in their rooms." She teased lightly, her voice carrying a playful edge. "But you want the real news, huh?" Kari gave her a knowing look. She had long since learned that Rika's sharp tongue wasn't just for show, it could be cutting when she wanted it to be. But it wasn't that Rika didn't care, it was more that she didn't want to show how much certain things affected her. And in this moment, it was clear she was trying to soften the blow with humor. "The real news." Kari leaned in, her expression softening with genuine concern. "What happened?" Rika paused for a moment before responding, the playful smirk falling from her face. "We passed, except for Henry and Takato. Takato's a little slow, but I think he'll be fine in a couple of days. Tesla might be a different story. Naruto recommended you, so it depends on your abilities." Kari nodded, taking in the information with a thoughtful frown. She knew Rika was holding back. There was more to this than she was letting on. Rika's tone, while neutral, revealed a hint of concern, something Carrie wasn't used to hearing from her friend. "I'll do my best," Carrie said, her voice calm but determined. "I know how much this means to all of us." Rika couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, clearly not expecting such a level of sincerity from Carrie. But she didn't comment on it, instead letting the silence stretch between them. The tension from the fight they'd had just the day before still lingered in the air, but both girls had learned something important about each other in the aftermath. Despite their rivalry, despite their differences, they had to find a way to coexist not just for Naruto's sake, but for their own growth. Carrie had seen Rika's prideful side more than once, but the fight they'd had earlier had revealed something deeper, a vulnerability that neither of them had wanted to acknowledge. Rika's usual sharp retorts had softened, and she had finally admitted that the emotional games they played with each other weren't helping. She knew that, in the long run, they would need to work together, not against each other. The competitive tension between them wasn't something that could be ignored forever, but they could no longer afford to let it consume them. It wasn't just about winning Naruto's affection anymore, it was about finding a balance. Rika had initially thought she only wanted to be his lover, but now she realized there was more at stake. She had learned that love wasn't a competition, even if it sometimes felt that way. She wanted to be with Naruto, yes, but not at the expense of everything else. She wanted to build something real with him, not just to win a game. The maids, too, had become part of the equation. They were emotional anchors in Naruto's life, and despite the tension they created, Rika had come to understand that they had their own place in his world. In this moment of reflection, both Rika and Carrie recognized that their jealousy, though it had pushed them apart, was ultimately a reflection of their own insecurities. Carrie looked over at Rika, her expression softening further. "We'll make it through," she said, more to herself than anyone else. "All of us. Together." Rika nodded slowly, a slight, understanding smile curling at the corners of her lips. Despite their differences, despite the misunderstandings, they were a team. And as much as they wanted to fight against each other at times, they knew they were stronger together than apart. Carrie's eyebrow arched at Rika's words, her calm composure finally breaking. Rika had always been able to push her buttons, but this time, the attempt at humor had gone too far. The sarcastic remark about giving up was one thing, but Rika's constant needling was starting to wear her thin. "Hopefully, Sahavi, you given up yet?" Rika had said with an air of casual indifference, but Carrie's reaction was immediate. She was now wiping the coffee spill off her dress, a small frown tugging at her lips. "Rika, you need to learn better jokes," Carrie said dryly, not bothering to hide the annoyance in her voice. "That was rude." Rika leaned back in her chair, the same smug expression on her face. "Who said it's a joke? I was just writing fiction with my mouth again," she replied, her tone shifting to one of playful defiance. The words hung in the air, a reflection of the ongoing tension between them. Carrie shook her head in disbelief. "You know, you're impossible." She sighed, as though coming to terms with the fact that things between them weren't going to change anytime soon. She'd been doing her best to keep things civil, but Rika's behavior just grated on her nerves. "You need to stop being so serious. I'm not attacking you. It's just how I am," Rika said nonchalantly. "I don't hate you. It's just, you've got this attitude that I can't stand. But you know what? It'll take time for us to adjust. I'm not some submissive, goody two-shoes like you." Carrie's eyes widened at the implication. "I am not submissive." She snapped back, her voice rising slightly. "I'm just being mature while you're acting like a child. We're supposed to be working together, but you keep pushing my buttons." Rika gave a sarcastic chuckle. "That's your problem, you take everything so seriously." "I'm just being me. I'm honest about how I feel." Carrie's patience was wearing thin. "Well, I wish you'd be less rude while being yourself. It's like every conversation we have ends up like this, always a battle." "That's just how it is," Rika shot back, leaning forward slightly, her eyes narrowing. "I thought you were someone who could handle the truth. But apparently, it's easier for you to hide behind that smile and pretend like everything's fine. Happy little Hikari, always so pleasant, always so nice." "I don't hide behind anything," Carrie said, her voice growing colder. "I enjoy being happy, okay? Why should I be cold and unapproachable just because you can't handle it?" Rika raised an eyebrow. "Really? I thought you were on some good meds, always so cheerful. It's a little suspicious." Carrie's lips twitched in a small smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Do you think the same for Naruto?" she asked, a hint of challenge in her voice. Rika's eyes flickered with a spark of something deeper, and she didn't back down. "Yeah, he's definitely taking weed and cocaine. Must be how he stays so chill all the time," she quipped. Carrie almost couldn't believe what she was hearing, but she didn't react to it. She'd learned to deal with Rika's antics over time, and as much as it annoyed her, she knew better than to rise to the bait. "If I promise to miss you, will you go away?" Carrie's voice was tinged with a dry humor, though she knew it wasn't going to work. Rika's stubbornness was well known, and no amount of sweet words would make her retreat. Rika visibly cringed, her face scrunching up as if she had just heard something unpleasant. "Ugh, that gave me goosebumps. Please refrain from such dangerous attacks or I might need counseling," she said, her tone exaggerated, but her eyes still gleaming with that mix of irritation and amusement. Carrie sighed heavily, feeling the weight of the conversation drag on. Since you have trouble speaking like a normal person, I guess I'll have to do everything. You could have just said you didn't know how to start a conversation, she said, her words sharp but controlled. She was done with the sarcasm and the mind games. So, how was the test? Rika's expression softened slightly, though it wasn't much of a shift. This obviously isn't working out, she said, her voice taking on a heavier tone. I think it's time for us to go our separate ways and start making other people miserable. Naruto's hand on Rika's shoulder was both a gentle reminder and a subtle command, and it immediately made Rika pause. She could feel the familiar presence of his touch, warm and grounding, and for a moment, the sharp edges of their banter dulled under his influence. He squeezed her shoulder lightly, his tone taking on a firmness that made Rika straighten her posture slightly. What did I say about this? Naruto asked, his voice low but clear. Rika, never one to back down from a challenge, smirked but didn't give him the satisfaction of flinching. Do it again, I like it when you are sarcastic. Naruto's eyebrow quirked in response, but his lips barely twitched with amusement. Nice try. I said play nice. Do you want me to do it in public? I know you can't do it, so why say it? Rika retorted with a playful shrug, the usual sarcasm in her voice, but there was a hint of something softer now. Something that only Naruto could bring out when he was near. You're using your pretty little head for the wrong reasons, Naruto remarked, leaning down to her level, his face serious but not unkind. Don't antagonize Carrie too much. A little bit of fun is fine, but too much isn't good. Okay. Rika paused, taking a moment to process his words. His gaze was steady and sincere, and she knew he wasn't just talking about the moment but about the bigger picture, about how important it was to build relationships and respect each other. She sighed but softened a little, recognizing that he was right. I just didn't know how to play nice, so it just happened. I will try better, and maybe learn from the dissatisfied fairy on the other side. Rika added with a hint of humor, but her tone had softened slightly. It wasn't a drastic change, but Naruto had a way of making her want to do better, even if she wasn't fully ready to admit it yet. Naruto smiled, tapping her on the head affectionately. Then, he moved over to sit between the two women, taking Carrie's hand in his. His touch was comforting, a calm presence that eased the tension in the air. You know how she is, Naruto said, his voice gentle but firm as he looked at Carrie. Please understand. She isn't trying to be rude towards you. She sometimes has problems with talking normally with certain people. Just play along, and it will help you increase your patience and control. His words were soothing, and there was a sincerity in his voice that made Carrie feel a little lighter. She knew he wasn't making excuses for Rika's behavior, but he was offering a way for them to get along despite their differences. Carrie squeezed his hand in response, appreciating the support and the understanding. I will try, Carrie replied, her voice softening as she looked at both Rika and Naruto. The tension between the three of them had been building for a while, but now, with Naruto's steady presence, it seemed a little more manageable. She couldn't help but feel better with him around. Holding his hand gave her a sense of security, and for a fleeting moment, she thought about kissing him. But she held back, knowing she needed to be sure, and that Tai wouldn't be pleased if things moved too fast. Good, you're a wonderful girl, unlike a certain tsundere girl, Naruto teased with a grin, leaning back in his seat, his tone playful but warm. I am no such thing. Take that back. Rika huffed, crossing her arms in a mock pout. Humph, humph. She couldn't help but smile a little at the playful exchange, her earlier defensiveness melting away in Naruto's presence. There was something about him that made her drop her guard, even if only for a moment. Carrie couldn't help but smile as well, watching the two of them interact. It was clear that, despite the tension between her and Rika, Naruto had a way of making everything feel less complicated. It was like magic, his simple presence made things easier, even when they were at odds with each other. Hopefully we can get through this stage peacefully, Carrie thought, her smile lingering. For a brief moment, she let herself enjoy the calm, even though the unease from her recent dreams still lingered in the back of her mind. She tried to push it away, reminding herself that things were looking better, that she was making progress with Naruto, and that the future could hold more happiness than she realized. With the trio settled in their small, casual moment together, they made the most of it. Naruto, Carrie, and Rika continued to spend time with each other, their bonds gradually strengthening through shared experiences and open conversations. Young, having finished up his training session, joined them later. 46, Chapter 46. Naruto sat down at the corner CAF, the gentle hum of the conversation around him serving as a calming backdrop. He was here with Miyung, a woman who had intrigued him since they first met. There was something undeniably captivating about her, something in the way she carried herself with quiet strength, yet exuded a kind of unspoken desire that made her magnetic. The way her eyes met his with that calm yet purposeful intensity made him wonder if she was aware of the effect she had on those around her. He found her attractive, but more than that, he was curious. Curious if there was a deeper connection to explore beyond the surface. Mi-young sat across from him, her elegant features softened by the warm light spilling in from the windows. She took a sip of her coffee, her gaze lingering on him as she set the cup down gently. Her lips curled into a faint smile, a look that was both playful and intriguing. She could feel the weight of his presence, the aura of power that surrounded him, like he was always on the verge of something dangerous yet alluring. So, she began, her voice smooth, almost teasing. How have you been enjoying your time here? Naruto chuckled lightly, taking a sip of his own coffee, feeling the bitterness coat his tongue before he swallowed. He leaned back slightly, his eyes studying Mi-young with a quiet intensity, sensing that she wasn't just making casual conversation. It's been interesting. It's different from what I'm used to, but in a good way. Mi-young's lips curved into a knowing smile as she leaned in just a little closer, her eyes narrowing ever so slightly as she regarded him. Different in what way? You seem like someone who's seen a lot, been through a lot. I can tell there's more to you than just what meets the eye. Naruto tilted his head, his interest piqued. He had always been able to sense when someone was trying to get under his skin, but with Mi-young, it felt different, almost like a challenge. She wasn't trying to pry with the usual questions, but instead, she was playing a game. A game that, in some ways, intrigued him. I've seen a lot, he said, his voice taking on a more serious tone, the weight of his words thick in the air. But I'm not one to talk much about the past. I've learned to keep moving forward, you know. Mi-young's gaze darkened slightly, and she couldn't help but be drawn to the raw power she sensed in him. It wasn't just physical strength, though he had plenty of that. There was something in the way he carried himself, something commanding about him. He exuded authority, and his silence spoke volumes. She could feel it now, that primal pull, and she wasn't going to shy away from it. She had seen the way his eyes softened when he looked at her, the flicker of interest that was there even if he tried to hide it. Mi-young was a woman who knew what she wanted, and right now, she wanted to see how far she could push him, test the limits, and maybe just maybe make him lose himself in the moment. Leaning forward slightly, Mi-young let her gaze travel over his face, letting her lips part just a fraction as if inviting him to notice. She took a slow, deliberate sip of her coffee, the action meant to draw his attention to the way her lips caressed the rim of the cup. It was subtle, but she was well aware of the effect it would have. Naruto's eyes flickered to her lips for just a second, before he met her gaze again. He could feel the tension in the air, a kind of heat that simmered between them, and it stirred something deep inside of him, a response he couldn't quite ignore. You have a way with words, he said, his voice low, a hint of amusement underlying the seriousness. I think you know exactly what you're doing. Mi-young smiled again, but this time, it was a little more sultry, a little more daring. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just trying to understand the man sitting across from me. You're not like the others, Naruto. There's something about you that draws people in. Her words hung in the air, and Naruto could feel the weight of them. She wasn't just complimenting him, she was testing him. She wanted to see how far she could push him, see if he would play along or if he would hold back. She leaned in a little closer, her breath warm against his skin as she spoke. I've always been attracted to power, Naruto. Physical strength, mental fortitude, and the kind of authority you possess. It's hard not to notice. It's overwhelming in a way, isn't it? Naruto's eyes darkened, the teasing light in them fading as he registered the challenge in her words. He could sense the danger in her, the allure of a woman who wasn't afraid to embrace her desires, who wasn't afraid to make a bold move and see if he would follow. I don't give in easily, he said, his voice low, the weight of his authority carrying through. He wasn't playing her game yet, but he wasn't entirely resisting it either. He wanted to see what she would do next. Mi-young didn't back away. If anything, she leaned in even closer, her eyes never leaving his as she spoke with a kind of quiet intensity. That's exactly what I like about you. You're not like the others. You don't just give in. But that doesn't mean you're immune. Her fingers brushed lightly against the edge of his hand, a touch so subtle yet so intentional, and Naruto felt a shiver run through him at the contact. He didn't move his hand, but the urge to reach out, to take control of the situation, was there. It was a power struggle, a dance of dominance and submission, and Mi-young was skilled at making it all feel like a game. Maybe I'm not immune, he said, his gaze holding hers. But I don't make decisions like this on a whim. Mi-young smiled, her eyes sparkling with a hint of satisfaction. I didn't think you did, she replied softly, her fingers brushing his again. But I'm curious. How far are you willing to go? Naruto's eyes darkened as he leaned in, his lips brushing her ear as he whispered, you'll find out soon enough. For a moment, the CAF around them seemed to disappear. All that mattered was the electric tension between them, the way their bodies subtly leaned toward each other, the magnetic pull that neither of them could ignore. Mi-young knew she was pushing him, but she wanted to see how far she could take him, to see if he would let his guard down and embrace the moment. As their conversation continued, both of them were testing boundaries, seeing where they could take this connection, how far they could push each other. And in that moment, Naruto realized something about himself. He wasn't just attracted to Mi-young, he was fascinated by her. There was something about her confidence, her willingness to push him, that ignited something wild and untamed within him. And maybe, just maybe, they were more compatible than he had initially thought. Naruto had just returned home, the weight of his interactions still lingering in his mind. His coffee date with Mi-young had left him with more questions than answers, and he found himself lost in the swirl of thoughts. However, upon stepping through the door, he was met with the imposing presence of his uncle Aizen. Aizen was a man who had always intrigued and unsettled Naruto. He wasn't his mother Kushina's brother, but rather a distant cousin, one of the few left from the old bloodline of the clan. His lineage was almost irrelevant, though, because Aizen had always carried himself as if he were the one who held the true power within the family. Naruto had grown up hearing the rumors about Aizen. He wasn't like the other members of the clan, who were passionate, warm, and sometimes even a bit impulsive. Aizen was cold, calculating, and distant. His demeanor was always unshakable, and his sharp, calculating eyes often gave the impression of a man who was constantly observing, always thinking several steps ahead of everyone else. People often speculated that he was adopted, not because of his appearance but because of how vastly different his personality was from the rest of the clan. And yet, Naruto had come to respect the man in ways he couldn't quite explain. Aizen had not only been a silent guide in the background of Naruto's life but also a mentor in more ways than one. It had been Aizen who had taught him a lesson that still haunted him sometimes: being manipulative was the right choice. Sometimes, a well-placed move could change the course of events, could protect what mattered most. Naruto found Aizen in the study, the room illuminated by the soft glow of a desk lamp, casting long shadows across the floor. His uncle was seated at his desk, his back straight, his fingers steepled in front of him as he looked over several documents. There was no surprise or greeting. Aizen rarely offered such niceties, but there was a sharpness in his gaze when Naruto entered. "Done with your little escapade?" Aizen asked, his voice smooth, though it carried a certain weight of authority. It was the kind of voice that expected answers without asking questions. Naruto didn't respond immediately, instead walking into the room, his footsteps quiet against the polished floor. He could already feel the weight of Aizen's scrutiny, as if the man was peeling away the layers of his thoughts without needing to say a word. Aizen always had that effect on him, made him feel exposed without even trying. Naruto had always prided himself on being different, on choosing a path of compassion and transparency. But it became apparent over time that his approach, though well-intentioned, had led to consequences he hadn't fully anticipated. By stepping back and letting others handle the political and manipulative aspects of leadership, he had allowed himself to be pushed out of the role he was meant to occupy. His unprofessional attitude and willingness to overlook the flaws of his comrades had left the door wide open for others to seize control and undermine him. Shikamaru, Sasuke, and others in his inner circle had grown so accustomed to making decisions without his input that it was as if his voice no longer mattered. They had taken over the tactical side of things, managing the strategies and manipulations that were necessary for running the village, while Naruto, in his desire to avoid dirtying his hands, had removed himself from the tough calls. But in doing so, he had allowed them to become too powerful. They had become the de facto leaders, and Naruto had become little more than a figurehead, a puppet with a Hokage hat. His mistakes, his idealism, had made him weak in the eyes of those who once respected him. The day Shikamaru publicly humiliated him was a turning point. In front of the Kage and other influential figures, Shikamaru restrained every one of the Kages without a word, showing Naruto just how little control he had over the people in his own village. It wasn't just the Kages he had lost respect for him, it was his own people. They saw him as a mere symbol, a mascot for the village's glory days, but not someone capable of leading them through the difficult decisions that Konoha needed to make. Naruto couldn't ignore the whispers. People called him a puppet, a figurehead, and in his heart, he knew they were right. He had dreamed of being the greatest Hokage, the one who would bring true peace to the world. But he had ended up as the worst. He had failed to realize that leadership wasn't just about standing for peace and equality. It was also about making hard choices, about controlling the flow of power, and using manipulation to ensure that the people who followed him remained on the path that he believed was right. Looking back at the history of the Hokage, Naruto realized how their different approaches had shaped Konoha. The first Hokage had brought peace to a tumultuous world, but his missteps with the Baijuyu and Madara had created future conflicts. The second Hokage had worked tirelessly to improve the village, but his mistakes with the Uchiha had fueled the seeds of rebellion. The third Hokage had ruled with great wisdom, but his fall from grace came when he was dragged out of retirement, and the loss of his wife left him a different man. Tsunade, despite not wanting to be Hokage, had taken on the role with determination and grit, but it was clear that even she had struggled with the weight of the position. Kakashi's reign had been different. He didn't want the position, but he had used the resources at his disposal, including Naruto and Sasuke, to maintain control and respect. He had kept Naruto out of the loop for many of the political maneuverings, knowing that the young Hokage's impulsive nature could cause chaos. Kakashi had been a master of control, and he had done what needed to be done to protect Konoha, even if it meant manipulating Naruto in the process. In the end, Kakashi's legacy was one of strength and stability. And then there was Naruto. His decision to level the playing field, to make Konoha seem equal to the other villages, had been noble in theory but disastrous in practice. By trying to bring equality to the world, he had stripped his village of the respect it once commanded. His idealism, his need to be fair to everyone, had left him vulnerable, and his role as Hokage had diminished as a result. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but Naruto realized that he had failed. He had neglected the subtle art of leadership. He had allowed himself to become too soft, too trusting, and too open to being walked over. He had lost sight of what was truly important, the strength of the village and the control needed to ensure its survival. His inability to manipulate situations to his advantage, his reluctance to use power as a tool, had allowed others to take over. He thought about the mistakes he had made letting people take advantage of his kindness, allowing Shikamaru and Sasuke to dominate while he played the role of the amiable, easygoing leader. He had thought that by treating people as equals, he would foster loyalty and respect. But in reality, he had become a doormat, someone anyone could walk over as long as they had a sob story to tell or a tragic history to justify their actions. Now, Naruto understood that there were times when compromise was necessary. Equality was an ideal, not a strategy for survival. He had failed to understand that there were times when manipulation was the right choice, when people couldn't be trusted to make decisions for themselves. He needed to regain control of the situation not by relying on the goodwill of others, but by taking the reins himself, using every resource at his disposal, and ensuring that his vision for peace didn't falter under the weight of his own naivete. His journey to the peace he had always wanted wasn't going to be simple, and it wasn't going to come from playing nice. If he wanted to be the Hokage Konoha needed, he had to learn to wield power, not just physical power, but political, social, and even emotional power. He couldn't afford to be the same Naruto who had once refused to play the games of manipulation. He had to become someone who understood the balance between compassion and strength, between leadership and control. And so, Naruto vowed to change. He would learn from the mistakes of the past, take the lessons from his predecessors, and use them to rebuild the respect he had lost. No longer would he allow himself to be a puppet or a figurehead. One day Naruto had decided to talk to Aizen about his past life in an hypothetical manner to hear his opinion. Naruto sat quietly, absorbing Aizen's words like a sponge, even though every fiber of his being rebelled against the cold, calculating logic of his uncle. Aizen's presence was one that demanded respect, and his sharp, unyielding intellect often felt overwhelming. It was the kind of mind that could see through pretenses and dissect every move with chilling precision. And yet, despite the discomfort Naruto felt from Aizen's scorn and disdain, something about the way Aizen looked at leadership resonated with him. Aizen's tone had been harsh, his words even sharper. "You honestly expect me to believe that a character like that could exist? How could anyone, let alone a soldier, become a leader just by being strong? Do you really think power alone can sustain a leadership role? You must be out of your mind." Naruto, who had spent so much time relying on his own strength, had felt the sting of the criticism deep in his gut. It wasn't that Aizen's words weren't true, it was that they dug into a wound Naruto hadn't fully recognized in himself until now. He had always believed that strength, physical, emotional, and spiritual, was enough to lead, but Aizen had made him see the truth. True leadership required more than just power. After the barrage of criticism, Aizen had forced Naruto into something that felt like a form of punishment: reading books, essays, philosophies, strategies. Aizen had insisted that Naruto learn, not just fight. He needed to understand the complexities of leadership, the dynamics of human behavior, and the subtle manipulations that could turn the tide of power. Aizen had handed him piles of books, each one more challenging than the last, demanding that Naruto grow beyond his simple ideals of honor and straightforwardness. At first, Naruto had fought against it. The idea of spending hours buried in books, reading dry theories and strategies, felt wrong. He wasn't used to that kind of passive learning. He was used to action, to facing challenges head-on. But as the days passed, something began to shift within him. The concept started to make sense, slowly at first. The idea that leadership wasn't about being the loudest, the strongest, or the most noble, but about understanding when to speak, when to act, and when to manipulate the situation to your advantage. Aizen's criticisms had left their mark on Naruto. In the past, Naruto had often dismissed advice or criticisms from others, convinced he was right or that he could figure it out on his own. But Aizen's relentless critiques had shattered that illusion. If Naruto wanted to truly become the Hokage he had once dreamed of, he needed to evolve. He needed to see the bigger picture and understand the art of power. It had been uncomfortable, to say the least. Sitting there while Aizen raked him over the coals for hours, pointing out all the ways he had failed, had been a humbling experience. But that discomfort had been necessary. Naruto had been forced to confront his own weaknesses, his idealism, and his failure to understand the true nature of leadership. It was clear now, being a good fighter wasn't enough to be a good leader. Leadership was about navigating a complex web of personalities, motivations, and goals. It was about manipulation, compromise, and control. And the sooner Naruto understood that, the better. As he sat with the books, reading and reflecting, Naruto couldn't help but think back to the advice Aizen had given him. He could still hear his uncle's voice, cold and detached, criticizing the stories Naruto had brought from his previous world. "Stop making excuses for these characters," Aizen had said. "No one becomes a leader simply because they're a good fighter. They need something more. They need vision, strategy, and the ability to influence others." It had been a bitter pill to swallow, but Naruto knew deep down that Aizen was right. The road ahead wasn't going to be easy. Naruto had to change, to adapt, and to grow into the leader Konoha needed him to be. And if that meant embracing uncomfortable lessons, learning from the cold, calculating wisdom of Aizen, then so be it. It wasn't about how he wanted to lead, it was about how he needed to lead. And so, as Naruto sat among the books, he realized that this was just the beginning of his true journey. The journey to becoming the leader he had always dreamed of, but with the clarity that true leadership required more than just strength. It required wisdom, patience, and, most importantly, the ability to navigate the complexities of power and influence. It was time for Naruto to leave behind his naive ideals and step into a role that demanded far more from him than he had ever imagined. 47, Chapter 47. Naruto sat in the dimly lit room across from his uncle Aizen, the air thick with the weight of their conversation. Aizen was a man of few words, but every sentence he spoke carried immense gravity. They had just finished discussing their plans to deal with the Akatsuki, a shadowy group that had been a thorn in their side for far too long. There were talks of infiltrating a criminal gang soon, hoping to extract information that could lead them to the elusive members of the Akatsuki. It was a plan that would require patience, precision, and careful coordination. But even in the midst of the weighty matters, there was a shift in the conversation that drew Naruto's attention. Aizen leaned back in his chair, his piercing gaze never leaving Naruto. "And what about Yurine?" Aizen asked, his voice as calm and calculating as ever. Naruto tensed at the mention of her name. Yurine was someone special, close to him in a way few people could understand. They had known each other since they were children, and their bond was something that ran deep, a connection that went beyond friendship. She was only 2 years older than him, but their relationship had always been complicated, especially given the intimacy they shared. Even now, they were close enough that they bathed together, a level of familiarity that would seem strange to most people, but not to them. "Yurine," Naruto murmured, his eyes shifting away from Aizen's calculating stare. He had always known how she felt about him. She had always seen him as her Prince Charming, someone who she believed would one day become her husband. It was something she had dreamt about since they were children, and she had never once let go of that desire. The thought of her being unhappy was something Naruto couldn't bear, but he also knew that the situation was complicated, especially considering her father's thoughts on the matter. Aizen's voice broke through his thoughts. "I've spoken to Minato about it," he said casually, as if the topic were of little consequence. "And you know my stance on it. I'm not opposed to Yurine being one of your wives. After all, I know your potential and what you're capable of. Having multiple children to build the Uzumaki legacy, it would be ideal. The world will bend to the will of the Uzumaki clan, a truly powerful lineage." Naruto grimaced at the implications. Aizen had always been about expansion, domination, and ensuring that the Uzumaki clan grew to unimaginable heights. His ambitions were grand, perhaps too grand, but Naruto couldn't deny that there was truth in what he said. The thought of creating a powerful legacy did appeal to him, but the weight of Aizen's words felt heavy on his shoulders. But then, Aizen's tone shifted, becoming more serious. "But let me make one thing clear, Naruto," he said, his voice ice cold. "If you ever make Yurine unhappy, I will take immediate action. And trust me, I don't hesitate. You've seen what I can do. A single call from her, and I'll make sure you regret it." Naruto's stomach tightened at the words. He had no doubt that Aizen meant every syllable. The man was ruthless, and his Digimon partner, Wisemon, had power over space and time, meaning he could strike from miles away without warning. If Yurine ever called on him, Naruto knew there would be no time for apologies, no room for excuses. It was a chilling thought, but Naruto knew it was also a reality. "Don't worry, uncle," Naruto replied with a calmness he didn't entirely feel. "I won't let her be unhappy. She's been by my side for so long, and I can't bear the thought of her feeling neglected or unloved. I'm going to make her happy, no matter what." Aizen nodded, though his expression remained as stoic as ever. "Good. You know what's at stake. Take care of her, and everything will fall into place." As the conversation shifted back to their more immediate concerns, plans for the Akatsuki and the criminal underworld, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that Aizen's words, though seemingly casual, weighed heavily on him. The pressure of his uncle's expectations, along with his own feelings toward Yurine, made his mind swirl. But one thing was clear, he wasn't about to let her down. Whatever future they had together, he would make sure she was happy. He would do whatever it took to protect her, even if it meant stepping into a world of power and manipulation that he had never fully embraced before. Naruto walked down the hall, the sound of laughter and playful chatter growing louder as he approached the game room. The door swung open, and inside, Rias and her friends were gathered around, engrossed in a Digimon game. They were all competitive, each person showing off their skills while enjoying the game's intricacies. Rias, with her fiery red hair and sharp eyes, stood out among the group, her presence commanding attention even when she wasn't actively speaking. Today, her friends were just as lively: Hyomina, Rei Ayanami, Reina, Suzy, Ai, Dora, Sandy, and Wendy. They were a mix of personalities, backgrounds, and skills, but all of them had one thing in common: they were good-looking and strong in their own ways. Though not all of them came from prominent families, each person was driven and capable, and it was clear that they all shared a bond with Rias. Hyomina, a strategist and the most level-headed of the group, was sitting next to Rei Ayanami, a quiet but calculating figure who often found ways to turn the tide of the game with unexpected moves. Reina was always the life of the party, playful and loud, while Suzy and Ai were busy trying to outdo each other with their Digimon's abilities. Dora, Sandy, and Wendy were also engaged in the game, but their focus was mostly on enjoying the moment rather than winning. Naruto stood at the doorway for a moment, watching the lively group before he was suddenly swept up in the energetic chaos. Rias, who had clearly sensed his presence whether it was an innate ability or something more practical like a GPS tracker, immediately noticed him. Without skipping a beat, she jumped up, her arms wrapping around him in a tight hug. "Naruto, you're here." Rias grinned up at him, her voice filled with excitement. "Come play with us. You're just in time to give us some instructions." Naruto chuckled, shaking his head with a fond smile. He adored his siblings, and Rias' enthusiasm never failed to make him smile. As the eldest, he often felt protective of them, but he also enjoyed these light-hearted moments. It wasn't often that he had the luxury to simply relax and have fun, but today, he did. All right, Naruto said, letting Rias pull him into the game, "but only because I want to see how well you've all improved." He winked at her, and she grinned in response, clearly pleased with the idea. The game was a strategic battle of wits, each player trying to outsmart the others while using their Digimon's unique abilities to win. Naruto, who had been playing Digimon games since he was younger, was naturally talented at it, and his experience made him a valuable asset to the group. Rias, always competitive, tried to challenge him at every turn, but Naruto had a way of getting under her skin, offering advice while still keeping her on her toes. As they played, Naruto observed the different dynamics between the girls. Kyomina, Rei, and AI seemed to focus on the tactical side, while Reina and Suzy enjoyed using the flashier moves that showcased their Digimon strength. Dora, Sandy, and Wendy were more playful in their approach, often working together to support the group's efforts. Naruto found himself relaxing more than he had in days. The familiar sound of laughter, the shared joy of playing together, it felt like a normal day, something he hadn't had in a long while. The weight of his responsibilities as a leader and protector felt distant, for just a little while. After a few hours of play, Rias and her friends began to tire, their competitive energy fading. But Naruto wasn't quite done yet. He decided to spend some more time with the maids, those who helped keep the house running smoothly. He always appreciated their dedication, but he knew they often worked in the background, rarely receiving the recognition they deserved. Naruto had come to a point in his life where the weight of his past actions and the reality of the present collided, leaving him with a deep understanding of what it truly meant to be a hero. He no longer sought grand applause or recognition. The type of heroism he had once dreamed offled with flashy battles and climactic moments no longer held the same appeal. What he had once believed to be the path to greatness now seemed hollow. It was all theater, designed to entertain and excite the masses. The truth, as Naruto learned over time, was far grimmer. True heroism didn't come with ovations or public admiration. It wasn't about the applause, it was about the quiet, often unnoticed work done in the shadows. He realized that most of the world didn't care about the little victories he fought for, the daily acts of kindness and sacrifice he made for others. They only saw what he had failed to do. The people who loved him, the ones who depended on him, were the same ones who saw only what he hadn't fixed, what hadn't been made perfect. The applause he had once received for his victories felt long gone, replaced by criticism and quiet disillusionment. He understood why. He had promised so much and fallen short in many ways. His youthful dreams of perfect battles and grand victories, where everything would suddenly change for the better, were illusions. It had taken him time to realize this. His journey was never going to be that simple. The world didn't work like that. It wasn't about one final fight or one moment of clarity. Things didn't magically resolve after a single climactic struggle. Life wasn't an entertainment spectacle. It was slow, painful, and sometimes thankless. Through the years, Naruto had begun to focus on the small things, those tiny, often overlooked aspects of life that held so much weight in shaping the future. He had become more attuned to the broken families, the abused children, the toxic relationships that festered in the background of society. All those seemingly minor issues that didn't make headlines but affected people's lives in deeply profound ways. The more he understood this, the more he recognized that these weren't isolated problems, they were the building blocks of larger societal issues. A person didn't just wake up one day to find themselves in a bad place. The path to that despair was long and paved by many small, often ignored steps. Naruto began to shift his focus, trying to fix what could be fixed on a smaller scale before it could grow into something bigger. He helped families, counseled those trapped in unhealthy relationships, and offered support to those struggling with their own demons. He didn't take the easy route, the path of vengeance or destruction. Instead, he tried to rebuild, piece by piece. Where he could have taken down those who hurt others, Naruto chose to offer guidance, to try and steer them toward change. It was never an easy choice, but it was the one he felt was right. Looking at his past mistakes, especially the strained relationships with his own family, Naruto had come to see that sometimes, the most heroic thing wasn't defeating an enemy or saving the world. Sometimes it was simply listening, supporting, and helping people heal. He was no longer the brash, naive child who sought attention through flashy heroics. The reality of being a hero, he realized, was more about the quiet sacrifices and the deep, internal work of making things right, piece by piece. The world no longer needed him to be the shining, unstoppable force he once believed he had to be. There were others who could take on the mantle of traditional heroism. But Naruto knew that his journey wasn't over, not by a long shot. Whether or not the world recognized it, he would keep walking the path of heroism, even if it was lonely and went unseen by most. The world didn't need him to be perfect. It just needed him to keep trying, to keep helping, to keep doing the small, quiet things that mattered. And so, despite everything, he embraced the reality that being a hero was never about the grand gestures or the cheers of the crowd. It was about doing right by those around you, and making the world a little better than how you found it. He would never run from that responsibility. He would never stop trying. Because that, in the end, was what it meant to be a hero. 48, Chapter 48. In the current timeline, life felt almost like a fleeting dream to Naruto, with 2 days passing by in the blink of an eye. The group had managed to resolve the tension between Tesla and Takato, and now, they were ready for their next steps. The time they spent together had been filled with warmth and camaraderie, and Naruto could feel the bonds growing stronger, especially between the girls and their Digimon partners. Everyone seemed to be improving and evolving, both individually and as a group, and Naruto couldn't help but feel content watching it all unfold. The atmosphere had been positive, and despite the usual challenges that came with their daily lives, Naruto had enjoyed his time immensely. Among those he spent time with over the past 2 days were Mi-young, Na-so-ri, and Yumi. He had met them for casual outings, sometimes for shopping or even just to chat. The moments felt simple, yet fulfilling. He hadn't gone to Na-so-ri's place, as he had already done what he could to steer her away from the dangerous path she was walking. His intervention had been more about helping her see the consequences of her obsessive pursuit of wealth and rank. While she still hadn't fully embraced the changes he hoped for, Naruto could see some progress. He had helped her reflect on her choices, but her shallow desires fueled by her past experiences of humiliation and her mother's constant complaints about money weren't easy to erase. Na-so-ri's fixation on status and authority was hard for her to let go of, and while she was listening to him, she still struggled to change. Her obsession with climbing higher, especially when it came to Mi-young, remained evident. Naruto knew he couldn't change her overnight, but he had planted a seed. As frustrating as it was, he had to remind himself that people like Na-so-ri took time to truly evolve, if they ever did at all. On the flip side, Naruto had also spoken to Young about some of her inner struggles. She had been battling with confidence issues and uncertainty, unsure of where she stood in certain aspects of her life. She had been tempted to accept an offer that would have forced her into a situation she didn't feel comfortable with, an offer that would only have led to emotional turmoil. Naruto had talked her out of it, reminding her that following through with that decision would only result in guilt and regret. He had helped her see the bigger picture, convincing her that choosing her own path, based on her feelings, would be far more fulfilling than appeasing someone else's desires. Despite the various challenges the people around him were facing, Naruto felt like he was making small but meaningful changes in their lives. He wasn't trying to fix everything, he simply wanted to help them reflect, guide them toward healthier decisions, and encourage them to think critically about their futures. While it wasn't easy, it felt rewarding in its own way. As the group prepared to leave and continue their journey, Naruto felt a sense of accomplishment. He wasn't just a leader in battle, he was becoming a better guide, a better friend. Though there were still many obstacles ahead, moments like these made him realize how far he had come and how much further he still had to go in this complex world. As the group stepped through the gate and into the digital world, they were immediately greeted by a bustling metropolis that extended far beyond what they could see. The blue sky above was just as vibrant as it always was, but the city beneath them was like nothing they had ever encountered before. It was a fusion of technology and nature, blending modern advancements with a sense of harmony that was unique to this world. The city was called Dawn, a fitting name for the first city ever established in the digital world. It was located on the Asia side of the royal sector, which was under the care of Izumi and Takuya Kanbara. The couple, long married, had dedicated their lives to keeping the digital world in balance, ensuring that the territories were well managed and protected. Their daughter, Kara, was part of this lineage, though they were often away on missions, making them elusive figures even for the citizens of Dawn. Dawn itself felt like a sanctuary for Digimon, with their presence everywhere, roaming freely among the humans who coexisted with them. It was a city where Digimon and humans lived side by side without the restrictions that defined the human world. There were no need for Digivices to keep them contained. They could walk the streets, enter shops, and interact with people as if they were a normal part of society. For Naruto and his team, it was like stepping into a place where they could finally let their Digimon partners roam without fear of being restricted. The metropolis before them was a mix of towering buildings with sleek, modern designs and open spaces that allowed for nature to flourish. The streets were wide, filled with a variety of vehicles and pedestrians, both human and Digimon, moving with purpose. The city felt alive, brimming with energy and possibility. It was a sharp contrast to the more restrained world they had just left behind. Naruto couldn't help but notice how comfortable his Digimon partners looked in this environment. They were walking around with a sense of freedom and ease, as if they had finally found a place where they could truly belong. As he looked at them, he also felt something stirring within him. A subtle, almost instinctive sense of belonging to this world. It wasn't just his Digimon partners that were reacting this way, it was him, too. His thoughts returned briefly to his own reincarnation, and he couldn't help but wonder if a Digimon had played a role in his return to this world. It was a fleeting thought, one that he chose to store away for later reflection, as the present was far too exciting to dwell on such things. Arthur and Takato were the first to break away, their excitement palpable as they looked around the city, pointing at buildings and vehicles with wide-eyed amazement. Their voices were filled with wonder, making gestures that conveyed their enthusiasm. Tesla, who wasn't far behind, mirrored their excitement, his quick movements and curious glances making it clear that he was just as eager to explore as the others. Aaliyah, always the observer, took in the sights, her sharp eyes noting the details of the bustling city. She didn't show her excitement outwardly, but there was a quiet appreciation in her gaze. Azure, on the other hand, seemed at ease, not at all overwhelmed by the new surroundings. His calm demeanor contrasted with the excitement of the others, but it was clear he was just as impressed by the world around them. He had likely seen many things in his travels, but the digital world was still a place that held wonders for him. Luna, ever the pragmatic ninja, gave the city only casual glances, but her mind was already working, taking note of the surroundings for future needs. She was always calculating, always planning ahead. Her focus on the present, however, was undeterred, and she was keen to observe everything that could potentially be useful for their journey. Rika had a smile on her face, but it was controlled, a slight curve of the lips that revealed her enjoyment without letting it fully take over. Henry and Carrie were much the same, their expressions calm and composed, though there was a quiet warmth in their eyes as they took in the city. Naruto watched them all, each person reacting to the digital world in their own unique way. It was a reminder of just how far they had come, how much they had grown, and how many more challenges lay ahead. The digital world was a place of infinite possibilities, and they were just beginning to scratch the surface. As the group stepped out into the vibrant city of dawn, they were greeted by familiar faces. The air was filled with excitement as teammates and family had gathered to welcome them, and the atmosphere was charged with energy. Davis had come with his group to support Carrie, while Yurine had brought her sister Mio for Naruto. Davis stood at the front, a familiar presence, his team behind him, eager and ready. Alongside him were his new generation of friends. Yoliai, the oldest among them, stood out with her energetic aura and confident demeanor. Her long lavender hair, reaching down to her waist, and the brown eyes behind her glasses made her easy to spot. At 18 years old, Yoliai had already established herself as a reliable and bold individual, with a bit of a cheeky side. Her stubbornness often led her to act impulsively, and though she was loud and bold, she always remained sincere and true to her emotions. Her tendency to become unexpectedly depressed was something her friends had grown used to, but they admired her resilience in overcoming these moments and always coming back to help. Like Sora Takenoshi, Yoliai was a deeply loving person, and like Mimi Takakawa, she was fiercely protective of her friends and family. She didn't apologize for her feelings and always spoke her mind, whether others liked it or not. Yoliai was known for her technical skills, especially in areas like computers and sound editing. As Izzy's successor at the head of the computer club at Odaiba High School, she had earned the respect of her peers. Yoliai was dating Ken, whom she considered the perfect boyfriend with his perfect stats, and their relationship was something she treasured. Her Digimon partners, Ins the Hawkmon and Lola the Gatomon, were both champion-level Digimon, and she could combine them for even greater power. Though she had read that Gatomon might not reach the Ophanimon level, Yoliai was always one to follow her instincts rather than listen to external predictions, a trait that made her both unpredictable and charming. Next to Davis was Ken, his expression calm and composed. His pale skin and dark blue hair made him a striking figure, but it was his gentle, kind nature that defined him most. Despite this, Ken had been through great internal struggles. The death of his older brother Sam had haunted him, leaving him with a deep sense of guilt. He blamed himself for Sam's sacrifice during a Digimon attack and was driven by a desire to ensure that no one else would suffer because of him. This guilt had made him self-sacrificing and led him to believe that he didn't deserve happiness. It wasn't until he met the group and spoke with Naruto that Ken had started to break free from his emotional prison. Naruto had helped him find peace and a new perspective on life. The bond they shared was strong, and Ken viewed Naruto as a figure who had taken the place of his brother, someone he respected deeply and wanted to make proud. Though Ken had a blunt and sassy side, reserved for those he was close to, he never spoke like that to Naruto. Instead, he held a deep admiration for him. Ken's darker side, however, was something that emerged when he was angry. A cold, cruel side surfaced at times, and it was clear that his past trauma had left its mark. He seemed to take pleasure in the suffering of Digimon during those moments, a tendency that still haunted him despite his desire for redemption. In addition to his emotional depth, Ken was incredibly intelligent and athletic. He excelled in computer programming, soccer, and even chess and judo when he put his mind to it. Though he and Davis had started out as rivals, especially in soccer and fighting skills, their bond had grown stronger over time, and Ken had become one of Davis's closest friends. Now, Ken was dating Yoliai, and they had been together for a few months, their relationship one of mutual respect and understanding. Ken's partner, Wormmon, was named Jotaro, a loyal and capable Digimon who had stood by Ken through thick and thin. On the other side of the group stood Takeru, or TK, Yamato's younger brother and one of Naruto's closest friends. His blonde hair and blue eyes gave him a soft, youthful appearance, but it was his personality that truly defined him. Cheerful and amiable, TK hated to see people fighting or sad. He would do anything in his power to bring happiness to those around him, always striving to be the light in dark moments. His optimism was unwavering, and he worked hard to keep a smile on his face, even when things weren't going well. TK was also fiercely protective of his loved ones, especially when it came to the digital world, a place he cared deeply for. He took his duty as a protector seriously and knew the importance of standing strong when needed. His partner, Patamon, was always by his side, a loyal companion named Micah, who supported TK through every challenge they faced together. Behind TK stood Iori Hida, known to his friends as Cody, a short but steady presence. Cody had brown hair and green eyes, his expression often serious, reflecting his maturity far beyond his years. His wisdom, however, didn't come naturally. It was a gift passed down from his grandfather, the only father figure in his life after his own father's passing. Cody had grown up with a strict, black and white worldview, and it made him stubborn, often difficult to understand. He held people to high standards, and at first, he expected others to fit into those clear categories of right and wrong. But as he grew and trained, Cody began to realize that the world wasn't so simple. People weren't just good or bad, there were complexities, and learning to navigate them took time and patience. This growth softened him, making him more understanding and less rigid. Cody was deeply curious, especially about people, much like the original bearer of the trait of knowledge, Izzy Izumi. Though he didn't have the same mechanical curiosity, his fascination with human nature was just as strong. Cody held himself to high standards, much like his predecessor Joe Kido, and he often questioned whether he was reliable enough. He feared letting his team down, something that weighed heavily on hhim. His partner, Armadillamon, named Dio, was always by his side, a steadfast companion who shared in Cody's journey of personal growth. The final member of the group was Miko Mochizuki, a teenage girl whose beauty was matched by her kind, gentle spirit. With fair skin, long black hair, and soft pink eyes, Miko often left a lasting impression. But despite her striking appearance, Miko was incredibly shy and socially awkward. She would apologize profusely when meeting new people, and her face would often flush bright red whenever she got embarrassed. Her social skills were less refined than those of the others, and she often relied on her friends to help her navigate social situations. Though she was reserved and quiet, there was a deep bravery hidden inside her that would emerge in moments of need. Miko was loving, always ready to support her friends, especially Carrie, who she considered her best friend. However, Miko also harbored a secret: she was in love with Davis, though she never had the courage to confess. She feared the heartbreak of knowing that Davis's heart belonged to Carrie, and she often struggled with feelings of jealousy. Despite this, Miko was patient and never let her feelings affect her bond with her friends. Alongside Takeru and Carrie, she was also partnered with a high-level celestial Digimon. Her partner, Mikoman, was a rookie-level Digimon named Misa, who shared her journey with her, offering support and protection as they faced the challenges of the digital world together. 49. Chapter 49. Yurine stood out immediately, her vibrant red hair and piercing green eyes drawing attention as naturally as her athletic figure did. She carried herself with confidence, every step brimming with a cheerfulness that seemed to brighten her surroundings. She had a proactive personality, unafraid to take charge, and her energy was both captivating and slightly overwhelming. She was playful, uninhibited, and unabashedly sensual, a combination that made her both endearing and intimidating to those around her. Her love for fitness and combat was evident, and she radiated the kind of strength and passion that turned heads wherever she went. However, she wasn't all muscle and charm. She was sharp-minded, a testament to the rigorous standards her father, Aizen, upheld for his children. Her partner, Bulkmon, known as Highlander, was a champion-level Digimon that stood as one of the strongest in the world. Together, they were an imposing duo. Next to Yurine stood Mio, her older sister by a year. Mio's long black hair cascaded gracefully, framing her delicate face, while her lavender eyes gleamed with intelligence and calculation. She had a more composed demeanor than her younger sister, carrying herself with a deliberate elegance that was equally captivating. Mio was analytical, always a few steps ahead, and she had an uncanny knack for strategizing not just in combat but in social situations. Her interactions with Naruto were particularly calculated, as she had been subtly testing his responses, experimenting with ways to draw his attention. Her touches, her movements, and even the way she presented herself were all part of a slow, deliberate game she played. She was patient, methodical, and unrelenting in her approach, pushing boundaries but never stepping too far. Her partner, Exerman, named Miriam, was a formidable Digimon, perfectly complementing her tactical nature. As Naruto came into view, Yurine's face lit up, and without hesitation, she called out and threw herself at him, wrapping him in a tight hug. Her joy was palpable, and her voice carried a teasing edge. "Naruto, I missed you so much. Did you miss me? Did you miss this feeling?" she whispered, her tone playful and suggestive. Her directness was part of her charm, and while others might have faltered under such a bold approach, Naruto remained unflinching, embracing her and kissing her cheek. His straightforward response, "I did," brought a wide grin to her face. "Finally, woohoo, when are we getting married?" Yurine teased, her enthusiasm boundless. Mio approached next, her calm and composed demeanor a stark contrast to her sister's energy. "Sis, slow down. It seems we're out of the loop," she remarked as she joined the group, her gaze shifting toward Rika and Hikari, who were standing close to Naruto. She quickly took note of their proximity and the atmosphere between them. "Oh, Rika, Hikari, I didn't see you there," Yurine exclaimed, her tone mischievous. "So let me guess you two managed to turn Naruto into a harem seeker. What's your secret, mistress?" She added with a wink, playfully kissing each of them on the cheek. Mio, ever the observer, followed her sister's lead but with a more calculated touch. She hugged Naruto, inhaling his familiar scent before attempting to escalate her game, leaning in to kiss him on the lips. Naruto stopped her gently but firmly, his response measured. "Not yet. We're still not there yet." Mio's lips curled into a sly smile. "Yet, so you're considering it. I never thought I'd see the day Naruto Uzumaki entertained such emotions." She stepped back slightly, her fingers lightly brushing over his chest. "I suppose it's just a matter of time, then. But don't think I'll stop playing. This is far too fun," she whispered, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Yurine, not one to be left out for long, nudged her sister aside and clung to Naruto like a koala. Hey, make some space. That's my place, sis. I haven't recharged my Narutonium batteries yet." She joked, her tone light and teasing. Rika, however, wasn't having it. Stepping forward with Hikari at her side, she firmly pulled Yurine away from Naruto, her expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Come on, I wasn't finished." Yurine protested, though it was clear she was just having fun. Despite her teasing nature, Yurine couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. She glanced at Naruto and his companions, sensing an underlying shift in dynamics. Whether it was due to something major happening in her absence or simply Naruto's ability to keep things hidden, she couldn't be sure. Rika's icy response cut through the moment like a blade. He just decided to act out his evil plan once he gained his Digimon partner. "That's your answer. He'll take you in, but don't act too familiar with him around us. We're still his first. You're not even second best." Her cold, sarcastic tone carried an edge that made the underlying tension palpable. Naruto sighed, recognizing Rika's sharp tongue and competitive nature. Without missing a beat, he stepped in to diffuse the brewing conflict. Placing a hand on each of their heads, he gently but firmly pulled them closer. "Relax. No fighting," he said, his voice calm but commanding. He followed up with a light-hearted gesture, hugging both Rika and Mio together in a way that conveyed both affection and authority. It was a natural act for him, a reflection of the easy intimacy he shared with the people in his life. "Alright, Mio," Naruto continued, shifting the focus, "lead us to a place where we can all sit down and talk." His tone was casual yet firm, signaling that he was ready to steer the situation into something more constructive. As the group began to settle, a familiar voice chimed in. "Big brother Naruto, I'm so happy to see you here. Would you allow me to show you around?" Ken Ichijuji stepped forward, his expression bright and hopeful. His shining eyes and genuine enthusiasm tugged at Naruto's heart. Naruto smiled warmly, his gaze softening as he looked at the younger boy. Ken reminded him of what he treasured most: family. There was something about Ken's eager expression and earnest tone that made it impossible for Naruto to refuse. "Of course, Ken," he said with a nod. In that moment, Naruto felt a sense of kinship. Ken wasn't just a friend or an ally, he was like a younger brother. It was a sentiment Naruto often found himself feeling with people like Menma and others who had crossed his path. He thrived in the presence of a large, interconnected family, and he welcomed the chance to expand that circle further. As the group began to move toward their next destination, Naruto glanced back at the others, his warm smile reassuring them all. This was his way, bringing people together, keeping the peace, and ensuring that everyone felt included and valued. It wasn't just about leading, it was about being the glue that held everything and everyone together. The group eagerly followed Ken as he led them through the sprawling streets of Dawn City, their partners walking alongside them in their true forms. Unlike many other cities, where space was a luxury, the roads here were vast, built to accommodate even the largest Digimon. The air buzzed with energy, excitement fueling their steps. It was as though the city itself pulsed with life, each corner revealing something new and awe-inspiring. Unlike the teleportation-induced fatigue that sometimes afflicted travelers, the group felt fine. This smooth transition added to their excitement as they absorbed the grandeur of Dawn City. While its population was small compared to Earth's major metropolises, the city was far larger in scale, its structures towering and its streets stretching wide. Everything here seemed designed to reflect the power and majesty of the digital world. Ken's tour began with the basics, pointing out the various facilities that catered to Tamers. Dawn City was a hub for everything a Tamer could need, from the most basic supplies to the highest quality items. Unlike the games where starter villages were limited, this city was equipped with branches of renowned brands, offering cutting-edge equipment and vehicles designed for the wilds of the digital world. Such luxury and utility weren't allowed freely in the human world, making Dawn City a true sanctuary for Tamers. Screens scattered across the city displayed news updates about recent achievements, sightings of rare Digimon, and announcements of major events. The group marveled at the high-tech infrastructure, which made the city feel alive and constantly evolving. As Ken guided them further, he pointed out several landmarks. The museum, home to artifacts from the two ancients of this territory, the museum was a treasure trove of history and knowledge. The Destined base, a place where heroes gathered, it served as the nerve center for defending the region and managing Tamer missions. The association building, a critical link between the digital world and the human world, this was where communications with employees still stationed on Earth took place. The arena, a colossal fighting arena that hosted large-scale battles. It wasn't just a place for Tamers to test their strength, it was also a hub of entertainment. Occasionally, even the ancients, or at least their descendants, would grace the audience with their presence. Each year, the arena held a grand tournament, where the winners earned invaluable rewards and the admiration of all. The central tower, rising majestically above the city, this was the home of the ancients, the most revered Digimon in the region. The tower served as the heart of Dawn City's defense system, connected to massive pillars at the city's edges. Though the ancients rarely appeared in public, their presence could be felt throughout the city. For most, catching a glimpse of them was a dream, and ascending the tower was a privilege granted only to the chosen few. Dawn City was just one of many cities under human control, but it held a unique status due to its establishment by the ancients. Beyond its borders, human territory stretched vast and resource-rich, comparable to the size of Canada. While the city was a beacon of civilization, the surrounding lands were wild and untamed, offering countless opportunities and challenges for tamers. Ken explained the region's geopolitical landscape, highlighting the various factions and territories that coexisted and sometimes clashed. Metal Empire, ruled by Ultron, a realm of mechanical brilliance. Underground forest, controlled by tyrant Kabuteramon, a maze of dense vegetation and hidden dangers. Dragon Empire, dominated by Megaderman, a land of fiery strength and fierce warriors. Net Ocean, governed by a coalition of kings, its waters teeming with life and mystery. Underworld, led by Plutomon and Helamon, a dark and treacherous domain. Dark Area, spanning the size of a planet, it was home to the Demon Lords and the Vampire King. One of the most dangerous regions. Galactic Empire, ruled by Galactus, a cosmic entity akin to a massive Diaboromon, who maintained balance across the multiverse by consuming data. Beast Empire, Plant Kingdom, Fire Lord's domain, land of the Celestials. Bagra Empire, and Skypiea, each with its unique ruler and characteristics. The digital world was big and complex place. There were borders and there were agreements between parties. There were wild lands and there were civilized lands. Not all regions were occupied because of the royal knights declaring them as neutral regions. The knights lived in the center of the planet inside Yggdrasil. Towering above all was Yggdrasil, the mythical tree at the center of the digital world, its roots said to stretch across the multiverse. Visible from any point on the planet, Yggdrasil was more than a landmark, it was a symbol of the digital world's vastness and interconnectedness. Legends claimed that it wasn't just a tree but the very foundation of existence, grasping all worlds in its immense roots. Though no one had ever reached Yggdrasil, its presence inspired awe and reverence in all who gazed upon it. Ken's voice brimmed with pride as he shared these details, his passion for the digital world infectious. Naruto, ever the natural leader, listened attentively, his mind already processing the implications of this vast and intricate world. Dawn City was more than a home for tamers, it was a gateway to endless possibilities and adventures. The borders of human-controlled territory in the digital world were dynamic, often shifting with the tides of battle, diplomacy, and mutual agreements. These skirmishes were not just territorial disputes but also part of the unspoken ecosystem of the digital world, where strength and adaptability determined survival. The human faction maintained a complicated web of alliances and rivalries. Frequent conflicts. Metal Empire clashes were common, often involving disputes over technology and resources. Bagra Empire, known for its ruthless tactics and hunger for power, battles with them were fierce but sporadic. Beasts and bugs skirmishes occurred when territories overlapped, especially in resource-rich areas. Dark Area, this was the most volatile border. The denizens of the Dark Area were unpredictable and dangerous, forcing constant vigilance. Allies and neutral parties. Plant Kingdom, Fairies, and Skypiea, these factions maintained peaceful relations with humans, thanks to the efforts of the Celestials and Ancients. Beast Empire, while occasional skirmishes happened, the presence of mediators among the Ancients ensured overall goodwill. For their first venture outside Dawn City, the team had chosen Native Forest, a neutral zone just beyond the city's boundaries. The region was a blend of dense foliage, winding trails, and hidden clearings, making it an ideal training ground. Native Forest held a unique status in the digital world. Neutral ground, it was not officially claimed by any faction, though the Metal Empire occasionally intruded for minor skirmishes with the human side. These skirmishes were never escalated to full-scale battles, as both sides used the area as a proving ground for young warriors. Training zone for both humans and Digimon, the forest served as a space to hone their skills and gain experience without the threat of large-scale war. Diverse ecology, the forest teemed with life, from small rookie-level Digimon to powerful champions lurking deeper within. It provided the perfect environment for the team to test their limits. As they walked through the city, Naruto and the others discussed their plans for the forest. The prospect of exploring this neutral zone excited them, especially with the promise of encountering new challenges. Ken, ever the enthusiastic guide, shared what he knew about the area, including its layout and the kinds of Digimon they might encounter. It's a good place for us to start, Naruto said confidently. We'll get stronger, and maybe we'll even run into some of those Metal Empire scouts. A little practice wouldn't hurt. Rika smirked. Just make sure you don't get cocky, Naruto. The Metal Empire doesn't play fair, even in practice. I wouldn't have it any other way, Naruto replied with a grin, his eyes glinting with excitement. The team knew this was just the beginning of their adventure. Native Forest was their first step into a world filled with endless possibilities and challenges, where every battle, ally, and enemy would shape their journey. 50, Chapter 50. Ken walked alongside Naruto, his face glowing with excitement as they explored the bustling streets of Dawn City. The city was alive with activity. Digimon of all sizes moved gracefully through the wide, well-paved roads, many carrying out tasks or chatting casually with tamers. The group had even hopped on a few rides, including a friendly Locomon that offered them a scenic tour of the city's sprawling expanse. Big brother, what do you think of the city? Ken asked, looking up at Naruto with eager eyes. Naruto smiled warmly, glancing around at the lively streets and towering structures. I think it's very impressive. It looks way better than the videos. And honestly, seeing so many Digimon in one place seat's amazing. The atmosphere here is just different. It feels alive. Ken beamed at the response, proud of the place he now called home. It's not just the sights, you know. The city has everything a tamer could need, from gear shops to the best training facilities. And don't even get me started on the fighting arena. The fighting arena. Davis chimed in, grinning as he joined the conversation. Yeah, that's the real gem of the city. The battles in there are crazy, nothing like the human world. Takato, who had been quietly listening, perked up. What do you mean? Is it really that different from the arena back home? Davis scoffed and crossed his arms. Different? Dude, the arena back home is like a kiddie playground compared to this. Here, they go full-on hardcore. No holding back, no restrictions. You can fight with full power, even with mega-level Digimon, and the arena can handle it. It's programmed to take on battles so intense they destroy a human city. Takato's jaw dropped in amazement, and Arthur leaned closer, equally intrigued. Rika, ever the pragmatic one, gave Takato a quick jab to the chin, snapping his mouth shut. Close it. You'll catch flies, she said with her usual sarcasm. Ow, let's go, let's go. Takato exclaimed, too excited to care about the reprimand. Oh my god, I want to see a battle. His eyes practically sparkled with anticipation. The group chuckled at his enthusiasm, though it was clear many of them shared the sentiment. Most tamers from the human world rarely had the chance to witness live battles involving mega-level Digimon. In the human world, such battles were too dangerous, and even in special containment systems like the Reality Marble, there were strict limits to avoid catastrophic damage. The mere thought of seeing a Machinedramon or Saberlemon fight at full strength was enough to stir excitement. I'm in, too, Henry said, his interest piqued. Ken, are there any metal-type mega battles happening today? Ken thought for a moment before Mio stepped in, her tone calm and knowledgeable. There's a match between Machinedramon and Saberlemon in a few hours. It's bound to be thrilling. Henry nodded, his expression brightening. That sounds perfect. Let's watch it. Meanwhile, Tesla perched on Henry's head, looking utterly regal despite his small size. His adorable demeanor earned amused glances from Takeru and Hikari, who struggled to stifle their laughter. Micah and Aaliyah, clearly inspired by Tesla, climbed onto their respective partners, creating a scene so endearing that even the usually serious Yoliai couldn't help but chuckle. I'd recommend watching it, too, Mio added, adjusting her glasses. It's not just entertaining, it can also inspire your Digimon. Battles like these have a way of boosting morale and sparking growth. Yoliai grinned, leaning toward Ken. I agree with Mio's comment, big brother. You really need to see it. It might help you catch up, she teased, her playful tone lightening the mood. Ken rolled his eyes but couldn't hide his small smile. Yoliai's playful banter had become a welcome addition to his life. Without people like her or Davis around, he realized, his days would be far too dull. As the group wandered through the lively streets of Dawn City, Iora's sharp, observant gaze settled on Naruto. He had been unusually quiet, studying everyone's reactions to the vibrant new environment. The city, with its soaring structures, the hum of digital activity, and Digimon seamlessly interacting with tamers, had clearly amazed the others. Yet, Naruto's demeanor remained calm and composed. Big brother, why is your reaction to everything so calm and collected? Iora finally asked, his voice tinged with genuine curiosity. Even I felt a lot of excitement when I arrived, and Rika, though she won't admit it, has also shown signs of excitement. But Yuri just, indifferent. To you, this feels like just another place with some new things. Naruto glanced at the young boy, a small smile tugging at his lips. I am excited, he replied, ruffling Iora's hair gently. But my reaction probably looks the same as it always does. You must have confused it for indifference. I'm sorry, Iore, but you still have a little to learn about reading people. I just have a knack for making my feelings hard to discern from my expressions. Naruto chuckled softly, his tone light. Iore, serious and mature beyond his years, nodded but narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't entirely convinced by Naruto's response. While the older Tamer's explanation held some truth, Iora suspected there was more to it. What Naruto hadn't said outright was that this wasn't his first time experiencing something extraordinary. Having already traveled to this new world from his own, Naruto was long past the sense of overwhelming wonder that often accompanied such transitions. Before Iori could press further, Davis burst into the conversation, his energy shifting the group's focus. Ignoring that random comment from our resident Einstein, Davis teased, "This is a battle you cannot miss. Do you want to know why?" He paused for dramatic effect, a grin spreading across his face. "It's the Millennium Group fighting today." The announcement electrified the group, and Takato nearly leapt out of his skin in excitement. "Are you serious? Are you telling me that Lord Adam is here in the Asia region of this sector? Wasn't he supposed to be in the ancient sector helping Lord Takuya?" Adam's name carried immense weight. Known as the ruler of Egypt, Adam was a legendary tamer and the leader of the Millennium Group. His reputation was unparalleled, not just for his strength but for being one of the first tamers to actively support the ancients. His responsibilities often kept him far from public view, making his presence in this sector a rare and thrilling prospect. The mere mention of his name sent ripples of excitement through the group. "Don't get ahead of yourself, dude," Davis said, waving Takato off. "Why would Adam show up for something like this? He hasn't participated in public events in over a decade. It's his teammates, Sito Kaiba and Joey Wheeler, who'll be fighting today. They were already in the region and ended up being the last two standing in a battle royal. This is a golden opportunity. These guys are even stronger than Tai." "Davis," Yoliai interrupted with a mock-serious tone, placing a hand on his shoulder, "don't worry. I'll let Tai know about your betrayal personally. And don't worry about your stuff, I'll save it from getting burned." Her teasing remark made Davis stumble slightly as he shot her an incredulous look. Takuro laughed, stepping in to defuse the situation. "Relax, Davis. Yoliai's just messing with you. Tai isn't the type to get upset over something like this." "Exactly," Hikari added, her tone gentle but firm. "Davis, it's okay to admire other tamers. Just don't take Yoliai's bait so easily, okay?" Hikari's calming words seemed to settle Davis, though he still muttered something about traitorous teammates under his breath. Meanwhile, Naruto's interest was piqued. The thought of witnessing a battle involving members of the Millennium Group intrigued him. Seeing Digimon and tamers of such high caliber brought back memories of his own battles at the peak of his power. Though Adam himself wouldn't be present, watching his teammates, Kaiba and Joey, was more than enough for now. Naruto was also interested in this battle. Seeing a battle of this level was like a reminder of his battles at the peak of his power. The ruler of Egypt, Adam, was also an interesting person that he would like to meet. But for now, seeing his teammates fight would be good enough for now. There were many different Digimon in the Wichelny sector and it was the place that this team occupied most of the time. They were rarely on this sector. Kaiba's partner is Deep Eyes White Dragon, Davis explained, his enthusiasm returning. It's based on information from an old game called Yu-Gi-Oh! Super famous before the digital world opened up to the human world. As for Adam, his main partner is Exodia. That Digimon's almost on par with the Royal Knights. The group fell silent for a moment, the weight of Davis's words sinking in. For most tamers, the idea of seeing such legendary figures in action was a dream come true. Naruto, though composed, felt a spark of excitement ignite within him. "Looks like this battle is going to be something special," he said quietly, his words carrying an air of anticipation. The group exchanged excited glances, the energy among them reaching new heights. This wasn't just a fight, it was a glimpse into a level of skill and power that most tamers could only aspire to. And for Naruto, it was a chance to reflect on his own journey while looking ahead to what lay in store. The group wandered the bustling streets, the energy of the city vibrant with anticipation for the upcoming battle. With an hour to spare, they decided to explore further. Their first stop was the market district, a sprawling hub of trade and commerce. Naruto's gaze scanned the area, noting the sheer size and variety of goods on display. It was a world far beyond anything he'd seen before, filled with shops both human and Digimon operated, showcasing their full potential in this digital domain. The market wasn't just a place of business, it was a spectacle. Massive screens displayed live feeds of the Digimon races, enhanced with VR options that allowed viewers to dive into the action as if they were right there. People could follow the race as a whole or zoom in on their favorite racers, immersing themselves entirely in the competition. The atmosphere was electric, with the cheers of the crowd blending with the hum of technology. There was also the private hunters, but Naruto didn't need them to find his target materials, as that was a journey he would go on personally. Some people relied on other people to find them things for their Digimon to evolve. Going to the market area of the city, Naruto could see its massive size. He had never seen such a market before. He finally saw the real form of the brands in the human world, as in here they could display their full might and power. He also saw the brand shop of Ecstasy, the Uzumaki clan, the Gentleman Club and many more. It wasn't just human brands, as there were also shops run by Digimon. As they moved through the area, Mio and Yurine took the lead, guiding the group with purpose. They bypassed smaller shops and directed them to one of the most renowned establishments in the region, Legend Arms. The moment they approached, the group could feel the aura of power emanating from the colossal building. This is it, Mio announced, gesturing to the massive structure before them. The best shop for weapons and shields in the entire world. If you're looking for armor or human gear, you'll need to check other places. But for Digimon equipment, this is the pinnacle. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he took in the name of the shop, Legend Arms. It carried weight, even among the most seasoned tamers. These weren't just ordinary weapons, they were forged from the data of legendary weapons throughout history. Every piece carried the essence of myths and legends, from Excalibur to Masamune, now reborn as Digimon known as Legend Arms. Legend Arms Digimon lived on an isolated island, protected by Merlinmon, a powerful and enigmatic figure. They were neutral entities, choosing their masters with care, and their creations were highly coveted by tamers worldwide. Despite their isolation, they had become symbols of power, sought after by heroes and villains alike. Naruto's mind briefly wandered to one such legend arm he knew well, his mother's partner, Duramon, a Digimon forged from the legend of Durandal. Duramon was a formidable warrior, capable of devastating attacks. Its final form, Durandamon, was said to be sharp enough to cut even Naruto in half with ease. Standing in front of this shop only reinforced the power these weapons held. The interior of Legend Arms was awe-inspiring, with rows upon rows of weapons displayed like treasures in a mystical armory. The craftsmanship was unparalleled, each weapon radiating energy that even an untrained eye could sense. Swords, spears, shields, and more, all pulsing with potential. Naruto scanned the room, his keen senses allowing him to judge the power of each weapon with just a glance. Even in his prime, some of these weapons could have posed a real threat to him. Most of the items were strong enough for Mega-level Digimon to wield effectively, though none reached the heights of the Mega-level Legend Arms Digimon themselves. Naruto's thoughts turned to Duramon again. Knowing the kind of power it wielded gave him a unique appreciation for what he was seeing. Even now, the idea of Durandamon's blade being sharp enough to cleave through Mega-level Digimon with ease was a humbling thought.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.